Wang Di felt as if he were dreaming. He had actually won a first-class ticket on a luxurious cruise ship in a lottery, and not only could he dine with a group of beauty pageant contestants and a mysterious top celebrity, but that celebrity turned out to be his goddess in Mengting. He could not help glancing again at the beauty beside him, cool and enchanting large eyes, a delicate high-bridged nose, long straight hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, and a voluptuous figure wrapped in a top-quality blouse and pencil skirt, exuding aloofness and sultry temptation in every detail. It was a blend of icy reserve and forbidden allure. No wonder she had been voted year after year as the woman most desired by men across the nation. With her here, he could not even spare a glance for the beauty pageant contestants opposite them, each charming in their own way. Seeing the great beauty sitting there with a cold expression, not touching any food, Wang Di stopped gnawing on his crab. Eager to please, he grabbed the largest one and held it out to his goddess. "And Miss Mingting, don't just sit there. Please eat." He nervously groped for words, not knowing how to express his affection for this unattainable goddess before him, completely unaware of how much he now looked like a love-struck creep. Who would have thought that Mengting would simply frown and cast him a frosty sidelong glance, then turn her face away cold as ice? "I'm not eating." With that, she rose to her feet and displeased said coolly to a staff member, "Taojia, I want to change seats." She had already been furious at being told she would be taking a cruise to an event only to find herself without any prior warning arranged to dine beside an unkempt loser in a vest and baggy shorts. Now she had to endure his vulgar way of eating and the lecherous hungry gaze that clung to her like that of a pervert. What infuriated her even more was that this lecher simply would not take the hint and still try to chat her up. She was utterly fed up. As soon as she stood up, a middle-aged woman in a work uniform with the air of a capable, mature woman hurried over with a placating smile. "Mengting, don't be like this. This arrangement was made by the investors, and it is also part of your work. Who arranged this for me? I received no such notice, and besides, I'm supposed to sit and eat with such an ill-mannered creep. Where is Director Lin? I want to ask him myself." Hearing the displeasure in his goddess's voice, Wang Di suddenly felt a wave of grievance. So he had stared at her a bit too long, that was all. He was just a poor wage earner who had never seen crabs this big before, and if he ate a little hastily, was that really enough to be described that way? As he stewed in his humiliation, the ship suddenly lurched. Careful. Seeing his goddess stagger about to fall, Wang Di hurriedly reached out to steady her, only to end up pulling her fully into his arms as he helped her regain her balance. The elastic softness beneath his hands made his heart flutter and his mind drift for a moment. "Let go, you creep." A furious shout exploded by his ear, and the next instant a sharp slap cracked across his face. His heart seethed with anger and grievance, and just as he opened his mouth to explain that he had not meant it, a deafening bang rang out, and the ship lurched sharply to one side. He was flung sideways, only managing to avoid falling by grabbing desperately at the backs of a chair and the dining table. Then the air around him filled with shrill female screams. Run. The cruise ship has hit a reef. Run." Amid a flurry of panicked footsteps, the ship shuddered violently once more. Screams and sobs mingled with the frantic thudding of feet. Wang Di caught glimpses of stiletto heels and long legs scattering in every direction and could not help thinking seriously, could his luck really be this rotten? He had just tasted a bit of good fortune by winning a grand prize only to die in a shipwreck because the cruise had struck a reef. The ship jolted violently yet again. Many people toppled and sprawled across the floor, their wails merging into an unbroken chorus. Having at least spent 2 years in the army, Wang Di forced himself to calm down. Gripping the backs of the restaurant chairs, he moved forward step by step through the swaying cabin. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded like the hull itself splitting apart. Wang Di's heart sank. He had barely time to think it's over before a massive surge of seawater crashed in and swallowed him whole. His head slammed into something hard and darkness swallowed his vision. He blacked out. Wang Di awoke shivering from the cold, opening his eyes to a vast expanse of gray-blue sky. He was lying atop a piece of yacht wreckage surrounded on all sides by endless ocean. Seeing the many corpses and shattered pieces of the cruise ship floating nearby, he drew in a sharp breath and thought to himself. It seemed the ship had hit a reef, and when he was swept away by the sea, he had happened to be carried onto this piece of wreckage. Thankfully, it was large enough to keep him afloat until now. Just as he was silently rejoicing, a towering wave surged up, hurling a heavy slab of wreckage straight toward him. Startled, Wang Di dove into the sea and swam several meters in an instant, narrowly avoiding the impact before finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, he had grown up in the mountains and had been an excellent swimmer since childhood. Otherwise, the life he had just clawed back would have been lost again right then and there. The surface of the sea looked calm, but hidden currents churned beneath. Knowing full well how dangerous it would be to linger, he struck out with all his strength toward the shore. At last, he reached the edge of a sandy beach and, soaked to the skin, dragged himself ashore. He had barely taken a few steps when he unexpectedly spotted a shapely figure lying on the sand. Another survivor. He walked closer, and well now, wasn't this the superstar in Mingting? Her cool almond-shaped eyes were closed, her light makeup washed away by seawater, leaving her frost-pale face even more pure and pristine. At least her drenched, delicate body was rising and falling in a steady rhythm, which meant her vital signs were still strong. She must have been thrown onto the beach by the waves and was only temporarily unconscious. Looking at his once untouchable goddess, now soaked through and pale as paper, Wang Di felt a pang of pity, to be honest. He bent down, intending to move her farther from the water's edge. But the moment he remembered how she had spoken to him with such cold contempt before the accident, and that stinging slap on his cheek, his hand froze inches from her body. Earlier he had only tried to help her up, yet she had called him a creep and slapped him. If he moved her now, and she woke up midway, who knew what she might accuse him of this time? Wang Di was on the verge of leaving her be and walking away when a gust of sea wind blew over the beach. The sight of her trembling slightly from the cold made him sigh despite himself. In the end, he turned back, dragged her, and moved her to another spot. Staying too close to the water was far too dangerous. Not only could a big wave sweep her away, but if any crocodiles or other predators lurked by the shore, she would be the first to be dragged back into the sea. Though this great beauty was indeed haughty, she was hardly some unforgivable sinner. He would help her this once, and once she woke up, he would simply keep his distance. He admitted she was captivating, but he was not so spineless as to keep groveling after someone who despised him that much. With that thought, after dragging and Mingting a bit farther inland, Wang Di turned and headed back toward the shore, planning to salvage whatever he could from the sea. He had just turned away when he heard a fit of violent coughing from not far behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the great beauty on the sand had at some point already regained consciousness. And Mingting woke up coughing repeatedly, spewing out the seawater that had choked her throat. After taking a few shallow breaths, she gradually regained her senses. When the scenes of the heart-stopping chaos before she lost consciousness surfaced in her mind, she could hardly believe they had really happened. It was already miserable enough that her agent had secretly arranged for her to accompany someone to dinner, yet she had even managed to run into an syndicate's calamity like a cruise ship striking a reef. She turned her head and looked around only to see that that bumpkin was actually not far from her. Her heart gave a jolt, and she instinctively shifted backward in vigilance. What was that bumpkin doing, tilting his head like that? Was he sneaking glances at her? The moment she recalled his lecherous gaze on the cruise ship and the way he had taken advantage of the chaos to touch her, her nerves tightened even more. He had dared to be that brazen in front of so many people. Now that it was just the two of them, would he not be overcome by animal desire? Especially since before the accident she had even slapped him. Remembering those cases she had seen online, deranged men taking revenge on young women in unspeakably cruel ways, she was so terrified that she shot to her feet. No, she had to stay as far away from him as possible and find out if there were any other people. Noticing in Mingting's defensive movements toward him, Wang Di already felt speechless, as if he were some kind of pervert. When he saw that the very first thing she did upon waking was to rush off to scout ahead and look for others, he was even more exasperated. He had already surveyed the surroundings when he woke up. Apart from this stretch of blindingly white beach, there was only the dense jungle in the far distance stretching beyond the eye's reach. Back when he was in the army, he had trained in the jungle and knew all too well how dangerous such places were. On a deserted island like this, instead of looking for food and supplies to prioritize scouting the way and searching for people was exactly the kind of thing a celebrity with no experience in survival or exploration would do. Since she was so wary of him anyway, he could not be bothered to deal with her further. He lowered his head and began salvaging the wreckage from the cruise ship. The cruise ship had been enormous and there was plenty of debris. In no time he had dragged up several pieces of various sizes and tossed them onto the beach. And Mingting ran for quite a while, yet found no path and saw not a single trace of another person, and unease mounted within her. From time to time, she glanced nervously toward Wang Di by the water's edge and noticed again and again that he was busy hauling up what looked like useless wreckage. She simply could not understand it and looked down on him all the more. What on earth was that bumpkin doing salvaging all that worthless junk? Truly bizarre. Still, it was fortunate he was absorbed in dredging up those scraps and paying no attention to her. She had to hurry and use this chance to find a way out and other survivors. After he had salvaged for a while longer, Wang Di was lucky enough to fish out a waterproof bundle. He opened it and grinned. Inside, besides a flashlight, several packets of compressed biscuits, and a survival axe, there were also quite a few clothes and shoes. Most of them were women's clothes, with a few sets for men as well. The fabric was nothing special, but the styles were fairly pretty. It was probably the luggage of some young couple from the economy cabins. Although in a place like this the most important thing was to eat one's fill and stay alive, these clothes could be kept for later. He had no intention of running through the jungle half naked like some caveman. After he finished that, hunger crept up on him as well. Rubbing his stomach, he sat down on the sand, tore open a packet of compressed biscuits, and began to eat. He needed to fill his belly first and gather his strength so that when dawn came he could venture into the jungle to search for food. As he was eating with evident relish, a hesitant and awkward voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Could you spare me a little?" Wang Di blinked in surprise and looked up. Wasn't this the famed star in Mengting? At this moment her usually aloof, exquisite face was tinged with redness, as if she felt awkward and ill at ease. Seeing him stunned, she bit her lip and hurried to add, "Don't worry, once we get out of here, I'll pay you back. 10 times, 20 times, 100 times the price. It won't be a problem." Watching her put on an air of aloof superiority, even while clearly in distress, Wang Di could not help rolling his eyes. On an island like this, money was about the most useless thing there was. "You don't believe me?" Seeing that he remained unmoved, and Mengting grew somewhat annoyed. "Everyone at my company and all my fans know I boarded this cruise ship. In a few days, when they don't see me appear, they'll definitely realize something happened to the ship and come looking for us." Faced with her blind confidence, Wang Di could only sneer inwardly. As a military enthusiast, he had studied the cruise ship's route thoroughly before coming aboard. At the moment it struck the reef, the ship should have just entered waters near the high seas. In other words, this was very likely some nameless little island on the high seas. Rescue teams would probably find it extremely difficult to locate this place. Even if they could, there was no telling when that would be. Whether the two of them could hold out on this deserted island until that day was another question entirely. When she saw him give a faintly mocking smile and then bow his head to continue eating his biscuits, and Mengting grew anxious. Why was this bumpkin so uncooperative? Just now she had run all over this stretch of beach and even gone as far as the jungle, hoping that if she walked through it, she might emerge into a different world on the other side. But shortly after she entered the jungle, something unknown had shot past in front of her with a whooshing sound. All the color drained from her face in an instant, and she had practically bolted out of the forest as though fleeing for her life. After that, she no longer had the courage to go in again. She squatted on the beach at a distance, and her hunger grew steadily worse. In the end, when she truly could not bear it any longer, she had no choice but to come and beg Wang Di for food. Otherwise, she would never have sought help from this man she had labeled a lecherous creep. "Did you hear what I said?" Desperation drove her to bite her lip and throw out another line. "If not, then I'll catch some fish later and trade them with you," she offered, and with that she actually ran off to try to catch fish. However, she could not swim and dared not go into the water. Bent over at the water's edge, she struggled for a long time, yet failed to catch even a single fish. Then she went after crabs instead. But faced with those big, frightening creatures, she simply could not bring herself to strike. Only after steeling her nerves and deciding to go all out did she reach for one, only to discover that the crabs scuttled away at an incredible speed. She could not even keep up with it. Seeing this famously aloof, unattainable beauty biting her rosy lips in frustration as she chased a single crab all over the beach in such a sorry state, Wang Di could not help bursting into laughter. After laughing, his anger had mostly dissipated. Carrying the biscuits, he walked over to Mengting. "I can give you some biscuits," he said, "but back on the cruise I truly was trying to help you, not taking advantage of you on purpose. I hope that from now on you won't judge people solely by appearances and won't rush to pass judgment and harbor prejudice so quickly." With those chilly words, Wang Di shoved the biscuits into Mengting's hands and turned to leave. And Mengting took the biscuits in a slight daze, staring blankly at Wang Di's not-so-tall back as he walked away, a faint blush rising to her delicate face. The earnest look he had worn when he spoke did not seem like that of someone lying. Could it be that she had really misunderstood him? At that thought, a subtle sense of shame welled up in her heart. After stuffing the remaining bag of cookies to Mengting, Wang Di turned and headed towards the edge of the jungle. He sighed as he looked at the seemingly endless forest. Based on his past experiences, this jungle would be quite dangerous. Moreover, even if he managed to escape such a jungle, the hope of finding a suitable place to survive was very slim. However, since he had come this far, he had to find a way to survive. After coming to this realization, he first found a secluded spot to bury his backpack, then chopped some logs with an axe, and used a piece of larger shipwreck debris as a roof to build a simple hut. Once he completed all of this, he sighed in relief as he looked at the hut he had built. It was indeed simple, but at least he now had a place to shield himself from the wind and rain. At that moment, a sudden thirst overwhelmed him. He quickly got up and walked to the entrance of the jungle, gathering some dry twigs and dead leaves, planning to start a fire to distill seawater. Just as he was about to leave after gathering the leaves, a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind him. He turned around and saw a group of beautiful women hurriedly running toward the jungle exit, exclaiming in panic. Scared, they must have encountered some wild animal in the jungle. The tall leading beauty was the first to spot him and let out a sharp cry. "Oh, how is there still someone here? And it's a man." After she shouted this, a group of women rushed forward to surround Wang Di. The women began to chatter around him. How is there still a man here? Isn't this the guy who won the prize and got a chance to eat with us? Look at the way he eats, he must be a poor loser. So what if he's a loser? At least he's a man, and at least we have a man we can rely on here. What? He doesn't look tall or strong, what use is he? Wang Di had never been surrounded by so many women before, especially by such a group of sexy, charming, and pure beauties. Looking at their enchanting appearances and smelling their uniquely alluring fragrance, he felt a bit dizzy. However, listening to their discussions about him, he couldn't help but feel somewhat frustrated. He wasn't handsome and he didn't have money, but he at least had a man's pride, didn't he? Not useful. Humph, he wasn't boasting, he just mentioning his performance during training. He was better than many of his more muscular peers. Not wanting to hear more of their discussions, he clutched the dry twigs and leaves and turned to leave. He would prove with actions how useful he could be on this island. Seeing him leave, the group of women expressed their dissatisfaction. Hey, he actually left. He's just a poor loser, and he dares to ignore us. No man has ever dared to treat me like this. I refuse to believe he is an exception. Suddenly, someone arrogantly huffed and hurried after Wang Di. Hey, why are you picking up so many leaves? Hearing the slightly flirtatious tone, Wang Di turned to see a sexy woman with wavy hair standing in front of him, crossing her arms and looking at him teasingly. This was the leading woman from earlier. She was exceptionally voluptuous and alluring, a type that any normal man would find hard to resist. I plan to use them to start a fire by friction. Wang Di managed to shift his gaze from her impressive curves, trying to explain calmly. It wasn't that he didn't like beautiful women, but in this situation surviving was the priority. Starting a fire by friction. Hearing this, the sexy woman paused for a moment, then curiously asked, "Is that still a thing? We'll go take a look." The other women followed curiously. Upon seeing the hut built on the beach, they were amazed and gathered around to inspect it. Taking advantage of the situation, Wang Di used his experience from his military days to drill a hole in the wood with the axe and easily ignited a flame using the principle of friction. After that, he crafted 2 simple pots, one big and one small, from the debris along with a makeshift lid. He filled the large pot with seawater, placed the small pot inside, covered it with the lid, and set it over the fire. "What are you doing with one pot inside another?" Seeing Wang Di's actions, the curly-haired woman approached and asked playfully. Wang Di clearly felt that after they learned that he built the hut, the way these women looked at him seemed to have lost some of their contempt. After he successfully started the fire, their attitude toward him improved significantly. Several women curiously gathered around to ask him, "Yes, what are you doing?" "Cooking seawater." Wang Di was about to reply when one woman answered first. "You should be distilling seawater. Isn't that right, sir?" Wang Di looked at that woman in surprise. She had slightly inward-curled, medium-length hair, well-defined features, and a slender, proportionate figure. She was an intellectual beauty. Moreover, she politely addressed him as sir, which made Wang Di feel inexplicably comfortable, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Exactly. When the heated seawater meets the cold lid, it condenses into water droplets, which then drip into the small pot. This is distilled water. What's the use of distilling seawater? There's still not enough seawater for us to drink. If you could bring us food, that would be better. We're starving. The speaker was a beautiful woman dressed in a knee-length fitted skirt, exuding charm, with delicate features and slightly upturned eyes. Although she wasn't as voluptuous as the curly-haired woman, her slender figure was absolutely stunning. Seeing her, Wang Di couldn't help but be amazed. Her figure and looks were certainly on par with any beauty pageant winner from previous years. If she entered a beauty contest, she would definitely win. Although her voice was a bit delicate, it was hard to fault her. Such a woman deserved to be pampered. "Yes, we are going to starve if we don't eat soon." A Baiji girl with a small mouth looking like a doll pouted while holding her stomach. A few slightly more reserved beauties remained quiet, but their pale faces revealed that they were not in a good situation. It was getting dark soon, and entering the jungle at this time was clearly not a good idea. But letting these starving beauties go another night without food would likely cause problems. Thinking of this, Wang Di instructed them to wait there, then dove into the jungle and retrieved the last 2 packs of compressed cookies from his backpack before returning. When the beauties saw the compressed cookies in his hand, their eyes lit up. "Hey, where did you get the cookies? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The curly-haired girl eagerly approached, reaching out to grab the cookies. "Hold on, one at a time." Wang Di raised his hand to avoid her, calmly saying, "Everyone gets a share, just 1 piece each, no more, no less." He knew that sustaining peace on this island depended on equitable distribution, especially since there were more women. "What? I thought you would treat me differently." Looking at the small amount of cookies given to her, the curly-haired girl huffed, expressing her displeasure. But she quickly stuffed the cookies into her mouth and ate them with great relish. The cookies, which they usually regarded with disdain, were now a delicacy to them. Wang Di distributed the biscuits one by one. By the time he reached the last person, he noticed that everyone else was too busy eating biscuits to pay attention, so he gave the remaining biscuits to the pure and innocent girl with bright eyes and a pitiful expression. He did this intentionally. Earlier, he had noticed her silent demeanor, and the pale cherry blossom hue of her lips, which stirred his compassion, prompting him to quickly offer her the biscuits. The girl took the biscuits, clearly surprised. She whispered, "So many." Then hesitantly looking at Wang Di, she asked, "What about you?" "I just had some, I'm not hungry," he said, quickly stuffing the biscuits into the girl's hands. "Thank you." The girl glanced at him with gratitude, her gaze truly heart-wrenching. Once everyone finished the biscuits, the distilled water was ready. Wang Di lifted the pot lid and took out a small pot containing a modest amount of distilled water, allowing each of them to have a sip. Those beauty contestants who were used to a life of luxury initially looked down on the small pot. However, after munching on the compressed biscuits, they felt extremely thirsty. After a moment's hesitation, a girl with delicate features reached out for the small pot. As the first sip of distilled water entered her mouth, the sweet sensation caused the pretty girl to relax her brows, and she involuntarily let out a gasp of admiration. Seeing this, the other women eagerly asked her, "How is it? Is it good?" The girl nodded, "It's delicious." Upon hearing her, the others couldn't help but snatch the small pot, drinking in turns. Having been thirsty for a long time, they all praised the taste. The curly-haired girl even shot a flirtatious glance at Wang Di and coyly said, "Handsome, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive. My name is Zhong Yingying, what's yours?" Wang Di shook her extended hand, feeling its softness, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "My name is Wang Di, you can call me Di Ge." Zhong Yingying quickly called out Di Ge as she leaned closer to Wang Di's shoulder. The unique fragrance that wafted from her made Wang Di's heart flutter. Other women observed this with varying degrees of disdain on their faces, especially the enchanting woman who rolled her eyes and sneered vixen. Seeing her flirty demeanor, they thought, "What a worthless loser, yet she acts like a treasure." Zhong Yingying's actions were indeed a bit frivolous, but Wang Di could see that she was a clever woman who knew how to adapt and quickly find ways to live better no matter where she was. Clearly, his earlier performance had shown her that following him would grant her the greatest survival power. He felt a sense of pride, thinking this is just the beginning. In the future, he wouldn't let Zhong Yingying down, showing her that sticking with him was the way to survive well on this deserted island. Just as he was feeling grand, a graceful figure approached. It was unexpectedly in Mingting. Wang Di squinted at her, unable to deny that a female star was indeed a female star. Among a group of uniquely beautiful contestants, her distinct aloof aura made her stand out instantly. "I didn't expect there to be so many survivors." Upon seeing so many people alive, she appeared somewhat excited. However, it was evident that the beauty contestants were not very welcoming towards her. Apart from a few quieter ones who exchanged a couple of words, no one really paid her any attention. Used to being ostracized by her peers, in Mingting didn't mind much. But when she saw them sharing a pot of water that couldn't even be called a pot, drinking from it one after another, her usual poise faltered. "What are you doing?" she asked. Drinking water. Zhong Yingying shot her a sidelong glance, leaning even closer to Wang Di, and mockingly said, "Big star, you aren't thinking of joining us for the water, are you?" Clearly, she was not friendly towards Mingting. It made sense. Women like them, who prided themselves on their beauty, often looked down on those of their kind who still held on to their pride in front of them. And Mingting's expression soured further as she glanced at the small pot again, expressing her disdain. "There's water everywhere. This island has plenty of water. Why would I need to fight with you for it?" Evidently, she thought it was dirty to share water with so many. After all, she typically used her own high-end porcelain and even crystal utensils. As she was about to leave, the intellectual beauty interjected, "The water on this island is seawater. The more you drink, the thirstier you become, and it contains too many minerals, which is harmful to your body. It can't be consumed directly. Seawater is still water. Oh, what's wrong with drinking it?" And Mingting coldly retorted and turned to walk towards the sea. Watching her leave in her haughty manner, Wang Di silently sighed. The intellectual beauty was right. Seawater is undrinkable because it contains too much salt and various substances, which not only doesn't quench thirst, but can also disrupt the body's normal physiological functions and in severe cases cause poisoning. He believed in Mingting would soon realize this fact and come to seek him out. After all, she was a person with a higher education and wasn't ignorant of the fact that seawater is undrinkable. But she thought just a few sips would do. After all, it's still water and it would quench her thirst. Little did she know that upon taking her first sip, she nearly choked and spat it out. It was simply too salty. Seeing Zhong Yingying and the others watching her with interest from a distance, she forced herself to drink a few more sips. It wasn't long before she felt even thirstier. Having already felt parched after finishing the compressed biscuits, she now felt unbearably thirsty. Her face grew worse, and with no other choice, she walked back to Wang Di, awkwardly gazing at him. Can I have some of the water you made?" At that time, the water had made a full round back to Wang Di, who had just taken a sip and found that only a small amount was left. He had planned to save the water for later, but now Mingting had come over. Seeing this, Wang Di hesitated on how to give it to her reasonably, when Zhong Yingying impatiently chimed in with a mockery. "Oh, weren't you too good to share a pot of water with us? If you think you're too good for it, why not just drink seawater?" and Mengting's face turned red and white at her sarcasm. She planned to retort that she wouldn't drink it and turn away. But with her throat burning, she was forced to hold back. She realized that surviving was the most important thing right now and dignity had to be set aside, so she restrained herself and lowered her stance. I didn't mean to say I didn't know that earlier. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Di with urgency. Could you please give me the remaining bit of water? Seeing his usual goddess of the first rank pleading with him, and in her typically cool and charming gaze there was even a hint of a small plea, Wang Di could not bear to be harsh. However, he still put on an air of dignity and said in a deep voice, "All right." And Mengting took the small pot and eagerly began to drink the water. As the refreshing distilled water entered her mouth, the fiery sensation in her throat was immediately alleviated. However, there was only that little bit which was hardly enough for her. Seeing her unsatisfied expression, Wang Di gently cleared his throat and said in a deep voice that was just an experiment, "The distilled water is too little. To prevent everyone from being thirsty and unable to sleep at night, I plan to distill some more." Upon hearing this, although some women were skeptical that he was doing it for and Mengting feeling somewhat displeased, they actually hadn't had enough to drink either. Thinking about being able to drink good water before resting, they all perked up. Soon Wang Di distilled 2 more pots of water, ensuring everyone had enough to drink before deciding to sleep. At this moment, the bright moonlight spilled over the small island, as if draping a layer of pure white veil upon it. The distant sound of crashing waves made everyone feel as if they were in the fairyland of Penglai. However, this was merely a delusion of Wang Di, because as he finished telling everyone to go to sleep, a group of beautiful women began to chatter excitedly among themselves. "Oh dear, there are no mattresses. How can anyone sleep here?" "Exactly. I usually stay in presidential suites at hotels. How can I sleep in such a shabby place? How annoying. There are so many mosquitoes." Wang Di stared dumbfounded at this group of pampered young ladies, bitterly complaining, feeling a surge of irritation and unable to restrain himself from loudly retorting. "Come on, don't tell me you think this is a Disney escape the princess plot. You're overthinking it. This is the unfolding of Robinson Crusoe. We are in distress, not on vacation. And yet you want presidential suites. If you can imagine that, why not just ask the Marine Corps to take us home?" It seemed they never expected this previously timid loser to suddenly speak so loudly to them, leaving the group of beauty contestants speechless and exchanging glances. "Why do you get to criticize us? Do you even have the right?" Clearly, this group of beauty contestants was not composed of docile girls. "Who do you think you are?" Wang Di chuckled coldly a few times. Although he was just a loser, he wouldn't indulge these women in such a situation. "Fine then, tonight you all can forget about sleeping in this hut. You can solve your own sleeping problems," he said coldly. As soon as he said this, the group of beautiful women suddenly lost their tempers. Looking around apart from the open space they stood on, and the hut Wang Di had built, there was nowhere else to stay. Especially with the chilling roars echoing from deep within the island, they were even more reluctant to wander around. However, yielding to a mere hut and sharing it with a loser was something they felt a bit unwilling to accept. Thus, they had just discussed the sleeping arrangements loudly, intending to make Wang Di back down and find another place to sleep. After all, the hut was built solely by Wang Di and he had ownership over it. It felt somewhat inappropriate for them to brazenly occupy it. Little did they expect that Wang Di would not indulge them, leading to a stalemate. Zhong Yingying's beautiful eyes shifted, and she was about to step in to mediate, when she suddenly screamed, her gaze filled with terror as she pointed shakily at Wang Di's back. "A snake!" Instantly, the women erupted. "Oh!" The sounds of their screams echoed across the entire beach. Wang Di had turned around the moment Zhong Yingying shouted, discovering indeed a snake with a triangular head was slithering towards him. Glancing at the snake's patterns and its head, he furrowed his brow, realizing it was a venomous snake. Fortunately, the skills he honed in the army had not diminished. As the snake approached within a step, he swiftly grabbed its vital point. With a firm squeeze, the snake could no longer move. Looking at the women who were now jumping in fright, Wang Di felt his anger dissipate significantly. After all, they were just a group of distressed individuals, and sticking together for warmth was the way to go. Thus, he gently said to them, "It's okay, I've already killed the snake." "Really?" Calmly, the women sent forth their boldest member, the slender, well-proportioned intellectual beauty. As she approached, Wang Di noticed his heart was beating faster than when he had just killed the snake. He solemnly said, "Yes, I really killed it. You scared us to death just now. Thankfully, you were here." The intellectual beauty patted her chest, causing quite a stir. Wang Di never expected her seemingly slender figure to possess such ample curves. "It's fine now, you all should get some rest," Wang Di urged. Upon hearing this, the women who had just experienced the snake incident felt their inexplicable reluctance and resistance finally fade away. "Okay." After saying this, they obediently crawled into the hut Wang Di had built. Suddenly, the previously loud and Mengting collapsed to the ground. Wang Di's heart raced as he rushed over, but upon holding her, he couldn't help but exclaim, Oh no, she's burning up with fever. Is she running a fever? It must be because she got wet after going into the sea to catch fish today and caught a chill. The other women began to analyze the situation, and Wang Di felt an immense headache realizing that having too many women around was not always a good thing. Not daring to delay, he carried In Mingting back into the hut. To help her breathe easier, he first unbuttoned the top button of her blouse, revealing an astonishingly smooth curve that immediately captured Wang Di's attention, leaving him curious about what it would be like to unbind her completely. Wang Di quickly slapped himself thinking, what am I doing? Save her. After scolding himself, Wang Di dampened a towel with distilled water and placed it on In Mingting's forehead to achieve a cooling effect. Then he dashed into the wreckage of the plane and collected a pile of usable clothes and blankets, carefully covering In Mingting. The other women, seeing Wang Di take such careful care of In Mingting, felt a bit uncomfortable but had nothing to say. They could only obediently return to the hut, and after a long day they could not resist the overwhelming sleepiness and finally fell asleep. On the other side, Wang Di was busy attending to In Mingting, finally stabilizing her temperature. It was now 2 or 3 in the morning, and he too could not withstand the wave of drowsiness and fatigue, falling asleep in the blink of an eye. What he didn't know was that In Mingting had already woken up. At this moment, a complex expression flashed in her bright eyes as she tilted her head to glance at the man lying beside her, her heart a tangled mess. But thankfully you were here tonight. Moi. Wang Di woke up feeling for the spot next to him, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Where is she? Where is In Mingting? He looked up to find the hut still occupied by the group of beauty contestants sprawled out in various positions, but the only one missing was In Mingting, who had been next to him. Last night, to better take care of the feverish In Mingting, Wang Di had deliberately slept beside her. Little did he expect that upon waking up she had completely vanished. Flashing through his mind were some bad guesses, and Wang Di hurriedly got out of bed, racing to the beach while shouting In Mingting. Where are you? On the vast and boundless beach, Wang Di anxiously called out, worried that In Mingting had encountered trouble. The big star had vanished, and upon waking up he found no trace of her. Wang Di, I'm here. In Mingting quickly jogged over, apologizing. I'm sorry, I had to go to the bathroom, so I left the hut. Seeing that In Mingting was unharmed, Wang Di finally felt relieved. Don't stray too far from the hut in the future. This deserted island is too dangerous, he cautioned. Okay, I understand. In Mingting smiled as she approached, her spirits lifted now that she had recovered. Are you feeling better from your fever? Wang Di asked. I'm fine now, thank you. And Mingting sincerely expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for Wang Di's care, she might have faced serious consequences last night. Her persistent fever could have endangered her life. No need to thank me, Wang Di replied. I didn't expect you to be so caring. And Mingting smiled at Wang Di. Oh, after what happened last night, she had completely lowered her guard, knowing he had no ulterior motives. I was just afraid something would happen to you. We can't afford to lose anyone, Wang Di said. Stubborn. And Mingting smiled lightly, but she felt that Wang Di was different from others. If it were any other man, he would surely boast about his sacrifices, subtly hinting at wanting something in return, yet after saving her, Wang Di remained selfless. Toot toot. Suddenly a horn echoed across the vast ocean, the sound of a ship. Wang Di and In Mingting exclaimed in unison, turning excitedly towards the sea, where indeed a large ship appeared on the horizon. Wang Di, there's a cruise ship. We're saved. And Mingting cheered, waving her hands in excitement. Quick, send out a distress signal. Wang Di exclaimed joyfully, okay. And Mingting rushed to the fire, tossing twigs onto the flames. Due to the moisture in the twigs, thick smoke billowed up into the air. Wang Di quickly joined in to help, and together they threw bundles of twigs onto the fire, creating dense black smoke that soared into the sky like a flying dragon. Hey, help us! Help us! After throwing all the twigs onto the fire, In Mingting hurried to the beach, waving her arms on the sand. Wang Di also grabbed a twig, shaking it vigorously to attract the ship's attention, but unfortunately the ship did not notice them and continued to drift away, becoming smaller in their sight. Hey, hey! And Mingting called out anxiously from the beach, her voice hoarse, yet the cruise ship continued to recede into the distance. Wang Di intensified the smoke from the fire. Such thick smoke could be seen from miles away. However, the cruise ship still failed to see them, ultimately vanishing from sight. Help us! Help us! Watching the cruise ship disappear, In Mingting sank to the beach in despair, crying. She felt crushed, just as she had seen hope. It was now lost again, and the immense blow left In Mingting heartbroken. If the outcome is despair, it's better to have never hoped at all, for bringing them hope only to have it turn to despair is too painful. Whoa. And Mingting squatted by the sea, crying sorrowfully, her voice filled with desolation and helplessness. The gentle sea breeze blew in, carrying her mournful cries. By the beautiful seashore, the weeping beauty seemed like a homeless girl. Although Wang Di was also disappointed, he gathered his spirits and slowly walked to In Mingting, comforting her. Don't cry, oh, we still have a chance. Whoa, Wang Di, will we be trapped here forever? I miss my parents at home and fear they are worried about me. And Mengting's eyes were filled with tears, crying like a pitiful figure. We won't be trapped here as the rescue team will arrive soon. We live in a technological era. The relevant authorities must have already dispatched helicopters and ships to search for us. Wang Di reassured her. Really? And Mengting asked. I wouldn't lie to you. Just think about it. When a cruise ship has an accident and hundreds are in peril, it will surely attract global attention. Someone will come to rescue us. Wang Di continued to comfort her. Thank you for comforting me. And Mengting wiped her tears, accepting reality, especially since that cruise ship had already disappeared. Splash. The cold sea water kept washing up on the beach. Looking at the boundless ocean, Wang Di felt anxious and troubled. Why hadn't the cruise ship noticed their distress signal? This seemed unlikely because the thick smoke rose into the sky like a dragon. Such a large plume of smoke should be visible from miles away. Yet the ship continued to sail away. Oh, why was that? Could it be that there were valuable items on the cruise ship and the captain did not want to waste time or deal with complications, thus ignoring their call for help? By the sea, Mengting had regained her composure and was no longer as desperate as before. Have you heard the story of a 60-year-old man and an 18-year-old girl stranded on a deserted island? Wang Di suddenly asked. I haven't heard that one. And Mengting shook her head, indicating she had not heard of it, but she was curious as to why Wang Di suddenly brought it up. Actually, compared to that 18-year-old girl, you are quite lucky. You aren't at a disadvantage because I am not 60 and I am quite handsome, ha. Wang Di laughed. Full of yourself, and Mengting said, wiping away her last tear, too annoyed to respond. Cheer up, don't be negative. We still have a chance. Trust me, I will definitely bring you back safely. Wang Di stood up, his deep gaze fixed on the sea ahead, firmly believing they would survive and return home. Okay, I believe you. What shall we do next? And Mengting asked. First, we should prepare some breakfast. After lunch, we can cure some wild boar meat with sea salt. We need to find a way to survive. Only by living can we wait for the rescue team to arrive. Wang Di said. They had sun-dried sea salt yesterday, so they should have results today. All right, I'll follow your lead. Oh, let's survive together. And Mengting got up and followed Wang Di back to the beach. Wang Di firmly believed they would survive as long as they remained determined and worked hard to overcome the difficulties of survival. There would be a chance to wait for the rescue team. Back at the fire, the two roasted wild boar meat to eat. Wang Di planned to finish breakfast and, after curing the wild boar meat at noon, walk along the coastline to see if they could encounter other survivors. There is strength in numbers, and if they could meet others, they could face the crisis together. However, although there is strength in numbers, troubles also multiply. If some survivors had ill intentions, disaster could easily strike. Because this is an island with no human presence and no constraints, greed and human nature can easily be ignited. After the two finished eating, it was already noon and the sun was strong in the sky. Wang Di fashioned 2 straw hats from twigs to avoid sunburn. The two arrived at the place where they had sun-dried salt the day before and saw that the rock pit had layers of white sea salt laid out. However, this sea salt had not been specially processed or filtered, which is not healthy for the human body. But now survival was difficult enough, so health concerns were secondary. They could only try to consume it sparingly. Wang Di sea salt, and Mengting pointed at the sea salt in the rock pit. Her mood much improved compared to before. Wang Di nodded slightly, then with his hands behind his back like a leader said, You go collect that sea salt, and then cure the wild boar meat. How dare you order me, a great star, to do something? And Mengting clenched her small fists, expressing her discontent. Because I am the king of this island, so you must listen to me, Wang Di replied. If you are the king of the island, then I shall be the queen here, and Mengting scoffed. Queen. Wang Di smirked, amused by her ambition to be a queen. My mistake, my mistake. Lu Fu raised her hand, waving her delicate fingers, and corrected herself. I am the empress here, so you must listen to me. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner, Wang Di suggested. All right. And Mengting readily agreed, and the two prepared to settle their dispute with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Wang Di clenched his fist intentionally, making his middle and index fingers slightly protrude, pretending to be ready to show scissors. And Mengting secretly rejoiced and quickly threw out rock, but Wang Di revealed paper. Haha, you lost, Wang Di laughed. I did not. You are too cunning. And Mengting attempted to cheat, but cheating was in a Bowtie's nature. A bet is a bet, oh, no cheating allowed, Wang Di said seriously. And Mengting pouted and walked over to the rocky pit to collect sea salt, muttering to herself, What a miserable fate, stranded on a deserted island, and I end up with a good for nothing who only thinks of commanding others, while he himself does nothing. After a few complaints, Wang Di walked over to gather sea salt, preparing to personally cure the wild boar meat. While the sun has risen in the west, when did you become so hard-working? And Mengting asked deliberately. Actually, I'm quite diligent, you just haven't noticed, Wang Di replied with a smile. You are the laziest person in the world. And Mengting argued playfully. After collecting the sea salt, Wang Di returned to the fire and spread all the sea salt over the wild boar meat. With the salt curing and smoking it, the meat could be preserved for a long time. In the countryside, villagers used this method to cure pork, and it could last for years. However, considering the climate here, it might only last a month. But a month is sufficient. Wang Di estimated that the rescue team would arrive within a week at most. And Mengting rolled up her sleeves, preparing to help. You can rest by the side. I can handle this. Be careful not to dirty your hands. You should do it yourself and be self-sufficient. Ew, I don't want to be thought of as a burden. And Mengting disregarded the grease and sat on the ground with Wang Di helping to cure the wild boar meat. After an hour, the two finally finished their task. They prepared to walk along the coastline, hoping to find other survivors. There were hundreds of people on the cruise ship at the time. Perhaps others were lucky and washed up on the beach, or maybe some supplies were washed ashore. Currently, the two had nothing but a lighter. Any important supplies from the cruise ship would greatly assist their survival on the island. The sea breeze continuously swept in and layers of white waves surged onto the beach. Wang Di and Mengting walked along the beach. The island's coastline was exceedingly long, likely taking 2 days to traverse, and they could not wander too far from the camp. Strange. Wang Di furrowed his brow, contemplating as he looked at the long coastline. What's wrong? And Mengting asked. Wang Di remarked, this island is vast with such a long coastline, yet why is there no human habitation? In today's technological era, islands suitable for human living are fiercely contested, yet this island shows no signs of human presence. And Mengting shook her head and said, this is indeed very strange. The coastline of this island is long and circular, probably covering hundreds of miles. Such a large island with lush vegetation, yet no one lives here, as if the entire world has forgotten about it. In an era where every inch of land is contested, let alone such a large island, even a small island peeking out of the sea would have countless countries fighting over it, perhaps even going to war. Yet this island is too peculiar, showing no signs of human footprints. The more Wang Di thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Wow! Suddenly, Mengting joyfully ran over, picking up a dark object under a rock. It was a frying pan. Wang Di, I found a frying pan. And Mengting waved the frying pan in her hand, dancing with joy. On this island, a frying pan was incredibly important, even priceless, as it was a supply from the cruise ship. After the cruise ship capsized, the waves swept into the cabin, washing the frying pan onto the beach. Wang Di, am I lucky or what? And Mengting beamed with delight, her charming dimples showing, looking lovely like a sea princess. And Mengting, you are indeed lucky. Let's continue searching, perhaps there are more supplies. Wang Di ran over, also happily saying, And Mengting nodded excitedly, adding, but this frying pan is mine. Yours? Everything is yours, Wang Di said lazily, not wanting to argue with her. Oh, anyway, her belongings felt like his. With the frying pan, our lives will be much more convenient. And Mengting revealed her white teeth, looking as happy as a princess. Besides making life easier, you can also use the frying pan to hit me. Why would I hit you with a frying pan? And Mengting tilted her head, her beautiful gaze fixed on Wang Di. Red wolf often hits gray wolf with a frying pan, Wang Di laughed. And Mengting rolled her eyes and retorted, a frying pan is so precious. How could I bear to use it to hit you? I would only use a wooden stick or stones to throw at you. You are too cruel. Wang Di clutched his heart, showing great pain. Now you know how formidable I am, so don't provoke me or make me angry in the future. And Mengting said with pride. This great star found a frying pan and became a bit arrogant, treating a small victory as a grand achievement. The two continued searching along the beach for supplies and other survivors, but after walking for an hour, they still found nothing, as if the only supply from the cruise ship that had washed ashore was this frying pan. Wang Di and Mengting, is that you? Just as the two were about to return to the camp, a girl's voice called out from behind. Wang Di and Mengting turned around to see a girl standing under a dark rock. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with wavy hair, dyed bright gold, dressed in colorful clothing that seemed very trendy. Jin Feng, is that you? Upon seeing this girl, Mengting was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to still be alive. Jin Feng, so it is you. Wang Di was also somewhat surprised, not expecting to encounter Jin Feng, who was still alive. Wang Di and Mengting, this is great. I can't believe I ran into you. Jin Feng was very excited, but she didn't run over. Instead, she leaned against the rock, possibly too weak to move. Jin Feng was also a student of the university's finance department, but her reputation was not good. It was said that she often frequented upscale places in pursuit of a wealthy lifestyle. It was rumored that a 60-year-old man had been in a relationship with Jin Feng for over half a year. He was involved in real estate. But these were merely Jin Feng's private matters and irrelevant to outsiders. Wang Di and Mengting, this is wonderful. I didn't expect you to still be alive. When Wang Di and Mengting approached, Jin Feng wore a happy smile. It's great to see you. How did you survive? Wang Di asked. And Mengting also looked at Jin Feng, curiously noting her exhaustion. and surmising she had endured a lot of hardship. I was on the deck watching the sea when suddenly a fierce wind and huge waves appeared. I anxiously ran towards the cabin, but the waves were too swift, and in an instant I was swept into the ocean. Just when I thought I was doomed, I found myself washed up on the beach. Jean Feng recalled the scene with a face full of terror, still haunted by the memory. It's good to be alive. Did you encounter any other survivors? No, Jean Feng replied, weakly struggling to say. After I woke up, I was both exhausted and hungry, and very thirsty, so I ventured into the forest to look for food, but, what happened then? Wang Di asked. Jean Feng's eyes filled with fear as she said nervously, just a few hours after entering the forest, I encountered a python. It was enormous, and I was so frightened that I hurriedly escaped back to the beach. After waking up, Jean Feng, feeling thirsty and hungry, entered the forest searching for water and food. As a result, she encountered a python, which scared her into fleeing back to the beach. Due to the intense heat, she hid under a rock to rest until she met Wang Di and the others. As a frail woman, encountering a python in the forest would surely terrify her. Wang Di and Mengting, there are pythons in this forest. They're very big, very long. Jean Feng anxiously gestured with her hands, indicating that the python was enormous. However, this forest is indeed dangerous. Wang Di had gone into the woods last night to look for herbs and encountered a dark beast of unknown origin, moving quickly and agilely. If not for Wang Di's skills honed from years of training, he might have already perished. As long as you're okay, that's good, and Mengting said. Wang Di and Mengting, how did you two meet? Are there any other survivors here? Aside from you, we haven't encountered any other survivors. Wang Di briefly recounted how he met in Mengting, but didn't go into too much detail. I wonder how those classmates, teachers, and other outsiders are doing. How many are still alive? Jean Feng gasped, feeling weak. Among the hundreds aboard the cruise ship, not all were school members, some were outsiders. You must be hungry and thirsty, right? Come back to our camp with us, and we'll give you fresh water and food, and Mengting said. You have fresh water and food. Jean Feng was very excited. Her throat was dry, and she was starving, eagerly wanting water and food. We have fresh water and food at our camp. And Mengting and Jean Feng slowly walked towards the camp. Wang Di followed behind with a frying pan and a wooden stick, relieved to have another survivor, especially since it was Jean Feng. Although her reputation wasn't great, she was a woman and posed little threat. If other men appeared, Wang Di would have to be cautious, as one can never truly know a person's heart. About an hour later, the three returned to the camp. Wow, water, fresh water, wild boar meat. Upon seeing the fresh water in the bamboo tube, Jean Feng excitedly picked up a tube and tilted her head, drinking greedily. However, she wasted a lot of it. Wang Di shook his head disapprovingly. Jean Feng didn't understand the importance of saving water, but seeing her extreme thirst, he didn't want to criticize her too much, especially since there was a water source in the jungle. Oh, this feels so good. It's so refreshing. After drinking, Jean Feng happily wiped her mouth, although most of the water in the tube had already been wasted. Wow, there's food too. Jean Feng walked over to the fire and began to savor the roasted meat. Since most of the meat was ribs, it was difficult to eat the bony parts, so she tossed some away as she gnawed. Jean Feng, eat slowly. Don't throw away what you haven't finished. Try to eat as much as you can, and Mengting reminded her not to waste food. I'm just so hungry. This wild boar meat is delicious. Wang Di and Mengting, you two are amazing for hunting a wild boar. As Jean Feng devoured the meat, she praised them profusely, but she tossed some bones away without finishing them. Jean Feng, don't waste the wild boar meat. You haven't finished eating it yet, but it's such a pity to throw it away. Wang Di was displeased. Jean Feng, you're too stingy. We're classmates. Once I'm full, I can just give you money after we leave here. Jean Feng frowned, thinking Wang Di was too stingy, especially since there was plenty of wild boar meat. Even if some was wasted, it wouldn't matter. It's fine to finish eating, but wasting it is a pity. Wang Di's voice was cold. If this continued, the wild boar meat would soon be gone. Alright, I'm full now. Wang Di and Mengting, thank you. I won't forget you too. Jean Feng rubbed her hands together, then looked at the hut in surprise, saying, wow, there's even a place to rest and sleep. I'm tired, can I go sleep in the hut? You can rest in the hut, but once you're rested, you need to help us with some tasks. Wang Di suggested, planning to let Jean Feng rest for a few hours before going to find wild vegetables. Jean Feng stretched and walked towards the hut. The hut was built yesterday, and due to time constraints, the stone walls were not very sturdy and could not withstand a beast's attack. If a strong beast appeared, it would be dangerous. However, after reinforcing it today, the stone wall, which was 1.5 meters high, became quite solid. As for the height above 1.5 meters, that was made of wood, because using stones would be too risky. If it collapsed, it could be life-threatening. After finishing their tasks, the two of them sat down on a rock to catch their breath. Wang Di handed a bamboo tube to Mengting, saying, you must be tired. Have some water. Thank you. And Mengting smiled slightly as she took the tube and carefully drank from it, afraid of wasting any. After finishing the water, Mengting asked, Wang Di, do you have any issues with Jin Feng? Yes, I think she's very selfish, wasting fresh water and food. Wang Di's tone was cold. I also think she's very selfish, and Meng Ting agreed. While the two were talking, Jin Feng walked out of the hut. She stretched and looked at the sky, saying, "Wow, what time is it now? The sun is almost setting. How long did I sleep?" "You've been asleep for several hours. Did you rest well?" Wang Di asked. "I slept for several hours, and it was really comfortable." Jin Feng yawned as she walked over. She intended to drink water, but upon seeing Wang Di holding the bamboo tube, she hesitated for a moment, then picked up another tube, apparently disliking Wang Di's. "That's the last bamboo tube. Drink sparingly and don't waste it," Wang Di reminded her. Wang Di noticed Jin Feng's previous action and her disdain, but he didn't want to make a fuss about it, as no one wanted to drink from someone else's used bamboo tube. "Got it, it's just fresh water, not life or death. Why do you keep reminding me? Aren't we still classmates?" Jin Feng complained, perhaps thinking Wang Di was being too stingy. "Jin Feng, you misunderstood Wang Di. He just wants to let you know that while there is fresh water in the forest, it's a bit troublesome to collect it, so we should try to conserve it and not waste it," and Meng Ting explained. "I understand," Jin Feng said, somewhat displeased, muttering, "It's just a bit of fresh water. Back in school, I wouldn't even drink domestic mineral water, only imported brands." Wang Di frowned, feeling annoyed that Jin Feng would say such a thing. Having frequented various high-end places and knowing many wealthy people, Jin Feng lived a life akin to a rich girl with a lofty attitude. "Jin Feng, this is an island. Many things cannot be measured by money," and Meng Ting said. "We are not leaving here. I am confident that within 3 days the rescue team will definitely arrive." With that, Jin Feng tilted her head back and continued to drink water, and due to this action, she wasted some. Wang Di felt very upset. This dead woman was really sick and too self-centered, disregarding the feelings of others. And Meng Ting was also very angry. Jin Feng was truly selfish. "Let's go into the forest to look for wild vegetables," Wang Di suggested as he got up. Okay," and Meng Ting nodded, smiling as she stood up. "Why do we need to eat wild vegetables? Don't we have wild boar meat? There's enough wild boar meat to last us 10 days or more, and besides, the rescue team will find us in no more than 3 days." Jin Feng asked. "The wild boar meat is cured with sea salt, which hasn't been filtered, and combined with the greasy nature of the pork, we must eat some vegetables, otherwise our bodies won't be able to digest it." Wang Di explained, although there were dangers in the forest, they had to go. Constantly eating food preserved in sea salt would eventually lead to trouble for their bodies. "Jin Feng, let's go together and take a walk in the forest," and Meng Ting invited. "I won't go, you all can go. I don't want to go into the forest." Jin Feng sat on a rock to rest, as she did not want to go into the forest. Wang Di said, displeased, "Why don't you want to go?" "Because I don't want to go into the forest, Wang Di. You and Meng Ting can go. I will remember your kindness and give you money after we leave here." Jin Feng mentioned money again, which made Wang Di very unhappy, because on a deserted island money could not solve anything, especially since it was just an empty promise. "I'm not interested in your money. Since you're stranded on a deserted island, you have to work hard to survive, otherwise, even if you have money, you'll still starve to death," Wang Di said. "Wang Di, why are you so stingy? Are you still a man? Doing a little more work won't kill you. At worst, after we leave here, I'll give you some money." Jin Feng was very unhappy, thinking Wang Di was too stingy. Moreover, she looked down on Wang Di because he was poor, believing that even if stranded on a deserted island, he should still take good care of her, as she felt superior to him. "I give you 2 choices. Either come with us to the forest to look for wild vegetables, or you can fend for yourself. I don't have the energy to take care of another useless person." Wang Di's voice was cold. Taking care of her was a favor, and not doing so was just common sense. Damn, thinking everything can be solved with money. Oh, does she think this is the city? Wang Di was somewhat annoyed. Jin Feng was too selfish, wanting to solve everything with money. "Wang Di, we are classmates. It's only right for you to take care of me for a few days. Once we leave here, I'll give you 100,000, and besides, the rescue team will arrive in a few days." Jin Feng's attitude was arrogant, because she looked down on Wang Di. With a poor guy like him, if it weren't for being stranded on a deserted island, she wouldn't even bother to talk to him. "Jin Feng, do you really think you are rich? Trying to solve everything with money? Wang Di, I didn't expect you to be so stingy. Are you even a man? Doing a little more work won't kill you." Jin Feng was furious, believing Wang Di was too stingy. She thought of herself as a girl and a classmate of Wang Di. With this relationship, Wang Di should take care of her and not make her work. "So you go fend for yourself," Wang Di said impatiently, not wanting to talk to Jin Feng. "Wang Di, I thought I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I can't take care of you. You go, and we will each fend for ourselves. Good luck to you." Wang Di didn't want to waste words with Jin Feng. Damn, does she really think having a bit of money makes her special? And Meng Ting, standing aside, said, "Jin Feng, on this deserted island, not everything can be solved with money. My family is also wealthy, but I still need to work." "What do you mean? Are you insulting me?" When In Meng Ting said these words, Jean Feng was very angry, believing In Meng Ting was insulting her. In fact, she had always envied In Meng Ting because she was a true rich person. Back in school, the men around her always talked about how beautiful the big star In Meng Ting was and how wealthy her family was. Every time Jean Feng heard these words, she felt very displeased. I'm not insulting you, I just want to tell you the reality, In Meng Ting said coldly. You are insulting me, you think you are superior to me, so you speak to me with this attitude. Jean Feng stood up angrily. If In Meng Ting hadn't said that, it would have been fine, but after she did, Jean Feng felt humiliated. You are truly unreasonable. In Meng Ting was very angry. It was impossible to explain or communicate with such a woman. Forget it, leave her alone, she can go wherever she likes. Wang Di didn't want to waste words with Jean Feng. He moved several large stones and placed the wild boar head in between them. He stacked them into a square and covered them with a large stone. Each stone weighed 200 to 300 pounds, making it very secure to place the wild boar meat inside, as Jean Feng was too weak to steal it. Moreover, Jean Feng didn't have a lighter. Jean Feng understood Wang Di's intention, however she truly couldn't push those large stones away, and she hadn't thought about leaving Wang Di anyway. After all, she didn't dare to survive alone, she was just very lazy and didn't want to work. Let's go into the forest to look for wild vegetables. After securing the wild boar meat, Wang Di said to In Meng Ting. Okay. And Meng Ting walked into the forest with Wang Di. She also didn't want to talk to Jean Feng, as this woman was unreasonable, impossible to communicate with, selfish, lazy, and self-righteous. Seeing Wang Di and In Meng Ting leave, Jean Feng gritted her teeth in anger, believing In Meng Ting looked down on her, striking at her because she wasn't as wealthy. The dense forest was like an ocean. In the forest, Wang Di held a wooden stick, carefully searching for wild vegetables with In Meng Ting. Although the forest was very dangerous, they had to find wild vegetables, as constantly eating greasy food would make it hard for their bodies to digest, especially since the food they were eating contained untreated sea salt. Actually, there are many edible wild vegetables, such as plantain drumstick leaves, shepherd's purse, and so on. These wild vegetables are quite common, Wang Di patiently explained to In Meng Ting as they walked through the forest. I don't recognize these wild vegetables, but as long as you teach me, I will definitely remember. In Meng Ting listened carefully. Although she had never seen these wild vegetables, she was eager to learn and just needed to remember them. Wang Di continued, besides wild vegetables, mushrooms in the forest are also edible, but most mushrooms are poisonous. Wang Di recalled that when he was in the countryside, the villagers often went into the mountains to look for wild mushrooms to eat, but every year a few of them would have accidents, yet those people continued to rush forward, seemingly unafraid of death. How can we tell if mushrooms are poisonous? And Meng Ting asked. Wild mushrooms can be roughly divided into two categories: those that grow in the soil, including those in grass, and those that grow on trees. However, 90% of poisonous mushrooms come from the ground. Wang Di carefully taught In Meng Ting how to identify mushrooms. Note: never eat wild mushrooms indiscriminately. Once poisoned, there is almost no antidote. And Meng Ting listened intently. When Wang Di talked, she wanted to learn more survival knowledge, as it would be beneficial for survival. Wang Di, I suddenly thought of a question. Can we look for some wild vegetable seeds and then clear the land to plant them? The soil here is very good and suitable for growing vegetables. You are really smart to think of this, but growing vegetables takes too long. The rescue team might arrive in a few days, so it's not necessary right now. Wang Di smiled. That's true. And Meng Ting nodded slightly, then continued searching for wild vegetables with Wang Di. In the lush forest, Wang Di carefully searched for wild vegetables alongside In Meng Ting. He was vigilant, fearing the appearance of wild beasts. This forest was not safe, but since they hadn't ventured deep into it, it should be fine during the day. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, and In Meng Ting's long black hair danced in the wind. Wang Di noticed how beautiful and enchanting she looked as her hair fluttered. What are you looking at? Am I beautiful? And Meng Ting sweetly smiled as she caught Wang Di's gaze. I was just admiring your hair. It's more beautiful than you are, Wang Di replied. Huh? And Meng Ting huffed coldly, pretending to be angry. You're really too much. Are you upset? If you're angry, then just cut your hair to vent your frustration, Wang Di suggested. Am I crazy? Why would I cut my hair to vent my anger? And Meng Ting laughed brightly. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked through the forest. After an hour, they found plenty of wild vegetables, although most were old and tough. However, the leaves were still edible. Very few people had likely eaten these wild vegetables, which had a medicinal smell, but tasted quite good. Wang Di crafted a basket from vines, and after filling it with wild vegetables, he asked In Meng Ting to carry it. Time to wrap up and head back. He clapped his hands, preparing to return to the camp. And Meng Ting nodded and handed the vine basket to Wang Di, indicating for him to carry it. You can carry the basket, Wang Di said. If I'm carrying something, then what about you? What are you doing? And Meng Ting smiled and asked. Wang Di shook the stick in his hand and replied, I'm responsible for protecting you with this stick. Come on, I'm a girl. How can a girl carry things while a man slacks off? And Mengting pouted. We're partners, been teaching you about wild vegetables, so you should contribute too, Wang Di countered. Fine, in light of your contributions and usefulness to me, I will endure this hardship, and Mengting said, raising her hands in resignation. Pleasure doing business with you. Wang Di extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Mengting. Pleasure doing business with you. And Mengting naturally reached out and lightly shook hands with Wang Di. In the vibrant green forest, the two walked and chatted momentarily, forgetting the troubles of being stranded on a deserted island. Upon exiting the forest and arriving at the beach, they saw Jin Feng still standing in the camp. Her expression seemed a bit unnatural upon seeing Wang Di return, perhaps filled with regret. Wang Di pretended not to see Jin Feng. Wang Di, I was wrong. Jin Feng gathered her courage to approach, bowing slightly and saying, I apologize, or I was wrong earlier, and I offer my sincere apologies. Wang Di maintained a blank expression, unwilling to look at this woman. Wang Di, I truly was wrong. I ask for your forgiveness, Jin Feng reiterated. After calming down, Jin Feng regretted her earlier conflict with Wang Di. There were only 3 of them alive on this deserted island, and Wang Di was the only man. Without his protection, she wouldn't survive. You should leave. Let's fend for ourselves, Wang Di replied coldly, having no good feelings toward this woman. Wang Di, Jin Feng wanted to continue apologizing, but Wang Di turned around and left without giving her a chance. Watching Wang Di's retreating figure, Jin Feng silently clenched her fists, biting her teeth, her gaze filled with disappointment and sorrow. Back by the fire, Wang Di said to Mengting, you take care of adding firewood, and I will go to the beach to wash the wild vegetables. Okay, but we are running low on fresh water. We need to get some tomorrow, or we will run out, and Mengting remarked with concern. Leave that to me. I will fetch water tomorrow, Wang Di replied. He took some of the wild vegetables to the beach to wash them, as using fresh water to wash them would be a waste. Seeing Wang Di and Mengting chatting, Jin Feng's resentment deepened. She believed Mengting must be speaking ill of her or encouraging Wang Di to deal with her. The sea stretched endlessly before them. The cold, clear seawater gently surged, and the sparkling waves occasionally glimmered. The sea was beautiful. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached from behind. Wang Di turned to see Jin Feng coming. Jin Feng gently bit her lip and walked over to Wang Di, her mood heavy as she quietly said, I was wrong earlier. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. Wang Di remained silent, as if he hadn't heard Jin Feng's apology. Seeing Wang Di's silence, Jin Feng gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment before softly asking, what must I do for you to forgive me? Wang Di still did not respond. Jin Feng bit her teeth and bashfully said, Wang Di, as long as you forgive me and take care of me, I can give you anything, even myself. Here on the deserted island, there is no one around day or night. If you need me, I can go into the woods with you at any time. Wang Di looked up at Jin Feng, surprised by her words. Wang Di, you won't regret taking care of me. I can give you anything, including myself. But if you take care of Mengting, you will gain nothing. That rich girl will forget you once she leaves here, and by then you'll be left with nothing. Jin Feng continued, I'm just trying to sow discord. Wang Di coldly smiled. If Mengting had said those words to him, he would have been tempted to rush to the woods. However, he had no interest in Jin Feng, who frequently frequented high-end places during their school days. Wang Di, what do you want? Jin Feng asked through gritted teeth. I still say fend for yourself, Wang Di replied. Wang Di, I wasn't angry with you earlier. I was just upset with Mengting. She implied that I was less wealthy than her, and she humiliated me. Jin Feng explained, fearing Wang Di misunderstood. Wang Di didn't want to respond. He wasn't in the mood to listen to these girls' squabbles. Wang Di, as long as you keep me here, I will give myself to you. I've set aside my pride to beg you please forgive me, and I won't be lazy or selfish anymore, Jin Feng continued. Jin Feng further insisted. If Wang Di agreed, she wouldn't care about her reputation, as she had none to begin with. The men she had been with ranged from 60 years old to younger than her. She didn't mind as long as they had money. So I find you can stay, but I won't let you do those things with me. Just follow my arrangements from now on, Wang Di said. Since Jin Feng had given up her pride and said she would give herself to him, Wang Di forgave her once. However, he truly didn't dare to take Jin Feng, fearing potential dangers. Thank you. I will definitely change for the better, Jin Feng smiled, although a hint of resentment flickered in her eyes. Clean these wild vegetables well, Wang Di instructed. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity, Jin Feng replied. Jin Feng squatted by the sea washing the wild vegetables, but she secretly vowed that once she encountered other survivors or returned to the city, she would immediately sever ties with Wang Di and seek revenge for today's humiliation. As the sun began to set, the day passed quickly, and soon it was dusk. The vast, endless sea glowed with golden rays resembling a beautiful painting. And Mengting squatted by the fire, blowing continuously, trying to fan the flames like a blower to make them burn quickly. Oh. And Mengting puffed her cheeks like a clam lying on the ground, blowing repeatedly at the fire pit. Cough. Wang Di approached and coughed. This damned fire is so hard to manage. Ooh, I've been blowing for ages, and it's useless. The woman complained, her face darkened, stained black by charcoal. Your method is useless, Wang Di said. Woo Wang Di, I'm out of breath. And Mingting looked pitiful, her body soft, perhaps from blowing too much air. What's wrong? Are you deflated? Wang Di asked. And Mingting replied angrily. You're the one who's deflated. I'm not inflatable, so how could I deflate? I just blew too much air, which made me weak. Step aside, let me do this, Wang Di instructed, asking and Mingting to stand aside. There was too much firewood piled up, which was not conducive to burning, but needed to be elevated. After taking out a few of the largest logs, Wang Di placed some twigs above the charcoal fire, then elevated the larger logs. After a few minutes, a roaring flame ignited. Wow, Wang Di, you're amazing, and Mingting clapped, genuinely impressed. Starting a fire depends on personal character. If your character is good, it's easy to ignite, but if not, it's very difficult to light a fire. As Wang Di added more firewood, he said, How dare you say my character is bad? They'll hit you. And Mingting casually swung her fist, landing a punch on Wang Di's back. I forgot to tell you that I asked Jin Feng to stay for a while, Wang Di said. You can decide for yourself. Ooh, I have no authority to interfere. And Mingting shrugged, indifferent, as this was Wang Di's decision. Jin Feng approached with a basket, having already washed the wild vegetables. Seeing Wang Di and Mingting laughing and chatting, she felt jealousy and resentment, thinking Wang Di was targeting her and that Mingting was enjoying her misfortune. Wang Di, beautiful, and Mingting, I have finished washing the wild vegetables, Jin Feng said with a smile masking her inner bitterness. Give me the wild vegetables, and it'll make you a soup. Wang Di placed a frying pan on the stone stove, filled it with fresh water, and added the wild vegetables. Bubbling, bubbling. The sound of boiling water filled the pan, and after about 10 minutes the vegetables were cooked. Wang Di broke a few branches and said to the two, Let's use these branches as chopsticks. We can eat the wild vegetables while gnawing on the roasted wild boar meat. Sounds good. And Mingting replied, taking the branch chopsticks and holding the roasted wild boar meat in one hand. Wang Di picked up a few wild vegetables to eat. Although the drumstick vegetable was a bit tough, it was still edible, just requiring a bit more chewing. Jin Feng originally wanted to grab some wild vegetables, but seeing Wang Di eat first made her hesitant, perhaps feeling a bit disdainful. And Mingting, however, did not hesitate to grab a handful of wild vegetables and enjoyed them with delight. How does it taste? Wang Di asked. It has a medicinal flavor, but it's very fresh and quite good, and Mingting replied. Eat more wild vegetables, it's good for your health, Wang Di said. Okay, thanks, and Mingting said, munching on the wild vegetables while enjoying the roasted boar meat. Jin Feng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly picking up some wild vegetables, but she complained, These wild vegetables taste terrible. There's no oil, no salt, and no seasoning. Having something to eat is better than nothing, Jin Feng. Don't be so picky, and Mingting replied. Am I being picky? And Mingting, I think you're intentionally targeting me. Jin Feng was very angry. She had felt wronged and suppressed earlier and was looking for someone to vent her frustration on. She didn't dare offend Wang Di, but felt she could take it out on Mingting. I wasn't targeting you, don't overthink it, and Mingting explained. Then what did you mean earlier? Why did you say I was picky? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Jin Feng pressed on, staring at Mingting with a fierce expression. Oh, and Mingting was speechless, wondering what was wrong with Jin Feng, as if she had taken crazy pills, lashing out at whoever was nearby. Eat quietly. If anyone causes trouble, be careful. I won't be polite, Wang Di said sternly. Wang Di, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to target you. Jin Feng was about to explain, but when she saw the unfriendly look in Wang Di's eyes, she dared not speak. She feared being driven away. Offending Mingting would only mean losing a talking companion, but offending Wang Di would mean starving to death. After dinner, we'll go to the beach to look for sea snails. We'll rest after dark, Wang Di arranged. We already have wild vegetables and so much wild boar meat. Why do we need to look for sea snails? Jin Feng asked. Wang Di didn't answer. He couldn't be bothered with such a foolish question. And Mingting explained, Jin Feng, the food from the sea contains salt. Although we have sea salt, it hasn't been specially processed, so it can't be eaten frequently. We can only substitute it with food from the sea to obtain what the body needs. Jin Feng sneered coldly, feeling that Mingting was humiliating her again, probably trying to embarrass her in front of Wang Di. The sunset's afterglow shone on the beach, and the vast sea surface glimmered. After finishing their meal, Wang Di led the two to the beach, where they searched carefully for sea snails. Sea snails mostly lived in shallow waters beneath the rocks along the shore, and they were not very large. Sea snails were hard to fill one's stomach with due to their little meat and excessive sand. As for why they didn't fish, the reason was simple. The sea was vast, and a few pounds of fish wouldn't appear near the shore unless there were fishing boats or large nets, otherwise it was impossible to catch fish. Under a black rock, Wang Di found 2 sea snails. They resembled rice snails, but some sea snails were larger than rice snails. The three searched carefully in the shallow waters. Due to the large area of the beach and the many rocks, it was quite challenging to find sea snails. And Mengting took off her shoes, rolled up her pants, and followed Wang Di closely in search. Jin Feng, standing a dozen meters away, saw and Mengting close to Wang Di and occasionally sneered. After about an hour, the three found over 100 sea snails. Wang Di planned to smash all these sea snails to extract the meat inside. However, breaking the snails was dangerous, as it could easily cut fingers, so he let the two women rest. Splash! The tide surged in the dusky sea, occasionally producing a sound of whoosh. Wang Di squatted by the shore, breaking open the sea snails, while Mengting sat on a rock, hugging her knees, staring into the distance with her flowing black hair. Under the sunset, in the gentle breeze on the rocky shore, she who gazed into the distance was beautiful indeed. In her tranquility, Mengting seemed to merge with the beautiful sea. That kind of beauty was the beauty of harmony between humanity and nature, the beauty of the sea and the beautiful woman. Jin Feng also sat on a rock, looking at the distance with a melancholic mood. She longed to leave this place quickly. Crack! Crack! Wang Di picked up a stone and smashed the sea snails one by one. It was getting dark, and he needed to finish breaking the snails early, otherwise it would be difficult to see in the dark. While Wang Di was squatting by the shore breaking sea snails, he suddenly felt something was off. He noticed that the sea level seemed to have risen slightly. The small rock earlier, which wasn't submerged, was now covered by water. What was going on? Wang Di was curious. When he saw the eerie fiery clouds, he felt a bit uneasy. Such strange fiery clouds surely indicated something unusual was about to happen. And Mengting, Jin Feng, come here quickly, Wang Di called anxiously. What's wrong? The two women hurried over. Wang Di said seriously, we might have to move, we can't stay by the sea anymore. Why? And Mengting was reluctant to move, as there was a stone hut built by the beach and food available. If they moved to the forest, it would soon be dark, and it would be difficult to find a suitable place to stay. I estimate the tide will rise, Wang Di said. This should be unlikely, and Mengting said somewhat doubtful. Jin Feng also said, how could the tide rise? Our luck can't be that bad, and high tides are a rare occurrence, happening only once in several years. Wang Di pointed at a small black reef ahead and said, I remember that reef was not submerged by the sea before, but now it is. This is a sign of rising tides, and the fiery clouds in the sky look strange. Perhaps something significant is about to happen. And Mengting closely observed the shore and exclaimed in surprise, the sea level is indeed rising. Those are the footprints we left earlier, and they have already been submerged by the waves. Wang Di examined the situation closely, confirming that he had indeed only noticed the reef and overlooked the footprints. We need to relocate to the higher ground in the forest. It could be dangerous if the tide rises while we are at the shore. Wang Di said seriously, I'll follow your lead. And Mengting agreed, expressing no objections, as everything was at Wang Di's discretion. You two are being overly suspicious. It's perfectly normal for the sea level to rise slightly. Jin Feng mocked the two for being too timid. Better safe than sorry, Wang Di replied seriously. I don't want to relocate, and I definitely don't want to go into the forest, because there are snakes, and besides, the tide won't rise. You are just overthinking it. Jin Feng did not believe Wang Di's judgment and was unwilling to move. Let's go to the forest then. Wang Di turned and left with Mengting. As for Jin Feng, if she wanted to go, she could. If she didn't, she could stay behind. Wang Di had no desire to slowly explain things to her. Hey, wait for me. Seeing that the two ignored her, Jin Feng felt anxious and irritated. Back by the fire, Wang Di took the frying pan and grabbed some wild boar meat. And Mengting carried wild vegetables and wild boar meat. Jin Feng held several tree trunks, but only one contained water, the others were empty. We must head to the forest's elevated area before it gets completely dark, otherwise we'll easily get lost in the darkness, Wang Di said as they walked. Although there was moonlight tonight, once dark the forest foliage would obscure the moonlight. The three moved swiftly, making their way into the forest. The forest was vast, seemingly endless, with hills and mountains, likely a piece of the island's primeval forest, though its size was unknown. Wang Di walked in the lead, striking the surrounding plants as they moved to scare off any potential snakes lurking in the grass. Not far ahead stood a mountain approximately 200 to 300 meters high. An hour later, the trio finally reached the mountain peak, which was quite flat and spacious. It was dark. Standing atop the mountain, they beheld the vast black sea stretching endlessly. Even with the moon high above, it could not illuminate this expanse. The sound of waves crashing echoed across the boundless sea, a tranquil yet oppressive sound. I'm exhausted, and Mengting said, placing her belongings on a rock as she wiped the sweat from her brow after the hurried journey. It's all your fault for insisting on relocating, Jin Feng complained. Let's not complain, Wang Di is only looking out for our safety, and Mengting replied. I'm not complaining, you just think I am. I don't know what's on your mind, always assuming I'm the bad one, Jin Feng retorted coldly, clearly displeased with Mengting. Back in school, she had felt envious and resentful of Mengting, who was a big star and the richest heiress in school, beautiful and wealthy, which made Jin Feng jealous. Jin Feng, I don't think you're a bad person, or I just find you overly sensitive and difficult to deal with, and Mengting said with a sigh. How dare you say I have issues? You're going too far. Jin Feng was about to angrily refute, but Wang Di sternly interrupted. Everyone shut up. From now on, if anyone dares to utter another word, I will throw them off the mountain. It was annoying, and one should consider where they were. Stranded on an island, and still talking so much. Jin Feng dared not speak, but felt dissatisfied, only too afraid to offend Wang Di. I'm sorry for bothering you, and Mengting apologized. It's fine, Wang Di replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. I understand you're under a lot of pressure because you need to take care of us and keep us safe. I promise from now on I won't be a bother to you, and Mengting said apologetically. It's okay, Wang Di said softly. You all rest here, I'll go look for wood in the forest. Earlier during the move they hadn't brought any wood as it was too troublesome, they only took the frying pan and all the food. Oomph. After Wang Di entered the forest at the mountain top, Jin Feng let out a cold snort at Mengting, then quickly followed. Mengting had intended to go with Wang Di into the forest, but since Jin Feng went, she stayed behind to sort the wild boar meat, laying it out on the rock. There were not many trees at the mountain top, and those that were present were small due to the poor soil. Using the moonlight as a guide, Wang Di searched for wood in the small grove. It was desolate, no one lived here, so there was plenty of wood scattered around. Crack! The sound of dry branches snapping behind him caught Wang Di's attention. He turned to see Jin Feng approaching. Wang Di and Mengting is always targeting me, you have to help me, she said. As she entered the grove, Jin Feng continued. Wang Di was slightly surprised, he hadn't expected her to say such a thing. Did she have a problem? How do you want me to help you? Wang Di asked. And Mengting relies on her wealthy background and always looks down on me. And if she leaves here one day, she will still look down on you. Jin Feng continued. You want me to drive her away? Wang Di asked. Not to that extent, but I want her to suffer a bit. As long as you help me and let me vent, I will be your person here, and you won't have to take responsibility for me in the future. Jin Feng stood very close to Wang Di, deliberately invading his personal space. Did you treat people like this when you frequented high-end places before? Wang Di asked. Jin Feng replied with displeasure. Wang Di, you underestimate me too much. I'm not that easy to deal with. But you are quite handsome, and I do have feelings for you. Wang Di couldn't be bothered to deal with this woman. If he were to look for someone, it should be a big star. Pure and beautiful men prefer their own cars and not public transport. Under the moonlight in the grove, Jin Feng waited for Wang Di's response, but he remained silent. I know that in your heart Mengting is the best, so you will definitely choose her. In fact, every man would pick her because she is not only beautiful but also comes from a wealthy family. However, you are not from the same world. Once you leave here in a few days, she will definitely forget about you. Jin Feng continued to raise these topics, which she had mentioned before. Haha. Wang Di chuckled, finding it quite amusing. What are you laughing at? Do you think what I said makes no sense? Jin Feng asked. If you speak such nonsense or try to sow discord again, I will make you leave, because I seek no rewards. Oh, I only want us to survive together, to overcome difficulties and safely return home. Wang Di said seriously, he only wanted to survive. His parents had raised him for 25 years, carefully nurturing him until he graduated from financial university, so he could not die here. Compared to life, what were these issues? Of course, if he could have some relationship with a pure big star, that would be even better, but one cannot rush into things. Alright, forget I said anything. I'm sorry, I won't bring it up again. Oh, I will definitely listen to you. Jin Feng apologized, then began picking up wood, not daring to offend Wang Di for fear of being thrown out. After a few minutes, the two returned to the clearing at the mountaintop. And Mengting was busy organizing the wild boar meat, placing the pieces on the rock. Upon seeing Wang Di and Jin Feng return, she explained, I wanted to go with you to gather wood, but I was afraid the wild boar meat would spoil if left together, so I separated it. It's all right. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Di placed the firewood on the ground and pulled out a lighter. About 10 minutes later, roaring flames blazed atop the mountain. The clearing was sheltered by surrounding rocks that blocked the wind, eliminating any risk of wildfire. Wang Di placed a stone into the embers and set a piece of conch meat upon it. After roughly 10 minutes, the conch was thoroughly roasted. Have some conch, it'll serve as a little snack. Wang Di said, And Mengting skewered a chunk of conch with a wooden stick, popped it into her mouth, and chewed thoughtfully. It's quite tasty. Though gritty with sand, it's still edible. Conchs and river snails, having lived long in muddy sandy beds, carry a strong, earthy, and granular aroma. Jin Feng also skewered a piece and took a bite, but spat it out immediately. It's unbearable, pure grit and dirt. If rescue fails to arrive soon, we may face far graver trials. So we must learn to adapt to life here, and Mengting said. If you can eat it, so can I. Jin Feng continued skewering conch pieces and devoured them greedily. unwilling to let Mengting appear noble while she seemed petty. Wang Di ate the conch too. The grit was indeed abundant and the texture unpleasant. After eating, the three settled quietly beside the fire to rest, and Mengting rested her chin upon her palms. Firelight bathed her face in warm, rosy glow, like a tipsy beauty, delicate and radiant. Wang Di, when do you think rescue will come? Her voice carried quiet desolation, her thoughts drifting home to her parents. Likely within these few days. If we wait patiently, help will surely arrive. Wang Di said, I miss home. I'm terrified my parents are worrying themselves sick. And Mengting gazed into the distance, her luminous eyes filled with yearning. She longed desperately for her parents. Since childhood, she had never been apart from them for more than 3 days. Now severed by this maritime disaster, she feared how they would bear the shock if they ever learned the truth. Wang Di fell silent. He too awoke, deep concern for his parents, his only child, their world. Were they to hear the news, panic would overwhelm them, perhaps even ignite a fatal surge of internal heat. This wretched place. I can't stand it for even a minute. I ache for city life, espresso, succulent lobsters, exquisite regional cuisines. Yet here, nothing at all. Jean Fong curled her lips in disdain, vexed. Rest well now. We must conserve our strength, care for ourselves. Only by enduring with unwavering resolve can we await rescue. Wang Di refused to dwell on the subject. The weight of sorrow was too heavy. You stayed awake all night 2 days ago, and last night you barely slept while tending to me, so tonight you rest first. I'll keep watch. And Mengting said, I can still hold on. You rest first. Wang Di prepared to take the first watch, sleeping only in the latter half of the night. No, I mean it, and Mengting insisted gravely. If you refuse to rest, neither will I. Who will protect and care for us if you collapse from exhaustion? Very well, I'll rest for a few hours. Seeing her stern resolve, Wang Di agreed. Truth be told, he was utterly spent. Jean Fong watched silently, resentment coiling inward in her eyes, and Mengting knew exactly how to win a man's heart, and deliberately courted Wang Di at every turn. Wang Di, may I truly rest tonight without keeping watch? For the past 2 nights, alone and terrified, I scarcely slept. Now I'm utterly drained. Jean Fong gazed at them with pitiful, pleading eyes. Wang Di replied, those nights alone left you anxious and sleepless. Tonight rest deeply. Thank you both so much. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she profusely expressed gratitude. Her demeanor transformed, almost unrecognizable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gentle breeze swept across the mountaintop. Wang Di leaned back against a boulder to rest, resolving to seek safer shelter tomorrow. Sleeping exposed in the open was perilous. And Mengting sat vigil by the fire, scanning the darkness warily, fearing wild beasts might emerge. Jean Fong lay atop a rocky ledge beside the flames and drifted off, almost instantly exhausted after 2 sleepless nights. Wang Di too was bone-tired and slipped into slumber moments after lying down. In his dreams, the cruise ship disaster unfolded once more. Monstrous hurricanes, towering waves, faces contorted in despair, and screams swallowed by the sea. Each soul dragged beneath the churning water reappeared before him like specters. The moment the ship foundered felt like descending into hell itself. Boom, boom. In the dream, he relived the tempest, wind and waves so violent they thundered with deafening drum-like roars. This cataclysmic surge surpassed even the terror of the first shipwreck. Wang Di, wake up, wake up. A real tidal wave is surging from the sea, and it's horrifyingly immense. Her voice echoed faintly in his ears. He slowly opened his eyes, and Mengting's gaze was wide with terror, and the air trembled with thunderous booms like war drums beating close. Wang Di turned, and paled instantly. Before him stretched a vision of unspeakable horror. Boom, boom. The earth-shaking roar reverberated like war drums. As far as the eye could see, black, churning seawater rose relentlessly, endless, apocalyptic, as if poised to swallow the entire realm. Crash! The mountaintop shuddered violently as the tide surged upward. Below, the forest near the beach vanished beneath the deluge. Seawater raged like a hurricane, obliterating everything in its path. Thighs. Jean Fong had awakened somehow. She stared down at the sea, trembling. It's beyond terrifying, real, undeniable, and thank heavens we relocated. Otherwise we'd be dead. We owe our lives to Wang Di's timely discovery. Had he not acted, the consequences would have been unthinkable, and Mengting murmured, gratitude etched deep in her voice. Wang Di, thank you. You saved us. Jean Fong bowed her head. I only suspected it might happen. I never imagined the tide would rise so terribly. Wang Di's heart sank under the weight of that monstrous tide. Before its immensity, they were no more than specks of dust, fragile as ants. A suffocating dread pressed upon all three, making each breath laborious. Will the water reach us here? Jean Fong asked. No, we're safe where we are, Wang Di replied. But why did this tidal wave occur? Jean Fong pressed further. Wang Di explained lunar gravity, and Meng Ting stared ahead grimly, fear tightening her voice. From now on we must stay far from the shore. Another surge or colossal breaker would spell certain death. Wang Di nodded, yet inwardly he marveled at their narrow escape. Boom, boom, boom. An endless tide surged forward, swallowing the sky and earth alike. A briny, fishy stench flooded the air. Below, the land dissolved into marsh. Yet fortune favored them. The surge receded swiftly, retreating fully into the sea within half an hour. Silence returned. Night reclaimed its calm after the tide's fury. Having witnessed such raw, overwhelming power for the first time, Wang Di stood awestruck. Even now his pulse raced with lingering dread. Oh my God, I nearly died of fright. Thank heaven we're blessed with luck and longevity. Otherwise we'd already be lost beneath the waves. Jean Feng gasped, clutching her chest, her face ashen. Wang Di, from now on we'll follow your every word. And Meng Ting resolved, vowing absolute obedience. Not that she hadn't already. Let's continue to rest. We'll go to the beach to find food tomorrow morning, Wang Di said. Are we really going to the beach? I'm too scared to go. Jean Feng shook her head, wanting nothing more than to stay away from the beach. After the tide, many fish and shrimp will be washed ashore. We'll definitely have a harvest tomorrow morning. Wang Di said, I can't wait. And Meng Ting smiled brightly, hoping to find some large lobsters in the sea for a hearty meal. The meat of lobsters is so delicious that it's enjoyable even without seasoning. Wang Di looked up at the sky. The moon was about to set, and it was now the latter part of the night. In a few more hours dawn would break. And Meng Ting, you should rest or I'll keep watch. Wang Di said, you should continue resting. I'm not tired yet. In truth, and Meng Ting was also very tired, but she wanted Wang Di to rest for a few more hours as he was a man and they needed him for survival. A few hours of sleep is enough for me. You should rest quickly and stop refusing, Wang Di said seriously. All right then, I'll go to sleep. And Meng Ting stretched and yawned, then lay down on a rock by the fire to sleep. The conditions here were very crude and she could only rest on the rock. Jean Feng continued to sleep, snoring. She hadn't slept much in the past 2 days and couldn't bear it any longer tonight. It was deep night. Wang Di sat by the fire holding a wooden stick, vigilantly observing his surroundings to protect the safety of the two girls. Under the moonlight, the lonely fire flickered fiercely and Wang Di was like a solitary figure in the night, enduring his loneliness, while thinking of the others who had perished in the shipwreck, his heart aching with sorrow. Thinking of the rescue team that had yet to arrive, Wang Di felt uncertain and even a bit anxious. It had been a long time since the shipwreck occurred, yet there was still no sign of any search and rescue. Planes travel quickly. If someone had dispatched planes for rescue, they should have seen them by now. Time passed second by second, and morning arrived. The next morning, just as dawn broke, and Meng Ting was the first to wake up. She rubbed her eyes and said apologetically, Wang Di, I'm sorry, I slept too deeply last night and forgot to switch with you. You must be confused. You did switch with me, Wang Di replied. I care about you so much, and you actually say I'm confused. But last night you should have been able to rest for another 2 hours because you shouldn't be too exhausted. And Meng Ting said, you're so concerned about me. Are you trying to hit on me? Wang Di pretended to be wary as if a girl were guarding herself against a man. And Meng Ting rolled her eyes and said, I do want to hit on you because you're too handsome, more attractive than Panin. Are you satisfied now? Wang Di replied, I'm not that easy. Wow. And Meng Ting placed one hand on her stomach as if feeling nauseous. Enough of this nonsense. Let's wake Jean Feng up and go to the beach. Wang Di prepared to head to the beach. There should be seafood there after the tide last night. If they delayed, the fish and shrimp would die and rot. Why don't you wake her up? And Meng Ting didn't want to call Jean Feng. She sensed hostility from her. In the past at school, Jean Feng often spoke ill of Meng Ting behind her back, accusing her of pretending to be pure and innocent. Get up or we're going to the beach. Wang Di nudged Jean Feng to hurry her along. I haven't slept for 2 days. I'm really tired. Can I sleep a little longer? Jean Feng opened her eyes, still sleepy and unwilling to get up. We're going to the beach. It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone, Wang Di said. Jean Feng rubbed her eyes and then stood up, tired. The morning wind was a bit cold, especially near the beach. It was colder in the morning due to the sea breeze. Wang Di led the two girls down the slope and saw that many trees in the nearby woods had bent over and the ground was very damp. There was still seawater in the low-lying areas. The tide yesterday was very strong, flooding the nearby forest, but due to the dense vegetation, it was not conducive to searching for seafood. The three of them emerged from the forest and arrived at the beach, where countless fish and shrimp were scattered across the sand, though most of the fish were dead, while some resilient shrimp were still alive. Wow, wow, wow. Looking at the fish and shrimp scattered on the ground, Jean Feng exclaimed joyfully, Wang Di, there are so many seafood. This is enough for us to eat for a year and a half. Seeing the seafood, Wang Di was also in a good mood, but it was a pity there was no freezer. That was truly unfortunate. Wang Di, look over there. What is that? And Meng Ting suddenly pointed ahead, asking in surprise. At the beach. Wang Di followed the direction Jean Feng pointed, and saw a large boat on the sand over 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. However, the boat was capsized, likely washed ashore by the tide, but it was not as large as their original cruise ship. The boat was covered in seaweed and rusted severely. That's actually a boat. But how could there be a boat here? Jin Feng also saw the boat and was very curious. And Meng Ting said it might have sunk in the nearby waters decades ago, but last night's tide was too strong and washed this boat out. I already know that. Do you need to remind me? Jin Feng replied unhappily. And Meng Ting fell silent, as she didn't want to argue with Jin Feng because it was pointless, and she also didn't want to irritate Wang Di. Let's go check it out. Wang Di quickly walked over, intending to get closer and see if they could find useful supplies which would greatly help in their survival. However, even if there were supplies, they were probably all corroded. The three of them crossed countless fish and shrimp, quickly heading towards the boat. Although there were many fish and shrimp on the ground, they weren't in a hurry to collect them since the seafood wouldn't run away. The boat was very large. The three of them stood beneath it, looking like mice gazing up at an elephant. There was a line of bright red characters on the hull, starting with letters followed by numbers, and that line of numbers was still very clear. MAS 091. And Meng Ting looked up and lightly read the boat's registration number. MAS 091. Wang Di seemed familiar with it. He felt as if he had heard that number somewhere, but couldn't recall where. This boat is so big, but unfortunately the food inside must be expired. I estimate that anything usable has been completely corroded, or otherwise we would definitely find something useful. Jin Feng shook her head regretfully, appearing quite pained. Wang Di remained silent, his mind continually reflecting on that number, because it felt so familiar, as if he had heard of it before, but he couldn't remember. And Meng Ting also fell silent, her bright eyes fixed on that line of numbers, as if she had recalled something. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Suddenly, Meng Ting muttered to herself, and then shook her head. What doesn't make sense? Stop acting mysterious. Let's see if there's anything inside, and then collect seafood on the beach. Jin Feng was very displeased, feeling that Meng Ting was putting on a show and acting mysterious. And Meng Ting didn't want to bother with Jin Feng. She turned to Wang Di and said, I remember when I was in high school, I read a magazine that mentioned an event. A large ship from the overseas country XX disappeared without a trace in the ocean over 100 years ago. Later, the country XX mobilized a large number of personnel and resources to search for this ship, but there was no news. If I remember correctly, that ship was called Traveler MA091. That's right, it's indeed so. Wang Di suddenly remembered. No wonder it felt so familiar. He continued, later, countless people claimed that 10 years later many saw this ship on the surface of the sea, but no matter how those people chased it in their cruise ships, they could never catch up to it. No matter how they signaled, the ship would not respond. Yes, numerous similar rumors later surfaced. Many even called it a ghost ship, claiming its crew had long perished, and the vessel itself lay sunken at the ocean's abyss, leaving only its spectral echo visible to the living. Who would have imagined that a vessel vanished for a century would reappear here? Had last night's extraordinary tidal surge not occurred, this ship would never have resurfaced. Ghost ship. Don't frighten yourselves with baseless fantasies, Jin Feng chuckled. Ghost ship. Ghost ship. Wang Di suddenly recalled last night he and Meng Ting had spotted a ship and urgently sent out distress signals. Thick smoke rose from the shore, serpentine and towering, visible even from dozens of miles away. Yet that ship gradually receded into the distance and vanished. And Meng Ting, as if stirred by the same memory, turned toward Wang Di with dazed, searching eyes. Could that ship we saw yesterday also have been a ghost ship? Wang Di asked. I feel the same way, she replied, her voice hushed, her expression grave. Ghost ships? You actually believe such nonsense? Jin Feng scoffed dismissively. Be silent. Wang Di and Meng Ting spoke in unison, commanding Jin Feng to stay quiet and not disrupt their thoughts. Jin Feng instantly felt slighted, erased as though she did not exist. Wang Di, the more I study this vessel, the more it resembles the one we saw yesterday. And Meng Ting sighed, her tone heavy with disbelief. Wang Di nodded. So do I. It matches the earlier ship in silhouette, height, length, and breadth, uncannily alike. Could it be an illusion? And Meng Ting wondered aloud. Before them loomed the legendary ghost ship, lost a century ago, and the longer Wang Di gazed, the more certain he became. The morning sea wind carried a chill, lending the scene an eerie, oppressive stillness that prickled his skin. Wang Di and Meng Ting asked, think carefully. How much time elapsed between when we first sighted the ship and when it disappeared? And Meng Ting asked. Wang Di paused, composed and deliberate. We ignited the smoke signal immediately upon spotting it. Then you rushed forward shouting. Less than 3 minutes at most. No more than 3 minutes, certainly no longer than 5. At a vessel's normal cruising speed, could it truly vanish from our sight within mere minutes? And Meng Ting asked. It seemed to dissolve, suddenly, yet also slowly. Though yesterday's despair had dulled our attention to such details. A cold wind swept the shore, muffling Wang Di's voice. Yesterday's urgency and disappointment had blinded them, But now in calm reflection, that ship's disappearance struck him as profoundly unnatural. From first sighting to final vanishing, mere minutes elapsed. Moreover, the ship had not been distant when they first saw it, perhaps only a dozen li away. They'd observed it with startling clarity, at such proximity, it could not possibly vanish within minutes. Wang Di, is this truly a ghost ship? And Meng Ting whispered, her voice trembling, fear instinctive in a young woman. Enough. Whether ghost ship or not, daylight reigns supreme, and conscience clears all shadows. No upright soul need fear midnight knocks. Wang Di's gaze remained resolute, unmoved by phantoms and superstitions. Even if it were real, what dread is there in a dead ship? The living hold far greater peril. I'm simply curious. Why would a vessel lost for a century surface here? And Meng Ting shook her head, faintly emboldened by Wang Di's presence. Let's set aside speculation for now. First, let's board and search for usable supplies, then gather some seafood on our way back. Wang Di nodded. Agreed. As Meng Ting stepped forward, a sudden icy chill seized her ankles, as if a frigid tendril had coiled around her foot. She jerked her gaze downward, and froze. Terror flooded her eyes, her face drained pale, her whole body shuddering violently. Wang Di followed her horrified stare to the ground. There a serpent wound itself around her ankle, slithering slowly upward along her pant leg. It was a blackened yellow sea snake, its body ringed with alternating bands of obsidian and gold. Though many sea snakes are lethally venomous, some even surpassing cobras in toxicity, this one bore the unmistakable markings of a coastal predator. Wang Di. I. And Meng Ting stammered, her voice cracking with terror. Hush. Wang Di raised a finger to his lips, motioning absolute stillness. He advanced with glacial precision, poised to rescue her. So entranced had they been by the ship that neither noticed the serpent beneath their feet, now ascending her leg with chilling deliberation. Sea snakes vary widely, but most possess potent venom, often exceeding terrestrial species in lethality. Among the world's 10 most toxic creatures, nearly all dwell beneath the waves. Wang Di, yes. And Meng Ting gasped near hysteria. Stay calm. Don't move, not a muscle. Imagine my hand is holding yours. Wang Di crouched low, aiming to seize the serpent's tail and fling it clear, but Meng Ting must remain utterly motionless. A single tremor might provoke a fatal strike. Yes, I won't move. Not at all. Her limbs trembled uncontrollably. Her very spirit seemed to have fled. Oh, and Meng Ting, snake. Jin Feng shrieked, a piercing, jarring cry. Silence. Do not touch Meng Ting. Wang Di snapped. Snake. Snake. And Meng Ting, run. Shake it off. Jin Feng hesitated. Her eyes flickered strangely, then lunged forward, shoving Meng Ting hard. Oh. And Meng Ting screamed, terrified of provoking the serpent. Wang Di cried out. His hand shot forth like wind, seizing the serpent's tail mid-motion, and hurled it outward in one fluid arc. Whoosh. The meter-long serpent sailed over 10 meters before vanishing into a tangle of rotting driftwood. The tide had littered the beach with debris, logs refuse, offering the creature instant concealment. Wah, mother of heaven, I nearly died of fright, and Meng Ting collapsed, boneless and breathless, tears welling. Are you all right? Jin Feng lingered, then approached with feigned concern. Wang Di, incensed, struck her across the face. He never struck women, but Jin Feng's malice was unforgivable. Oh, she cried out, clutching her cheek, eyes brimming with tears. Why did you hit me? You vile woman, do you wish to die? Wang Di raised his hand again, fury blazing, then lowered it. Striking women held no honor. His blow had been pure, unfiltered impulse. Wang Di, I don't understand. Why strike me? Did you truly believe I meant to kill Meng Ting? You warned me thrice not to move her, yet I shoved her. Was that intentional? Wang Di seethed. If Jin Feng had been a man, he'd have shattered every bone in her body. Wang Di, how can you think so poorly of me? Am I truly that kind of person? I panicked. I only meant to pull her away. You misunderstood me. Wah. Jin Feng dissolved into tears, playing the wounded innocent. Jin Feng, you nearly killed me. And Meng Ting retorted, voice sharp with remembered terror. Wang Di had explicitly warned her not to touch me, yet she charged forward and shoved me. That was no accident. It was deliberate. You have misunderstood me. I am not a malicious person. How could I possibly harm others? We are classmates, and we are both victims of misfortune. Jin Feng felt deeply saddened. Wang Di coldly replied, I just warned you. You hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to push Meng Ting, yet you still pretend to be innocent. Wu, Jin Feng cried pitifully. Wang Di, you really misunderstood me. Your logic might be correct, but it varies from person to person. I was simply too nervous just now. Despite Jin Feng's earnest explanations, Wang Di trusted his own judgment. Wang Di, stop arguing. Quickly check my foot to see if I have any bite wounds. And Meng Ting did not dare to roll up her pant leg. She was afraid to look because she feared seeing the wound. When people are afraid of something, they often do not dare to look because of their terror. Wang Di quickly squatted down and rolled up in Meng Ting's pant leg. And Meng Ting sat on the ground with her eyes closed, afraid to look at her foot, but she kept praying, hoping that everything would be fine. After rolling up in Meng Ting's pant leg, Wang Di observed carefully. The snake could only have crawled up to 20 centimeters along her pant leg, not exceeding that distance. To his relief, there were no wounds on in Meng Ting's flawless white foot. Huh. Wang Di sighed in relief. Thankfully, there was no issue, or it would have been troublesome. Woo, what's wrong? Is there a wound, but I can't feel it? And Meng Ting thought Wang Di was sighing, which frightened her into tears. It's fine, get up, Wang Di said. Thank heaven, thank the ancestors for their blessings, I'm finally safe. And Meng Ting opened her eyes, pulled down her pant leg, but she still did not stand up, perhaps due to feeling weak all over. Wang Di, I never intended to harm in Meng Ting. What will it take for you to believe me? Jin Feng explained, tearfully, afraid of being driven away because she did not want to leave. Get lost. Wang Di waved his hand, unwilling to see this scheming woman. He had warned her repeatedly, but Jin Feng still pushed in Meng Ting at a critical moment. If it weren't for his quick reaction, and Meng Ting would have been in mortal danger. Such a scheming woman could not be allowed to stay out, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Jin Feng, I am truly disappointed in you. And Meng Ting's voice was icy, as she never expected Jin Feng to be so malicious. This woman was too dangerous. However, Jin Feng was indeed scheming, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to associate with so many wealthy individuals during her university days. Wang Di, you don't believe me, because Meng Ting is a big star, because she is prettier than me, and because her family is wealthy. I'm not satisfied with that. Haha. Jin Feng was very angry, feeling that Wang Di was unfair. No matter how beautiful Meng Ting is, it has nothing to do with me. She isn't my wife. Her family's wealth has nothing to do with me either. I wouldn't spend a penny on her. Even if you are less attractive than Meng Ting and have a less affluent family, it doesn't concern me. Do you understand? Then why are you treating me unfairly and trying to drive me away? Jin Feng asked. Because your scheming is too deep and your character is vile. Therefore I cannot accept you. Wang Di glared angrily at Jin Feng. This scheming woman was truly clever. If Meng Ting had been poisoned just now, she could have easily distanced herself from the situation. Even if she returned to the city, she wouldn't bear any responsibility because Meng Ting would have been bitten to death by the snake, and her only fault would have been in her inadequate rescue. Wang Di, you really misunderstood me. I never thought of harming Meng Ting. Jin Feng explained earnestly. She did not want to leave. She needed a man like Wang Di to protect her for survival. I will count to 3. If you leave, I can still keep you at a distance of 100 meters. At a critical moment, I might help you. If you do not leave, we shall no longer meet from now on. Wang Di raised a finger and counted 1. Jin Feng quickly pleaded, I will go, I will go. Is that okay? Even if I stay 100 meters away from you, it's fine. After saying this, Jin Feng hurriedly turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Meng Ting felt anger and frustration, relieved that she was unharmed. By the seaside, Jin Feng left unwillingly, but she did not dare to go too far. After walking about 100 meters, she gazed in the direction of Wang Di and the others. This was the distance Wang Di had set for her. Seeing Meng Ting and Wang Di standing together, she felt deeply resentful. Yet Meng Ting was truly fortunate to have not been bitten by the poisonous snake in the sea. I never expected Jin Feng to be that kind of person, but infuriates me. Remembering what had just occurred, Meng Ting felt a lingering fear, her delicate body trembling. She is a wicked woman. Let's keep her away from us in the future. Wang Di did not want to see Jin Feng. Yes, she is too malicious. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. And Meng Ting expressed worriedly. Remembering Jin Feng's actions, Wang Di's anger remained unrelenting. This woman was too scheming. Wang Di prepared to search for items in the ship's cabin. Although it was a ship from 100 years ago, perhaps he could find something useful. Wait for me here, I'll check the cabin. Be careful, and Meng Ting reminded. Wang Di looked up at the ship, and then climbed up using both hands and feet. Since the ship was capsized, it was quite difficult to climb. Be careful, and Meng Ting stood below, frequently reminding him, afraid that something might happen to Wang Di. After a few minutes, Wang Di finally managed to climb onto the ship. As the ship had been submerged in the sea for nearly 100 years, it was covered in rust with many sea creatures growing on its hull. Standing on the ship, Wang Di peered through the cabin door, and his face turned pale with fear, trembling involuntarily. Inside the cabin, there were countless corroded skeletons. These skeletons were so severely corroded that it was nearly impossible to distinguish which part belonged to a human body. However, from the dense accumulation of bones, it was evident that there were at least 100 people in the cabin when the ship sank. Countless bones were scattered around, some lying about while others were piled together. Wang Di gasped in shock at this tragic scene. He could imagine how desperate these people must have felt when the ship met with an accident. Splash, splash. The sea breeze blew incessantly, and the sound of the waves rose and fell. Listening to the unending waves, Wang Di seemed to hear the cries in the wind. He imagined the despairing shouts of countless people when the ship met its misfortune filled with sorrow and tragedy. On one seat there remained two relatively intact skeletons. One adult skeleton held tightly onto a child's skeleton, presumably that mother was protecting her child during the maritime disaster. He recalled a research team that discovered a similar scene in a volcanic area where a mother and child were preserved in volcanic lava, the woman's body bent over tightly hugging her child. The researchers estimated that it must have been when volcanic lava swept through that the mother held her child closely. A mother's love knows no bounds. A mother is strong for her child. Tick-tock. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Di could not help but shed tears. A single tear fell onto the deck. During the ship accident and later when he was stranded on the island, he had never shed a single tear, but now he did. Wang Di, is there anything in the cabin? And Meng Ting called from below. There are countless bones. Bones. And Meng Ting felt uneasy, all over her mood heavy. You must be careful and pay attention to safety. Don't worry, I will be careful. Wait for me down there and don't wander around, Wang Di instructed. And Meng Ting nodded solemnly, anxiously waiting below. Wang Di carefully observed the inside of the cabin. He was not afraid of the bones, but he feared the living creatures inside, such as black snakes. This ship was sunk near the island's seabed, and there were surely many creatures living within. Sizzle. Wang Di heard a sound and looked closely only to see a colorful sea snake slowly slithering out from a human skull. After carefully observing his surroundings, Wang Di grasped the cargo rack in the cabin with both hands, using his hands instead of feet to move forward slowly in midair. It was cold. A chilling aura swept over him, making him feel uncomfortable, as if he were in a frigid pool. Everyone, I apologize for the disturbance, but if I manage to return alive, I will surely burn paper money for you, Wang Di recited earnestly. He only wanted to come in and search for something. As for whether to bury these bones, Wang Di hadn't really considered that, as this ship was vast, and with so many bones, cleaning would likely take 10 days or half a month. The cabin was particularly messy, littered with bones and various marine creatures. Wang Di suddenly noticed a corner where a skull was wearing a hat. The hat was remarkably well preserved, having not fully decayed. However, next to the bones was something that looked like a long wooden box. Wang Di quickly moved over, grasping the edge of the cargo cabinet above him, and upon reaching the skeleton, he swiftly jumped down. Bang! Wang Di stood in the cabin and immediately crushed countless decayed bones underfoot. He reached out to pick up the long object, curious about what it was. As for whether he would be infected by corpse poison, there was no need to worry, as these bones had decayed, rendering any poison non-existent. After picking up the only and a half meter long wooden box, Wang Di felt its weight. This wooden box was strange. After being submerged at the bottom of the sea for over 100 years, it had surprisingly not rotted. Could it be made of golden silk nano? The wooden box had a lock, but it was already rusted and fell to the ground with a light tap. After opening the wooden box, Wang Di was overjoyed. A saber. A saber. It turned out to be a only and a half meter long saber, and because it had been sealed in the long box, it had not decayed, though it was severely rusted. After tossing aside the wooden box, Wang Di picked up the saber and gently tapped it against the ship's hull. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of steel echoed, and the rust on the saber peeled away layer by layer. Although it had not yet revealed its sharpness, the saber was still usable. Good, very good. Wang Di nodded in satisfaction, not expecting to find a saber within this ship. But why was this saber found in the ship? Upon seeing the nearby unrotted round hat, Wang Di understood everything. In the century prior, although most countries in the world had entered the era of firearms, the people of the overseas XX country still revered swordsmen and knife masters. Therefore, nobles preferred to carry swords and knives, transforming themselves into knights or wanderers, and such people often wore round hats when venturing out. Brother, thank you for your saber. Wang Di expressed his gratitude to the skeleton wearing the hat, then continued searching. However, after half an hour, he still found nothing else besides the saber. Nevertheless, having acquired this saber, Wang Di felt quite content. With this weapon, his chances of surviving on the deserted island would be significantly enhanced. Wang Di and Meng Ting called out, anxiously fearing something had happened to Wang Di, as the ship's cabin was filled with bones which felt eerie. Wang Di and Meng Ting called out again, but still received no response, as if Wang Di had vanished within the cabin. Splash! Splash! The sea breeze continuously blew in, and the waves surged onto the beach, bringing with it the refreshing cold air. Listening to the sound of the waves, and Meng Ting suddenly felt anxious, that kind of unease when Wang Di was out of sight. She feared loneliness and being alone. Gurgle. Suddenly, a half head rolled down in the cabin, severely decayed, with only half a skull remaining and a hollow eye socket that looked eerie and frightening. Upon seeing this half head, and Meng Ting screamed in fright. It was her first encounter with human bones, and she was thoroughly terrified. And Meng Ting, are you okay? Wang Di jumped down from the cabin and asked, "Wow, Wang Di, you scared me to death, woo woo woo." And Mingting ran over anxiously, wanting to tightly embrace Wang Di, her heart racing. "It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here." Wang Di gently patted in Mingting's back, comforting her. And Mingting was flustered. Although Wang Di was gently patting her back, she did not feel repulsed. Instead, she found it warm and comforting. "It's just a head, nothing to worry about. We aren't afraid of living people, let alone the dead," Wang Di reassured. "I am not afraid." And Mingting tried to calm herself. With Wang Di there, she felt unafraid. "I found a saber in the cabin just now. With this saber, our survival on the island will be stronger." Wang Di shook the saber in his hand, smiling proudly. "This saber is rusty, how can it be used?" And Mingting asked, "What material is this saber made of that it hasn't decayed?" And Mingting was curious. A saber made of iron would surely rust. After all, the entire ship was covered in rust, not to mention the saber. Wang Di explained the saber was sealed in a wooden box. That box must be made of golden silk nanmu, which is why the saber is relatively well preserved. "Golden silk nanmu, why didn't you bring it out?" And Mingting asked. "Golden silk nanmu is quite valuable, even more precious than gold. If Wang Di had brought the wooden box out, it would fetch a good price when they returned to the city. It's useless, bringing it out would only be a burden. Right now, I just want to survive to return alive. Even if there was a ship full of gold in front of me, I wouldn't be tempted. Compared to life, material possessions are like grass and wood. Moreover, this ship might truly be mysterious. They saw it yesterday, and it could very well be a ghost ship. Therefore, besides the saber, I don't want to take anything valuable. You're truly unique." And Mingting noticed that Wang Di was different from others. If it were someone else, they would surely be excited to take valuable items, but Wang Di remained unfazed. However, the more Wang Di was like this, the more reassured she felt. Only by focusing on survival and not being distracted could there be a glimmer of hope. "You weave a wrought tin basket and look for seafood on the beach, trying to find large lobsters and delicious fish," Wang Di instructed. "Okay, no problem," and Mingting nodded. "Why don't you ask me what you need to do?" Wang Di asked. "We'll divide the work. Since you've assigned me to find seafood, you must have something important to do yourself." "You're very clever," Wang Di praised. And Mingting rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry, saying, "Are you complimenting me or mocking me?" "Haha, go ahead and be careful." Wang Di smiled and reminded Mingting to be cautious. The two divided their tasks, and Mingting wove a wrought tin basket to look for seafood and lobsters, while he sought suitable sand and stones to sharpen the saber. There were plenty of sand and stones by the beach. Wang Di found a piece of fine sand and slowly sharpened the saber by the sea. Back in the countryside, villagers often sought sand from the river to sharpen kitchen knives or sickles, but such practices were rarely seen now due to improved economic conditions. Yee! Wang Di squatted by the sea, throwing seawater while sharpening the saber. Layers of rust seeped into the water, and the seawater within a 1-meter radius became murky. And Mingting walked along the beach with a wrought tin basket, searching for seafood. Although there were many seafood options, most had already dried up and died. Even some seafood could survive a few days after leaving the sea, but most had been washed away by the tides. Wang Di, I found a large lobster." And Mingting suddenly exclaimed with joy, holding up a large lobster that was still alive and weighed several pounds. "Wang Di, am I quite lucky?" And Mingting's smile was as radiant as a flower, filled with joy and beauty. "Be careful not to get pinched," Wang Di reminded. "What did you say?" And Mingting didn't hear clearly and asked. "Be careful not to." Wang Di was about to continue his warning, but it was too late. The large lobster's claw had grabbed in Mingting's hand. "Ouch, ouch, Wang Di, the lobster is pinching me." And Mingting hurriedly let go and threw the lobster onto the ground. Wang Di shook his head and sighed. The big star was truly foolish. Didn't she know lobsters could pinch people? "Wang Di, you are so unsympathetic, actually laughing at me. From your expression, it's clear you are mocking my clumsiness." Seeing Wang Di smiling, and Mingting pouted in complaint. Wang Di continued to focus on sharpening his knife, which was rusty and dull. If he didn't sharpen it properly, he wouldn't be able to deal with beasts, let alone kill birds. An hour later, the knife was finally sharpened. Although it still bore some rust, it was now quite sharp. Wang Di held the knife with both hands, slicing through the air a few times before nodding in satisfaction. Without that wooden box, the knife would have likely rotted away long ago. "Lu." Wang Di stood up, ready to call for Mingting, but when he looked out at the sea, his expression turned grave, filled with anxiety. In the distance, dark clouds were gathering rapidly over the sea, as if they were about to engulf the ocean. "This is a sea storm." Wang Di trembled slightly, feeling a chill run through him. Storms were terrifying not only because they brought hurricanes, but also because they could sweep seawater onto the sand. And Mingting, hurry. A sea storm is coming. Wang Di shouted anxiously as he rushed toward Mingting. Upon hearing Wang Di's call, Mingting looked up at the sea, her face paling in fear. "Oh my God, dark clouds are gathering, and they are moving quickly. This hurricane is going to be huge." We need to leave here quickly and find a place to hide from the storm. Run, Wang Di urged. Whoosh. He dashed forward, gripping the knife in one hand and grasping in Mengting's hand with the other, pulling her swiftly toward the forest. Wang Di held in Mengting's hand, running quickly into the forest. In the distance, dark clouds were rapidly approaching the island, an endless expanse of clouds, as if the waters of the Milky Way were surging. Give me the food. Wang Di took the vine basket, which contained several pounds of seafood. It was inconvenient for Mengting to run while holding it. Wang Di, we need to speed up. The storm is moving too fast. If it hits the island, we will be in danger, Mengting said anxiously. This storm is indeed fast. We need to find a cave to shelter in, otherwise it will be very dangerous, Wang Di replied while running. But where can we find a cave? And Mengting was very anxious. They were unfamiliar with the island, and it would be difficult to find a cave in such a short time. If they couldn't find one, they would be in grave danger once the storm arrived. Let's search beneath that mountain. If there's no cave, we can hide behind the mountain. The mountain will shield us from the storm, and the impact will be much less behind it. Wang Di said loudly while running. Okay, I'll follow your lead. And Mengting ran alongside Wang Di surprisingly fast and quite fit. If it were an ordinary girl, she might be out of breath after just a few minutes. Where's Jin Feng? After reaching the edge of the forest, they saw no sign of Jin Feng. Wang Di looked around anxiously, indeed, not seeing Jin Feng anywhere. He didn't know where she had gone. He had told her to keep away by 100 meters, but now she was nowhere to be found. Let's find a place to hide from the storm first. If she's dead, it's just fate taking her life, Wang Di said. And Mengting nodded. She didn't want to think about Jin Feng and had no energy to waste on her. That woman was too malicious, more dangerous than a venomous snake. Suddenly, a gust of sea wind blew and causing the surrounding trees to sway. The smell of fish in the sea breeze was strong, likely from the deep sea. The arrival of this wind signified that the storm was imminent. Wang Di looked back and saw dark clouds swirling rapidly from dozens of miles away. When Wang Di witnessed this scene, he was instantly shocked. The endless dark clouds surged like an infinite black river. Beneath the thick layer of clouds, the two looked very small, like ants gazing up at deities. The vast clouds seemed able to block out the sun as if they could swallow the land whole. Wang Di and Mengting trembled slightly, feeling quite fearful. Hurry! Whoosh! Like a cunning rabbit, Wang Di grabbed the food and took the knife, sprinting towards the mountains and the forest. And Mengting anxiously followed behind him. The two of them ran like primitive people through the forest, crashing through branches and dried grass along the way. Whoosh! Buzz! Not far behind them came the sound of what seemed like a chaotic dance of demons, the roar of the sea wind, the voice of the storm, and the cries of countless shipwrecked souls. The storm was near. Wang Di kept running through the forest, his mind consumed with one thought: to find a place to shelter from the storm quickly, or it would be dangerous, even life-threatening. Oh! In the woods while running, and Mengting suddenly tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. Wang Di turned back and saw Mengting lying on the ground. He intended to run over and help the big star up, but hesitated for a moment and then gave up. And Mengting needed to stand up by herself to continue escaping. If she couldn't overcome this minor hardship, surviving on this deserted island would be very difficult. And Mengting didn't call for help or ask for assistance. She quickly stood up, not even taking the time to brush off the dirt on her clothes. Wang Di, let's hurry. After running over, and Mengting urged Wang Di to keep going. She didn't complain or question him about why he hadn't helped her earlier. The two moved swiftly through the forest at top speed. Whoosh! Buzz! The terrifying storm had made landfall. The sound was deafening, as if an army was roaring. Wang Di turned back and saw countless trees at the forest's edge falling down, some even uprooted. Snap! Countless massive trees were instantly broken, crashing down as if a divine dragon had passed through. And Mengting also witnessed this scene, her eyes wide in disbelief as she trembled, saying, "Oh my God, this is so terrifying. Those trees are actually breaking and falling down. Hurry!" Wang Di urged, and Mengting onward at top speed, continuing to run deeper into the forest. Even if they couldn't find a cave, they needed to reach the other side of the mountain, seeking favorable terrain to hide from the storm. Otherwise, such a powerful storm posed great danger. Even if they were not swept away, they could be crushed by debris or suffocate in the storm. If the storm was severe and lasted a long time, it would be impossible to breathe within it. And Mengting gritted her teeth, running swiftly alongside Wang Di. Her steps were steady, her breathing even, and her arms moved rhythmically, indicating her past experience in sports, allowing her to manage her stamina effectively. She was also in great physical shape. Wang Di had initially worried that Mengting would slow him down, but to his surprise, the big star was running quite fast. It was clear that long legs made a difference. Suddenly, with a crack, a tree fell behind them, and a powerful gust of wind swept in, quickly lifting Wang Di and Mengting off their feet. "Ah!" And Mengting let out a sharp scream, feeling her body grow unnaturally light, as if the wind might carry her away. "Careful!" Wang Di seized in Mengting's hand, yet he too felt weightless lifted off his feet by the gale. The two were hurled several meters before crashing onto the ground. The storm had arrived, but an even fiercer tempest loomed behind it. With winds howling at unbearable intensity, speech became impossible. Only the roar of the gale filled their ears. Wang Di clutched in Mengting's arm as they struggled upright. Furious gales shrieked across the land, and all beneath their path bowed in submission. Wang Di raised his gaze, and there at the foot of the towering mountain ahead yawned a dark cave entrance, black and cavernous as a lion's maw. "There's a cave, hurry." No sooner had Wang Di opened his mouth than a violent gust blasted into it, choking him into a fit of coughing. And Mengting tried to speak, but in that maelstrom words died before they could leave her lips. As the storm descended, Wang Di and Mengting sprinted toward the mountain's base where the cave lay. Its entrance stood low, barely over a meter above ground, and before it stretched a rocky, clearing barren of tall vegetation. Sparse weeds clung to the stones, and no trees had taken root. Whoosh! Whine! A terrifying cacophony, the wrath of the sea god himself, thundered across the land. Yet this was but the prelude. The true apex of the storm had yet to strike, and when it did, peril would deepen tenfold. They had to reach the cave before the storm's most ferocious surge arrived. Staggering, nearly crawling on hands and knees, they finally reached the mountain's foot and the cave's threshold. The cave's entrance was modest, roughly 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, yet ample enough for both to enter. "Quick, up the steps!" Shouting into the gale, Wang Di pointed urgently toward the stone steps. Though his voice boomed and Mengting heard almost nothing, only his frantic gestures registered. And Mengting stood at the base of the 1-meter-high steps, scrambling upward with hands and feet, but the wind was overwhelming. Even in calm weather, scaling such a height would have taxed her strength. Now it felt impossible. Seeing her falter, Wang Di rushed behind her, lifted her bodily, and tossed her up onto the ledge. "Wang Di, hurry up!" Once atop, and Mengting cried out in panic, only for another brutal gust to force its way into her open mouth. Gasping, she clamped her lips shut and thrust out her hands to pull him up. Wang Di grasped her wrists and vaulted upward in one swift motion. Whoosh! Crack! Crack! Outside the cave, countless trees snapped or toppled. Then the full fury of the sea gale struck. Wang Di lunged forward, sweeping in Mengting into his arms, and tumbled them both deep into the cave. He pressed both hands tightly over his ears and tried desperately to signal her to do the same. But the wind's roar drowned all speech, only gesture remained. Understanding his silent plea, and Mengting instantly covered her ears with both hands, and together they flattened themselves against the damp cave floor. Ears had to be sealed, otherwise the eardrums would rupture, for the gale would blast into the cave and swirl violently within, generating destructive pressure waves. With their ears shielded, they lay trembling on the ground. Yet still the gale's furious bellow and the splintering groan of breaking timber echoed deafeningly in their skulls. Whine! 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 Boom! 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 The storm's terror roared like 10,000 warhorses charging across heaven and earth. Its sound alone seemed to fill the entire cosmos. Wang Di kept his hands clamped over his ears, pressing close beside, and Mengting praying the tempest would pass soon. Yet time dragged on, interminable, with no sign of abatement. They waited, tense, breathless, minute after minute, bleeding into one another. It felt like an hour, then 2, then perhaps 3. Yet time indeed stretched endlessly. Amidst the storm's clamor, Wang Di sensed in Mengting trembling. Slowly he shifted, half his weight settling gently over her, to silently assure her, "Do not fear. Do not tremble. I am here. Always." Feeling Wang Di's presence and the steady warmth of his body, and Mengting's heart swelled with unexpected comfort, solid and sure. Whine! 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 In that roaring chaos, and Mengting's thoughts scattered like leaves. With Wang Di's body half draped over her, she experienced for the first time such intimate proximity to a man, her very first. She had long believed all men were cruel, driven only by base desire. Yet Wang Di defied every assumption. He was different, utterly unlike what she had imagined. Time dragged, agonizingly slow. Time crawled, unbearably long. After 2 or 3 hours, the storm finally relented. In its wake, the forest lay shattered and desolate. Wang Di sat up, shaking his head. His ears still buzzed, dull, watery, disorienting, and his skull throbbed with dull heaviness. And Mengting remained motionless on the ground, so still she might have been dead. Could the celebrity truly be gone? Had I crushed her beneath me? Wang Di nudged her gently, testing whether she still lived. She rose abruptly, shaking her head vigorously. "Are you all right?" Wang Di asked, and Mengting opened her mouth. No sound emerged, but Wang Di knew she was speaking, her voice simply lost beneath the lingering rush of air in her ears. "What did you say? I can't hear you," Wang Di shouted, and Mengting kept opening and closing her mouth, surely shouting back, yet silence reigned between them. Wang Di tilted his head, sealing one ear with his palm, while sharply tapping the other, trying to expel the trapped air. And Mengting mimicked his motions, tapping insistently. After several minutes, the pressure released, and sudden clarity flooded his senses. The air tasted fresh, pure, exquisite. "Are you all right?" Wang Di asked. "I'm fine, what about you?" And Mengting replied. "I'm fine too," he answered. "You held me down for ages. You nearly suffocated me." And Mengting said. Wang Di frowned sternly. "Miss Celebrity, choose your words carefully. When exactly did I ever hold you down? Do you truly think me capable of that?" "Humph. Since your intentions were good, I'll let it slide." A faint, graceful smile touched in Mengting's lips. No anger lingered. They gazed outward at the ravaged forest and felt profoundly nature's overwhelming power. Even with humanity's soaring technological heights, before such primal force, mortals remained infinitesimally small. Wang Di surveyed the cave, modest in size, no more than dozens of square meters, yet deeply damp. Droplets seeped steadily from the ceiling, and aside from the narrow area near the entrance, the entire floor glistened with moisture. "Wang Di, will we stay here in the cave?" And Mengting asked. Wang Di shook his head. "Too damp for habitation, but ideal for temporary shelter." And Mengting nodded softly, agreeing the cave was unfit for dwelling, suitable only as emergency refuge. Wang Di lifted his eyes skyward after the storm clouds hung thick and leaden, swallowing the heavens whole. "If my judgment holds, tonight will bring torrential rain. We must climb to the summit, retrieve yesterday's pot and the cured wild boar meat, and gather dry firewood to store here. We'll shelter temporarily, and then plan our next move." Wang Di spoke calmly. "Agreed. I'll go with you to the peak to recover what we left yesterday." And Mengting followed closely behind Wang Di as they departed. The giant lobster and saltwater fish in the wicker basket remained in the cave, for they intended to return. They walked through the ruined forest hollow, and termite-riddled trunks snapped clean in half. Dense stands of timber bent and twisted under the gale's fury. The earlier storm had been colossal. Wang Di drew his blade and severed a sturdy branch, handing it to Mengting. "Hold this. Use it to part the grass and startle any hidden snakes." "Thank you." The woman took the wooden stick, walking and tapping it, fearful of snakes, the shadow of the sea serpent still haunting her. The two trudged through the forest, one in front of the other. "Wang Di, when do you think the rescue team will return?" And Mengting asked. "It should be in the next couple of days, I guess." Wang Di replied casually, though he was uncertain about when the rescue team would arrive. He estimated it would be within the next couple of days, since the maritime disaster had occurred 2 to 3 days ago. In another 2 days, it would be a week, and given the speed of the cruise ship's search and rescue, they should be able to find this place. "I'm worried the frying pan might be gone. The storm is so strong, what if the wind blows it away?" And Mengting expressed her concern. Wang Di also had some doubts. He would rather lose the wild boar meat than the frying pan. Food can be sought after, but losing the frying pan would be troublesome. In the forest, and Mengting's hair was disheveled, her long black hair falling messily over her shoulders, yet she remained beautiful despite her untidy appearance. "What are you looking at?" And Mengting asked as she noticed Wang Di staring at her. "Your hair is a mess," Wang Di replied. "Oh." And Mengting brushed her hair and said, "It's normal for hair to be messy. Oh, after all, there are branches everywhere in the forest. You should tidy it up, otherwise if others see you like this, they'll think I bullied you," Wang Di joked. "There's no one around here." And Mengting rolled her eyes at Wang Di, pretending to be angry. "And you wouldn't bully me anyway." "I would like to bully you, but I'm afraid you'll run into a rock," Wang Di laughed. And Mengting widened her eyes, recalling what happened that night by the sea, when she was afraid Wang Di would take advantage of her, so she threatened him. "I feel so embarrassed now." And Mengting smiled shyly, then raised her delicate hand to smile, while fixing her hair, yet she felt a bit awkward recalling that night. Walking through the forest with the big star, after about 2 hours they finally reached the mountaintop. They saw the frying pan wedged between the rocks by the wind. They were lucky. Since the frying pan was caught between the stones, they were able to find it, but most of the wild boar meat was nearly gone, leaving only a few pieces, about a dozen pounds. "Wang Di, the frying pan is still here, but the wild boar meat is almost gone, and our tree trunk is also missing," and Mengting said, looking dejected. "It's fine as long as the frying pan is still here." Wang Di walked over to collect the remaining wild boar meat, then pulled the frying pan from the stones. As for the tree trunk, it wasn't important. There were many hollow trees in the forest, and now with the machete, it would be easier to get a tree trunk. Whoosh, whoosh. The two stood atop the mountain, buffeted by the cold wind that occasionally swept in, carrying with it the salty scent of the sea. Wang Di looked up at the sky, still filled with dark clouds, predicting rain. In the wind atop the mountain, and Mengting gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with melancholy. "Let's hurry down now, gather some dry wood to put in the cave, and find a way to get fresh water. If it rains today, it will be hard to ignite the wood," Wang Di said. After taking the frying pan and food, Wang Di and In Mengting descended the mountain together, needing to gather some dry wood to store in the cave before the rain. Even though the cave was damp and not suitable for living in, it was better than being soaked by the rain, and staying in the cave was just a temporary solution. The path down the mountain was difficult to walk, rugged and winding like the treacherous mountain roads. Help! Help! Suddenly a cry for help came from halfway up the mountain, filled with urgency and fear, and it was a woman's voice. But it wasn't Jin Feng's voice, that was another woman's voice. Wang Di, did you hear that cry for help? And Mengting asked. Someone is calling for help, and it's a girl. The person is a survivor, Wang Di said seriously. Help! Ah! The cry for help suddenly turned into a terrifying scream. Oh no, we need to hurry and rescue her. Whoosh! Wang Di took In Mengting along and rushed toward the source of the sound. Wang Di, give me the stuff, but you rush ahead. You can't run fast while carrying things. And Mengting urged from behind, asking Wang Di to hand over the wild boar meat, since she couldn't run fast while carrying it. No way, you must stay with me. Oh, we can't separate. Wang Di was faster, but he didn't want to leave In Mengting behind, or if danger appeared in the forest, she would be in life-threatening peril. Rustle, rustle. After running to a bend, they saw a large tree violently shaking in the thicket, indicating something large was there. Otherwise, the trees wouldn't shake like that. Although they didn't know what kind of beast it was, Wang Di couldn't hesitate, for that woman was definitely in danger. Wang Di, the beast is over there. And Mengting pointed to the shaking trees in the thicket. She couldn't see what the beast was, but the trees were shaking violently. And Mengting, you must stay by my side. Oh, do not leave me. Wang Di urged, anxiously preparing to rush over to take a look, emboldened by his machete. Don't delay, I'll hurry to rescue her. And Mengting steeled her courage, put down her things, took the wooden stick, and quickly ran over with Wang Di. Hiss hiss. As the two ran over, they saw a large green python coiling around a girl, trying to suffocate her. The snake was enormous, estimated to be 5 to 6 meters long. The woman lay motionless as if she were already dead. Ah, python. Upon seeing the terrifying snake, In Mengting was taken aback, but she did not retreat because she wanted to save the person. Hiss hiss. When Wang Di and In Mengting appeared, the python emitted a warning sound, its sinister gaze fixated on the two, but the snake's eyesight was poor, it relied on sensing. Beast, let her go. Wang Di gripped his machete and charged forward, determined to fight the python and save the girl. In the forest, Wang Di rushed in anger. The girl was tightly wrapped by the python, and it was uncertain whether she was dead, but she was likely still alive. However, Wang Di did not recognize her, not knowing if she was a classmate or an outsider. Initially, 80% of the students on the cruise were graduates of their school, with only 20% being outsiders. Even if the girl was from their school, Wang Di didn't know her. After all, there were hundreds of graduates in this cohort, and he didn't know many. Beast, let her go. Whoosh. Wang Di roared, gripping his machete as he rushed over quickly. Hiss hiss hiss. The python coiled around the girl, raising its head high as if to say to Wang Di, I caught this girl fair and square, why should I let her go? However, the python had no interest in the girl. No matter how beautiful she was in its eyes, she was merely a delicious meal. Wang Di, be careful. And Mengting urged anxiously from not far behind. Whoosh whoosh. The cold wind blew in continuously as Wang Di rushed forward, wielding his only and a half-meter-long machete, fiercely slashing at the python's vital points. Hiss. The python swiftly retreated, moving as fast as a gust of wind. After retreating half a meter, the python raised its head high and lunged down from above, its large mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth that emitted a foul odor. Huh. Wang Di quickly stepped back a few paces, then leaped up, swinging his machete from above downwards. Splash. With a loud bang, the python's head was sliced, revealing a long gash with blood gushing out incessantly. Hiss. The python writhed in pain, rapidly stretching its body as it lunged at Wang Di. The girl, entangled by the python, was suddenly flung several meters away, crashing into a thicket, while the furious python, unable to focus on strangling her, only wanted to kill Wang Di. After leaping up, Wang Di fell from the sky, the sound of the wind rushing past his ears. When his feet landed on the ground, he realized that the snake was frantically chasing after him, moving as swiftly as an eel in water. Retreat. Wang Di leaped quickly, swinging his knife in midair, then grasped a tree trunk with one hand and swiftly hid behind the large tree. His agility was remarkable, honed from years of training. Wang Di. Seeing Wang Di hiding behind the tree, the snake coiled and dashed towards him, almost catching up. And Mengting rushed forward anxiously. Die! Bang! 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 In a fit of rage, and Mengting swung the wooden stick in her hand, striking the snake repeatedly with a flurry of blows. Are you crazy? Get away! Wang Di shouted, urgently, fearing for Mengting's safety. The snake, in pain from the blows, abandoned its pursuit of Wang Di, coiling its body like a bridge before rolling back, aiming to bite Mengting. And Mengting! Wang Di screamed, leaping swiftly, scraping his foot against the tree and using the momentum to launch himself several meters away. Slash. Whoosh. In midair, Wang Di swung his knife, cutting into the snake's back, leaving a deep wound. The snake writhed in pain, abandoning its attack on Mengting to turn and attempt to bite Wang Di, but as it turned, its long tail struck Mengting. Ah! Mengting cried out in pain, sent flying into the grass by the snake's massive tail, which also smashed a rotting log. Mengting, are you okay? Wang Di asked anxiously, but there was no response from her. Hiss! The giant snake, dragging its long body, rapidly approached Wang Di, aiming to coil around or bite him. Damn it, I will kill you! Wang Di roared with fury. If he couldn't kill a snake with the skills he had honed over the years, it would all have been for nothing. Rise! Wang Di quickly jumped up, grabbing a branch above. Fighting on the ground was a disadvantage. After all, the snake was raising its head, making it easy to be bitten. With the branch in hand, Wang Di was at least 2 meters off the ground, allowing for more advantageous attacks. The snake's massive head approached, ready to open its mouth, but Wang Di instantly swung his knife in rapid succession. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! After a flurry of strikes, the snake's large head was left with numerous wounds. Hiss! The snake coiled its long tail, intending to strike or wrap around Wang Di. Whoosh! Wang Di quickly released his grip and jumped down the bent branch, snapping back violently. Bang! The rebounding branch struck the snake's tail hard, causing its body to veer. Seizing the moment before the snake's tail hit the ground, Wang Di swiftly lunged forward, stabbing the blade into the snake's abdomen. Sizzle! As the snake twisted and fled, the wound stretched with bright red blood gushing out. Hiss! The snake, severely injured, dared not attack Wang Di and instead dragged its wounded body in a panic, fleeing into the forest. Wang Di did not pursue the snake, letting it escape. With such severe injuries, even if it managed to escape, it would likely not survive for long, as the extensive wounds would lead to infection. Furthermore, even if he caught up and killed the snake, it would hold no significance. Mengting. After the snake fled, Wang Di hurriedly ran into the grass to check on the situation with the star. Ugh! Mengting climbed up from the grass, spitting out the dirt from her mouth, and said, Wang Di, you scared me to death just now. I thought I would never see the sun tomorrow again. Ha! Wang Di smiled and replied, as long as you're okay, it doesn't matter if you don't see the sun tomorrow, just seeing me is enough. I am more important to you than the sun. Wang Di, don't be so full of yourself. I could still live without you, but without the sun, no one in the world can survive. Mengting brushed the dirt off her clothes, as she had been thrown into the grass by the snake's tail, leaving her clothes soiled. Thank you for risking everything to help me just now. Wang Di was grateful, not expecting Mengting to be so brave. If you had died, I wouldn't be able to live either, so I had to help you. Even if you had died, I wouldn't die. Wang Di corrected. Let's quickly check on that girl. Mengting emerged from the grass, wanting to see how that girl was doing. The two arrived in the grassy area, where they saw a pretty girl lying on the ground. She was not very tall, about 1.60 meters, but her round face was sweet and adorable. Zhao Shui. Seeing the girl clearly, Mengting was slightly surprised, as if she hadn't expected it to be her. Do you know her? Wang Di asked. Of course I do, she is also a graduate this year, Mengting replied. Then why don't I have any impression of her? As long as a girl is beautiful, even if she is not in the same class, one would remember her, since boys pay more attention to pretty girls, even if there are hundreds of students in the same year. She transferred in during the second half of the semester, so it's normal you don't know her. Moreover, she is usually very quiet, so not many people know her, Mengting explained. It turned out that Zhao Shui had transferred in during the last half of the semester and was very well behaved, rarely going out, which is why Wang Di didn't recognize her. Wang Di quickly check if she is dead, and Mengting said anxiously, fearing that Zhao Shui had died. Zhao Shui lay in the grass, her face pale, eyes tightly closed. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly in the wind, making her look like a sleeping little princess. Wang Di reached out his hand, slowly moving it towards Zhao Shui's chest. Slap! And Mengting suddenly slapped Wang Di's hand, saying, What do you want to do? I just wanted to check her heartbeat. Wang Di replied, speechless at Mengting's suspicion. You can check her wrist pulse. Oh, why do you need to check her chest? You seem to distrust me. Am I that kind of person? Wang Di said, dissatisfied. And Mengting awkwardly laughed and said, I'm sorry, I was a bit impulsive just now. In the past at school, although Mengting was a goddess in the hearts of countless men, Wang Di realized that she was actually quite simple-minded. No one is perfect, everyone has flaws. Many men assume that beautiful goddesses are perfect, but they do not understand that beauty and ugliness are merely superficial. Then quickly check to see if Zhao Shui is alright, and Mengting urged, anxious about Zhao Shui's condition. Wang Di placed his palm on Zhao Shui's chest and found her heart was beating strongly with no life-threatening danger. She was likely just injured and fainted from shock. She's fine, there's no life risk, but she probably has some external injuries, Wang Di said while examining Zhao Shui's body, noticing that one of her feet felt weak. After pulling up her pant leg, he saw that her foot was very red and slightly swollen, likely dislocated. Fortunately, Wang Di and the others arrived in time, so the snake did not have a chance to bite her. What's the situation? And Mingting asked. She's fine, there's no life risk. Although she has some injuries, they are not serious, but one of her feet is dislocated. I can reset it, but she's currently unconscious, so I can't just do it randomly. We need to wait for her to wake up, Wang Di said. You can reset bones. And Mingting was a bit surprised, not expecting Wang Di to say that. Yes, I can indeed reset bones, but for now I can only use 2 wooden sticks to stabilize her dislocated joint, and then carry her back to let her rest in the cave until she wakes up. Wang Di said. And Mingting broke a branch, and then tore off a vine. Wang Di used the roots and vines to secure Zhao Shui's dislocated leg, then clapped his hands and said, "Alright, it's done." Zhao Shui's external injuries are not severe, and her internal injuries are also minor. The reason for her unconsciousness is merely due to excessive fright. Since she's fine, let's head back then. And Mingting stood up, preparing to return. Who told you to go back? Wang Di asked. You're being ridiculous. If I don't go back, am I supposed to wait here until dawn? And Mingting pouted, looking displeased. Carry her quickly, take her back, Wang Di said. What? And Mingting's eyes widened, thinking she misheard. Come on, she's a girl. Is this how you treat a girl? You want me to carry her, then what will you do? As for me, of course, I'm here to enjoy the scenery and protect you from behind while I do so, Wang Di chuckled. And Mingting felt frustrated, thinking Wang Di was shameless, but had no way to argue. Sigh, how unfortunate to encounter someone who doesn't care for girls. And Mingting complained a few times, bending down to carry Zhao Shui, but Wang Di had already picked up Zhao Shui and left. Hey, didn't you tell me to carry Zhao Shui? Why aren't you letting me carry her now? And Mingting asked. Just consider it as my conscience awakening, not wanting to see you suffer, Wang Di replied. Heaven, you actually have a conscience awakening. And Mingting said, picking up wild boar meat and a frying pan following behind Wang Di. The two walked slowly through the forest. After the hurricane, the forest was in disarray, making it difficult to walk. As they passed by a tree, Wang Di noticed vines wrapping around it and clusters of small red fruits growing. This is Shisandra. It can calm the mind and treat anxiety for those who have been frightened. You should pick these medicinal herbs and look for other herbs along the way. Wang Di said. Okay, but how come you know so much about medicinal herbs? And Mingting reached out to pick all the herbs, curious about Wang Di's knowledge. Because when I was learning about medicinal herbs, you were still at home playing in the mud, Wang Di said. As if you're much older than me, and Mingting retorted. And Mingting was unconvinced. After walking for about 10 minutes, they discovered more herbs along the way, such as poria mint and sanchian grass. Some of these herbs can treat anxiety, while others can heal internal injuries. The mountains are full of medicinal herbs almost everywhere, but many people do not recognize them. Wang Di, you really know a lot about herbs, and Mingting praised, feeling that Wang Di was truly impressive. I need to learn more about herbs so that I can gather them in the mountains to support you in the future. Wang Di said, I don't want you to support me. And Mingting tilted her head to the side as if she didn't want to hear. Thank you, I didn't expect you to care about me so much. Wang Di expressed his gratitude. And Mingting was a bit confused, not understanding why Wang Di suddenly said thank you. Because gathering herbs in the mountains is too hard, and to avoid dragging me down, you can't bear to stay with me. Wang Di said. Haha, your way of thinking is correct, he smiled brightly. Wang Di recalled a story about a boy in school who, after spending all his savings, suddenly had his girlfriend come to him one day, saying she didn't want to drag him down because he was too tired, and after saying this, she left. The boy was moved to tears. When he had no money, his girlfriend couldn't bear to burden him, so she left mercilessly. The boy was so moved that he cried bitterly. The two chatted as they walked, and about 2 hours later they finally returned to the cave. Upon returning, Wang Di placed Zhao Shui on the ground. Due to the dampness of the ground, he could only place her at the entrance. This cave is not suitable for living. They need to find another cave or build a thatched hut outside. In the future, this cave will serve as a temporary shelter for emergencies. In case of emergencies, they could enter the cave to take shelter, while usually living in the thatched hut, achieving the best of both worlds. Currently, there is no fresh water, and they need to find it, as only with fresh water can they prepare medicine. There should be a water source nearby. A water drips from the top of the cave, and the ground is extremely damp, so there should be a spring nearby. Let's divide the tasks. They'll look for fresh water while you gather firewood. Wang Di said. Okay, and Mingting nodded, indicating her agreement. Zhao Shui still lay quietly on the ground, her face pale as snow, without a trace of color. Don't be afraid, you're safe now, and we will take care of you. Wang Di took Mingting away, but the two could only move nearby, fearing the appearance of wild beasts. The two exited the cave. Wang Di prepared to look for fresh water, while Mingting set out to gather firewood. After reaching the forest outside the cave, Wang Di found a hollow tree, then cut it at the joint, making a tree tube, and then looked for fresh water. The top of the cave was very damp, often dripping water, indicating a water source nearby. Wang Di, goodbye, I'm going to find dry firewood now. And Mingting waved her hand to say farewell. Take care, I want to see you off, Wang Di nodded. If it's not your home, why be so polite? And Meng Ting smiled slightly. Do you understand the concept of mutual respect? Wang Di asked. I don't understand, and Meng Ting shook her head. The two exchanged a smile and parted ways, but neither dared to go far, staying within sight of each other due to the dangers of the forest. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Wang Di suddenly heard the sound of frogs. He saw several plump frogs jumping around in a patch of grass. Frogs. Upon seeing these frogs, Wang Di was overjoyed because the presence of frogs indicated a water source. Frogs can only survive in areas with fresh water. One frog kept jumping, heading in a certain direction. Wang Di followed the frog, and after passing through the patch of grass, he heard a faint sound of flowing water. Splash, splash, splash. Not far ahead, there was a sound of a clear spring flowing. Since the spring was small, the sound was also very soft. Wang Di quickly walked over and pushed aside the grass, discovering a small spring with water the size of a thumb. Great! Wang Di exclaimed joyfully, then dug a small pit next to the spring. As long as the pit fills with water, he can collect it in the tree tube, and since the water is flowing, the murky water will quickly become clear. After about a few minutes, the small pit was filled with water. Wang Di filled the tree tube and returned with 3 tree tubes, ensuring a fresh water source for the future. Not far away, under a pine tree, and Meng Ting was gathering firewood. While collecting firewood, and Meng Ting suddenly screamed in fright. What happened? Wang Di quickly ran over with the tree tubes. What could be wrong with this big star? She's always so jumpy. If this continues, she'll end up with a serious issue. Wang Di, bones, and Meng Ting said in fear. Bones. Wang Di was puzzled. This was a remote mountain forest, an isolated island. Where would bones come from? When Wang Di hurried over, he indeed saw skeletal remains under the pine tree, but the bones were almost eroded, and only half a skull plus some scattered bones were visible. This skeleton probably dated back dozens or even hundreds of years. But how could there be bones on this island? Could it be that decades, or even a century ago, someone came here and died on this island? Wang Di, this place is eerie. There's a skeleton. It's unsettling. And Meng Ting shrank inward, her discomfort palpable at the sight. Now you see how indispensable I am? Wang Di asked. And Meng Ting said nothing, only took several steps back, retreating from the skeleton. A sudden exclamation escaped Wang Di. He had spotted a leather satchel beside the skeleton. Time had ravaged it. The leather was severely decayed, corroded, and nearly buried beneath the soil. Wang Di extended his sheathed blade, hooking the satchel's handle, then lifted it upward. With a soft rush, the satchel rose, but crumbled instantly, spilling fragmented remnants across the ground. Wang Di, what are you doing? Even the dead's belongings, you still pry into them. And Meng Ting said. Wang Di remained silent, using his blade to carefully part the tattered debris. From the fragments, he discerned traces of clothing, and perhaps a notebook. A notebook? Wang Di hurriedly continued, clearing the rubble, searching for anything useful. After all, notebooks preserve knowledge. A small yellowed scrap of paper emerged. Wang Di picked it up. The only legible inscription upon it read 3 characters, "It has come." It has come, Wang Di murmured aloud, baffled. What could those words possibly mean? Who has come? And Meng Ting asked. Wang Di handed the fragile yellowed scrap to Meng Ting. Among all the ruined artifacts, this lone fragment had survived. Everything else lay in irreparable decay. It has come. At the sight of those 3 characters, and Meng Ting whispered them softly to herself, then observed, the deceased must have been one of our kin, hence his use of Chinese script. And judging by the traditional character forms, he likely lived decades, or even a century, ago. Well reasoned, Wang Di nodded in agreement. But why these 3 words alone? It has come. What does it refer to? Could it be a scribal error, mistaking he or she for it? And Meng Ting spoke almost to herself. No, that can't be right. The calligraphy is precise. He would not have misspelled such a simple word. In third-person usage, he and she denote human beings, whereas it signifies non-human entities, tigers, black bears, or something far more monstrous. Wang Di's expression darkened. The deceased must have recorded something vital, perhaps chronicled his ordeal on this island, before succumbing. Time had reduced his notebook and all possessions to dust and ruin. Wang Di, can you find any other fragments? And Meng Ting asked. The rest are fused together, utterly rotted away. Wang Di shook his head, heavy with regret. It. And Meng Ting murmured, repeating the phrase like an incantation. What is this it that has come? Wang Di too wrestled with the riddle. It could refer to anything beyond humankind. Too vast, too ambiguous to pin down. A cold wind sighed past. Wang Di gazed at the skeleton sprawled upon the earth, as if its hollow gaze conveyed the island's hidden peril, its ancient dread. Wang Di, we must tread more cautiously from now on, and Meng Ting said gravely. Let's bury the remains, and return to the cave to tend to Zhao Shui. Wang Di sighed, burdened with sorrow. Agreed. And Meng Ting nodded. They gathered loam and stones on site, reverently interring the bones. then turned swiftly and departed for the cave. After walking a dozen paces, Wang Di glanced back toward the pine tree. This desolate island surely harbored formidable creatures. He recalled that night in the forest searching for herbs when a shadowy figure had struck him with blinding speed. Back inside the cave, Zhao Shui lay unconscious upon the rocky threshold. The cavern was damp, leaving barely enough space to lie down. You prepare the decoction, I'll haul firewood inside, lest rain soak it through. Wang Di proposed, and Mengting shook her head. No, I'll carry the wood. You brew the medicine. I've never prepared herbal remedies before. Wang Di set about brewing the decoction, hoping Zhao Shui would awaken soon. As her savior, he imagined her gratitude. More than just a polite thank you, perhaps something warmer, something tender. Inside the cave, Wang Di tended the simmering herbs while Mengting hauled every bundle of firewood indoors. 20 trips with 13 bundles until sweat drenched her body. I'm utterly spent. My arms ache. After the last load, Mengting collapsed against the cave's stony entrance. You're remarkably strong, stronger than most men, I'd say. Wang Di stirred the pot as he spoke. I had no choice. I had to haul the wood. Mengting grimaced, her limbs stiff with exhaustion, her muscles burning. Rest now. Let me handle the rest. Once the decoction is done, I'll cook you a giant lobster. Sounds lovely. Mengting stretched out on the cool stone, easing her weariness. A low, steady bubbling rose from the wok, herbs boiling to completion, filling the cave with the rich, pungent aroma of traditional medicine. Zhao Shui lay pale and motionless on the floor, still lost in unconsciousness, perhaps overwhelmed by terror. Wang Di, what is this? It from the scrap? Mengting asked. I don't know, not for certain. Perhaps some wild beast. Wang Di replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Mengting paused thoughtfully. Though I cannot name this, I'm certain it's neither a wolf pack nor a tiger or black bear. How can you be so sure? Wang Di asked. She explained, simply put, if it were a tiger or bear, he'd have written the tiger has come or the bear has come. He chose it precisely because he'd never seen it before, didn't know its name. Wang Di suddenly fixed his gaze upon Mengting, as if seeking to pierce the veil of her thoughts. Why are you staring like that? She shifted uneasily under his scrutiny. I see you've grown remarkably sharp, Wang Di remarked. I've always been brilliant. You simply never noticed. Mengting rubbed her aching shoulders. Wang Di found her reasoning compelling. The use of it confirmed the writer's ignorance of the entity's nature, hence the cryptic notation, it has come. Tragically, the notebook had disintegrated beyond recovery. Only this single scrap remained bearing those 3 fateful words. Their understanding remained agonizingly incomplete. Could this thing be savage enough to devour humans? Mengting glanced outside the cave. The sky hung leaden and oppressive, rain imminent, clouds thick with foreboding. Beneath that brooding sky, the forest felt suffocating, lifeless, silent, saturated with the chill of death. This island seemed a forbidden realm for the living. Even if it devours humans, it makes no difference, Wang Di said, shaking his head. Aren't you afraid? Mengting asked. Not at all, because you're here. Wang Di smiled. I can't protect you, she muttered, frustrated. She'd hoped he would shield her. I know you can't protect me, but if it arrives, it will surely feast on you first, then me. After all, you're the young lady. Wang Di grinned. Not a serious word out of you. Fine, I won't bother. Mengting grumbled, then settled onto the rock to rest. Within minutes, her breathing softened into gentle rhythmic slumber. Rustle, rustle. The leaves trembled outside the cave entrance. Inside, the celebrated young woman slept soundly, utterly spent. Listening to her gentle breaths, gazing at her beautiful sleeping face, Wang Di smiled faintly, took off his outer garment, and walked over slowly to drape it over her, fearing she might catch a chill. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, blowing away Mengting's outer garment. Wang Di bent down, picked up the garment again, and gently draped it over Mengting's shoulders. He wished for the wind to cease, for the exhausted star needed her rest. You're tired? Oh, just rest well. Wang Di returned to the fire. They had been chatting moments ago, but the star had fallen asleep so quickly. The herbal medicine was ready. After ensuring it wasn't too hot, Wang Di poured some of the concoction into a tree trunk and gently lifted Zhao Shui, allowing her to recline in his arms while he fed her the medicine. Zhao Shui remained unconscious, but as Wang Di fed her the medicine, she slowly swallowed. Drink more, wake up soon, otherwise it will be tough for us to take care of you. Wang Di spoke to himself, hoping Zhao Shui would wake up soon. Caring for someone who was unconscious on this island was quite taxing. He only hoped that when Zhao Shui woke up, she would not become the second Jin Feng, but Wang Di estimated that Zhao Shui would not end up like Jin Feng. After feeding her the medicine, Wang Di let Zhao Shui lie down by the fire to rest. Finally finished with his tasks, Wang Di prepared to cook. He selected 2 large lobsters and placed them in a frying pan, intending to boil them. Though this method would yield tasteless lobsters, at least it would stave off hunger. Suddenly, it began to rain in the forest. The sound of raindrops falling like yellow beans echoed throughout the woods. Fortunately, there was no wind. If it rained while the wind blew, the raindrops would drift into the cave. This cave was not suitable for living as it was too damp and water dripped from the ceiling. They would stay here for a day and think of a solution tomorrow. Wang Di sat on a stone at the cave entrance watching the raindrops outside, his heart heavy with worries about when the rescue team would arrive. Drip, drip. The sound of raindrops falling from the rocks above the cave was clear and peaceful. Listening to the tranquil sound of rain, Wang Di sat alone on the stone, his worried gaze directed at the forest ahead. An endless expanse of forest resembling a green sea extended as far as the eye could see. Sigh. Wang Di sat cross-legged, letting out a quiet sigh, suddenly feeling a pang of loneliness. Though two women were by his side and Meng Ting was asleep, and Zhao Shui remained unconscious. Deep mountains, rainforest, loneliness. Only Wang Di could comprehend this feeling. He recalled a book he once read, 100 Years of Solitude. The rain continued to pour, and the forest was soaked. Luckily, they had prepared in advance. There was firewood stored in the cave, or else it would be hard to ignite wood after the heavy rain. Pitter-patter. Listening to the incessant sound of raindrops, Wang Di felt restless and uneasy. He hoped the rescue team would arrive soon, wishing to return home to reunite with his parents. He also wondered how many survivors remained on the cruise ship. Hopefully the number of those who survived would be as high as possible. Wang Di, as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from behind. He turned around to see in Meng Ting awake, the charming star with her long dark hair looking at him with bright and gentle eyes. The gloomy clouds and rain enhanced the star's beauty, making her look ethereal, graceful, and gentle. And Meng Ting, Wang Di called with a smile, walking over happily. What's wrong with you? Why are you so happy to see me? And Meng Ting asked, curiously, sensing Wang Di was different from before. Am I really that happy? Wang Di inquired. I can tell you are indeed quite happy, she replied with a radiant smile. Having taken a nap, she felt revitalized and the fatigue had vanished. Inside the cave, Wang Di sat on a stone gazing at the forest ahead. It was getting dark and they would spend the night here. I'm sorry, I was too tired earlier, so I fell asleep. And Meng Ting expressed her apology, admitting she had indeed been too exhausted to stay awake. It's fine, if you're tired you can continue to sleep. I won't sleep anymore, it'll keep you company. After all, you would be lonely by yourself, and Meng Ting said, sitting beside Wang Di and gently tidying her hair. Wang Di noticed how beautiful she looked while combing her hair. Your hair is beautiful, Wang Di complimented. Why don't you compliment my beauty instead of my hair? And Meng Ting laughed happily, revealing her charming dimples. Because you already know your own worth, so I won't say it, Wang Di replied. Let me ask you something, I hope you answer truthfully. And Meng Ting suddenly said, feel free to ask whatever you want. Although Wang Di was unsure of what she would ask, he was mentally prepared. Do you like beautiful women? And Meng Ting asked. Wang Di was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to pose such a question. All men like beautiful women, and I am no exception. However, I prefer those with inner beauty. Some may be stunning, but they only seek wealthy and handsome men. However, there aren't that many wealthy and handsome men or women who don't focus on what truly matters are of little use no matter how beautiful they are. Wang Di thought of many women in reality who were average in conditions and appearance, but solely sought wealthy, handsome men. In truth, there weren't that many wealthy and handsome men. What you said makes a lot of sense, and Meng Ting said, resting her chin on her hands while looking at the forest ahead. So do you like wealthy and handsome men? That's what I want to ask you, Wang Di inquired. Cut. And Meng Ting scoffed dismissively. I am already a wealthy and beautiful woman. Why would I need to like wealthy and handsome men? And Meng Ting's response was indeed powerful. A beautiful star once stated, I am the one from a prominent family, and I don't need to marry into one. Forget it, let's not talk about that. I wonder when the rescue team will arrive. And Meng Ting expressed her worry, hoping the rescue team would come soon. Wang Di shared the same anxiety, feeling as though each day felt like a year. Though two beautiful women were beside him, Wang Di longed to return home as he was worried about his parents. Suddenly, Zhao Shui, lying on the ground, screamed, "Ah, snake python, don't eat me." It seemed she was having a nightmare. Wang Di turned to look at Zhao Shui, who lay by the fire trembling with fear and shaking her head. Zhao Shui, don't be afraid, you're safe now. And Meng Ting hurriedly got up, pressing down on Zhao Shui, fearing she might roll into the fire. The embers were dangerous. If Zhao Shui rolled into the flames, she would surely be burned and severely disfigured. Help, help. There's a snake. The snake wants to eat me. Zhao Shui, struggling harder due to Meng Ting's restraint, probably thought she was entangled by the snake. Wang Di, you need to find a way to wake Zhao Shui up, otherwise it's dangerous. And Meng Ting felt she could barely hold her down as Zhao Shui's struggles intensified. Wang Di rushed over and firmly pinched Zhao Shui's philtrum. A snake. With one last terrified scream, Zhao Shui suddenly opened her eyes, discovering Wang Di and Meng Ting. Beautiful and Meng Ting classmate Wang Di, why are you both here? Upon seeing the two, Zhao Shui was pleasantly surprised, but also confused, likely still a bit dazed. You know me? Wang Di was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhao Shui to recognize him. After driving away the snake, he didn't know Zhao Shui. Fortunately, in Mingting did, knowing Zhao Shui was a classmate who had transferred in the last 6 months. Classmate Wang Di, of course I know you, as we are both from humble backgrounds, and you are the most outstanding student among all humble students. Zhao Shui thought she was dead, perhaps meeting 2 people in the underworld. Yes, we are indeed dead. This is the realm of the underworld, Wang Di said. Whoa. Zhao Shui cried sorrowfully, tears streaming down her face as she lamented. I don't want to die. If I die, who will take care of my parents at home? My parents moved several times to support my studies at the finance university, and I haven't repaid them yet. How can I die? Wang Di was reminded of the story of Meng Mu's 3 migrations. Wang Di, you have gone too far. You actually frightened Zhao Shui. And Meng Ting was angry and scolded Wang Di a few times before comforting Zhao Shui. Don't be afraid, we are not dead. You are not dead either. This is not the realm of the underworld, but a cave. Whoa. Zhao Shui devastated said, and Meng Ting, don't comfort me. I know we are all dead. This must be the realm of the underworld because it is so eerie here, and the sky is dark. Zhao Shui, don't be scared. We really aren't dead. That python has been driven away. We saved you. If you don't believe me, you can feel my hand. It still has warmth. You can also feel your own heart. It is still beating. While Meng Ting comforted Zhao Shui, she rolled her eyes at Wang Di, perhaps wanting to hit him for scaring Zhao Shui. Wang Di helplessly shrugged. He hadn't expected Zhao Shui to be so timid. Are we really not dead? Zhao Shui asked. Yes, we are truly not dead. You are not dead either. If you don't believe me, feel your heart and see if it is beating. And Meng Ting gently patted Zhao Shui's small hand to soothe her. Zhao Shui, still doubtful, placed her other hand gently on her heart. After feeling the heartbeat, she was overjoyed. That's great. We really aren't dead. I am still alive. Zhao Shui cried tears of joy. She had thought she was dead and would never have the chance to repay her parents' kindness, but upon realizing she was still alive, she was ecstatic. We truly aren't dead. Oh, don't be afraid. That python has been driven away. Now the 3 of us must work together to overcome difficulties and wait for the rescue team. And Meng Ting spoke gently and patiently comforted Zhao Shui. Thank you, and Meng Ting. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhao Shui was deeply moved, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Meng Ting. You don't need to thank me. The one who saved you is not me, but Wang Di. Haha, yes, the one who saved you is me, not Meng Ting. Wang Di smiled, standing in front of Zhao Shui. He did not shy away from this credit because giving it to Meng Ting would not benefit him. After all, Meng Ting did not lack money, and being a woman, she would gain nothing from Zhao Shui. It was better to take the credit for himself. Wang Di seemed to hear Zhao Shui being so grateful that she would offer herself, saying she would marry no one but him. Thank you, Wang Di. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you. Zhao Shui was so moved that she didn't know what to say. How do you want to repay me? Wang Di asked with a smile. I. Zhao Shui hesitated and didn't know what to say because she was a student from a poor family and had no money to repay. Wang Di, are you asking for a beating? Don't you see Zhao Shui is very weak right now? How can you deliberately make things difficult for her? And Meng Ting was very angry and wanted to punch Wang Di in the face. I was just joking, trying to tease her. Wang Di laughed casually. Thank you, everyone. How did you drive the python away? Zhao Shui asked. To save you, I risked my life fighting the python in a life-and-death struggle, almost bitten to death several times. But I still gripped my knife, even if it meant certain death. I would give my life to save you. Wang Di exaggerated the story, making it sound extremely perilous, as if he had nearly died several times. And Meng Ting widened her eyes, feeling that Wang Di was too boastful. Although it was indeed dangerous to save Zhao Shui, it wasn't as exaggerated as Wang Di made it sound. Zhao Shui was moved to tears, saying, Wang Di, I didn't expect you to be so good to me. I didn't know how to repay you for risking your life to save me from the python. To save you, even if I were actually bitten to death by the python, I would have no regrets. As long as you are safe, it doesn't matter to me. As long as I can save you, that is my greatest happiness. Wang Di continued. Whoa. Zhao Shui was so moved she cried uncontrollably, saying, Thank you, Wang Di. I didn't expect you to be so good to me. No one has ever treated me this well. Once I recover, I will definitely repay you. I will follow you and take care of you to repay your life-saving grace. I don't need you to repay me, just stay safe, Wang Di said with a smile. Smack. And Meng Ting was very angry and slapped Wang Di's back, saying angrily, If you keep using sweet words to deceive Zhao Shui, be careful that I will take care of you. Wasn't my situation just now dangerous? Wang Di asked. And Meng Ting rolled her eyes at him, too angry to speak. However, Meng Ting suddenly realized that she was getting angry for Wang Di, and this feeling was too strange. Thank you, you are all my benefactors. I will not forget you. Zhao Shui's body was too weak and her speech was intermittent. Don't speak, just sleep peacefully. When you wake up, we'll make you something delicious, okay? And Mengting gently stroked Zhao Shue's forehead, as the forehead is the most sensitive area when a person's consciousness is very fragile. Zhao Shue slowly closed her eyes and soon fell asleep again. Looking at her weak face, and Mengting felt a bit sad. Wang Di also felt some sympathy for Zhao Shue, beautiful and obedient girl who almost got eaten by a python. She must have been terrified at that moment. She is asleep, and Mengting said while stroking Zhao Shue's forehead. Her consciousness is very weak and needs rest, but she should regain her strength by tomorrow. Wang Di said, and Mengting stopped her movements and looked at Wang Di angrily. Why are you looking at me with that kind of gaze? Wang Di felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at like this by a big star. You are quite something. I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. And Mengting suddenly said, haha, I didn't realize that. Wang Di chuckled casually. Since you are so eloquent, why not use these skills on me? And Mengting pretended to be angry, as if questioning him. Because you are too stupid. I'm afraid you'll fall for it, Wang Di replied. I don't want to deal with you, but I must warn you not to say those things to Zhao Shue. You don't understand her, as she's a bit insecure. If you mislead her, she might really. At this point, Mengting didn't want to continue. Wang Di understood Mengting's meaning and felt a bit guilty for making a joke without knowing Zhao Shue well. Thank you for the reminder. I won't say those things again. Wang Di said. I interacted with Zhao Shue twice at school, and I sense she is very insecure. An insecure person can be easily moved. You should understand what I mean. And Mengting said. I understand. From now on I will only say these things to you, Wang Di said. Why? And Mengting asked. Because you have a thick skin, so you won't be moved. When Mengting heard Wang Di's words, she was so angry that she almost spat blood. My goodness, it's the first time someone has said I have a thick skin. In fact, I used to have a thin skin, but after meeting you my skin became thicker. And Mengting laughed so hard that she bent over, not angry at all. Why did your skin become thicker after meeting me? Wang Di asked curiously. Because your skin is also very thick. To interact with a man like you, I must have an even thicker skin. And Mengting pinched her cheeks, indicating that her skin had indeed thickened. Wang Di smiled slightly, and Mengting was truly amusing. The lobster was finally cooked, and after chatting for a while they each took a large lobster and began to eat it with relish. Due to the lack of seasoning, the boiled lobster was not very tasty. However, being a delicacy from the deep sea, the meat was excellent. After eating half, Mengting handed the other half to Wang Di, saying, I can't finish this, you can have this half. Thank you for your concern, but one lobster is not much, so I can't take your food. Wang Di replied politely. You're overthinking. How could I possibly care about you? I just can't finish it, and I don't want to waste it, so I'm giving you the extra. And Mengting said. Stubborn. Wang Di knew that Mengting was not unable to finish it, but didn't want him to go hungry. Come on, why do you care about me so much? Is there some ulterior motive? Wang Di asked deliberately. You're really flattering yourself. What could I want from you? But you are a man and your appetite is bigger, so you must eat enough. I can go hungry, but it's okay, because for survival, I need you to face various crises. And Mengting's voice was not loud, but very sincere. Wang Di was touched. He didn't expect Mengting to be so sensible and considerate. Since you care about me so much, I won't let you go hungry. Don't worry about me not being full. This primitive forest is vast and not lacking in food. We will definitely be able to obtain enough food. Wang Di said. Then I'll just eat by myself. And Mengting slowly retracted her hand because Wang Di did not take the half lobster she offered. Just eat by yourself. Don't worry about me. You are truly a virtuous wife and good mother, thinking so much for others. Wang Di seemed very touched and wanted to give Mengting a hug. Do you want to drive me crazy? Do you want to make me not want to eat? And Mengting was amused and helpless, but she felt relaxed talking to Wang Di without any pressure. After finishing the lobster, Wang Di used a stick to skewer a piece of wild boar meat and placed it over the fire to grill, as he was still hungry. One lobster remained, but it was reserved for Zhao Shue. Zhao Shue was injured, and the meat of the lobster was tender and easy to digest. Night fell. Outside, the rain in the forest gradually decreased, lightly pattering, and it wouldn't be long before it stopped. The forest at night was very quiet. Apart from the sound of the rain, there was no other noise. The firelight in front of the cave illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of meters. The solitary firelight seemed to be the only light in this world, in this primitive forest. There was no moon tonight. Apart from the dim firelight, it seemed the entire world was shrouded in darkness. The two sat quietly by the fire. Wang Di shared a piece of wild boar meat with Mengting, and they slowly ate. Looking at the gradually diminishing rain, Mengting said worriedly, I wonder how Jin Feng is doing now. Why do you care about that venomous woman? Wang Di never worried about Jin Feng, because even if that dead woman were to die, it had nothing to do with him. Forget it, let's not mention her. What are your plans next? And Mengting asked. Wang Di looked outside where the firelight illuminated the forest, and the raindrops seemed like countless tiny embroidery needles falling. Tomorrow the rain will stop. I want to set up camp here, Wang Di said. but the cave is too damp and not suitable for living. And Mengting said, we can build a hut in the open space in front of the cave. Besides that, we will block the cave entrance, leaving only a stone door. If an emergency occurs, such as a beast attack, we will abandon the hut and seek refuge in the cave. Wang Di decided, your plan is indeed good. If there are no dangers, we can live in the dry hut. If there is an emergency, we can retreat back to the cave for temporary refuge. And Mengting nodded with a smile, approving Wang Di's suggestion. Moreover, it's not far from the seaside. Once the rescue team arrives, they will surely find us. Wang Di didn't search for other suitable caves because this place was not far from the seaside. Living here would be advantageous for the rescue team's search. If we leave here and enter deeper into the forest, even if we find a suitable cave to live in, it would be too far from the seaside, making it difficult for the rescue team to find us. It's getting late, you should get some rest. They'll keep watch tonight since I've had enough sleep during the day and can't sleep now. And Mengting looked far away with a sorrowful gaze, but unfortunately, it was pitch black. All right, I am indeed feeling sleepy. You take care of the watch and look after Zhao Shui. Wang Di yawned, preparing to rest, hoping that there would be no danger in the forest tonight. Last night's tide had caused them to not rest well, but today there should be no danger since the location is relatively high and a certain distance from the seaside. Hey, raise the dagger for you. Be careful, and if you hear anything, wake me up immediately. Wang Di confidently handed the dagger to Mengting as he trusted the celebrity. On this deserted island, women generally wouldn't harm men because they need their protection unless there is a deep-seated grudge. I will be careful. And Mengting was about to take the dagger when she suddenly looked surprised at the forest, her face turning pale. What's wrong? Wang Di was curious and turned to look at the forest, suddenly startled. Not far away under a tree, a pair of glowing green eyes was watching them, cold and round, resembling the ghostly eyes of the night. Wang Di, what is that thing? And Mengting trembled, hurriedly pointing at the pair of glowing green eyes. Under the tree in the forest ahead, a pair of green eyes stared at the cave, as if watching Wang Di and Mengting. The two felt a chill run down their spines because those eyes were too eerie. Wang Di, what on earth is that? Could it be a wolf? And Mengting was scared and trembling all over. It shouldn't be wolf's eyes, as those eyes are round and not like wolf eyes. Wang Di shook his head solemnly. What could it be then? And Mengting asked. I don't know either. Wang Di gripped the dagger tightly. The forest was too dangerous. What should we do? And Mengting was at a loss, as she was just a girl and had no idea how to handle such situations. Wait here for me, I'll go take a look. Wang Di decided to go out and chase that thing away. No. And Mengting quickly grabbed Wang Di's hand, stopping him from going out. You must not go out. Since it doesn't come closer, you should stay in. Be careful of danger. Wang Di turned to look at Mengting and saw her pale face with quickening breaths. It must be driven away, otherwise we can't rest. I don't want to spend the night with it. With the dagger in hand and his martial skills, Wang Di was bold. What if it's a fierce beast? And Mengting asked. It shouldn't be a fierce beast because fierce and powerful beasts wouldn't lurk there for so long, Wang Di analyzed. Anyway, I won't let you go out. What if something happens to you? What about Zhao Shui? And Mengting grabbed Wang Di's sleeve, preventing him from leaving. Don't worry, you'll be careful. Wang Di gently moved Mengting's hand aside, picked up a stone, and threw it quickly. Whoosh! The stone flew out and landed under the tree. The pair of round green eyes seemed to move slightly, but then remained still like a ghost. Damn it! Wang Di was angry, picking up a burning stick from the fire and holding the fire stick in one hand and the knife in the other. The raindrops outside were light, and the fire stick wouldn't extinguish for now. Wang Di, be careful, be careful. And Mengting picked up a stick and carefully stood at the cave entrance. If Wang Di encountered danger, she would rush over without hesitation. Whoosh! A cold wind swept outside, and Wang Di felt a bit chilly. He trudged toward the glowing green eyes. Although he didn't know what it was definitely not a ferocious beast, because ferocious beasts like tigers and black bears wouldn't lurk there for long. In the rainforest, the pair of glowing green eyes continued to stare eerily at Wang Di. Due to the poor lighting and the presence of plants, it was hard to see what it was. After about a few meters, Wang Di kicked a stone from the ground and sent it flying with force. Whoosh! Bang! The stone seemed to hit that thing, and it immediately emitted a sound. Chirp! Squeak! That sound was so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. It sounded a bit like a mouse. Wang Di held the fire stick in front of him, gripping the dagger horizontally, a movement that was safer. Drip! Drip! The rain fell on the torch, making a sizzling sound. Continuing to approach, Wang Di saw that under the tree, it was actually a mouse. This mouse was enormous, almost the size of a wolf dog. With its sharp teeth and eerie green eyes, it looked very scary. What? Wang Di was dumbfounded. How could there be such a big mouse? In his impression, mice were generally only the size of a fist, but he had heard that some mice could be as big as cats. He never expected that in this jungle there would be mice the size of wolf dogs. It was terrifying. Squeak! Squeak! This super mouse also saw Wang Di letting out squeaky sounds, and then slowly moved its plump body, showing its sharp teeth, as if to challenge Wang Di ready to launch an attack. Damn, I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just a mouse. Get lost. Wang Di angrily waved the fire stick, hitting the mouse. Hiss. The fire stick was very hot, and immediately there was a smell of burning. Squeak. The big mouse let out a cry of pain, and then quickly fled into the forest. Wang Di initially wanted to finish it off quickly, but the mouse was too fast, and it was nighttime, making visibility poor. Wang Di, what was that thing? At the entrance of the cave behind him, and Mengting stood there holding the stick. It's nothing, just a mouse. Ew, I've already chased it away. Wang Di returned to the cave entrance, his clothes slightly damp. Although the raindrops weren't heavy, it felt as if there was a layer of moisture on his clothes. Don't be afraid, it was just a mouse, but a big one, probably the size of an ordinary wolf cub. Wang Di placed the fire stick in the fire and then sat by the fire to dry his clothes. How could there be such a big mouse? It seems this forest is strange. Oh, we need to be more careful in the future. And Mengting was somewhat anxious because normally such a forest wouldn't have such big mice. Crackle, crackle. From the campfire in the cave, the sound of burning would occasionally echoed. Wang Di and Mengting sat by the fire, both with heavy thoughts. The appearance of the super mouse in the forest made them feel something unusual. A normal forest wouldn't have such big mice. Don't be afraid, I am here. Even if it's just a mouse, I can take care of it, let alone a fierce tiger. Wang Di reassured, and Mengting not wanting her to worry. You brag? Do you think you're the reincarnation of Wu Song? And Mengting said, ancient strongmen could kill tigers with their bare hands. Ooh, I have a knife, and I can deal with a tiger too. Wang Di lightly waved the knife in his hand, indicating that he was strong. Even if he wasn't strong, he had to act strong, because at such times women needed the protection of men and their courage. It's getting late. You should rest, I'll keep watch. And Mengting said, okay, then I'll sleep first, this place is up to you. Wang Di continued to hand the dagger to Mengting, and then laid down by the fire to rest. If he didn't rest at night, he wouldn't have the energy during the day. Due to extreme fatigue, Wang Di quickly fell asleep. In the tranquil night, amidst the solitary forest, and Mengting sat quietly by the fire, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Watching the gentle patter of rain outside, and Mengting felt a bit flustered, but seeing Wang Di sleeping peacefully nearby brought her some comfort. Beside the bright fire, and Mengting glanced at the sleeping Wang Di, a tender smile playing on her lips. Having met Wang Di on this deserted island was truly a blessing. As time ticked by, Wang Di, deep in slumber, seemed to dream of the skeleton beneath the pine tree. It is coming. It is coming. In his dreams, the three words echoed repeatedly in Wang Di's mind. What was it? What had the owner of that skeleton experienced? Uncertain how long he had been asleep, Wang Di heard faint voices nearby, seemingly belonging to Zhao Shui. It sounded like Zhao Shui was chatting with Mengting, but their voices were very low. Wang Di opened his eyes to see Zhao Shui sitting by the fire eating a lobster while chatting with Mengting. Zhao Shui, you're awake. Wang Di, thank you. Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry for waking you up while chatting with Mengting. Zhao Shui lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed for having disturbed Wang Di. It's fine, I've slept enough, Wang Di replied with a faint smile indicating it was no trouble. I'm sorry for waking you up. I thought we were speaking softly, but we still disturbed you, and Mengting said apologetically, her charming dimples showing. It's okay, I've slept enough. What time is it now? Wang Di asked. I'm not sure either, it should be late at night, and Mengting replied. Wang Di looked outside. The rain had stopped, and the forest was calm with no sound of rain or wind. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the black night, the sound of water droplets occasionally falling from the leaves in the forest created a serene atmosphere refreshing to the heart. Wang Gu, are you hungry? Have something to eat, Zhao Shui said, offering half a lobster with both hands, smiling at Wang Di. I'm not hungry, you eat it yourself. Wang Gu, I'm full too, I can't finish it. Zhao Shui offered the lobster again, her face flushed, possibly embarrassed, because she called him Wang Gu. One lobster isn't much. You probably haven't eaten well these days, so just take it. Wang Di knew Zhao Shui was reluctant to eat, not actually full. Zhao Shui, don't mind him. He's a man, he can go 3 to 5 days without food, he won't starve, and Mengting said. You're really cruel. Do you really want to starve me? Wang Di asked. Wang Gu, don't be angry. And Mengting is just joking. Zhao Shui said, genuinely worried that Wang Di might get upset and conflict with Mengting. I know she's joking. How did you survive? Wang Di inquired. After the cruise incident, I was swept into the waves. I thought I was done for, but when I woke up, I found myself on the beach. Exhausted and hungry, I went into the forest to find food. I didn't dare sleep for the past 2 days because I was terrified. I never expected to encounter the snake. I thought I would be eaten. When I woke up, I saw you all. Zhao Shui's eyes showed fear, her emotions heightened, and her breathing became rapid. Wang Di reached out and gently patted Zhao Shui's back, comforting her. Don't be afraid, you're safe now. Wang Gu, thank you for saving me. I will repay you. Zhao Shue's face was flushed because Wang Di gently patted her back. It was the first time a man had shown her such concern. As long as you're fine, that's good enough for me. I don't expect anything in return. Wang Di smiled slightly and then withdrew his hand. And Mingting yawned and said, I'm dead tired. Wang Di, if you've had enough sleep, it's my turn to rest. Wang Gu and Mingting, you two should rest. They'll keep watch since I've had enough sleep, Zhao Shue said. I've also slept enough, I'll let Mingting rest. I'll chat with you for a while. Wang Di didn't want to sleep anymore. In the dead of night, you two can slowly talk about life and ideals. I'll sleep first. And Mingting laid down by the fire, resting her eyes. Underneath the starry night sky, Wang Di and Zhao Shue sat together, but Zhao Shue's heart raced. In the serene forest night, Wang Di and Zhao Shue sat by the fire, while Mingting was asleep. Due to the small entrance of the cave, the two sat very close, almost touching. Although the cave was several dozen square meters, it was too damp inside with water dripping from the ceiling, making it unsuitable for living. Wang Di looked at Zhao Shue beside him, noticing her flushed face and her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a shy maiden discussing marriage. Wang Ge, thank you for saving me. I will repay you, Zhao Shue said, lowering her head, seeming quite embarrassed. Do you have nothing else to say aside from that? Wang Di felt somewhat frustrated as Zhao Shue kept repeating these words. Couldn't they talk about something else? I don't know what else to say. Zhao Shue was very nervous, even unable to meet Wang Di's gaze. Are you cold? You're shivering, Wang Di asked. Am cold? No, I'm not cold. Zhao Shue nodded first, then shook her head frantically, her words becoming a bit jumbled. Am I scary? Why are you so afraid of me? Wang Di asked. No, I'm just a bit nervous, Zhao Shue replied, possibly because she rarely interacted with others, especially men. Especially now in the dead of night, with Mingting asleep, sitting closely with Wang Di made her extremely anxious. So how do you plan to repay me? Wang Di asked teasingly. Once I start earning money, I'll buy you clothes and things, Zhao Shue said, still keeping her head down, growing increasingly nervous. I don't want anything, Wang Di replied. Then what do you want? Zhao Shue asked softly, her voice so low it was nearly inaudible. Have you ever watched a drama? Typically in films and TV shows, after the male lead saves the female lead, what does she usually say or do? Wang Di smiled and asked. Wang Gu, I. Zhao Shue seemed to stutter, unable to speak for long, while making Wang Di truly anxious for her. Haven't you interacted with others before? Wang Di asked. I rarely talk to people, especially men. I'm sorry, I'm too stupid. I don't know what to say. Zhao Shue trembled nervously, resembling a butterfly frozen in the cold. All right, I'm not joking with you. I don't want you to repay me. Just recover well and work together with us to survive. Supporting each other is enough. Wang Di said. Wang Ge, don't worry. I'm very diligent. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I'll listen to you. Zhao Shue still kept her head down, seemingly too shy to look Wang Di in the face. Sigh. Wang Di shook his head, feeling that chatting with Zhao Shue was truly uninteresting. It was much more fun talking with Mingting. And Mingting was easygoing and could joke about anything, and teasing her was very entertaining. But Zhao Shue was different. Wang Ge, you should rest. They'll keep watch. I've had enough sleep and don't want to sleep anymore. Zhao Shue kept her head down, never looking up at Wang Di. This kind of girl was very withdrawn, but also showed signs of low self-esteem. All right, then you must pay attention while keeping watch. If you feel drowsy, wake me up. Wang Di prepared to rest, feeling awkward sitting quietly with Zhao Shue due to the lack of conversation. Wang Ge, don't worry, I won't sleep. I'll keep watch properly, Zhao Shue said. After explaining the situation to Zhao Shue, Wang Di leaned against the stone wall to rest. Zhao Shue sat by the campfire, secretly watching Wang Di, feeling a bit scared and very nervous. She didn't know how to interact with others, especially after Wang Di saved her. She was unsure how to repay him or express her gratitude. Thinking of these things, Zhao Shue felt a tightening in her chest. Time flew by, and the morning of the next day arrived, the red sun slowly rising in the distant sky. The morning air was delightful, with the forest filled with the songs of birds and the calls of crickets. The fresh air and the lush green trees were refreshing to the spirit. Wang Di and Mingting woke up simultaneously, their eyes opening at the same time, and they happened to see each other. Good morning. It's wonderful to wake up and see you. I hope to see you first thing every morning from now on. Wang Di smiled. Aren't you afraid of having nightmares if you see me every morning? And Mingting asked. There won't be any nightmares, only sweet dreams. Wang Di replied with a smile. You think too highly of yourself. And Mingting pouted, and then sat up to tidy her hair. You're awake. Zhao Shue, sitting by the fire, looked at the two with a beaming smile. With Mingting awake, there was no chance for her to be alone with Wang Di, so she felt less nervous. Yes, we are awake. And Mingting seemed to recall something, and tilted her head, looking at Wang Di as she asked, why did you let Zhao Shue keep watch last night while you slacked off? She wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, so I took a rest, Wang Di explained. Zhao Shue hurriedly said, please don't misunderstand Brother Wang, it was I who couldn't sleep, so I let Brother Wang rest. Wang Di initially thought that In Mengting might complain a bit, but unexpectedly she said, "Starting tonight, let's take turns keeping watch, so Wang Di won't have to stay up late." All right. Zhao Shui nodded obediently without asking why. "In Mengting, I didn't expect you to be so nice to me. Are you worried that staying up late will be bad for my health? It'll be unhealthy for the baby later?" Wang Di asked. And Mengting rolled her eyes dissatisfied and said, "I'm worried you'll end up in poverty and aging unable to find a wife." Huh. Wang Di chuckled, but he understood In Mengting's intention staying up at night would leave her lacking energy during the day. She didn't want to keep watch at night, so she could be energetic during the day. As dawn broke, Wang Di prepared to make breakfast, then set up a thatched hut and used stones to block the entrance of the cave, leaving only a stone door. Although the cave was not suitable for living, it could serve as a temporary refuge. In case of emergencies, they could hide in the cave. When it was safe, they would reside in the thatched hut below the cave. After Wang Di shared his decision with the two, In Mengting and Zhao Shui agreed. However, no matter what decision Wang Di made, the two would not oppose it. "Wang Di, let me make breakfast. You should rest for a while, and we can act after breakfast," In Mengting said. "I'll go to the nearby forest to look for suitable wood. It'll take time to make breakfast anyway." Wang Di didn't want to wait until after breakfast to act since the day was short and there was much to do. "Brother Wang, I'll go with you," Zhao Shui said, planning to search for wood in the forest. Wang Di replied, "You're injured and need to rest for 2 more days, so you can't do anything during this time." "Brother Wang, I feel bad about it," Zhao Shui said shyly. She just wanted to work quickly to avoid feeling guilty. "You stay here and rest, and help In Mengting make breakfast." After saying this, Wang Di picked up his dagger, jumped down the cave steps, and quickly headed toward the forest. In Mengting moved the dry firewood, flat-bottomed pan, and food to the open space outside, preparing to cook breakfast there since the cave was too small. Wang Di entered the forest, but didn't dare to venture far, fearing that something dangerous might happen and he wouldn't be able to rescue the 2 girls. However, as soon as he entered the forest, he smelled a strong scent of blood. How could there be a bloody smell in the forest? Curious, Wang Di quickly followed the scent. Wang Di swiftly navigated through the forest, and ahead he was met with the smell of blood, which seemed quite abnormal. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a stone surrounded by a pool of fresh blood. The large mouse from last night had been killed by a wild beast. Half of its body was missing, likely eaten. However, this mouse was truly enormous, and even in its half state, it was larger than an ordinary house cat. Looking at the bloody super mouse, Wang Di felt nauseous. He covered his nose and looked around, trying to see if there were any clues. Unfortunately, the ground here was very hard, mostly stone, so there were no traces left. What exactly killed the super mouse? It was likely a wild beast from the forest. This forest was too dangerous. Wang Di decided to return to the cave as there were more suitable woods available, many of which were suitable for building a thatched hut. Worried about the 2 girls, Wang Di couldn't afford to delay. "Jin Feng, what do you mean? You actually want our food?" A furious voice from In Mengting came from the clearing ahead. Jin Feng had appeared. That woman was truly lucky to have survived such a storm yesterday. "Haha, In Mengting, did you think I was dead when you abandoned me yesterday? Fortunately, I survived, otherwise you would be the murderers." Jin Feng laughed triumphantly. "Whether you live or die has nothing to do with us," In Mengting responded coldly. Zhao Shui timidly said, "Jin Feng, we are all from the same school. We should help each other. I hope you won't take our food. We can discuss anything calmly." Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Wang Di quickened his pace, as Jin Feng was likely not alone. "Sure, Dalong, sure, Kado Lu Xiaochuan, if you want to eat, you'll have to wait until Wang Di comes back to agree. Otherwise you won't get a single bite of food," And Mengting said angrily. After passing a big tree, Wang Di peeked through the treetops at the camp and indeed saw several people. Besides Jin Feng, there were 3 men. 2 of them were Shi Dalong and Shi Dao, brothers who were quite dominant in school due to their father's influence as a local tyrant. Their family was wealthy. Thus, these 2 brothers were very arrogant in school, and few dared to provoke them. The other one, Lu Xiaochuan, was Wang Di's classmate. Their relationship was neither good nor bad. Lu Xiaochuan also came from a poor family, but had a timid personality and rarely spoke at school. He never expected the 3 of them to be alive and to encounter Jin Feng. "In Mengting, the big star, we are indeed very hungry. Please give us some food so we can warm ourselves by the fire and roast some pork," Shi Dalong pleaded. "If you want food, you'll have to wait until Wang Di comes back. This food belongs to Wang Di. We can't make that decision." And Mengting anxiously looked toward the forest, hoping Wang Di would return soon. "Shi Dalong, we truly can't make that decision. Please understand," Zhao Shui said cautiously. This was an island with no constraints. Even if they were classmates, there was still danger. "Shi Dalong, you are truly useless. Why waste time talking to them? Just go over and take all their food. If they resist, teach them a good lesson," Jin Feng said arrogantly, her eyes filled with hatred. After being driven away by Wang Di yesterday, she originally maintained a distance of 100 meters from Wang Di and In Mengting, but later, due to an urgent need, she ran into the woods to relieve herself. She intended to return to the 100 meters distance after finishing, but to her surprise upon emerging, she found that Wang Di and In Mingting were nowhere to be seen, and a storm soon followed. Jin Feng was so frightened at that moment that she felt she might die on this island as she hid in a pit and managed to avoid the storm. After the storm, she was filled with despair and fear as she could not find Wang Di, and in Mingting, she was alone and unable to survive and felt very scared at night. However, her luck turned when she encountered Shi Dalong and his companions in the forest. With them, she no longer needed Wang Di. Big brother, I think what the beautiful Jin Feng said makes sense. We are more in number than they are, why bother negotiating with her? We should just snatch all the food directly, and if they dare to oppose, haha. Shi Dahu said with a wicked smile, looking at In Mengting and Zhao Shui as they were on a deserted island with two beautiful women in front of them. You dare? Be careful, when we get back, I will make you regret it. In Mengting understood Shi Dahu's meaning. Her face was grim, and there was a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. This is not school, nor is it Sioux City. Shi Dalong looked arrogant and did not regard In Mengting as a threat. Sioux City was their school, and the city where their school was located. Big brother Shi Dalong, second brother Shi Dahu, let's discuss this properly. We are all classmates, why should we tear each other apart? Lu Xiaochuan smiled at the two as he and Wang Di were classmates, and he did not want things to escalate too much. Bang! Suddenly Shi Dahu reached out and slapped Lu Xiaochuan across the face, angrily saying, "You're really not a man, get the hell out of here." After being slapped, Lu Xiaochuan did not retaliate, but stood aside with a broad smile. His personality was very weak, and being from a humble background, he had always been afraid of bullies like Shi Dahu in school, so he did not dare offend these two brothers. It was said that Shi Dalong and Shi Da's father owned several companies, but they were all gained through cunning and exploitation, and he had many brothers under him. Thus, the two brothers were particularly arrogant in school due to their father's influence. You're really useless, no wonder you got beaten. It's one thing to be poor, but you don't even have a bit of courage, you're simply not a man. Jin Feng also insulted Lu Xiaochuan, her words sharp and cutting. Shi Dalong, go and snatch all the food from In Mengting and the others. Anyway, Wang Di is not here. Even if he comes back, can you three men not handle him? Jin Feng said. Anyone who dares to come over, be careful, I won't be polite. And Mengting picked up a fire stick with embers on it, glaring fiercely at the three, showing no fear. Zhao Shui stood behind In Mengting, scared and too afraid to speak. Who the hell dares to steal my food? Whoever has the guts, come and try you, I guarantee I will chop off their hand. Wang Di, gripping his dagger, walked swiftly out of the forest, exuding an imposing aura as he made his way to the clearing. Wang Di, you've returned. Lu Fu sighed in relief. She had acted bravely and fearlessly earlier, but it was merely a facade. Zhao Shui was also very happy that Wang Di had finally returned. However, the two were soon worried again, as even with Wang Di back, they still had no advantage. On the other side, there were three men. While they only had Wang Di as a man, once a conflict arose, could Wang Di really take on three? Which bastard wants to steal my food? Wang Di quickly walked over, his loud voice ringing out. Wang Di. Jin Feng and the others looked up slightly surprised when they saw the dagger in Wang Di's hand. Where did this dagger come from on this island? Wang Di was truly lucky, and they had no idea where he got such a weapon. Shi Dalong looked greedily at the dagger in Wang Di's hand, but he felt a bit apprehensive as weapons were dangerous. Outside the forest, Wang Di walked over slowly with the dagger in hand, his gaze cold as he looked at the group who dared to try and steal food and seemed to be tired of living. Step by step, Wang Di's heavy footsteps dragged the dagger along the ground like a cold killer. The atmosphere instantly became silent, and no one dared to speak. Wang Di, you're here. Lu Fu smiled radiantly, revealing charming dimples, as she felt Wang Di's aura was truly strong. The stronger Wang Di's aura, the more secure she felt. Zhao Shui also felt much more secure as she had been at a loss earlier, but Wang Di's appearance reassured her. Which bastard wants to steal my food? Wang Di's gaze was cold, filled with killing intent. During school, he had refrained from provoking Shi Dalong and his brother for the sake of his studies. But now it was different. This was an island, and he could not be weak. Haha, brother Wang Di, so it's you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I'm really glad to see you. Shi Dalong laughed heartily, but his eyes still fixed on the knife in Wang Di's hand, perplexed about where Wang Di had obtained it. Shi Dahu was also envious and jealous, feeling that Wang Di was incredibly lucky. After being stranded on an island, he not only met two beautiful women, but also obtained a weapon. Beautiful women and weapons are the two greatest treasures on the island. Wang Di looked coldly at the two but did not speak. This was an island, not a school or Sioux City, and he had no need to give them face. Seeing that Wang Di ignored him, Shi Dalong felt displeased. Back in school, they were notorious bullies, and now here a poor kid was acting so tough. Wang Di, it turns out you are really alive. I'm glad to see you. Lu Xiaochuan smiled slightly, greeting him. Yeah, I'm also glad to see you. Wang Di nodded to Lu Xiaochuan, as they had been classmates before and both were from humble backgrounds. Although their relationship was not particularly good, it was still decent. Wang Di, don't think just because you have a knife that we will be afraid of you. You must be very disappointed that I'm still alive. Jin Feng was still resentful about being driven away by Wang Di yesterday. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, Wang Di said coldly, looking directly at Jin Feng. Upon seeing Wang Di's gaze, Jin Feng felt quite displeased. Don't think that having a knife makes you impressive. Even if I gave you a knife, would you dare to kill? Back in school, you didn't even dare to breathe in front of Shi Dalong and his brother. Jin Feng felt proud as she thought she had found a backing. Previously, without meeting Shi Dalong and his companions, she had to rely on Wang Di, but now it was different. Wang Di, you slapped me yesterday and drove me away. Oh, I demand you apologize to me and compensate for my mental distress. I want all your food and belongings here, or I won't let this go. Jin Feng quickly walked over, standing in front of Wang Di with her hands on her hips, resembling a fierce tigress. Bang! Wang Di slapped back with a swift motion and continued to walk forward without looking back. Jin Feng cried out in pain, then gritted her teeth and said, Wang Di, I won't let this go. After reaching in Mengting and Zhao Shui's side, Wang Di asked, Are you okay? Yes, we're fine, and Mengting nodded, indicating there was no issue. Brother Wang, I'm fine too. Zhao Shui was very scared and worried about a conflict since the other side had 3 boys. That's good to hear, Wang Di said. Wang Di, I won't let this go. Jin Feng covered her face, looking at Wang Di with anger and hatred. She originally thought that after finding support, Wang Di would not dare to do anything to her, which is why she was so arrogant. But she did not expect that Wang Di had not taken her seriously at all, treating her as if she were a dog, which she could not tolerate. Wang Di remained silent, completely disregarding Jin Feng. What if this dead woman had a powerful backer? Shi Dalong, Shi Dahe, Lu Xiaochuan, are you 3 still men? Did you not see me getting beaten? Why aren't you 3 making a move? Jin Feng was very angry. She stood beside 3 men, yet they did not act. Haha, we are all classmates. Oh, why should we tear our faces apart? It would be better for everyone to coexist harmoniously. Shi Dalong wore a broad smile, seemingly full of goodwill towards Wang Di, but his dark gaze was fixed on the knife in Wang Di's hand. Big brother. Shi Dahe was very dissatisfied and was about to speak, but Shi Dalong shot him a glare. Shi Dahe dared not say a word as he was somewhat afraid of his elder brother. Lu Xiaochuan also said nothing. He felt somewhat troubled, unsure of which side to join. Brother Wang Di, that was just a misunderstanding. We were too hungry and wanted something to eat. Go find your own food. I'm not your parent nor your ancestor. Why should I give you food? Wang Di asked. Wang Di, don't get too arrogant. Do you think having a knife makes you impressive? If you offend us brothers, be careful, we might just kill you. Shi Dahe could bear it no longer. He could not tolerate this humiliation. In school, the 2 brothers were tyrants, and everyone feared them. So after being stranded on the deserted island, Shi Dahe still wanted to reign supreme. He not only wanted to conquer Wang Di, but also in Mengting and Zhao Shui. If you want to kill me, then come at me. Ooh, I want to see who will die first. Whoosh. Wang Di swung the sword in his hand, pointing its tip directly at Shi Dahe. In the forest, Wang Di aimed his knife at the 2, fully aware of human nature and determined not to show weakness, for they were on an island. As long as he showed even a hint of weakness, Shi Dalong and Shi Dahe would take advantage of it, potentially leading to deadly consequences. If you dare to steal food, I swear I'll chop off your hand. Wang Di shook his sword, looking sternly at Shi Dahe. Shi Dahe gritted his teeth, feeling insulted like never before. In school, he looked down on Wang Di and other commoners, believing they were merely objects for him to bully and oppress. But on this island, Wang Di not only refused to give him face, but threatened him, which was an immense humiliation. Shi Dahe, don't be afraid of him. I don't believe he dares to kill you. Your father is a well-known figure with hundreds of brothers under him. If he disrespects you once you leave here, you can kill him in an instant. Jin Feng, standing aside, instigated the situation, hoping for Shi Dahe to deal with Wang Di. Shi Dahe, let's forget about it. We are all classmates, so let's talk things out nicely. Lu Xiaochuan tried to mediate. What the hell? Are you out of your mind, Lu Xiaochuan? Which side are you on? Who are you trying to help? Jin Feng was furious, wanting to slap Lu Xiaochuan. I just don't want you 2 to have a conflict. Jin Feng scolded him, but Lu Xiaochuan dared not retort. Although he was a man, he was timid, and among these few people, whether it was Jin Feng, Shi Dahe, or even in Mengting, he could not afford to offend. And Mengting's father was a wealthy merchant, and her family was well off. Shi Dalong and Shi Da's father was a local tyrant whom he could not provoke. As for Jin Feng, although she was also from a common family, she used her looks to make many connections outside. Little brother, step back. At a crucial moment, Shi Dalong ordered his younger brother to step back. Big brother, he is being too arrogant, not giving us face. If I don't kill him today, how will I survive if this gets out? Shi Dahe refused to back down. Had it not been for the knife in Wang Di's hand, he would have acted long ago. Brother, we are all classmates at the same school. Since we have survived this disaster, we should help each other, not tear each other apart and fight. Sure Dalong smiled kindly, yet his gaze remained watchful of the knife in Wang Di's hand. Sure Dahu scoffed coldly, retreating to the side, gritting his teeth. Brother Wang Di, you should put down the knife. There's no need to ruin the harmony. Sure Dalong continued to smile. Wang Di sheathed the knife, knowing that if either of them dared to harbor ill intentions, he could end their lives in an instant. We are all classmates and should unite rather than fight among ourselves. Zhao Shui was terrified, her face pale. She had never seen such a scene and feared for Wang Di's safety. TCH. Jin Feng looked down on them, seemingly disappointed. In school, these two brothers were tyrants. Anyone who dared to oppose them would certainly face terrifying retaliation. But today their performance left Jin Feng feeling let down. Brother Wang Di, we are indeed very hungry. Could you spare us some food? Sure Dalong bowed deeply, behaving politely. You can have food, but you must go into the forest and bring me wood. I want to build a thatched hut here. After bringing the wood, once you have eaten, you will also have to carry stones to block the cave entrance. Wang Di demanded. What the hell? Upon hearing Wang Di's request, Sure Dahu angrily retorted, I have never done manual labor. How dare you ask me to do hard work? Whether I've done work is none of your business. You are not my son or grandson. Why should I take care of you? Wang Di questioned. Sure Dahu's eyes widened in anger, wanting to pick up a stone from the ground to throw at Wang Di, but Sure Dalong immediately said, Brother Wang Di, we will follow your arrangements. We will go find wood in the forest, and after eating, we will carry stones to block the cave entrance. Big brother, did I hear you wrong? When did you become so cowardly? We brothers have some status. How can we listen to a poor mountain village kid's orders? Sure Dahu was unconvinced, filled with the spirit of facing death fearlessly. Brother, we have just arrived here and have no merits. We truly have no right to eat Brother Wang Di's food, so we can only exchange food with our hard-working hands. Sure Dalong turned and left quickly, heading towards the forest. Big brother. Sure Dahu anxiously chased after him, feeling disappointed in his elder brother. Jin Feng felt somewhat unwilling, then gritted her teeth and left. Lu Xiaochuan hesitated. He looked at Wang Di, then at the retreating figures of Sure Dalong and Sure Dao. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to leave and decide to follow Sure Dalong. Brother Wang, why didn't you drive them away? Instead, you agreed to let them exchange labor for food. After the group disappeared into the forest, Zhao Shui curiously inquired. Because they won't leave. If you force them to go, it will only push them to desperation, Wang Di replied. And even if you force them away, do you think they will truly leave? They will definitely follow us in the shadows, posing an even greater threat to us, and Mengting added. However, what Mengting said made a lot of sense. Even if Wang Di wanted to drive them away, they would not actually leave and would certainly follow in the shadows. With the enemy concealed and us exposed, while open confrontation is easy to defend against, hidden attacks are difficult to guard against. Instead of this, it is better for everyone to be in the open. Wang Di, I feel we may have trouble ahead. Not just trouble, but also danger. Wang Di chuckled coldly. He was not afraid of danger or trouble. If either of the two dared to have ulterior motives, he could end their lives at any time. But Wang Di was unafraid. In school, he had avoided trouble to not affect his studies and did not want to worry his parents. But now it was different. This was not about stirring up trouble, but about survival. Brother Wang and Mengting, I feel that Sure Dalong is very kind, but Sure Dahu seems quite fierce, Zhao Shui said. Do you really think Sure Dalong is kind? What you've seen is merely his exterior, Wang Di remarked. Deeply hidden people are often more dangerous because you never know when they will launch a deadly strike against you, and Mengting added. So what should we do? Zhao Shui asked, feeling frightened since there was only Wang Di, a man, on their side, while the other side had 3 men. If a conflict truly arose, she feared that Wang Di would not be a match for the 3 of them. Let's observe the situation first. Let them bring the wood and finish building the cave entrance. They'll tentatively let them go, then decide how to act, Wang Di said. They want leave, and Mengting was certain that Sure Dalong and Sure Dahu would not walk away. I know they want leave, but I will give them a warning. However, the 3 of us need to be careful and never separate. Wang Di expressed his concern for Mengting and Zhao Shui, knowing they were both women and beautiful. You and Lu Xiaochuan are classmates, so you should have some rapport. Can you persuade him to join us? If we can get Lu Xiaochuan on our side, our influence will grow, and Mengting replied. He is just a weak and incompetent person. Even if he comes over, it won't be of much use. But if he is willing to ally with us, I won't oppose it, she added. Wang Di didn't care much for Lu Xiaochuan. He was well aware of his character, weak and incompetent, even less useful than a woman. You must be careful around those 2. Don't be careless. If needed, I can help you, he warned. Can you help me? And Mengting asked. Wang Di couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Mengting's little arms and legs trying to assist him. Do you look down on me? I, the big star, have practiced taekwondo, and most men can't defeat me, and Meng Ting declared, shaking her small fist to show she was formidable. Wang Di smiled, finding the big star quite adorable. After just a few days of practicing taekwondo and knowing a bit of flashy moves, she thought she could handle men. At this moment, Dahu angrily questioned, "Big brother, why did you stop me just now? Why do you have to follow Wang Di's plan? Who does he think he is?" "Brother, you were too impulsive," Dalong said. "Big brother, back in school we never took someone like Wang Di seriously. A single glance could have taken him down," Dahu recalled nostalgically. Remembering their glorious days in school, Dahu still missed those times. In fact, the two brothers were quite old, nearing 30, older than many of the students. The reason these two brothers were older students was that they didn't want to graduate. There were many girls in college, and they could exert their influence and had plenty of money to spend, so they stayed in school. Moreover, there was a more important reason. Even if they did something outrageous in school, being treated as students meant the penalties were lighter. As long as it wasn't murder or arson, they would be lenient. "Brother, you were too impulsive just now. If we had a conflict with Wang Di, we would definitely suffer, because he has a knife in hand," Dalong cautioned. Recalling the dagger in Wang Di's hand, Dalong felt some apprehension. That idiot really has good luck stranded on an island, not only encountering two beauties, but also obtaining a dagger, Dahu said. Dahu clenched his fists, wanting to take everything that belonged to Wang Di because he felt Wang Di didn't deserve to have it. Dahu, how glorious were you two brothers back in the day? Would you really let Wang Di trample you just because he has a broken knife?" Jin Feng fanned the flames from the side, continuously provoking the two men. "Damn, you underestimate us. That idiot Wang Di only has a broken knife. If he annoys me, I can just smash him with a stone," Dahu declared. As he spoke, Dahu lifted a rock and slammed it heavily against a tree. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the tree shook rapidly with bark chipping away. "On this deserted island, that broken knife is only fit for cutting vegetables. If it comes to a fight, I can take him down with stones and sticks," Dahu boasted. Dahu smiled proudly. "Dahu, you're really something. No wonder they call you Tiger," Jin Feng praised, delighted that Dahu wasn't intimidated by Wang Di's knife. "Actually, I think we should unite as classmates and avoid conflicts," Lu Xiaochuan suggested. Jin Feng raised her hand and slapped Lu Xiaochuan's face. Although she was a woman, she had also learned to be bad. "Why did you hit me?" Although Lu Xiaochuan was very angry, he didn't dare to retaliate, since Jin Feng often socialized with wealthy individuals when they were in school and knew many people he couldn't afford to provoke. "Lu Xiaochuan, I advise you not to join Wang Di's camp, because he is a poor guy just as poor as you. What future can two poor guys have together?" Jin Feng stated. Poor. The thought of that word pierced Lu Xiaochuan's heart. He was unwilling to accept poverty and was determined to change his fate. However, he knew that even if he graduated from the financial university, it wouldn't change his fate of poverty, because his future salary would likely only be a few thousand. Getting rich overnight through finance was impossible unless one was exceptionally talented or had a wealthy background. If you wholeheartedly follow Dalong and Dahu after leaving here and returning to Sioux City, they will take care of you, Jin Feng said. "My father acquired a company a few months ago, Lu Xiaochuan. If you become friends with us and follow us loyally once we leave here, he'll make you the general manager of that company," Dalong extended an olive branch. General manager. Lu Xiaochuan was thrilled. If he could really become the general manager, he would certainly have a glorious future and could return to his rural hometown with pride. "Brother Long, you're not lying to me, are you?" Lu Xiaochuan asked. "How could I lie to you?" Dalong replied with a smile. "But I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it." Even though he hadn't yet become the general manager, Lu Xiaochuan was already afraid he wouldn't be able to manage it. In truth, he longed for that day. "Damn, are you brainless? What a fool." Dahu scolded angrily. "As long as you have a backing, it doesn't matter if you can manage it or not. With connections, even a dog can be a famous dog with millions of fans." Though Dahu's words were harsh, Lu Xiaochuan felt they made sense. In this era, as long as one had connections, even a fool could become wealthy. "As long as you follow us, well, we won't treat you poorly," Dalong patted Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder. "Moreover, I will help you. Once you become the general manager in Dalong's father's company, I can introduce you to many connections. After years of mingling, I have many wealthy acquaintances." Jin Feng continued, excited. Lu Xiaochuan imagined becoming the general manager, wearing designer clothes, driving a BMW, and returning home in style. He envisioned the remote mountainous area, the entrance to his hometown, with countless villagers standing at the road welcoming him. This was the life he longed for, his dream come true. After deceiving Lu Xiaochuan, the group carried wood back. "Damn, I'm starving. Once we get back, I must eat my fill and then deal with that son of a bitch," Wang Di Dahu cursed as they returned. There were many logs piled up at the cave's entrance, which were brought by Dalong and the others, enough for Wang Di to build a shack. "Damn, I'm exhausted," Dahu panted, having never done any work before today. Truly wore him out. "Wang Di, we've moved a lot of lumber as you requested." What about the food you promised us? Shi Dahu asked. Wang Di pointed to a nearby rock and said, your food is over there. Why is it so little? Do you think we're cats? Looking at the food placed on the rock, Shi Dahu instantly exploded with rage, as there was only a piece of wild boar meat estimated to weigh no more than 4 pounds. However, there were 4 of them, and this amount of food was insufficient. Although the food was not much, it was almost enough to fill them up. Wang Di didn't give them any extra food because his own supplies were very limited. The seafood by the sea had likely rotted. The weather on the island was terrible, and dead fish and shrimp would decay within a day. Take it or leave it. Wang Di did not give Shi Dahu a good expression. If the other party were kind, he would try to help, but unfortunately they were not. Wang Di, do you think you can play us for fools? Shi Dahu was filled with killing intent, but when he glanced at Mengting and Zhao Shui, his gaze softened a bit, because the two were beauties. Although Jin Feng also looked good, the two brothers looked down on her since she was not a decent woman. If you don't want it, you can leave. I won't force you, Wang Di said. Just as Shi Dahu was about to explode with anger, Shi Dalong quickly walked over and said, Brother Wang Di, I apologize. My brother has a bad temper, please don't take it to heart. I also have a bad temper, and not just anyone can yell at me, Wang Di replied. I will definitely keep my brother in check. Sorry for causing you trouble. Shi Dalong felt deeply apologetic and then pulled Shi Dahu away, conveniently taking with him the few pounds of roasted meat. Shi Dahu left reluctantly. If it weren't for his older brother's repeated interventions, he would have fought Wang Di. A country bumpkin, why should he have a good knife and still be surrounded by 2 beauties? These should belong to him because he was the one qualified to possess them. Brother Wang Di, let's eat first. After we're full, we'll go move stones for the cave. Shi Dalong smiled as he departed. Wang Di sat by the fire with the 2 women, remaining calm throughout. They were just 2 useless people, not worthy of his attention. However, a cautious man sails 1,000 ships safely. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, Guangong had died due to carelessness, falling into the hands of villains. Zhao Shui was very anxious, sweating from her tension, and Mengting held a wooden stick tightly, cautiously on guard. Shi Dalong placed the roasted meat on a stone and then leaned back politely, saying to Wang Di, Brother, I have an unreasonable request. What is it? Wang Di asked. Could you use your dagger to divide our roasted meat into 4 portions? I know you wouldn't lend me your dagger, and I wouldn't ask to borrow it either, but I hope you can help me cut our piece of roasted meat into 4 parts. Shi Dalong smiled, wishing he could snatch the dagger from Wang Di's hands for himself. Sure, no problem. Wang Di stood up, taking the dagger and walking over, and Mengting followed closely behind him with the wooden stick, fearing an accident. And Mengting, beautiful lady, I can see that you care about Wang Di a lot. Your relationship must be very good, Shi Dalong inquired with a smile. What does that have to do with you? And Mengting asked coldly. It has nothing to do with me. Shi Dalong awkwardly smiled, a gloomy gaze fleeting over in Mengting. Upon seeing in Mengting's beautiful face, he felt jealous and hurt. Such a stunning star stranded on an island unexpectedly encountered Wang Di. Wang Di arrived at the stone, dividing the piece of roasted meat into 4, then turned back gracefully. Thank you, Brother Wang Di. Shi Dalong smiled in gratitude. Shi Dahu squatted on the ground, continually watching the knife in Wang Di's hand and also glancing at Mengting beside him. After returning to the fire, Wang Di and the 2 women ate. Once they were well fed and settled their living arrangements, he prepared to store food. Survival on the island depended on food. At this moment, Shi Dalong and the others were preparing to share the food, which consisted of 4 pieces of roasted meat, each weighing about 1 pound. Lu Xiaochuan swallowed hard and then reached out to grab one of the pieces. Jin Feng slapped his hand away, angrily glaring at him. I'm hungry. I just want to eat my share, Lu Xiaochuan exclaimed. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? You don't even know to take care of us. Jin Feng retorted. How am I supposed to take care of you? Lu Xiaochuan asked. Stranded on the island, we are all low on food. You should give us part of your share. If you don't even have this awareness, how can you expect to be the general manager in the future? Jin Feng stated. Huh. Shi Dahu chuckled and said, Brother Lu Xiaochuan, just endure for a couple of days. The rescue team will arrive in a couple of days. We won't forget your kindness. Once we return, we'll repay you 1,000-fold. Although Lu Xiaochuan was somewhat unwilling, he thought it over and felt it made sense. After all, the rescue team would surely come in a couple of days. If he could just endure for these 2 days, he would be rewarded after leaving the island. Anyway, you're poor and used to being hungry, so just eat a little to fill your stomach. Jin Feng took the piece of meat belonging to Lu Xiaochuan, casually tearing off a bit for him, then dividing the remaining roasted meat into 3 portions. Brother Lu Xiaochuan, you've been wronged. We will remember your kindness. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Shi Dalong patted Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Longuhuga, since we are friends, I don't mind taking a loss. Lu Xiaochuan smiled. Good, very good. It's worth it for us to treat you as a brother. Shi Dalong nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhao Shui noticed that the 3 were not giving Lu Xiaochuan any food and quietly said, Brother Wang there bullying Lu Xiaochuan. Wang Di nodded slightly, indicating he was aware. I didn't expect Jin Feng to be so despicable, and Mengting was furious, feeling that Jin Feng was not only malicious, but also domineering. Brother Wang, aren't you going to help Lu Xiaochuan? Zhao Shui asked. He's an adult, he doesn't need my help. Wang Di never considered helping Lu Xiaochuan as someone who willingly acted as a slave and was eager to cling to the powerful. No one could help him. But Jin Feng is too arrogant, we should take her down a peg, and Mengting remarked. I think the same, to let her know who she is, Wang Di agreed. After finishing their meal, Shi Dalong and the others approached. However, he maintained a smile expressing goodwill. Wang Di stood up with the dagger in hand, and Mengting immediately stood beside him, her bright eyes watching the others. In the empty cave, Shi Dalong and the others walked over politely and said, Brother Wang Di, thank you for your food. We won't forget your kindness. After we leave here, we will definitely repay you. There's no need for repayment. I don't require anything from you. Wang Di didn't want to be polite with them, nor did he want to deal with their insincerity. Brother Wang Di, even if you don't let us repay you, we will still repay you, Shi Dalong said politely. Now that you're full, you can leave. This place is too small to accommodate so many people. You should each go seek your own survival. Wang Di said, and Mengting immediately looked at the others, eager to see their reactions. Zhao Shui was filled with fear, worried that Shi Dalong and the others might turn against them at any moment. The air felt as if it had solidified. The critical moment had arrived. Shi Dalong's expression was grim, while Shi Dahu's eyes shone with malice. Jin Feng wore a look of disdain, and Lu Xiaochuan seemed caught in a dilemma, feeling somewhat at a loss. The quiet air was somewhat oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. Wang Di stabbed his blade into the ground, pressing his hands on the hilt, and looked at the others with authority. Brother Wang Di, we haven't finished what we promised you yet. We still need to move stones and build the cave. Shi Dalong continued to wear a friendly smile, appearing very congenial. As long as you leave now, I can build the cave myself, Wang Di replied. Brother Wang Di, let us do the building as a way to repay your kindness. Besides, if we leave here, we don't even know where to go. Shi Dalong seemed very troubled, as if leaving this place meant having nowhere else to go. The island is vast. Besides this place, there are many other locations to go. This place is too small to accommodate so many people. You should seek survival elsewhere. Wang Di said. What the hell? Shi Dahu exploded with rage, shouting, Wang Di, this island isn't yours to claim. What right do you have to drive us away? You have no authority to expel us. I refuse to leave today. What can you do about it? That's right. This island doesn't belong to anyone. We can go wherever we please. Who dares to do anything to us? Jin Feng continuously rolled her eyes, indicating her anger. Lu Xiaochuan remained silent, throughout unsure of what to say. You all shut up, stop talking. Shi Dalong roared several times, asserting, Brother Wang Di has kindly taken us in and provided us with food, yet you dare speak like this. Do you have no conscience at all? Big brother. Shi Dahu was very dissatisfied and was about to retort, but Shi Dalong said sternly, if you dare to speak again, you are no brother of mine. Humph. Shi Dahu snorted coldly, standing aside in discontent, but he didn't dare to speak, fearing his elder brother. Do you really think Wang Di wants to drive us away? He is just testing us, wanting to see if you are grateful people. I didn't expect you would turn hostile. Shi Dalong glared angrily at Shi Dahu and Jin Feng, as if he could see Wang Di's true intentions. The two remained silent, for Shi Dalong held authority in their group. Are we the kind of ungrateful people? If Wang Di truly wanted to expel us, we would leave on our own without turning hostile or causing conflict. Shi Dalong's words were loud, but he spoke with ulterior motives. Such a small scheme could not escape Wang Di's notice. Brother Wang Di, I apologize. They are ignorant and just turned against you, but we truly have nowhere to go. Besides, we are all survivors. Separating would be detrimental to our survival. Shi Dalong smiled, speaking to Wang Di in a friendly manner. Since you don't want to leave, then go build the cave. Bring me the best stones to construct the entrance and leave a stone door. Wang Di said. Brother Wang Di, you can rest assured, we will definitely complete your task. Shi Dalong immediately promised to fulfill the assignment. Big brother, we are not laborers. We are both dragon and tiger, not dogs. How can we follow his orders? Shi Dahu protested angrily. Shi Dalong kicked him and commanded, if you still recognize me as your elder brother, don't waste words and follow my orders. Shi Dahu lowered his head in frustration. Though he was very angry, he didn't dare to confront his elder brother, yet he remained discontent. I hope you all take this seriously and don't disappoint me. Wang Di ordered. Don't worry, we will give our all. Shi Dalong smiled, and at that moment he turned, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Di led the two women to build a thatched hut. Since the timber was plentiful, it saved a lot of time. Having free labor was quite good, sparing him much fatigue. After 2 to 3 hours, Wang Di had erected a thatched hut, while Shi Dalong and the others were still moving stones. However, Lu Xiaochuan, feeling hungry, lacked strength, yet to avoid angering Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Wang Di, we have completed the hunt. What should we do next? And Mengting asked. Let's go into the forest to find some prey. Wang Di took his blade, preparing to venture into the forest with the two women to search for food. The blade was his most crucial weapon for self-defense and must not fall into Shi Dalong's hands. There wasn't much food left. Wang Di needed to go hunting. However, before heading out, he wanted to take the remaining wild boar meat from the cave. There had been plenty of wild boar meat, but after being blown away by the storm yesterday, only a little over 10 pounds remained. After eating some upon returning, only a few pounds were left. This food could not be left in the cave to prevent it from being stolen by Shi Dalong and the others or poisoned. Although there were no poisons on the island, it wasn't hard to obtain venom. For instance, snake venom and that of some other creatures. The dense forest felt like an ocean. Wang Di led the two women through the woods. Zhao Shui was not in good health. Her injuries had not fully healed, but Wang Di was reluctant to leave her at the camp. Wang Di, you just let them leave, and Shi Dahu reacted very violently, and Mengting remarked. I expected all of this. Since they don't want to leave, let them serve as free laborers. Wang Di replied. Brother Wang, aren't you worried they might do something bad? Zhao Shui asked, somewhat frightened, still recalling the earlier scene. If they dare to cause trouble, I will make them pay the price. Wang Di tightened his grip on the blade. If Shi Dalong and the others behaved, it was fine, but if they didn't, he would send them straight to hell at any moment. Shi Dalong is smarter than we imagined. Remembering Shi Dalong's cunning, and Mengting felt uneasy. They were not worried about Shi Dao. Although he had a violent temperament, he was just a brute and not a significant threat. But Shi Dalong was different. His schemes ran deep. Umph. Wang Di snorted coldly, viewing Shi Dalong as merely a clown. Alas, it's a pity Lu Xiaochuan is too useless and incompetent. And Mengting wearily rubbed her temples. They had originally intended to court Lu Xiaochuan to strengthen their camp, but he proved too inept and weak. Whoosh. Suddenly, a wild rabbit sprang from a patch of grass. It was a plump gray rabbit, likely weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Ah, a rabbit. Zhao Shui was overjoyed, excitedly watching the rabbit. Wang Di, quickly catch that rabbit and don't let it escape. And Mengting was anxious, fearing the rabbit would get away. You all wait here, don't run around. Whoosh. Wang Di moved like a flash, darting forward like a gust of wind, quickly pursuing the rabbit. The startled rabbit ran swiftly. Die. Wang Di leaped into the air, his feet launching off a large tree, his body shooting out like an arrow before swiftly throwing the blade in his hand. Whoosh. The thrown blade pierced the wild rabbit's body like a spear. Sizzle. The rabbit lay on the ground, kicking its legs before dying on the spot. Got it. Wang Di clapped his hands, smiling as he walked over to pick up the rabbit, then returned to the two women. Wang Di, you're really amazing. And Mengting applauded, feeling that Wang Di was truly impressive. Brother Wang, you are so remarkable. Zhao Shui also praised joyfully, believing Wang Di was indeed very capable. Generally, one would need many people to catch a rabbit in the forest due to its swift speed, yet Wang Di managed to catch one all by himself. Let's head back. We'll have a feast tonight, Wang Di said with a smile. Brother Wang, but we only caught one wild rabbit. How could it possibly feed 7 people? Zhao Shui voiced her concern. They were 3, and Shi Dalong's group numbered 4, 7 in total. Yet a single rabbit was far from enough. Why should it be divided among 7? Do they even deserve a share? Wang Di replied coldly. Oh, Zhao Shui understood at once. Wang Di had never intended to share with Shi Dalong's group, but she worried deeply, fearing their resentment would ignite conflict sooner rather than later. Let's go back. Wang Di carried the rabbit, leading the two women back toward camp. Dusk approached swiftly. The day had slipped away like mist. Beneath the cave on a flat stone, Shi Da, who lay sprawled, panting heavily. I'm utterly spent. That trash Wang Di dares order us around. Damn it, I'll kill him someday. Pa, what right does a penniless beggar have to command us? We're stranded on this island. And once we found each other, he should serve us, not the other way around. After all, we're the ones with money. Jin Feng seethed, as well, convinced that as the wealthy they deserved deference and sustenance from Wang Di. Enough. No more complaints. Shi Dalong wiped sweat from his brow and spoke. Brother, surely you won't let Wang Di trample over us forever? Shi Dahu asked. Heh. Shi Dalong gave a chilling, mirthless smile, grinding his teeth. Great deeds demand patience and timing. Blustering about violence with every breath won't build empires. It won't even get things done. Brother, you've already laid your plans. Huh? Shi Dahu beamed, already envisioning Wang Di's downfall. Hey Lu Xiaochuan, it's time to prove your loyalty. Swear absolute fealty to Brother Dalong and Brother Dahu, and once we return home, you'll become general manager of their family's corporation. Jin Feng declared. Suddenly the three realized. They'd been talking for ages, yet Lu Xiaochuan hadn't stirred. Hey. Jin Feng rose, kicked him several times, and found him unresponsive, as if lifeless. Ah, Could he be dead? Jin Feng clapped a hand over her mouth, stunned. Shi Dalong leapt up immediately to check Lu Xiaochuan's pulse. Brother, could he really be dead? Useless as he is, he still serves some purpose, for now. Shi Dehu remarked. Shi Dalong pressed 2 fingers to Lu Xiaochuan's nostrils, then announced, he's alive, just collapsed from exhaustion. He hasn't eaten and just finished heavy labor. His body simply gave out. Pock. Jin Feng spat contemptuously. What a pathetic dog, fainting after skipping just 1 or 2 meals. No backbone whatsoever. Wang Di returned with Mengting and Zhao Shui. At camp he found the cave entrance meticulously walled, stone upon stone aligned with precision, forming a seamless fortress-like barrier. Brother Wang Di, you're back? We've completed the task you assigned. Please take a look. Does it meet your standards? Shi Dalong rose, smiling warmly. Acceptable. Wang Di nodded faintly, satisfied, yet his expression remained impassive. Brother Wang Di, joining your faction is no idle gesture. Our obedience is sincere, our commitment unwavering. Shi Dalong wore a practiced smile, eager to cement rapport with Wang Di. Shi Dalong, let me be clear, I assigned labor not to recruit you into my ranks, but to require tangible effort in exchange for the food you've already consumed. Wang Di corrected him. Yes, you're absolutely right. Shi Dalong kept nodding vigorously, his smile undimmed. A plump, succulent rabbit. Dinner's served. Jin Feng beamed upon spotting the rabbit in Wang Di's hand. He shot her a dismissive glance. Was this woman truly delusional? Did she honestly believe she would eat it? Jin Feng sat slumped on a boulder, stroking her hollow, rumbling stomach. Wang Di sneered inwardly. This woman's intellect was astonishingly shallow. Damn it. She dared presume entitlement as if she were royalty. Lu Xiaochuan still lay motionless on the stone, starved unconscious. Jin Feng and Shi Dehu refused to lift a finger. His death would mean nothing to them. Wang Di gutted and cleaned the rabbit, then erected a wooden frame over glowing embers and skewered the carcass for roasting. And Mengting and Zhao Shui sat beside him, waiting eagerly for the feast. Half an hour passed, and rich, savory aromas bloomed across the clearing, intoxicating and irresistible. This scent alone makes my mouth water. And Mengting blushed slightly, chuckling bashfully, as if caught indulging a childish craving. Just a little longer. It's not quite done yet, Wang Di said. She smiled and nodded, but her gaze never left the sizzling rabbit. The fragrance proved too potent. Lu Xiaochuan stirred awake, clutching his hollow belly as he sat up. What is that smell? So rich. What are you getting up for? Lie back down. Jin Feng snapped irritably. I'm starving. Lu Xiaochuan clutched his stomach, dizzy and weak. His vision blurred, his limbs leaden. Just sleep. Hunger vanishes in dreams. But I am starving. He kept his hands pressed to his abdomen, too weak even to speak clearly. Can't you show any grit? Skipping a few meals won't kill you. Do you still want that general manager post? Jin Feng gritted her teeth, furious. She longed to slap him senseless. Let this pauper starve, her comfort mattered, not his. I certainly do wish to become general manager. Lu Xiaochuan stammered. He ached for the title. If he could ingratiate himself with the Shi brothers, escape this island in 2 days, and return to Sioux City, he'd ascend to power in their father's corporate empire. Then starve for 2 more days. Your brief suffering buys lifelong prosperity. A bargain indeed. Some graduates toil their entire lives and still never reach such heights. Jin Feng glared, disgusted by his weakness. Brother, Miss Jin Feng speaks wisdom. Endure these 2 days, then live gloriously once we leave. Shi Dehu chuckled. Lu Xiaochuan's eyes dimmed. He was ravenous, desperate for food, yet dared not offend Shi Dehu. And deep down he clung to hope rescue teams might arrive within 2 days. Just 2 more days, and he'd leapfrog decades of struggle. Across the camp, roasted rabbit perfumed the breeze. At last, done. Wang Di carved off the juiciest hind leg with his dagger and handed it to Mengting. It's ready. You must be famished. Eat quickly. Thank you. And Mengting accepted the tender meat and devoured it with relish. Wang Di then offered the second hind leg to Zhao Shui. Eat while it's hot. Brother Wang, the hind legs are too fatty. I prefer the forelegs, please. Wang Di knew she was quietly reserving the finest portion for him. Take it. Beyond these 2 legs there's plenty more succulent meat, so no need to spare me. His tone was firm, unyielding. Oh, Zhao Shui nodded and accepted her share. The 3 feasted together beside the crackling fire, savoring every bite. The others watched, mouths watering, torn between pride and hunger, until Shi Dalong finally stepped forward, approaching Wang Di's fire. Brother Wang Di, might we have a share of the rabbit? We're starving too. Are you crippled? Can't you hunt for yourselves? Wang Di retorted, gnawing thoughtfully on his own rabbit leg. And Mengting also rolled her eyes at Shi Dalong. Zhao Shui carefully ate, afraid that Shi Dalong and Wang Di would turn against her. Like Lu Xiaochuan, she was timid, but her timidity was understandable, as she was a well-behaved girl while it was unusual for a man like Lu Xiaochuan to be so. People often say that a woman's beauty can change her life. Oh, as long as she is beautiful, she will not struggle. However, a man's character changes his fate. A timid and cowardly person like Lu Xiaochuan will never have a promising future. Brother Wang Di, I apologize. Today, due to moving lumber and constructing the cave's entrance, we were delayed and didn't have time to hunt, but I assure you we will go hunting ourselves tomorrow. Sure, Dalong said with a smile, sounding very agreeable. Wang Di felt this made sense as they had indeed been busy all day and had no time to hunt. Wang Di, you are going too far. You made us move timber and then build the cave's entrance. How could we have time to find food? Sure, Dahu said angrily. All right, since you were all very busy today, I will give you some food. With that, Wang Di took out his dagger and cut a piece of rabbit meat weighing over half a pound for Sure Dalong, then cut another piece for Sure Dao. This is for you two brothers. Wang Di said. Thank you. Sure Dalong smiled in gratitude, and then left with his brother. Wang Di, I want some too. Jin Feng stretched out her hand, wanting to eat rabbit meat. I don't raise useless people here, Wang Di said coldly. What do you mean? Jin Feng asked through gritted teeth. You contributed very little when we were moving lumber today, and you hardly helped at all when we were moving stones to construct the cave's entrance, so you have no share in this rabbit meat. Wang Di said. I'm a girl, of course I didn't contribute much, Jin Feng said quietly. So you're admitting you didn't contribute. Since you didn't contribute, you're useless. If you're useless, what use do I have for you? Wang Di looked sternly at Jin Feng. He had long found this woman intolerable. How dare she still want to eat? Wang Di, how dare you insult me? Jin Feng gritted her teeth anger, making her fists clench. I only know that you are useless. Useless people have no right to eat. Get lost. Wang Di's expression was cold, showing no respect for Jin Feng, and there was no need to. Such a vicious and selfish woman had no right to any respect. Jin Feng wanted to explode in anger, but she didn't dare, because Sure Dalong and his brother were not nearby. The two were 10 meters away enjoying their food, leaving her feeling powerless. Lu Xiaochuan, can you spare me some food? Lu Xiaochuan approached, clutching his stomach, feeling extremely hungry and weak. Wang Di cut a piece of rabbit meat about a pound and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan was from a poor family and was also his classmate, so he took special care of him. Thank you. Lu Xiaochuan accepted the food with both hands, deeply touched. He had thought Wang Di would only give him a little, but he didn't expect so much. Lu Xiaochuan, it's too hot here. You should eat over there. Jin Feng pointed to a tree not far away, wanting Lu Xiaochuan to go there to eat the roasted meat. In reality, she wanted to monopolize it, planning to take it for herself once he went over. Lu Xiaochuan, you should eat here. If you dare to go over there, then put down your food. And Mengting noticed Jin Feng's intentions and decided to help Lu Xiaochuan. Just sit here and eat. And Mengting knew that if Lu Xiaochuan went over there, he would definitely have his food taken by Jin Feng, so she prevented him from going. Lu Xiaochuan hesitated with the food in hand. Do you still want to be the general manager at Sure Dalong's father's company? If you want to be the general manager, you have to listen to me. Jin Feng said. Lu Xiaochuan desperately wanted to be the general manager. He grew up in a poor family and had become afraid of poverty. He wanted to earn money and return home in style, dreaming of driving a luxury car, wearing designer clothes, and being welcomed by the villagers when he returned. That was his life's dream. If you dare to go over there, leave the food behind. And Mengting was very angry and stood up, wanting to snatch the food from Lu Xiaochuan's hands. I won't go over there, but he'll eat right here. Lu Xiaochuan tightly gripped the food regardless of whether it was hot, because he was afraid it would be taken away. All right, then just sit down. And Mengting said. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to sit by the fire and eat. And Mengting, how is it any of your business where he eats? Jin Feng asked angrily. You have no right to speak to me. And Mengting ignored Jin Feng. Hey, you still think you are worthy of talking to me? Jin Feng mocked coldly. Don't think that just because you have a bit of money you are impressive. In my eyes, you are still a poor person. I've grown tired of drinking Lafite, but if you want to drink a bottle of such good wine, you probably have to go to some place with those rich people and do unspeakable things right. And Mengting suddenly said these words. She actually disliked boasting about her family's wealth, but she could not stand Jin Feng's behavior. Jin Feng rolled her eyes, huffing angrily. She felt humiliated, but found herself unable to refute it, as in Mengting was speaking the truth. Wow, it's delicious. Lu Xiaochuan sat by the fire, eating heartily. He was starving. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan enjoying his food, Jin Feng became furious. She grabbed Lu Xiaochuan's arm and said, Give me the food, you poor thing. Missing a few meals won't kill you. I can't do that, I'm hungry. Lu Xiaochuan tightly held onto the food, not daring to get angry, lacking even the courage to resist, as he feared offending Jin Feng and Sure Dalong. He fantasized about being the general manager after leaving this place. Wang Di frowned, and then signaled for the two to teach Jin Feng a lesson. Zhao Shuai lowered her head, not daring to hit Jin Feng because she was timid. and Mengting understood Wang Di's meaning, stood up, grabbed Jin Feng's hair, and delivered a fierce slap. Smack! Ah! Jin Feng was slapped, her face turning red. And Mengting, you dead woman, how dare you hit me? I will fight you to the end. Jin Feng was furious and wanted to grab in Mengting's hair to fight her. Women tend to pull hair in fights. Huh? And Mengting kicked out, and then unleashed 3 swift kicks, hitting Jin Feng's lower body, midsection, and upper body respectively. Ouch, oh my! Jin Feng was sent flying to the ground, landing in a heap. Wang Di was somewhat surprised, not expecting in Mengting to have really practiced Taekwondo. The big star had mentioned she had practiced Taekwondo before, but Wang Di had not believed it at the time. Zhao Shui was also dumbfounded, feeling that in Mengting was impressive. Dalong Daho, this dead woman, and Mengting hit me. I order you to come and beat her up. Jin Feng was furious, her hair standing on end. Not far away, Shi Dalong and Shi Do only looked at in Mengting in surprise, but did not rush over. They did not want to fight for Jin Feng against in Mengting. After all, the former was a wild chicken, while the latter was a phoenix. Who would fight a phoenix for a wild chicken? Lu Xiaochuan, are you blind? Didn't you see me getting hit? Jin Feng asked. It's delicious. Lu Xiaochuan still held the food in both hands, enjoying it. Jin Feng got up, kicked Lu Xiaochuan, and then angrily turned away. Lu Xiaochuan, like a starving ghost, seemed unaware he had been kicked, as he was used to being bullied. After finishing the food, he asked, Brother Wang Di, can you give me more food? I'm still not full. There's nothing left, figure it out yourself. Thank you. Lu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude, and then slowly stood up to return to Shi Dalong and the others. Beauty and Mengting, you were amazing just now. I truly admire your courage and strength, Zhao Shui praised. From now on, anyone who dares to offend me will find themselves kicked to the ground. And Mengting looked at Wang Di with pride, as if showing off her impressive abilities. And Mengting, I feel sorry for classmate Lu Xiaochuan. Your family is so wealthy, your father has a company, why don't you promise him a position and bring him over? Zhao Shui asked. If they could bring Lu Xiaochuan over, their strength would increase significantly. He, that useless man, do you really think he is willing to be bullied just for the position of general manager? And Mengting inquired. Isn't that the case? Zhao Shui asked. And Mengting replied. He just found a reasonable excuse to willingly be bullied. He is incompetent. Wang Di felt that in Mengting's words were reasonable. Lu Xiaochuan was indeed very weak and incompetent. Even if Shi Dalong offered him no benefits, he would still not dare to retaliate and would willingly be bullied. At this moment, Jin Feng stood beside Shi Dalong and the others, looking pitifully. Dalong Dahua, can you spare some food for me? Shi Dalong finished the last bit of food, rubbed his hands together, and said, Beauty Jin Feng, why didn't you say so earlier? We've already finished eating. Jin Feng wanted to spit blood. She had been standing here for so long, didn't they see her? Although she was very angry, she didn't dare to complain because Shi Dalong and the others were not Lu Xiaochuan. Beauty Jin Feng, hang in there. We'll go find food tomorrow. We will definitely make sure you are well, Shi Dalong said. Shi Dahua also added, Yes, we'll definitely find food tomorrow. But I'm so hungry. Jin Feng crouched down on the ground, holding her stomach, feeling very uncomfortable. If you're really hungry, then just try lying on the ground, curling up, or it can alleviate the feeling of hunger. Lu Xiaochuan said from the side. Damn you, do you think you have the right to care about me? Jin Feng angrily stood up and raised her hand to slap Lu Xiaochuan twice. Slap. After a few slaps, Lu Xiaochuan angrily said, Why are you hitting me? You're not convinced, huh? Do you believe that when we return to Sioux City, I can have someone kill your entire family? I know many powerful and ruthless people. Jin Feng pointed at Lu Xiaochuan's nose and scolded him angrily because she was upset that Lu Xiaochuan hadn't proactively given her food just now. Lu Xiaochuan swallowed his anger. He understood that Jin Feng was in a bad mood, so he didn't want to argue. Just as Jin Feng was being arrogant, she saw Wang Di walking over slowly with a dagger. Jin Feng was startled and immediately stood quietly aside, secretly thinking that Wang Di wouldn't want to kill her, would he? Jin Feng, who was originally arrogant, became less so upon seeing Wang Di walk over with a dagger. She even felt a bit scared. Could Wang Di be coming to kill her? Shi Dalong and the others also stood up cautiously, watching Wang Di since they were unarmed. Lu Xiaochuan's eyes dimmed, but he still forced a smile at Wang Di. Brother Wang Di, may I ask if you have something for us to do? Shi Dalong smiled. After scanning the group with a cold gaze, Wang Di said, I know you won't leave here, will you? Brother Wang Di, we are classmates from the same school and survivors. We should help each other. I hope you will give us a chance and not drive us away, Shi Dalong said with a smile. Wang Di, don't bully us too much. This island isn't your family's property, and you have no right to make us leave. Shi Dahua said unhappily. Since you don't want to leave, then be obedient. I want to set a rule: no one is to approach the other's resting place at night, or don't blame me for being rude. It was getting dark and there was no moonlight tonight. Once it got dark, it was dangerous because people are unprepared while sleeping and difficult to defend against. Brother Wang Di, rest assured we won't approach you, Shi Dalong said, while secretly eyeing Wang Di's dagger. If he could obtain such a weapon, survival on this island would be much easier. I hope you remember my words. No matter what happens, you are not to approach our resting area at night, or don't blame me for being merciless. After warning the group, Wang Di turned and left with the dagger. Pak. Jean Feng was very angry, but she only dared to complain after Wang Di left. Big brother, the materials for building the hut were carried by us. Why does he have the right to not let us stay in the hut? Shi Dao's gaze was cold, filled with murderous intent. Shi Dalong gave him a glance, signaling him to be quiet. Shi Dao was angry and didn't want to talk, but he knew his big brother wouldn't always swallow his anger. It was dark. In the clearing under the cave, a bright fire was burning. Although there was no moonlight tonight, the bright flames illuminated the surroundings. And Mengting and Zhao Shui sat by the fire preparing to rest. Tonight we must be careful and take turns to keep watch. The person on watch must not fall asleep. We must guard against Shi Dao and the others. After returning to the fire, Wang Di said seriously, "Okay, we will remember." And Mengting nodded solemnly, indicating she understood, and she was also worried about those people. After it got dark, apart from the area around the bonfire, everything else was pitch black. Wang Di entered the hut. Although it was not large, it had about 10 square meters, larger than an ordinary single room and sufficient for 3 people to live in. The firelight from outside shone into the hut. After Zhao Shui entered, she kept her head down, feeling a bit shy. Seeing her shyness, Wang Di asked, "Why do you keep your head down? Do you think I'm ugly so you don't want to look at me yet?" "No, I'm not keeping my head down." Zhao Shui spoke softly. Even though she was clearly looking down, she didn't admit it. "Lift your head and look at me." Wang Di wanted to tease this shy little beauty. Zhao Shui became even more shy, her face turning redder. "Wang Di, you are teasing Zhao Shui again. Don't you just want me to look at you? I can just look at you." And Mengting stared at Wang Di with her big eyes, as if wanting to see through him. "Ha!" Wang Di laughed. He found the big star amusing. "Stop talking and don't tease Zhao Shui anymore. Can't you see she's very shy?" And Mengting rolled her eyes. Zhao Shui kept her head down, feeling embarrassed. If Mengting wasn't there, if she were alone with Wang Di, she would probably be trembling from nervousness. "Don't be so shy, you'll get used to it." Wang Di lay on a pile of grass. The conditions in the hut were very simple. There was nothing but dry grass. "Wang Di, stop talking nonsense and get some rest. Otherwise, be careful, I'll hit you. I know Taekwondo," Lu Fu said, shaking her fist in front of Wang Di as if showing off her prowess. "You all rest first, I'll keep watch," Wang Di said. "No way." And Mengting said sternly, "Leave the watch to us, you don't need to keep watch anymore. You must get good rest. Only with sufficient rest will you have the energy during the day." Brother Wang and Mengting is right. You can't keep watch, let us handle this little matter. We can manage these small tasks well. Zhao Shui also said. Wang Di initially wanted to refuse, but Mengting said sternly, "You must listen to us on this matter." Sighing, Wang Di smiled and said, "All right, since both ladies insist, I shall rest. Only by resting well can I have the energy to take care of you." Zhao Shui felt even more embarrassed, her face flushed bright red. Bang! Lu Fu, clenching her fist, punched Wang Di and said, "Do you want to be beaten?" calling them both ladies. After playing around with Mengting for a while, Wang Di decided to rest, and Zhao Shui prepared to do the same. And Mengting kept watch for the first half of the night. Before resting, Wang Di glanced at Shi Dalong and his group not far from the thatched cottage and instructed, "And Mengting, you must ensure safety. Do not let them get close. If they approach, wake me up immediately." "Okay, I will remember that," and Mengting nodded. Since Wang Di had fallen asleep, she was responsible for keeping watch. In addition to preventing Shi Dalong and his group, she also needed to be wary of wild beasts. This forest was quite dangerous, with wild animals roaming at night. Not far from the clearing, there was a campfire belonging to Shi Dalong and his group. Under the night sky, the cold wind occasionally blew. Shi Da, who sat on a rock complaining discontentedly, "That bastard Wang Di is truly too much. They get to live in the thatched cottage while we are out here." Thinking of Wang Di resting inside the thatched cottage with 2 beautiful women, he felt envy and jealousy, wishing he could rush in and eliminate Wang Di, claiming both girls for himself. "Stop complaining so much," Shi Dalong said. "Big brother, you can't really be this pathetic, can you? Letting Wang Di ride over us, what right does that poor guy have to possess all this?" Recalling Wang Di's treatment, Shi Da, who felt resentment. "Dalong, you aren't really afraid of Wang Di, are you?" Jean Feng clasped her hands over her stomach, feeling very hungry and salivating. Shi Dalong chuckled ominously, saying, "Wang Di is indeed despicable. We need to show him a lesson. Big brother, I'm just waiting for your word. As soon as you give the order, I will take care of him right away." Shi Da, who was somewhat impatient, eager to take action. Shi Dalong turned to Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "Brother, if we have a conflict with Wang Di, whose side will you take?" "Long gu hu gu, let's maintain a harmonious relationship. We are all colleagues, let's not create a rift." Lu Xiaochuan, timid as a mouse, did not want to be enemies with Wang Di. You fool, do you still want to be the general manager? If you want to be the general manager, you need to listen to our orders. Otherwise, why should we let you be the general manager? Jin Feng glared angrily, wishing she could slap Lu Xiaochuan to death. I wouldn't dare to kill anyone, especially since Wang Di is my classmate. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head in fear, not daring to do such a thing. Brother, you think too much. How could we do such a thing? We just want to teach Wang Di a lesson and find an opportunity to pin him down so he knows our power. Sure, Dalong replied. Long Gu, is what you're saying true? You only want to teach Wang Di a lesson just to pin him down and give him a beating? Lu Xiaochuan asked. Of course it's true. My brother and I have status and wealth, and we lack nothing. How could we do something like murder? Sure, Dalong explained. Long Gu, as long as you don't harm Wang Di, that would be fine. Lu Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wanted to be the general manager, he didn't dare offend Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu. However, he also did not dare to kill or harm Wang Di. Lu Xiaochuan, I realize you are truly useless. No wonder you will be poor for a lifetime. Your father, your grandfather, and your ancestors must also be just as useless as you are, so your ancestors have been poor for 18 generations. Jin Feng said these sarcastic words. Lu Xiaochuan, the firewood is running low. Go to the nearby forest and get some more. Shi Dalong instructed. Long Gu, but it's dark now and the light in the forest is poor. Where am I supposed to find firewood? Lu Xiaochuan felt caught in a dilemma, not wanting to go. You don't want to be the general manager anymore. You don't want to rise to success in the future. Long Gu asked you to do something, and you actually hesitate. Jin Feng was very angry, and she was also extremely hungry. All right, I will try my best. Lu Xiaochuan stood up to leave. Although it was night, the firelight illuminated the surroundings, and the nearby forest had a dim light. After Lu Xiaochuan left, Shi Dehu asked, Big brother, do you truly just want to teach Wang Di a lesson? Just to teach him a lesson is too lenient. I want him dead. Jin Feng was very angry, wishing she could kill Wang Di. Although she was a woman, her thoughts were venomous. I never give my enemies a chance to live, because there are many stories of people getting bitten after failing to kill a snake. Shi Dalong's eyes were cold, grinding his teeth. Big brother, then why did you just say to Lu Xiaochuan that you only wanted to teach Wang Di a lesson? Shi Dehu asked. Lu Xiaochuan is such a coward, timid as a mouse. If we say we want Wang Di's life, he definitely wouldn't have the guts. He might even be scared enough to tell on us, which would cause trouble. Shi Dalong explained. Shi Dehu and Jin Feng felt it made sense. Lu Xiaochuan was weak and timid. If he knew they wanted to kill Wang Di, he would surely be frightened and could even report them. Big brother, then why did you say those things to him just now? Shi Dehu asked. Because I was deceiving him. After subduing Wang Di, I will force him to personally kill Wang Di. Ha ha. Shi Dalong laughed excitedly, perhaps feeling quite clever. Big brother, you are truly smart. Shi Dehu gave a thumbs up, admiring his brother's intelligence. Long Gu, you are indeed very smart. If your plan succeeds, the one who kills Wang Di will be Lu Xiaochuan, and he will be under our control from then on. Jin Feng gave a thumbs up, also very impressed. First we take care of Wang Di, then in Mengting and Zhao Shui will be ours, Shi Dehu said. Who don't always think about those two. I'm not bad looking either. Jin Feng pretended to be jealous, but it was her way of flirting. Ha ha ha. Shi Dehu chuckled, reaching out to pinch Jin Feng. Jin Feng merely smiled seductively, not resisting. But we must be patient now and look for opportunities, ensuring not to alert the snake by striking the grass. Shi Dalong said. Big brother, don't worry, I will do everything you say. This is an island. Even if we take care of Wang Di, it won't matter. As for in Mengting and those two beauties, we will deal with them before leaving the island. Shi Dehu made a gesture and then smiled proudly. Lu Xiaochuan returned with a bundle of firewood, unaware that he was being plotted against. And Mengting remained in the thatched cottage, cautiously guarding against beasts and the approach of Shi Dalong and his group. After a few hours, Zhao Shui gradually woke up. And Mengting, beautiful lady, what time is it? Zhao Shui rubbed her eyes and asked. I don't have a phone, how would I know the time? But it should be late at night, and Mengting replied. You should rest, or I will keep watch. Zhao Shui prepared to keep watch since they were taking turns to rest. You need to be careful. I feel something is off about Shi Dalong and Shi Dehu. They are still awake, jumping around at this late hour. And Mengting instructed. Zhao Shui looked outside and saw that Shi Dalong and his group were still awake, walking around the fire, seemingly in good spirits. These people had been exhausted during the day, yet at night, they were full of energy, clearly not having good intentions. Shi Dalong and his group were pacing by the fire, as if searching for something valuable they had lost. However, as the night wore on, they likely grew tired and eventually laid down on the ground to sleep. The night passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the next day had arrived. After dawn, Wang Di opened his eyes and saw the first ray of sunlight outside. The weather today was pleasant, with golden sunlight illuminating the morning forest, lush and verdant, resembling a vast ocean of blue. Having rested well last night, Wang Di felt particularly energetic today. Brother Wang, you're awake. Zhao Shui said, holding a dagger, nervously looking outside. You all worked hard. Was it quiet last night? Wang Di inquired. Brother Wang, it was very peaceful last night. Shi Dalong and his group kept wandering by the fire for a long time before finally sleeping in the latter half of the night. Zhao Shui continued. Wandering by the fire for so long. Wang Di was curious if Shi Dalong and the others had taken the wrong medicine to be moving around by the fire at such an hour. Were they just bored? Or were they too hungry to sleep? They didn't come over, did they, eh? Wang Di asked. They never came over and kept their distance from us, Zhao Shui replied. They didn't come, that's good. Wang Di sat up while Mengting was still asleep in the thatched hut, having only rested in the latter part of the night, so she was in a deep slumber. Brother Wang, let me make you breakfast. You can rest a while longer, Zhao Shui said politely. I've slept enough and don't want to rest anymore. However, you should cook some breakfast first. After we eat, we need to go hunting. Wang Di planned to go hunting after breakfast because there was no stored food left. Food is crucial on this deserted island. Without it, they could starve. All right, I will go prepare the food now. Zhao Shui handed the dagger to Wang Di and went outside to cook. Wang Di took the dagger and stepped outside, feeling refreshed as the cool breeze brushed against him. Shi Dalong and his 3 companions were sleeping by another fire. These reckless fellows didn't even take turns keeping watch and were unafraid of wild beasts. In fact, they didn't keep watch because they were well aware that Wang Di would never harm them. Zhao Shui was grilling wild boar meat by the fire, and they only had a few pounds of it left. After finishing this food, they would need to find more. Oh no, it hurts so much. Jin Feng suddenly screamed, while asleep, standing up and hopping around. She had accidentally placed her hand in the charcoal fire while sleeping, waking up in pain. What happened? Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu woke up looking at Jin Feng with concern. I burned my hand. Jin Feng kept blowing on her hand, and thankfully she hadn't been in a deep sleep, so she woke up quickly. Thus her burn wasn't serious. Are you alright? How could you be so careless? Shi Dalong asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jin Feng blew on her hand, her eyes brimming with tears, almost crying. Jin Feng, are you okay? Lu Xiaochuan woke up and anxiously inquired. Slap. Jin Feng, very angry, hit Lu Xiaochuan on the face with her other hand, saying, Do I look like I need your concern? You poor wretch, what gives you the right to care about me? What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? And Mengting came out of the hut, her hair disheveled and looking sleepy. She had been sleeping soundly, but was awakened by the commotion outside. It's nothing. You can continue to sleep, Wang Di said. Zhao Shui smiled and added, Jin Feng accidentally burned her hand in the fire, which is why there was such a loud noise. Ha ha ha. And Mengting laughed heartily. This is truly retribution. This is the consequence of having poor character. And Mengting, who are you calling of poor character? Are you looking for a fight? Jin Feng was very angry, glaring at Mengting. I'm not Lu Xiaochuan. Oh, I won't let you bully me as you please. If you have the guts, come and try it. And Mengting looked coldly at Jin Feng, not putting her in her eyes. Oomph. Jin Feng snorted in anger. Although she was furious, she didn't dare to approach, because she could only bully Lu Xiaochuan. Brother Wang Di, you all are awake. Did you sleep well last night? Shi Dalong asked with a smile. It was fine. Wang Di replied calmly, though his tone was quite cold. Shi Dahu looked at Mengting and Zhao Shui with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Brother Wang Di, do you have any plans for today? Shi Dalong continued asking. No plans. You all should find your own food and not think that I will provide for you. Wang Di warned in advance, stating he would not provide food to Shi Dalong and the others. The reason he provided food yesterday was that they had contributed labor. However, today Wang Di had nothing for them to do. Brother Wang Di, don't worry. We will go out to find food, but we would like to go with you. There is strength in numbers, and we can face dangers together, Shi Dalong said with a smile. No need. Let's each go our own way, Wang Di replied, coldly rejecting them outright. Brother Wang and Mengting, breakfast is ready. Come eat something. Zhao Shui smiled at the two of them as she had already prepared breakfast. In fact, breakfast was quite simple, grilled wild boar meat. Wang Di and Mengting sat by the fire slowly enjoying their grilled meat. Watching the 3 of them eat, Jin Feng couldn't help but drool, pressing her hands tightly against her stomach. Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu also wanted to eat, while Lu Xiaochuan's expression dimmed as his throat slowly moved. Brother Wang Di, we're hungry. Can you share some breakfast with us? Shi Dalong asked. We have very little breakfast. You all need to find a way to solve it on your own. Wang Di would rather not finish than share with them. Since your breakfast isn't enough, well, find a way ourselves. After you finish eating, let's go hunting together. Shi Dalong still wore a smile. However, Shi Dahu was acting unusually today. If it were usual, he would have threatened Wang Di long ago, but now he said nothing. Yet the more Shi Dahu was like this, the more vigilant Wang Di became. Wang Di, can you share some food with me? I haven't eaten anything since I had a little food yesterday at noon. Jin Feng looked at Wang Di pitifully, watching them eat with longing. You won't starve to death by skipping a few meals. Just hold on for a bit. Wang Di returned the same treatment Jin Feng had given Lu Xiaochuan yesterday. Wang Di, can you give me something to eat? I'm also very hungry. Lu Xiaochuan looked just as pitiful. Come here, I'll share a little with you. Wang Di decided to share some with Lu Xiaochuan out of consideration for their classmate relationship. Thank you, Lu Xiaochuan said gratefully as he quickly walked over, bending down to receive the food. Wang Di cut off a piece of wild boar meat for him, weighing about half a pound. Thank you, Wang Di. Lu Xiaochuan sincerely thanked him, then continued to bend down softly, saying 3 words, be careful. After saying those 3 words, Lu Xiaochuan turned and left. Wang Di heard his reminder. He must be hinting at the need for caution regarding Shi Daolong and Shi Dou. Lu Xiaochuan's warning echoed in his ears, and he understood what Xiaochuan meant. He was advising him to be wary of Shi Daolong and Shi Dou. After leaving Wang Di, Lu Xiaochuan returned to the others wearing a smile. You poor wretch, what are you smiling about? Do you think you're something special just because you got a bit of food? I really want to give you a nickname, Stretching. Jin Feng was very angry and began to curse. Everyone is curious, why did Jin Feng give Lu Xiaochuan this name? Jin Feng continued, when you want something you act like a beggar, hands outstretched when asking Wang Di for food. Thus this name suits you well, you deserve to be poor for a lifetime. Although Jin Feng's words were malicious, they seemed to carry some wisdom. I want to share this breakfast with all of you, giving everyone a bit. Lu Xiaochuan didn't dare to keep it all for himself, dividing the breakfast into 4 portions and giving a share to each of them. Wang Di sat by the fire eating breakfast while reflecting on Lu Xiaochuan's warning in his mind. Wang Di, did you hear Lu Xiaochuan's reminder just now? And Mengting asked. I heard it, he told us to be cautious. What does he mean? Is he trying to warn us that Shi Daolong is planning to attack us? And Mengting spoke softly, afraid that Shi Daolong and his group would overhear. Where there's smoke, there's fire. It seems that Shi Daolong and his group indeed have ulterior motives. Wang Di revealed a cold smile. These 2 bastards actually wanted to deal with him. Brother Wang, what should we do? Zhao Shui was very scared. She was timid by nature, and now that she sensed danger, she was even more anxious. Since there were 3 men on Shi Daolong's side, even if Lu Xiaochuan remained neutral, Wang Di still had to deal with Shi Daolong and his brother. Those 2 useless fools, if they dare to make a move, I will take their lives at any moment. Wang Di's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. If no one offends him, he won't offend anyone, but if they do, he will definitely retaliate. However, don't be careless, be cautious. Those 2 brothers are treacherous and ruthless. A cautious journey lasts 1,000 years, and Mengting reminded. Wang Di nodded, indicating that he would be careful. In fact, he did not dare to be careless. Although he did not take the 2 men seriously, it was always hard to guard against petty people. Haha, Brother Wang Di, have you finished breakfast? Can we set off? Shi Daolong walked over with a hearty laugh, always smiling, as if he was a subordinate. We have finished breakfast, but I suggest we each go and find our own prey. It's more convenient to find food separately. Wang Di said. And Mengting added, Shi Daolong, if we all go together, any food we find would have to be shared among us. If we split up, the chances of finding food will be greater. Yes, it's best if we search for food separately. Zhao Shui lacked confidence and didn't dare to meet Shi Daolong's eyes. Like Lu Xiaochuan, she was timid. However, she was a well-behaved girl, and being scared was normal, but Lu Xiaochuan was a man. Brother Wang Di, beautiful and Mengting, if we split up, it will be hard to cope with any danger we encounter. Let's stick together. If we find food, we absolutely won't compete with you over it. We can share it equally, or 4 to 6, or even 3 to 7. We will follow your arrangements. Shi Daolong spoke earnestly, his attitude very sincere. All right, since you insist on going out together, then let's set off together. Wang Di stood up, readying his blade to go out. And Mengting held a wooden stick, following closely behind him to prevent Shi Daolong from getting too close. Zhao Shui also carried a wooden stick, as the forest was very dangerous, and having a stick in hand felt safer. For instance, while walking through the grass, having a stick to stir the grass and scare away snakes was useful. She could walk and tap the surrounding foliage, causing any hidden snakes to flee. Brother Wang Di, today is our first outing and our first collaboration. I hope the heavens grant us good fortune. Shi Daolong smiled as he approached, but Mengting extended her stick, brushing against his shoulder, and said, don't come any closer, stay away from me. Your body odor is too strong. Shi Daolong was not angry. He merely smiled awkwardly and took a few steps back. Shi Dahu was surprisingly silent. If it were in the past, Shi Dahu would have probably roared a few times and then moved to act, but today, he seemed like a sick little tiger. Beautiful and Mengting, don't worry, I won't get close. Shi Daolong smiled. And Mengting gave Zhao Shui a look, signaling her to stay close behind Wang Di and not to spread out. Because if Shi Daolong and Shi Dahu were to target them, they would definitely go after Wang Di first. As long as Wang Di was safe, the 2 of them would be absolutely safe. Zhao Shui understood and Mengting's intentions. She walked behind Wang Di with her stick, though her hands trembled a bit out of fear. Wang Di walked through the forest with his blade in hand, knowing that Shi Daolong and Shi Dahu would eventually deal with him, and it wouldn't be long. But he wasn't afraid, he just needed to defend himself, covertly waiting for these two bastards to act first, then he could justifiably eliminate them. As long as these two fools sought their own demise, he would definitely show no mercy. Even if he ended up killing them, it would be self-defense at most. The few of them walked through the forest chatting and laughing, appearing harmonious, but each had their own concerns. About an hour later, Wang Di and the others arrived at a forest that was relatively far from the camp. The trees here were lush, filled with ancient trees. The trees in this forest were even denser, and there was more vegetation. The fragrant aroma of the plants filled the air as Wang Di looked around, hoping to see traces of prey. Wang Di, what is that? And Meng Ting suddenly pointed at something on the ground ahead. Wang Di followed her finger and saw numerous footprints in the ground. There were many footprints arranged in rows, and quite deep as the soil there was relatively loose. Upon seeing those footprints, Wang Di's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a low voice, "Everyone be careful, there's danger here." "Brother Wang, what kind of animals' footprints are those?" Zhao Shui asked curiously, seeing Wang Di's serious demeanor. "They're from a jungle wolf," Wang Di said gravely. "Jungle wolf?" The group was startled. They hadn't expected there to be wolves in the forest. "Brother Wang, don't wolves live on the grasslands? Why are there wolves in the jungle?" Zhao Shui was tense, anxiously looking around. Wang Di explained, "Wolves don't only exist on the grasslands. There are jungle wolves in the forest, desert wolves in the desert, and even snow wolves in Siberia, where it's icy and snowy. Many people think that wolves only exist on the grasslands. In fact, wolves can be found in deserts, jungles, and snowy regions. Everyone be careful, or we might encounter trouble." Wang Di gripped his blade tightly, anxiously scanning the surroundings. He hadn't expected to find wolf tracks here. "Everyone be careful." Wang Di reminded everyone that jungle wolf tracks had appeared, hoping the wolves had moved far away and were not nearby. Otherwise, it would be dangerous since wolves are social animals. From the tracks ahead, there were at least 3 wolves. Although it's not many, a wolf pack could consist of 10 or more, or at least 7 or 8. If so many wolves appeared at once, even with Wang Di's blade, it would be dangerous. "Wang Di, do you think those wolves have moved far away?" And Meng Ting asked. "I don't know." Wang Di shook his head slightly, looking at the footprints on the ground, and said, "However, those footprints have just been left not long ago, so I estimate that the wolves should still be nearby and haven't gone far." "Brother Wang Di, what should we do?" Shi Dalong asked. Shi Dahu was also anxious. Although he usually acted tough and seemed formidable, he was at a loss when faced with danger. "Let's leave here first and look for prey elsewhere, find something to eat," Wang Di decided. They couldn't go back directly because they still needed to search for food. Without food, they would starve. "All right, we will listen to you." Shi Dalong obeyed Wang Di's command and slowly retreated with the 3 members of his team. Zhao Shui was very frightened, her face pale, as it was her first encounter with such a situation. "Don't be afraid, I am here, I will protect you all." "As long as you are here, we have nothing to fear." Zhao Shui nodded solemnly, indicating her lack of fear. Rustle. The wild wind blew through the forest, causing leaves to fall continuously. Just as Wang Di was about to lead the group to retreat, he suddenly sensed danger. "Everyone be careful, there is danger approaching." For some reason, Wang Di felt something behind him in the forest, and indeed, 3 wolves slowly emerged. "Ah, wolves, there are wolves!" Jin Feng screamed in fright upon seeing the 3 wolves. And Meng Ting, Zhao Shui, and Lu Xiaochuan were also very scared. The 3 gray wolves appeared large, estimated to weigh around 100 pounds and over a meter tall. These were large forest wolves. Prairie wolves typically weigh around 60 pounds, making a 100-pound wolf quite rare. "Howl!" Upon seeing Wang Di and the others, one of the wolves raised its head and howled. Wang Di knew that the wolf was calling its companions. Wolves are pack animals, usually forming a group. The size of the group and the number of wolves depend on the environment and food availability. If food is plentiful, a large pack can consist of about 20 wolves. Rustle. Step, step. In the forest, the 3 wolves ominously stared at the 7 people, slowly moving forward but at a sluggish pace. Wolves are also quite timid and won't attack humans easily. There are 7 people here while there are only 3 wolves. Wang Di, Brother Wang, and Meng Ting and Zhao Shui were both very scared and nervous. Shi Dalong and his group were also close to being frightened out of their wits, looking at the hungry wolves with dread. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Wolves are timid, as long as we remain calm, they won't attack." Seeing the crowd was afraid, Wang Di quickly reminded them. "Wang Di, are you saying that these 3 wolves won't attack us?" Shi Dalong asked. Wang Di nodded, saying, "As long as we stay calm and don't panic, especially don't turn and run, these 3 wolves won't attack us. However, they may delay and wait for more companions to arrive. Brother Wang, just tell us what to do and we will follow your lead." Shi Dalong had lost his idea and was willing to follow Wang Di's arrangement. "We must remain calm and find a way to deal with these 3 wolves, or they will call for more companions." Wang Di hoped everyone could stay composed to figure out how to eliminate the 3 wolves, otherwise the consequences would be dire. "Oh no, there will be more wolves coming." Jin Feng was terrified and turned to run, wanting to leave this place. "Damn it," Wang Di thought to himself. Jin Feng, that useless woman, was more trouble than help, actually turning to flee. Wang Di had repeatedly instructed not to turn and run because once they panicked or fled it would trigger the wolves' instincts. If the wolves attacked, it would be very dangerous, but that foolish woman Jin Feng actually turned and ran away in a panic. She could go die. Oh no, I'm scared, run. With Jin Feng's escape, the formation instantly fell apart and the gathered courage dissipated. Shi Dahu and Lu Xiaochuan also turned to run. How? The three wolves, seeing the group in a panic and even fleeing, had their wild instincts triggered and lunged forward with speed. Wang Di, what should we do? And Mengting and Zhao Shui were so frightened their faces turned pale, but they had no time or mood to blame Jin Feng. Get away, find a place to hide. Whoosh. Wang Di quickly drew his dagger, preparing to fight the wolves. Whoosh. Whoosh. One wolf charged towards Wang Di and his group, while the other two lunged at Jin Feng and her group. Get lost. Wang Di jumped up quickly and kicked the wolf that was leaping to bite him right in the head. Bang. A loud noise echoed as the wolf was kicked in the head by Wang Di, falling to the ground. In fact, wolves are not as terrifying as commonly believed. Many people think that encountering wolves in the wild means certain death, but as long as an adult can withstand the first wave of an attack, they can generally handle the wolves. How? After being kicked down, the gray wolf continued to pounce, leaping over a meter high. Wang Di quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. Oh! And Mengting shouted anxiously from behind. It turned out that after Wang Di dodged the wolf's attack, the leaping wolf was aiming to bite her. Get lost. In a hurry, Wang Di reached out and grabbed the wolf's tail, then swiftly swung it in the air. The wolf was smashed against a tree, causing leaves to fall. Taking advantage of the wolf still being down, Wang Di rushed over with his dagger and stabbed it in the neck. How? The gray wolf let out a cry of agony and was instantly killed. Oh my, you scared me to death. Thank you, Wang Di. And Mengting's face was pale with fright as she continuously patted her chest. That was close. Had Wang Di been any slower, she would have surely been bitten. Are you okay, and Mengting? Wang Di asked. I'm fine, thank you. And Mengting expressed her heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that Wang Di had saved her. Zhao Shui also asked, you weren't scared, were you? Of course I was scared, I was terrified. However, thankfully I'm alright. It's good that you're fine. Seeing in Mengting was okay, Wang Di felt relieved. Meanwhile, Shi Dalong and Shi Da, who were frantically striking the two wolves with sticks, while Lu Xiaochuan had already climbed a tree. Although he was timid, he was surprisingly quick in climbing. Jin Feng also hurried to climb the tree, but unfortunately, she had never climbed a tree before and was struggling to get up. Lu Xiaochuan, you poor bastard, hurry up and pull me up. Jin Feng actually started cursing. How? One wolf was hit on the head by Shi Dalong's stick and quickly turned to pounce on Jin Feng. I'll help. Jin Feng screamed in fright. I'll help. Jin Feng clung to the tree, anxiously trying to climb up, but it was too late. Lu Xiaochuan stood on the tree and initially wanted to pull Jin Feng up, but his arms were not long enough. How? The gray wolf rushed over, opening its bloody mouth and exposing sharp fangs, aiming to bite Jin Feng. Get away. Seeing the gray wolf lunging at her, Jin Feng was furious and reached out to push the wolf away, but the wolf bit into her arm, shaking wildly as it tried to tear her arm off. Oh! Jin Feng cried out in pain, urgently pleading for help. Wang Di, save me. Shi Dalong, Shi Da, who saved me. Although Jin Feng was bitten and called for help, Wang Di pretended not to see. That vicious woman deserved to be bitten by the wolf. Help! Help! Ah! Jin Feng was scared to the point of wetting herself, and her arm wound was quite serious. Jin Feng, we are coming to save you. Shi Dalong and the others waved their sticks, driving the wolf away, then quickly rushed over, continuing to swing their sticks and frantically beating the other wolf. Bang, bang, bang. As the two were desperately swinging their wooden sticks, the wolf could no longer withstand it, releasing its grip and planning to flee. Don't let it escape. Whoosh. Wang Di rushed over, quickly preparing to take down the wolf, as one wolf had already fled. He wanted to kill this remaining wolf. Together, the two wolves weighed around 200 pounds. That much wolf meat would be enough to last for a while, though wolf meat is probably not as tasty as wild boar meat. Oh, whoa. The wolf, seeing Wang Di rushing over, turned back and opened its mouth, attempting to bite Wang Di's hand. Die. Whoosh. Wang Di gripped the hilt of his blade and swung down fiercely. The wolf let out a tragic howl as Wang Di killed it with a single strike. An adult wielding a sharp weapon can slay savage wolves. Brother Wang, you are truly impressive, Zhao Shui exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Jin Feng grimaced in pain, her arm severely injured, nearly bitten off. Seeing Wang Di easily kill the wolf, she was filled with resentment, believing that Wang Di refused to help her. If he had intervened earlier, that wolf would have been dead, and she wouldn't have been hurt. Jin Feng glared at Wang Di with malice, vowing to find a chance to kill him. Jin Feng, are you alright? Shi Dalong asked. Dalong, thank you, I'm fine. If it weren't for your rescue, I would likely be dead. I will repay your kindness. Jin Feng was very moved. However, Wang Di had also saved her before, and even provided her with food, yet she felt no gratitude, believing that whatever Wang Di did for her was his duty. Jinfeng, are you okay? Lu Xiaochuan climbed down from a tree, anxiously inquiring. Damn you! Jinfeng cursed furiously. You poor bastard, how dare you climb the tree first? You're just a pauper, but wouldn't matter if you died. Why didn't you save me earlier? Jinfeng, don't be angry. I didn't mean to leave you, I was scared too, so. Lu Xiaochuan quickly explained. Damn you to hell. Bang. Jinfeng bent down, picked up a stone, and smashed it heavily against Lu Xiaochuan's head. Lu Xiaochuan cried out in pain, blood streaming from his head. Blood. He clutched his head, feeling the sticky warmth of blood, and upon seeing his bloodied hands was terrified. Damn it, why didn't you block the wolf for me? Jinfeng, still furious, picked up the stone and continued to smash it onto Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder. Lu Xiaochuan cried out, still afraid to fight back. You cowardly piece of trash, with that little courage, how can you be a general manager? Even a dog or a pig would make a better manager than you. Jinfeng was very angry, continuing to scold Lu Xiaochuan. On the side, and Mengting couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to rush over to teach Jinfeng a lesson. Stop right there. Seeing and Mengting about to go over, Wang Di stopped her. Wang Di, didn't you see Jinfeng bully Lu Xiaochuan and even smash his head with a stone? I saw it, Wang Di replied. Since you saw it, why don't you do anything? Why not help Lu Xiaochuan? Wang Di calmly said, Lu Xiaochuan is an adult. If he dares not retaliate against a woman, what use is he? If he were being bullied by a strong man but got beaten because he couldn't fight back, I would definitely help him, but what is Jinfeng? Brother Wang, I also think Lu Xiaochuan is too timid. He often gets bullied by Jinfeng and by Shi Dalong and his brother to become the general manager. Zhao Shui also felt sympathy for Lu Xiaochuan. And Mengting, you dead woman, what are you looking at? Jinfeng, in a foul mood, was furious to see Mengting looking at her. Don't you think you're going too far? And Mengting asked, what does it have to do with you? Lu Xiaochuan isn't your man, oh, what right do you have to help him? Jinfeng asked. And Mengting, don't waste your breath on her, she's a dead woman, not worth the words. Wang Di said coldly. Wang Di, who are you calling a dead woman? Jinfeng was in a terrible mood, lashing out at anyone, no longer afraid of anyone. Wolves and dogs are nearly the same species, many bacteria and viruses coexist. You were bitten by a wolf and the wound is so severe, if not treated, you will certainly die of tetanus or infection. Wang Di said. Oh my god, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Upon hearing Wang Di's words, Jinfeng was horrified and immediately fell apart. In the forest of the island. Upon learning that being bitten by a starving wolf could lead to tetanus or viral infection, Jinfeng panicked. Wang Di, you're not lying to me, are you? Jinfeng asked anxiously. Do I have time to lie to you? Wang Di replied. Jinfeng was very afraid and no longer dared to act arrogantly. She had previously looked down on Wang Di, often ridiculed him, and even wanted to join forces with Shi Dalong and his brother to deal with Wang Di. But now she was terrified, her face pale. Dalong Dao, help me, please help me. Jinfeng raised her uninjured hand and tightly grasped Shi Dalong and the others. Jinfeng, we don't know how to help you either. Shi Dalong was in a dilemma, truly unsure how to help Jinfeng. I don't know how to help you either. Shi Dahu was also helpless, they were not doctors. Wang Di, I don't want to die, please save me. Jinfeng hurried over, pleading pitifully for Wang Di's help. Wang Di said coldly, you deserve to die, you malicious woman. I once saved you, but you not only failed to repay my kindness, but also plotted against Mengting. Later you attempted to join forces with Shi Dalong to deal with me, and even beat Lu Xiaochuan until his head was bloodied. Brother Wang, you have wronged us, we never intended to deal with you. Shi Dalong quickly explained, stating that they had no intention of dealing with Wang Di. But Wang Di knew they harbored ill intentions. Lu Xiaochuan sat under a tree, clutching his head tightly. His head had been smashed by Jinfeng, and blood was still flowing. Sighed. Seeing how pitiful Lu Xiaochuan was, Wang Di sighed inwardly. As a man, how could he live, so humbly, losing face as a man? Wang Di, I was wrong, please save me, or I will die. Plop. Jinfeng knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading. Wang Di pretended not to see. This kind of malicious woman should be left to die either by being bitten by a wolf or starving to death. She was a disaster while alive, with deep schemes and extreme cruelty. Last time she almost harmed Mengting, and now she pretended to be pitiful. A drowning dog is not worth saving. Saving one will only lead to being bitten. Wang Di ignored Jinfeng's pleas and slowly walked towards Lu Xiaochuan. Oh dear. Oh dear. Lu Xiaochuan sat under a tree, pressing his hand tightly against his injured head. And Mengting and Zhao Shui came to Lu Xiaochuan's side, seeing his head bloodied and feeling very sorry. You are truly pathetic, getting beaten into a bloody mess by a malicious woman. Don't you know how to fight back? Wang Di asked. Lu Xiaochuan replied fearfully, Brother Wang, a real man doesn't fight with women, and I can't offend Jinfeng, she has power in Sioux City. If I offend her or fight back, she will have someone kill me after I return to Sioux City. Wang Di was so angry he wanted to kick Lu Xiaochuan. Damn it, who would have thought there could be such a cowardly man? Lu Xiaochuan continued, besides Jin Feng and Dalong promised that once we leave here, they would let me be the general manager of a company. As long as I can become the general manager, this little hardship is nothing. Are you even a man? And Mengting was so angry she wanted to kick Lu Xiaochuan. Sighed. Wang Di sighed, saying, fine, for the sake of our past as classmates, I don't want to see you die without help. The green grass behind you is 5-leaf grass, which can stop bleeding. Lu Xiaochuan quickly picked the herbs, chewed them into pieces, and applied them to his head. Jin Feng knelt on the ground, anxious and fearful, saying, Wang Di, I beg you to save me. It was my mistake before, and as long as you save me, I promise I will never be your enemy again. Wang Di coldly smiled and said, are you worthy to be my enemy? Do you have the right to oppose me? Jin Feng felt desperate and helpless, regretting why she had treated Wang Di that way in the first place. If her relationship with him had been good, perhaps she would have had a chance to be saved. Wang Di, you actually can't save me at all. You are just pretending to be powerful. After her pleas fell on deaf ears, Jin Feng resorted to provoking him. You think you can provoke me? I will not fall for it, Wang Di replied coldly. What do you want me to do for you to be willing to save me? Jin Feng gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with a sinister glare. Give up on that thought, I will not save you. After speaking, Wang Di turned to the two brothers Shi Dalong and Shi Dahua and said, there are 2 wolves here, and I killed both of them, so they belong to me. Why? How can these 2 wolves belong to you? You're being unreasonable. Shi Dahua was furious, wanting to argue with Wang Di. Why? Wang Di shook the dagger in his hand, asserting that it was rightfully his since he had killed the wolves. Seeing Wang Di shake the dagger, Shi Dahua felt a twinge of fear and dared not speak, but he greedily eyed the dagger, wishing it were in his possession. Brother Wang Di, those 2 wolves were indeed killed by you. We do not want to dispute this with you, but we are all alumni of the same school, sharing a bond of camaraderie. Since we are stranded on this deserted island together, we should help each other. We do not dare to ask for half, we just request a share. Shi Dalong smiled, bowing deeply. However, he was a smiling tiger, appearing harmonious, while secretly scheming. Do you want wolf meat? Wang Di asked. Of course we do, Shi Dalong quickly nodded, showing his eagerness. If you want wolf meat, the 2 of you should drag these 2 wolves back, and I can share one with you. Wang Di said. Wang Di, you are going too far. The camp is far away. Are you trying to exhaust us by making us drag the wolves back? Shi Dahua was furious, knowing that it would take an hour to walk back to camp. Dragging the wolves would likely take them 2 hours. If you can't manage such a simple task, then you are worthless. What right do worthless people have to ask for food? Wang Di questioned. Shi Dahua was very angry, glaring at Wang Di, wanting to confront him. Dahu, brother Wang Di has been very considerate towards us. Stop talking nonsense, let's just put some effort into dragging these 2 wolves back. Shi Dalong exchanged glances with his brother. After seeing his elder brother's look, Shi Dahua suppressed his anger, secretly planning to find an opportunity to eliminate Wang Di. Don't waste time, let's leave here quickly. The wolf that escaped will definitely bring more companions, Wang Di urged. Shi Dalong and Shi Dahua hurriedly dragged the wolf carcasses, preparing to leave with Wang Di and the others. Jin Feng, who had been pitifully kneeling on the ground, reluctantly stood up and followed behind them, feeling dejected. Lu Xiaochuan, whose head was injured, followed behind them, holding his head. 2 hours later, the 7 of them returned to the camp. It was a deserted island camp with a thatched hut and a cave, both of which belonged to Wang Di. Damn, I'm exhausted, Shi Dahua exclaimed as he placed the wolf by the fire and sat on a stone, panting heavily. The wolf likely weighed around 100 pounds, and dragging it for several miles had worn him out. I am exhausted as well, Shi Dalong said as he placed the wolf on the ground. These 2 wolves were already dead, killed by Wang Di. Fortunately, they had not encountered any other wolves along the way, but the forest was no longer safe as wolf packs had a large territory. They would surely encounter wolves again, it was only a matter of time. Wang Di, you said that as long as we brought the wolves back, you would share one with us. Are you keeping your word? Shi Dahua asked. Shi Dalong was also a bit anxious, fearing that Wang Di might go back on his word. He did not want to confront Wang Di just yet, the time was not right. Don't worry, I keep my word. That wolf is yours, Wang Di said, pointing to one of the wolves, which was relatively small, weighing about 70 to 80 pounds. Wang Di, you are being unreasonable. Our group has 4 people while yours has only 3. You should give us the heavier wolf. Shi Dahua complained angrily. Does it matter that your group has more people? If I hadn't acted, you wouldn't have even gotten a single hair from the wolves. Wang Di replied coldly. Shi Dahua was about to explode, but Shi Dalong said sternly, Dahu, brother Wang Di has already been very generous in giving us a wolf. Don't be too picky. Shi Dahua was furious and turned his head in anger. Lu Xiaochuan sat on a stone, holding his head and feeling a headache, but fortunately, he had successfully stopped the bleeding. Bang! Jin Feng walked over and kicked Lu Xiaochuan's back annoyed. You fool, you poor guy, is this your seat? Can't you see that I'm injured? You don't even know to give up your seat. Lu Xiaochuan replied patiently, Jin Feng, but I am also injured. You poor guy, do you dare to talk back? If you believe that when we leave here and return to Sioux City, I will have someone kill you. Jin Feng cursed angrily, venting her frustration on Lu Xiaochuan. Among those present, she could only bully Lu Xiaochuan as Zhao Shui and in Mengting were on Wang Di's side, and she dared not offend them. Wang Di was a ruthless person with a bad temper, so she was even more afraid of crossing him. Jin Feng, don't be angry. I will give you my seat, Lu Xiaochuan said quickly. He stood up hastily, not daring to offend Jin Feng, as she had many connections in Sioux City and had befriended people from all walks of life. If he offended her, he would surely face severe consequences once they left the deserted island. You poor thing, Jin Feng said as she sat on the stone rolling her eyes. You deserve to be poor for a lifetime and want to become a general manager. Even if a dog were to be made a general manager, it wouldn't be you. Lu Xiaochuan did not dare to retort and secretly glanced at Shi Dalong. He, brother Jin Feng, is just in a bad mood. You should give in to her. Once we leave here and return to Sioux City, that position of general manager in my father's company will be yours. It is yours forever. Shi Dalong patted Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder. Brother Long, you're not lying to me, are you? Lu Xiaochuan asked, feeling uneasy about Shi Dalong possibly going back on his word. Damn! Shi Dahua leaped up cursing. You fool, how dare you not believe us? My father has several companies, and giving you a general manager position is no big deal. As long as we are willing, we could even let a dog be the general manager, let alone you a person. Brother Long, brother Hua, thank you. Lu Xiaochuan said happily. As long as he could be the general manager, all the suffering he endured on this island would be worth it. Dog, 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 you are just a dog. Jin Feng continuously insulted Lu Xiaochuan, feeling extremely angry and in a bad mood. She blamed him for her predicament as he was the first to climb a tree when the wolves appeared, not selflessly protecting her, which left her resentful. Brother Wang, I feel that Jin Feng is so arrogant. Zhao Shui expressed her dissatisfaction. Wang, why don't you help Lu Xiaochuan and bring him into our camp? I really feel sorry for him. Zhao Shui felt pity for Lu Xiaochuan, who was truly miserable, beaten by Jin Feng until he was bloodied and did not dare to retaliate, even having to apologize. Wang Di replied, a useless person like him would be of no help even if he joined us. Instead, he would become a burden. But isn't Jin Feng too arrogant? Don't you want to suppress her arrogance? And Mengting asked. Wang Di thought, and Mengting was right. That woman Jin Feng was indeed too arrogant. Jin Feng sat on a rock, one hand covering a large and serious wound on her arm. In pain, Jin Feng saw Wang Di approaching with his dagger, and she quickly stood up because she was afraid of him. Wang Di was different from Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan was just a spineless coward, but she dared not provoke Wang Di. Alas! Wang Di sighed and said, your injury is quite serious. If left untreated, you are at high risk of getting tetanus and other infections. In a couple of days, your entire arm might rot, putting your life in danger. Jin Feng's eyes welled with tears, looking pitiful and wanting to cry. If you want to survive, you must burn the wound with charcoal, otherwise you will be in grave danger. Wang Di stated. Wang Di, don't even think about deceiving me, I won't fall for it. Jin Feng gritted her teeth, also hating Wang Di. If he had helped her back, then she wouldn't have been bitten by the wolf. In ancient times, people would use this method to disinfect wounds. It is the most primitive and ancient method of disinfection and the only way to save your life. Wang Di said, perhaps the wolf doesn't carry any viruses. Jin Feng questioned. Wang Di replied, wolves live in the wild and often eat raw animals. Their teeth not only carry viruses, but also many parasite eggs. If you want to survive, you must use the method I mentioned. Wang Di, don't think you can trick me, I won't fall for it. Jin Feng was very angry, but she was also somewhat shaken. Believe it or not, it's your choice. After leaving these words, Wang Di dragged the largest wolf away, preparing to go to the creek to gut it and clean it thoroughly. Brother Wang Di, wait for me. I'm coming with you, and I also need your help. Shi Dalong urged his brother to quickly follow Wang Di while dragging the wolf carcass, as they had no knives and needed Wang Di's assistance. Jin Feng stood by the fire, gazing at the charcoal in the fire pit, reflecting on Wang Di's words. Wang Di dragged the wolf carcass downstream along the spring water. After about 10 minutes of walking, he saw the stream converging into a pond. The pond was not large or deep, roughly 10 meters wide and 7 or 8 meters long, with a depth of about 1 meter. After placing the wolf carcass on the ground, Wang Di prepared to gut it, as the wolf meat would provide food, ensuring they wouldn't starve for a while. Shi Dalong and his brother also dragged the wolf carcass, panting as they approached Wang Di. Brother Wang Di, I have an unreasonable request. Shi Dalong stepped forward, wanting to get closer to Wang Di. Stay away and don't come close to us. And Mengting warned, poking Shi Dalong's shoulder with a stick, making him retreat. These two were not well-intentioned and were surely plotting against them, so when Mingting didn't let Shi Dalong near Wang Di, if he suddenly tried to snatch the dagger, it would be dangerous. Hee beauty, and Mingting, you don't trust me at all. Shi Dalong forced a smile, then retreated involuntarily. However, he glanced at Mingting's beautiful and alluring figure, thinking that once he got rid of Wang Di, he would definitely overpower Mingting the big star and make her his. Damn, he dared to poke him with a stick. He would have his revenge. I never trusted you guys. And Mingting replied. Shi Dalong still wore a smile, appearing quite friendly. What do you want? Speak up. Wang Di waved his hand impatiently, feeling no goodwill towards Shi Dalong. Brother Wang Di, can you use your dagger to gut this wolf for us? Shi Dalong cautiously observed Wang Di's expression, saying, of course I wouldn't be foolish enough to borrow your dagger, because it's in your hands that it feels secure. So I won't touch your dagger. I just request you to lend a hand and help us out. After we return, you will have to collect 10 bundles of firewood as my labor fee, Wang Di said. Shi Dalong's expression darkened instantly. 10 bundles of firewood was a lot. Wang Di, you are too excessive, too greedy. Shi Dahua was furious and thought about rushing over to snatch the dagger from Wang Di and take him down. As long as Wang Di was dead, the two brothers would be able to overpower the big star in Mingting and the obedient Zhao Shui. You can refuse, but I can also refuse your request. Wang Di scoffed at their complaints. Fine, it's a deal. Shi Dalong nodded with a smile, but secretly eyed Wang Di's dagger. Such a great dagger would be wonderful if it fell into their hands. If he got the dagger, the first thing he would do is kill Wang Di, then make Mingting and Zhao Shui's women. In this deserted island, in this forest, haha. Lost in thought, Shi Dalong couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing about? And Mingting asked. Zhao Shui was also curious, not understanding why Shi Dalong was laughing. Oh, I wasn't laughing at anything. I just think Brother Wang Di is truly a good person. Shi Dalong said, laughing so cunningly and strangely, you must have bad intentions. And Mingting became even more wary of Shi Dalong. His laughter was too devious, like the wolf seeing the sheep. Wang Di picked up the dagger and began to gut the wolf beneath his feet, then walked over to help Shi Dalong and his brother with their wolf, while Mingting and Zhao Shui kept their sticks trained on them, fearing they might suddenly attack and snatch the dagger from Wang Di. You two girls don't look at us with such distrustful eyes, as if you're guarding against thieves. We're not bad people at all. Shi Dalong laughed. You are bad people with ill intentions, and Mingting responded. Zhao Shui dared not speak, as she was very timid. After helping the two with gutting the wolf, Wang Di returned to his original spot and prepared to clean the wolf they had. Wang Di, you should rest. How can we let you do this? Just leave it to us women. And Mingting rolled up her sleeves and squatted on the ground, cleaning the wolf meat. Zhao Shui also rolled up her sleeves and smiled to help. Wang Di stood guard nearby, worried about danger, since they were in the forest where wolves and other wild beasts could appear at any moment. Beauty and Mingting, beauty, Zhao Shui, can you help us clean the wolf meat? Because we two brothers can't do this. Shi Dalong said. Get lost. And Mingting glared at them in dissatisfaction. These two scoundrels actually wanted them to do their work. They were dreaming. Big brother, don't plead with them. It's just a small matter that we can handle ourselves. Shi Dahu rolled up his sleeves and squatted by the water to clean the wolf meat. About 2 hours later, Mingting and Zhao Shui finally finished washing. Shi Dalong and his brother were done as well, albeit covered in dirt. Wang Di used his dagger to cut the wolf meat and also helped Shi Dalong and his brother, but only under certain conditions. Once everything was completed, the group carried the wolf meat back to the camp. Now that they had food, they just needed to gather some sea salt by the shore, and with the smoking method they could preserve a lot. However, the sea salt had not undergone special treatment, so they could not consume too much. In the camp, by the campfire, Lu Xiaochuan sat on a rock holding his head where it had been injured. Although it had stopped bleeding, the pain remained severe. Jin Feng was too much. Earlier a stone had smashed his head. You poor fool, you're acting like you're about to die, just because your head got cracked. You deserve to be poor for life. Your ancestors must have been poor too. The more Jin Feng looked at Lu Xiaochuan, the angrier she became, and thus she unleashed a torrent of insults and humiliation. Lu Xiaochuan dared not speak, fearing to offend Jin Feng. He was still thinking about the opportunity to become a general manager after leaving this place. After cursing Lu Xiaochuan a few times, Jin Feng wrapped a stone from the campfire and prepared to use the scalding hot stone on her wound, her expression fierce as she prepared to press it against the injury. Wang Di had mentioned earlier that being bitten by a wolf would definitely lead to a virus and infection. To survive, she had no choice but to take drastic measures. With a hiss, ow! As the stone pressed down, Jin Feng screamed in pain and then fainted on the ground. Jin Feng. Lu Xiaochuan stood up anxiously, but he admired Jin Feng. This woman was indeed ruthless. Wang Di happened to return just in time to witness this scene. He was also very impressed by Jin Feng. Her courage was beyond that of many men. Wang Di, even if I burn myself to disinfect, I won't plead with you. Upon Wang Di's return, Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said viciously, Alas, Wang Di sighed and said actually this method of disinfection is useless. It increases the chance of infection and leads to a quicker death. With a spurt, Jin Feng immediately vomited blood and fainted on the spot, likely from the anger. But this malicious woman who sought to harm her classmates deserved everything that happened to her. Jin Feng lay on the ground having fainted from rage, but she had brought this upon herself. Her insidious and ungrateful nature warranted this outcome. Jin Feng, are you okay? Lu Xiaochuan stood up, initially wanting to rush over, but hesitated and did not dare to approach. Perhaps he was haunted by the shadows of fear, likely intimidated by Jin Feng. This useless fellow had embarrassed all men. Damn it, this was a deserted island, and if he were a real man, he should have fought back with confidence. Jin Feng, are you okay? Shi Daolong rushed over anxiously, only to find that Jin Feng had truly fainted. Big brother, is there any danger to Jin Feng's life? Shi Daohu asked. I don't know. Shi Daolong shook his head, worried that Jin Feng might die. Although this dead woman was not clean in this deserted island, they couldn't afford to be picky. After setting up a rack, the three placed the wolf meat on top and prepared to smoke it, making jerky. However, they still lacked sea salt. Wang Di planned to gather something to eat first, and after they finished eating, they would go to the shore to collect sea salt. On the other side, Jin Feng woke up. Lying on the rock, she muttered, I hate him, I hate Wang Di so much. Daolong Dahu, help me, let's kill Wang Di. Jin Feng, you're in poor health, don't say reckless things. Shi Daolong immediately advised her to keep quiet. Such matters could only be silently waited upon. When the opportunity arose, they would ensure Wang Di had no chance to fight back. The dog that bites does not bark. The dog that doesn't bite barks everywhere. Daolong Dahu, if you help me kill Wang Di, I will be yours, and you can do whatever you want with me. Jin Feng said viciously. Jin Feng, you're confused. We are classmates with Wang Di. How could we possibly harm him? Shi Daolong gestured at Jin Feng to keep quiet and not to raise suspicions with Wang Di. As for Jin Feng wanting to repay them by becoming their woman, he was not interested, for Shi Daolong's father was a tyrant in Sioux City with influence. During his time in university, he had seen countless women. Jin Feng, that dead woman, often mingled with rich men in various places during their school days. She was practically a public bus. Hence Shi Daolong preferred in Mengting and Zhao Shui, though these two beauties had a strong aversion to him. Jin Feng understood Shi Daolong's intentions and thus bit her tongue in silence. However, she swore she would kill Wang Di, then in Mengting and Zhao Shui. This was a deserted island, and even if they were killed, no one would know. As for when the rescue team arrived, they could easily claim ignorance. After all, in this cruise ship accident, it was estimated that hundreds had died. So even if Wang Di and the others died, they would only be a few among the hundreds who would care. Wang Di heard Jin Feng's malicious complaints and glanced at In Mengting beside him, saying, You heard that right. You were just sympathizing with her, but she's thinking about how to kill us. Alas. In Mengting sighed and said seriously, Wang Di, you need to be careful. Don't worry, whoever dares to mess with me, I will take them out first. With a swoosh. Bang. Wang Di swung his dagger, severing a wooden root. Brother Wang Di, don't listen to Jin Feng's nonsense. She's a bit delirious and talking nonsense. We are classmates, how could I harm you? Shi Daolong quickly explained, but his smile was sinister and his expression somewhat unnatural. Shi Daohu also said, Yes, we are all classmates, but it's impossible for us to harm each other. Shi Daohu, I certainly believe you. Wang Di smiled slightly. He knew full well that these two fellows were cunning and vicious, but they were currently behaving themselves without any extreme actions or intentions. Thus Wang Di found it difficult to act, as long as they dared to make a move, he would take them out in an instant. Brother Wang Di, let's go gather some wood and complete what you assigned. Shi Daolong left with his brother. Since Jin Feng and Lu Xiaochuan were both injured, these two stayed behind to rest in the camp. Wang Di and Mengting and Zhao Shui continued to sit by the fire roasting wolf meat to eat, preparing to fill their stomachs before heading to the shore for sea salt. Shi Daolong and his brother entered the forest where there was an abundance of wood. Big brother, when are you going to take action? I find that Wang Di guy more and more displeasing. I can't wait to kill him. In the forest, Shi Daohu noticed that no one was around and asked. Shi Daolong replied, Brother, now is not the time. We need to wait for the opportunity. Can't you see? Wang Di and Mengting and Zhao Shui are all wary of us. If we strike now, not only will we fail, but we might even be defeated by Wang Di because he has a dagger. Damn it. Shi Daohu cursed, that poor bastard Wang Di, he's so lucky to have a dagger and to encounter such beautiful women. I'm really envious. I want to kill him and take those two girls. Brother, don't be impulsive. We shouldn't offend him now, otherwise it will be disastrous. Just look at that dead woman Jin Feng. She offended Wang Di without thinking and ended up in a terrible situation. Shi Daolong patted Shi Daohu on the shoulder, saying seriously. Thinking of Jin Feng's predicament, Shi Daohu felt a twinge of fear. That malicious and brainless woman was now suffering greatly because she had offended Wang Di and once attempted to harm In Mengting. Wang Di is not a good person. If we expose our murderous intent too early, I believe our fate will be even worse than Jin Feng's, Shi Dalong continued. Eldest brother, just say nothing. He'll listen to you, but you need to find an opportunity quickly, Shi Dahu said reluctantly. Shi Dalong nodded slightly and said, quickly look for firewood. Trust me, there will definitely be an opportunity, and it will come soon. Understood, eldest brother, Shi Dahu nodded, and then searched for firewood in the forest with his elder brother. In the forest of the island on the open ground in front of the cave, Wang Di and In Mingting were eating roasted wolf meat. Although it didn't taste great, it filled their stomachs. After all, leaving the island with something to eat was already fortunate, so they weren't picky as long as they could satisfy their hunger. Meanwhile, the injured Jin Feng and Lu Xiaochuan were also roasting wolf meat. They were preparing food planning to eat when Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu returned. Due to their injuries, their roasting speed was relatively slow. Wang Di, I have sensed the murderous intent of Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu several times. I am certain that they will eventually make a move against you. Once you're dead, Zhao Shui and I will definitely meet a bad end. Those two bastards will treat us as playthings, and eventually we will die too. And Mingting's voice was low but somewhat suppressed. Zhao Shui immediately felt frightened as she was very worried about such a scenario. She was a timid girl and had never encountered such situations. Wang Di nodded solemnly. He was very aware of this point. Wang Di, you must take the initiative and eliminate those two. If they strike first, your life will be in danger. And Mingting continued. But Zhao Shui's voice was very soft as she spoke fearfully. What if the rescue team arrives tomorrow and Brother Wang harms them instead? What then? And Mingting replied in a low voice. I estimate that the rescue team won't arrive for a while since it's already been several days since the incident and they still haven't made contact. Time is of the essence. If those two strike first and kill Wang Di, both you and I will be in great danger. Do you want to be defiled by them? Zhao Shui nervously lowered her head in fear. Of course, she didn't want that. But thinking that if she had to kill those two, perhaps it was better to strike first, she felt scared. Wang Di, you cannot be soft-hearted. When it's time to be ruthless, you must be ruthless. Do you understand? And Mingting said seriously. Wang Di looked back and saw Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu returning with 4 bundles of wood from the forest. Although they were quite far away, he seemed to see the murderous intent in their eyes. Since they wanted to harm him, he would not show them any mercy. Wang Di devised a plan intending to use this method. If the two truly sought death or wanted to harm him, then he would not be merciful. If they had no such intentions, then he would spare their lives. Damn, I'm exhausted. After returning to the camp, Shi Dahu threw the wood on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. They had never done such work before. This is really exhausting. Shi Dalong also placed the wood on the ground and wiped the sweat from his face. Dalong Dahu, you must be hungry. Eat something first, Jin Feng said with concern. Lu Xiaochuan also smiled and said, Brother Long, brother, who you two must be very tired. Eat something first, and after you are full we can work again. Damn it, Lu Xiaochuan, you really can slack off. While we two brothers are working hard, you're here resting. Do you still want to be the general manager? When we get back, I'd rather give the position of general manager to a dog than to you, Shi Dahu cursed. Lu Xiaochuan smiled broadly and said, Brother, who I am not slacking off, it's just that my head is injured so I cannot work. But don't worry, once my head is better, I will definitely work harder. To ensure he could become the general manager in the future, Lu Xiaochuan dared not offend Shi Dahu. Shi Dalong, Shi Dahu, you too must be tired. Rest and eat something first, don't go look for firewood anymore. Wang Di shouted from over 10 meters away. The two were taken aback, not expecting Wang Di to care about them. In their hearts, Wang Di was someone who showed no mercy and was very strict with them, yet now he seemed to be showing great kindness. Haha, brother Wang Di, when did you become so kind? Shi Dalong laughed. Wang Di said, after we finish eating, let's go to the beach together, find a place to dig a ditch, and then channel the seawater into the ditch to evaporate and extract sea salt. Haha, Shi Dalong smiled and excitedly said, Brother Wang Di, rest assured, after we two brothers are wealth, we will definitely go to the beach with you. Eldest brother, we are already very tired. Why do we still have to go to the beach? Shi Dahu complained. Shi Dalong quickly turned around and gestured at Shi Dahu. He felt that the opportunity had come, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Because digging a ditch to channel water and evaporate sea salt would cause Wang Di to put down his sword. The two brothers would have the chance to seize the sword from Wang Di. As long as they successfully obtained it, they would eliminate Wang Di. Their hesitation to act until now was solely due to Wang Di's sword. Thinking of this, Shi Dalong's sinister gaze glanced at In Mingting and Zhao Shui. As long as Wang Di was dead, these two beauties would belong to them, and they could do whatever they wanted. Wang Di saw through Shi Dalong's intentions and merely smiled coldly. This trash actually wanted to deal with him. Damn it, today he would send these two brothers to hell. This is a deserted island, and one must not be soft-hearted. Since the two have ill intentions, Wang Di would show no mercy. These two posed a threat, so Wang Di planned to eliminate them first. Letting them strike first would be dangerous. Although he had practiced martial arts for over a decade and did not underestimate them, he was still aware that it was easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against hidden ones. Throughout history, many martial arts experts have perished at the hands of petty villains. Those martial arts experts died because they were overly confident and looked down on the petty villains, ultimately falling victim to them. Wang Di would not allow such a thing to happen to him, so he must eliminate the two of them and let them die. Among the four, the biggest threat was the two brothers. As for Jin Feng, although she was not kind-hearted, she was still just a woman and her danger level was not very high. Lu Xiaochuan was a coward and weak, so he posed no threat at all. By the fire, Shi Dalong slowly ate the wolf meat, plotting how to eliminate Wang Di. When they went to the beach to dig a ditch for evaporating sea salt, Wang Di would definitely be working hard and let down his guard. He just needed to seize the opportunity to snatch Wang Di's sword and then kill him. No matter how skilled Wang Di was, he would fear a kitchen knife. In this wilderness, as long as there was an opportunity to eliminate Wang Di, he would find a place to bury him. Once Wang Di was dead, and Mengting and Zhao Shui would become their women. On this deserted island, the two brothers could do whatever they wanted. As for that coward Lu Xiaochuan, they had countless ways to deal with him. Lost in thought, Shi Dalong actually revealed a smile. About an hour later, noon arrived, and the sun in the sky was blazing. Everyone had eaten their fill. Wang Di picked up his saber and stood smiling. Shi Dalong, Shi Dao, have you both finished eating? Let's depart for the seaside to harvest sea salt. Very well, brother Wang Di. Shi Dalong smiled, coldly glancing covertly at the saber in Wang Di's hand before exchanging a meaningful look with his brother. Shi Dao gave a slight nod, understanding perfectly his elder brother's intent. His elder brother was signaling him once they reached the shore, he must seize the opportunity to snatch Wang Di's saber, and together they would eliminate Wang Di. With Wang Di dead and Mengting and Zhao Shui would fall entirely into their hands, theirs to do with as they pleased. Let's go. Wang Di gripped his saber, ready to set out. We'll accompany you as well. And Mengting picked up a wooden staff, preparing to join them. Zhao Shui trembled with fear. She sensed the long simmering tension was about to erupt. Though outwardly all remained cordial, violence loomed imminent, perhaps even bloodshed. Timid by nature and unaccustomed to such peril, she nevertheless summoned her courage to follow Wang Di. And Mengting, Zhao Shui, you two stay here and wait for me. I'd still prefer to go with you. And Mengting hesitated, uneasy leaving Wang Di alone against the dangerous duo of Shi Dalong and Shi Dao. Remain here, to keep the fire from dying out, and to prevent the cured wolf meat from falling into the flames. And Mengting wavered, reluctant to stay behind, yet deeply anxious for Wang Di's safety. Do as I say. Wang Di offered a faint, confident smile and cast her a reassuring glance. Seeing his composure, and Mengting sighed. Very well, we'll wait here. Return safely and swiftly. Brother Wang Di, let's be off. Shi Dalong grinned. Agreed. Wang Di gave a subtle nod, signaling readiness to depart. Dalong Dahu, I'll accompany you both. Jin Feng rose to her feet, determined to join them. Having overheard Shi Dalong's whispered scheming with his brother, plotting Wang Di's death, she wished to witness it firsthand. Her hatred for Wang Di burned fiercely. She blamed him entirely for her wolf bite, believing he could have saved her had he drawn his blade in time. If only he had acted then, she would never have been wounded. Inwardly, she vowed vengeance upon and Mengting once Wang Di lay dead. Excellent. If you wish to come, then by all means join us. Shi Dalong laughed. Jin Feng kicked Lu Xiaochuan hard, snarling. You penniless fool. What are you doing sitting there like a lifeless log? Still dreaming of becoming general manager after we leave this place? Stung by the kick, Lu Xiaochuan bristled, but rose nonetheless. Fine. I'll go with you. Brother, fear not. Once we're free of this island, I'll install you as general manager in my father's company. Shi Dalong clapped Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder, grinning with smug satisfaction. And Mengting, Zhao Shui, wait for me here. We'll gather the sea salt and return promptly. Wang Di smiled gently at them. And Mengting watched anxiously. She had longed to accompany him, yet Wang Di had refused. As Wang Di and the others vanished down the path, and Mengting and Zhao Shui stood rooted in worry. Powerless as women, they could only pray for his safe return, and that no calamity would unfold. Crash, crash, the boundless sea churned ceaselessly beneath a scorching sun. Wang Di and the others arrived at the shore where the midday heat shimmered thick and heavy. Wang Di located a shallow depression and declared, We'll dig a channel here to divert seawater inland. By tomorrow the sun will have evaporated the water, leaving behind pure sea salt. Excellent, excellent. Shi Dalong nodded, smiling broadly. Let's begin at once. Wang Di placed his saber upon a nearby boulder, then deliberately bent low, pretending to dig. Shi Dalong's heart leapt. This chance had arrived far more easily than expected. He bellowed, Dao now, and lunged forward, reaching desperately for the saber. Shi Dahu surged forward just as swiftly, both converging upon the saber at the seashore. Shi Dalong scrambled frantically for Wang Di's saber. Shi Dahu charged in tandem. They had coveted that weapon, and Wang Di's death, for long but opportunity had eluded them, until today. Dalong, Dahu, seize the saber. Kill that worthless Wang Di. Jin Feng shrieked venomous with hatred. Lu Xiaochuan paled frozen beside them. The confrontation had finally erupted, and he stood paralyzed, torn between self-preservation and opportunistic allegiance. He would not aid Wang Di, he sought only survival, or favor to secure his future as general manager. Though classmates, their bond held no weight, no value at all. As Jin Feng had said, following a pauper led nowhere. He refused poverty, and thus chose loyalty to power. Just as the brothers lunged for the saber, Wang Di exploded upward, launching a lightning-fast airborne barrage of kicks. Agile and precise, Wang Di struck before either could grasp the weapon, sending them both hurtling backward onto the sand. His movements flowed seamlessly, honed over 13 years of relentless martial discipline. Beginning at age 7, they stood no chance against him. Ah! Ah! Both cried out in agony as Wang Di's boots sent them crashing to the ground. Dalong! Dahu, quick! Jin Feng screamed, then fell silent, stunned, staring at their crumpled forms. What just happened? Panic seized Jin Feng. Wang Di's prowess was terrifying, effortlessly toppling both men. After hurling them down, Wang Di seized his saber and fixed them with an icy glare. You wretched brothers, do you truly wish to die? Wang Di, why did you strike us? Shi Dalong demanded. Shi Dahu retorted. We merely wished to examine your saber, yet you reacted as though we'd committed sacrilege. To deny us a glance, and then assault us, is utterly unjust. Having failed, they feigned innocence, pretending no ill will toward Wang Di. Jin Feng too feigned outrage. Wang Di, you're miserably petty and cruel beyond measure. They only wished to see your saber, nothing more. Wang Di spun and delivered a thunderous backhand, slamming Jin Feng to the ground with a sickening crack. Ah! She shrieked, blood blooming at the corner of her mouth. You vile woman, you dared conspire against me. If you seek death, so be it. I shall grant it without mercy. His gaze burned with lethal intent, cold, absolute, unblinking. Jin Feng clutched her cheeks, speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer suffocating weight of his killing aura. Lu Xiaochuan rushed forward, stammering, Brother Wang Di, please don't act rashly. We're classmates. Let's preserve harmony. Get out. With a deafening roar, Wang Di thrust his saber's tip toward Lu Xiaochuan. Coward. Wretch. You still grovel at their feet. Even now. I pitied you once, but your conduct just now has shattered that pity. Earlier, Lu Xiaochuan had been pitiful, beaten, humiliated, starved. Wang Di had shared food, fearing he might perish. But now his passive silence revealed quiet allegiance, and Wang Di's disappointment ran deep. Wang Di, you bastard, die. Whoosh. Shi Dahu roared, charging forward with a boulder clutched in both arms, aiming to crush Wang Di's skull. Whoosh. Wang Di launched himself skyward, his form a blur of lightning, then drove a devastating aerial kick straight into Shi Dahu's chest. Oh! Shi Dahu screamed in agony as he was kicked and rolled several times. Whoosh. Wang Di swung his saber and made a cut on Shi Dahu's thigh. Oh! Shi Dahu cried out in pain. At the same time, Shi Dalong picked up a stone, intending to throw it at Wang Di. However, Wang Di was quick on his feet. With a swift backward kick, he sent Shi Dalong flying 3 meters away. These two fools thought they could deal with him with such pathetic skills. How could this be? Seeing Wang Di's impressive skills, Jin Feng turned pale, feeling a chill run through her body. She was filled with deep despair. Dealing with Wang Di would not be so easy. You worthless trash, since you want to deal with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Di was furious and was about to strike when he suddenly heard commotion coming from the jungle. A woo! A woo! That was the sound of wolves. The pack was coming. They had encountered 3 wolves that morning, killing 2 and 1 escaping. That one wolf must have returned with its companions. Wolves are pack animals, and a wolf pack can number from a few to over 20. Wolves do not only live on the grasslands, they also inhabit jungles, deserts, and icy terrains. Whoosh! Suddenly, over a dozen wolves rushed in like a flood. Wang Di was startled, fearing that wolves might attack the camp and harm Mengting and Zhao Shui. Worried about the 2 women, he quickly ran towards the camp, having no time to deal with these worthless beings. But with so many wolves appearing, these fools wouldn't survive either. Ah! As countless wolves charged towards them, Jin Feng screamed in terror. Run! Shi Dalong helped Shi Dahu up, preparing to flee. Dalong, wait for me, save me. Jin Feng was terrified, desperately holding on to Shi Dalong. Get away from me, you BTCH. Shi Dalong kicked Jin Feng to the ground. A wolf quickly approached, wanting to tear Jin Feng apart. Wang Di, save me, please help me. Jin Feng cried out in terror, but unfortunately Wang Di had no intention of helping her. Wang Di gripped his saber and rushed forward at breakneck speed. He needed to return to the camp and save the two women. He had to break through the wolf pack. Wang Di, please save me. Jin Feng reached out, looking at Wang Di with despair and fear. She deeply regretted offending him, wondering why she had brought this upon herself. Ah, save me. Lu Xiaochuan also screamed loudly, terrified beyond measure. Wang Di, please save us, I beg you. Shi Dalong and his brother were also in despair. With such a large wolf pack appearing at once, they were undoubtedly doomed. If there had only been a few wolves, they might have had a chance. Although wolves are fierce, they are not invincible and aren't as powerful as tigers. But the number of wolves was overwhelming. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew as Wang Di dashed into the woods, his mind filled with thoughts of Mengting and Zhao Shui's safety, leaving no time to think about those useless people. It would be better if these people died, so they would stop plotting against him. However, Lu Xiaochuan was somewhat innocent, but Wang Di truly couldn't spare him a thought. Oh! Behind Wang Di, terrified screams echoed, but he didn't look back. He had no time to witness their demise. In the forest, 3 wolves charged towards Wang Di, baring their bloody jaws and exposing their sharp fangs, wanting to tear him apart. Jump! Wang Di swiftly leaped up, grabbing a vine from a towering ancient tree. This tree was large and majestic, with vines hanging from its branches. Holding onto the vine, Wang Di swung like on a swing, propelling himself several dozen meters away before landing on his feet. His speed was astonishing, and his skills were exceptional. Oh woo! The 3 wolves howled. Initially intent on pursuing Wang Di, they suddenly turned towards Shi Dalong and his group, perhaps sensing that it would be easier to kill them. Zhao Shui, run! And Mengting's anxious voice came from ahead in the woods. At that moment, Mengting and Zhao Shui were rushing through the forest with 2 wolves frantically chasing them. The 2 women had decided to follow Wang Di, secretly worried about him. If Shi Dalong and his group attacked Wang Di, they would help him. But they hadn't anticipated encountering wolves right after leaving the camp. And Mengting, what should we do? The wolves are too fast. Zhao Shui cried as she ran, terrified and in tears. Run, run! And Mengting pulled Zhao Shui's hand, and the 2 women disregarded everything, desperately running towards the camp. As long as they could return to the camp and hide in the cave, they would be safe. Oh woo! One wolf swiftly lunged at them, knocking them to the ground, and another wolf followed, attempting to kill them. Ah! The 2 screamed loudly, feeling as if death itself had arrived. They were in despair, not expecting to die on this island. Just when the 2 were in despair, a saber flew through the air, piercing the wolf's body like an arrow. The wolf let out a pained howl and was killed on the spot. Wang Di. In their moment of despair, Mengting and Zhao Shui saw Wang Di appear. They thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly Wang Di had come and thrown his saber in midair, killing the wolf. Brother Wang. Zhao Shui was also very excited. Wang Di had arrived, the strongest man on this island. And Mengting, Zhao Shui, don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang Di rushed over like a whirlwind. However, there was still another wolf. He quickly dashed over and grabbed the wolf by its tail. The wolf had intended to rush over and kill the 2 women, but suddenly its tail was caught. The gray wolf turned around, baring its sharp teeth, wanting to bite Wang Di. Wang Di, be careful! And Mengting urgently reminded him. Brother Wang, be careful! Zhao Shui also warned anxiously. Since Wang Di didn't have his saber, the 2 women were very worried. At that moment, Wang Di held the gray wolf's tail with one hand, and as the wolf turned, he quickly wrapped his other arm around its neck. As long as he could hold its neck, preventing its head from moving, it wouldn't be able to bite him. Huh! Wang Di let out a furious roar, lifting the gray wolf and smashing it against a rock. Boom! Crack! A loud sound echoed as the gray wolf's spine was shattered. Wang Di quickly knelt on one knee, driving his knee into the wolf's throat. Crack! The gray wolf's throat was crushed under the heavy blow, killing it instantly. The 2 women were stunned as they watched Wang Di, almost unable to believe their eyes. They hadn't expected Wang Di to be so powerful, effortlessly killing a wolf. His strength was akin to that of a war god. However, given Wang Di's background of training in martial arts since he was 7 or 8 years old, it was indeed not difficult for him to kill a wolf. Everyone from the Yi family revered martial arts, and even had family traditions of martial arts. Brother Wang, you are truly amazing. Zhao Shui was shocked. There was such an incredible man, and she loved Wang Di even more. Even Mengting felt a sense of security following such a powerful man as Wang Di. Only with a man like a war god could they ensure their survival, otherwise they would die on this island in an instant. Quickly, let's go back to the cave for safety. Wang Di rushed to grab his saber. The danger was not yet over, as there were still over a dozen wolves attacking Shi Dalong and his group. If the entire pack charged at them, even if he could escape, it would be difficult to protect the 2 women. Hurry, go to the cave. After killing 2 wolves, Wang Di urgently ordered. If the wolf pack charged, even if he wanted to save the 2 women, he wouldn't be able to. Although he was skilled, the swarm of wolves coming at him would be impossible to fend off, even with a saber in hand. Hurry! Wang Di anxiously led the 2 women towards the camp. I'll help. Outside the forest, a heart-wrenching scream echoed belonging to Jin Feng. But Wang Di did not look back, nor did he think of saving her. Wang Di, you won't have a good death for leaving me to die. Jin Feng's resentful voice reached him, but Wang Di paid it no mind. Damn it, what does she mean by leaving someone to die? He had once saved this woman, and even provided her with food and water. Yet Jin Feng not only showed no gratitude, but later tried to harm Meng Ting, and colluded with those two useless ones to deal with him. A woo! A woo! Two wolves charged towards him, their jaws dripping with fresh blood, likely from attacking Jin Feng's group. Wang Di, the wolves are coming again. And Meng Ting and Zhao Shui felt anxious and terrified as they saw the two wolves reappear. You two run quickly, I'll handle these wolves. Wang Di gripped his dagger tightly. Let's run together, and Meng Ting urged. No. Wang Di shook his head, his tone serious. The wolves are too fast. If I don't take care of these two wolves and flee with you, we will soon be caught up. Then be careful. And Meng Ting held Zhao Shui's hand, and the two quickly ran towards the cave. Once inside, they would be safe as the cave only had one entrance. If they pushed a slab to block the entrance, the wolves wouldn't be able to enter. After the two women fled anxiously, Wang Di stood by the rock, preparing to deal with the two wolves before returning to the cave. Wang Di took a deep breath, leapt over a meter in the air, and landed on the rock. The height of his position would be advantageous for fighting the wolves, standing lower would not help. A woo! A woo! The two wolves charged forward one after the other. Come on, come on. Wang Di gripped his dagger tightly, his icy gaze fixated on the two wolves. He was born in Yijiago, a place where martial arts were valued. Thus he had practiced various martial arts, including punches, kicks, and weapons since he was 7 or 8. His parents had originally wanted to send him to film to become a martial arts star. However, as Wang Di grew up, he realized that those so-called martial arts stars were merely showy performers, and being skilled in martial arts didn't guarantee stardom, it required connections and acting skills. Lacking those connections, his dreams of becoming a martial arts star shattered, but now they came in handy. A woo! One wolf rushed forward, leaping to bite Wang Di. However, from his elevated position, he swept his dagger horizontally, slicing into the wolf's neck. A woo! The wolf bled out on the spot, killed by Wang Di. The other wolf was also fast, dashing toward him in an instant, driven mad by the scent of blood. Beast, die! Wang Di leapt up, performing a roll in midair, dropping over a meter off the rock. As he rolled, he aimed his dagger downwards, stabbing it into the wolf's neck. Thanks to the sharpness of the dagger and Wang Di's weight, the wolf's neck was easily pierced. It's dead. Wang Di easily killed the wolf. After dispatching this wolf, he picked up his dagger and quickly ran towards the cave. My goodness! And Meng Ting stood at the cave entrance, stunned as she witnessed Wang Di's midair maneuver, slicing the gray wolf. She was in disbelief, thinking she must have seen it wrong. Wang Di's skills are incredible. Zhao Shui was also amazed. Such martial arts moves with their flashy actions could only be seen in films. I finally understand why Wang Di disregarded Shi Long and his companions, even not fearing their murderous intent. It's because he never considered them a threat. In that moment, Meng Ting felt as if everything became clear. She knew Wang Di was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. After all, during the incident, when she had rescued Zhao Shui, Wang Di's moves against that snake-like fiend were also quite fierce. Wang Gu is so handsome and powerful, men like him are very appealing to women. Zhao Shui exclaimed, her face filled with admiration, as if she were one of Wang Di's little fans. Hurry! As the two were talking, Wang Di had already rushed over. Are you okay? And Meng Ting asked. I'm fine. Hurry into the cave. Wang Di urged the two women to enter the cave immediately, as he heard countless wolf howls from the forest behind. Sure enough, a pack of over a dozen wolves was approaching, likely having killed Shi Long and his group before coming for them. Wolves have a strong sense of vengeance. If one of their pack is killed, they will certainly band together to seek revenge. Into the cave closed the stone door. Wang Di quickly pushed the two women into the cave. Whoosh! After they entered, Wang Di leapt in and commanded, close the door. The two women immediately pushed up the stone slab, preparing to block the entrance. Wang Di swiftly turned around, moving another stone to brace against the slab, making it more secure. The wolves outside couldn't enter, but if they camped outside, they would still be in danger of being trapped in the cave. Wang Di quickly blocked the door with the stone, but the wolves outside charged in quickly, estimating there were over a dozen. Their mouths were stained red with blood, likely from having killed Shi Long and the others. But they deserved it. Those bastards tried to deal with him. A woo! Several wolves rushed at the door, trying to break through. Aunt! Zhao Shui screamed, saying, Yida Gu, they're coming. These wolves want to eat us. Damn it! Wang Di cursed loudly, saying, You beasts dare to want to eat my girls. I haven't even had a taste yet. How could I let you have them? What nonsense are you talking about, Wang Di? And Meng Ting asked. Wang Di turned to look and saw Zhao Shui and Meng Ting tightly embracing each other. He thought to himself that it would be great if he were in the middle. Wang Gu, what did you just say? Zhao Shui also felt a bit shy. Wang Di smiled and said, I just said that as long as I'm here I will protect you. Wang Di, we really can't do without you. And Meng Ting felt anxious, suddenly realizing how important Wang Di was. Without him, she and Zhao Shui would be dead in an instant. Wang Go, I can't do without you either, Zhao Shui added, frightened. Oh woo, oh woo, crack crack crack. Several wolves stood at the cave entrance, claws scratching at the stone door, producing a crack 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 sound. One wolf even managed to stick its head through a crack in the stone wall. Since the wall was made of stone, there were some gaps, and that wolf's head, resembling a dog's, managed to squeeze in, but only half was stuck in the gap. Die! Whoosh! Wang Di swung his dagger, fiercely stabbing forward. Oh woo! The wolf's head was pierced, causing it to bleed profusely as it hurriedly retreated in pain. Whoosh whoosh! Wang Di continued to grip his dagger, quickly stabbing through the cracks at the two wolves outside. However, due to the stone barrier, the damage was minimal, and he did not kill the wolves. Oh woo! The wolves, unable to bear the pain, retreated back to the pack. Wang Di looked outside and saw over a dozen wolves sitting on the grass, one of which had white fur on its head and was larger than the others. That must be the Wolf King. Wolves are disciplined creatures, and there must always be a Wolf King among them, which is larger than ordinary wolves. These wolves were surprisingly sitting on the grass, raising their heads to look at the cave. Wang Di examined closely and found that there were actually 15 wolves, not counting the ones he had previously slain. This was a large wolf pack, hence the considerable number. Wang Di, why aren't they leaving? They're just sitting outside. And Meng Ting said anxiously upon noticing that the wolves outside were not moving. Wang Di replied, they are waiting for negotiations. You might as well go out and negotiate with them. No way, if I go out I'll die. And Meng Ting shook her head, afraid to go out, and felt that Wang Di was going too far by deceiving her. Brother Wang, why aren't those wolves leaving? Do they want to eat us? Zhao Shui's face turned pale with fear, her heart racing. Wang Di said, these wolves do not want to eat us, they seek to kill us for revenge. If they were hungry, why wouldn't they eat Shi Dalong and his people? They only bite those people to death, and then come after us. Revenge. Zhao Shui thought she had misheard. Wolves could take revenge. And Meng Ting also found it hard to believe. Wang Di explained, wolves are highly intelligent and cunning, smarter than tigers and black bears. Their sense of revenge is strong. If someone kills their companion, they will surely seek vengeance. What do we do then? If this wolf pack refuses to leave, are we going to be trapped here forever? And Meng Ting was very worried. Zhao Shui was also very scared. Alas, the most important thing is that we hurriedly escaped and didn't bring food and fresh water into the cave. Now there's only wood inside the cave. Their food and fresh water were outside, and the food consisted of smoked wolf meat placed on a rack. If we are trapped here for a few days, we will definitely die of thirst and hunger. The two women were very frightened. Without fresh water and food, they wouldn't last a few days. As long as the wolf pack stayed outside for a few days, they would starve to death. Perhaps the wolf pack will leave tomorrow. Wang Di comforted them upon seeing their fear. Drip, drip. In one part of the cave, water droplets continually fell from the ceiling. Wang Di looked up at the dripping water and said, if it really comes to that, we can collect these droplets to quench our thirst. The cave is very dark and damp, and the water droplets are quite unsanitary with a lot of bacteria, and Meng Ting said. Wang Di found it amusing. Even at such a time, the big star was still concerned about these things. If it came to that, she would have to drink even from a stinky gutter. The wolf pack remained outside, not leaving, and Wang Di wore a troubled expression, unable to think of a solution for the time being. Why don't you both stay in the cave while I go out and fight the wolves? I will risk my life to ensure your safety. Wang Di pretended to stand up, acting as if he was going to fight the wolf pack. Don't. And Meng Ting and Zhao Shui both clung to his arms, one holding tightly onto one of Wang Di's arms, hurriedly saying, you mustn't go out. What will we do if you die? With both arms held in embrace, Wang Di felt a warmth and smiled, saying, don't worry, I won't go seeking death. How could I let you become widows? Brother Wang, you're joking. I. Zhao Shui felt embarrassed and slowly released Wang Di's arm. All right, then you go out and fight. If you die, we'll just remarry. And Meng Ting shot Wang Di a glare, but she was more generous than Zhao Shui. There's only me, a man, on this deserted island. Who would you marry? Wang Di asked. Stop joking and think of a solution, or we will really be trapped here for days, and will certainly starve to death. And Meng Ting released Wang Di's arm, but found it strange. She had felt very scared and nervous when Wang Di mentioned going out to fight the wolves, as if she was about to lose the most precious thing in her life. Perhaps it was because Wang Di was very important to them now. Let's light a fire first. This cave is too damp. Then we can think of a way, Wang Di said. Good. And Meng Ting nodded, and along with Zhao Shui picked up some dry branches, looking for a place to start a fire. Initially, they had piled some wood in the cave to prevent rain, so they were glad it was useful now. Wang Di handed a lighter to Meng Ting, which he had brought on the cruise, because he smoked. Although the cigarettes had fallen into the sea, the lighter remained. The two women crouched by the wood to start a fire while Wang Di gazed at the wolf pack outside, contemplating how to deal with these beasts. The 15 wolves still sat in the grass outside, their eerie eyes fixed on the cave, as if they would not leave until they had bitten Wang Di and the others to death. The 15 wolves sat in the grass outside, their green eyes watching the cave. These wolves were unwilling to leave easily. If they remained outside the cave, Wang Di and the two women would surely be trapped to death inside, and wolves could endure hunger longer than humans. The limit of wild animals enduring hunger is greater than that of humans, as wild animals live in the wild, where food is not guaranteed. Sometimes they may go days without eating, so their endurance against hunger is stronger than that of humans. And Mengting and Zhao Shui had already lit the fire. Thanks to the flames, the dampness in the cave gradually became less noticeable. Fortunately, there were many stone crevices in the cave allowing for good air circulation, otherwise they would have suffocated. The sun in the sky gradually set and dusk was approaching, but the wolves still showed no signs of leaving. Wang Di still hadn't thought of a solution. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Wang Di, what should we do? And Mengting sat beside Wang Di, supporting her chin with her hands, fearfully looking outside. Cold dishes, Wang Di replied. If only we had cold dishes. I'm very hungry right now, and Mengting said. Foodie. Wang Di truly admired in Mengting. Even at such a time, she was still thinking about food, wanting cold dishes. It was a miracle they weren't eaten by the wolves. Brother Wang, are we really going to die here? Zhao Shui was scared, as she didn't want to die, especially not to be bitten to death by wild wolves, as it was too cruel and painful. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. If the wolf pack doesn't leave by then, I'll. Wang Di's eyes flashed with cold light. If the wolf pack hadn't left by tomorrow, he would have to take risks because they couldn't delay too long. Without food, they wouldn't last 3 days. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be for them. When they were exhausted from hunger, there would be no chance to fight back, even if they wanted to. A woo. In the wolf pack, the wolf king howled at the sky and then lay down on the ground. Soon the other wolves also lay down, as sitting consumed energy. These wolves are really smart, knowing how to conserve energy. They act just like human warriors. Seeing the wolves' actions, and Mengting was surprised, but more was fear. Encountering so many clever, cunning, and even intelligent wolves made their situation exceedingly dangerous. Wang Di said, wolves are inherently intelligent. Not only do they have a strong sense of revenge, but they are also very united. A classmate from high school once told me that decades ago a serious incident occurred in their grassland. A family killed a wolf, which led to the revenge of dozens of wolves. Because wolves are clever and cunning, there are many legends about them. In ancient times, some grassland tribes regarded wolves as their totem. Alas, we really shouldn't have provoked these wolves, and Mengting said angrily. Wang Di shrugged and replied, it's the law of the jungle. Even if we didn't provoke these wolves, they would still eat us. Zhao Shui was very nervous, her heart racing, trembling all over upon hearing that wolves were cunning and intelligent. What's wrong with you? And Mengting asked as Zhao Shui gasped, seemingly unable to breathe. Wang Di, what happened to her? And Mengting asked anxiously. Wang Di replied, she is experiencing extreme anxiety, resulting in insufficient blood flow to her heart and brain. We must calm her down. Please find a way to soothe her. And Mengting was very worried, hoping Zhao Shui wouldn't be scared to death. Zhao Shui was timid and easily frightened. Some people were predisposed to heart issues, so when stimulated or under stress, they could find it difficult to breathe. Shui, be good, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Wang Di sat on the ground, gently holding Zhao Shui, laying her head on his knee, then he reached out to gently pat her back. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Please trust me, you will be fine, and we will be fine. Wang Di gently patted Zhao Shui's back and stroked her hair, trying to stabilize her emotions. Yi, brother Wang, you scared me to death. I don't want to be bitten by a wolf. Zhao Shui finally caught her breath. Wang Di helped her sit up, continuing to pat her back, saying, don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Your brother Wang is the strongest. Brother Wang, thank you. Zhao Shui felt her breath steady. She looked up at Wang Di's handsome face, suddenly realizing how dashing and majestic he was. Sitting beside him, feeling his masculine aura, she felt grounded, as if she had found her place in life and the strongest support. Maintain a positive mindset. I will protect you all, Wang Di said. Thank you. Zhao Shui replied, her emotions stabilizing considerably. It's getting dark, Wang Di said. Let's rest for now and think of a way tomorrow. If the wolf pack hasn't left by dawn, their mental state won't be at its peak either. But how can we sleep here? And Mengting looked around the small space. Although the cave was relatively large, aside from this small area, everywhere else was damp, making it impossible to lie down without getting covered in wet dirt. It was dark. Outside, the wolves had not left. A dozen wolves lay in the grass, their green eyes watching the cave. In the night sky, the pairs of glowing green eyes resembled eerie emeralds. Wang Di and the others were trapped in the cave and couldn't go out. You two rest first. I'll keep watch to prevent any accidents, Wang Di said. Although the cave had a stone door, making it difficult for the wolves to enter, it's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, there were gaps in the stone walls through which poisonous snakes could crawl in. Wang Di, you should rest. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and Zhao Shui will take the second half. You are the only man here, and we need you to deal with the wolves, so you must maintain your strength. And Mingting makes a good point. You are the only man, and we all need you, so you should conserve your energy, Zhao Shui added gently. All right, Wang Di said, lying down to rest. He also wanted a good sleep to maintain his strength. Zhao Shui lay down on the ground as well, but the space to rest was very small. Although the cave was several dozen square meters, the area for resting was less than 2 square meters, everywhere else was too damp. Zhao Shui turned on her side, trying to keep her distance from Wang Di. And Mingting sat against the stone wall, her body also pressed against it. The space was too small and felt a bit cramped. Wang Di shifted closer to Zhao Shui. She closed her eyes, but her body trembled slightly, perhaps due to her nervousness, as they were too close. Classmate Zhao Shui, this space is too small. Before Wang Di could finish, Zhao Shui shyly said, Brother Wang, I'll stand up. I won't rest, and will let you have this spot. You misunderstood my meaning. How could I let you stand all night? What I meant was, can I get a bit closer? The space is already small, and if we maintain distance, I won't be able to rest well. Oh. Zhao Shui hugged herself, trembling from nervousness. Seeing her so anxious and shy, Wang Di secretly smiled. You wouldn't want me to be unable to sleep, right? If I don't rest well, how can I protect you during the day? This is a critical time. We shouldn't be concerned about gender differences. Okay, Zhao Shui replied softly, trembling as she nodded. Then you can come closer. All right. Wang Di moved closer, otherwise there was no way to rest. After getting closer, he and Zhao Shui lay pressed against each other, and he could feel Zhao Shui's rapid heartbeat and her intense trembling. Can I get even closer? Wang Di continued to ask. Zhao Shui trembled continuously, even stuttering, unsure of what to do. Slap. And Mingting suddenly intervened, smacking Wang Di's back angrily, saying, You've gone too far. How could you bully classmate Zhao Shui? Hurry up and sleep. Wang Di smiled faintly, then closed his eyes to rest. Due to exhaustion, he quickly fell asleep, knowing that although the wolf pack was outside, they were not in immediate danger, as the wolves couldn't break through the stone walls. That night, Wang Di had a dream. In the dream, he fought fiercely against the wolves, slaying them all. And Mingting, the big star, and Zhao Shui, enchanted by him, were completely devoted to him and couldn't bear to leave. Time passed swiftly. The next morning, when the sun rose, Wang Di awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhao Shui sitting against the stone wall, nervously looking outside, while Mingting rested against the wall, with one foot surprisingly resting on her own body. The big star actually had her foot on him. No wonder he had trouble flying in his dream during the battle with the wolves last night. Brother Wang, you're awake. Seeing Wang Di awake, Zhao Shui asked softly, afraid of waking the sleeping and Mingting, who had kept watch for the second half of the night. Yes, I'm awake. How's it outside? Wang Di asked. Zhao Shui replied, The wolf pack has left. They've left, Wang Di said, looking outside to find the wolves indeed gone without a trace. Why did the wolf pack leave, he asked. He had initially thought the wolves would stay for 2 or 3 days, but they left in the middle of the night. Zhao Shui said, It's quite strange. In the second half of last night, the wolf pack suddenly sat up, all ears perked, and then quickly left all at once. They all stood up and suddenly departed together. Wang Di murmured, sensing something was off. The wolf pack surely didn't leave due to impatience. It was likely that something dangerous had arrived, such as a more ferocious beast from the forest, that made the wolves feel threatened and flee in a hurry. Did the wolves leave quickly or slowly? Wang Di asked. Zhao Shui replied, They all hurriedly left at once. Wang Di frowned, realizing his guess might be right. A more brutal beast must have appeared in this area, frightening the wolves away. Wolves have a strong sense of smell and can detect more powerful creatures from a distance. Frowning, Wang Di sat up, intending to press his hands against the wall, but accidentally placed them on Mingting's body, instead feeling it soft and yielding. And Mingting, who had been asleep, was suddenly awakened by the pain and opened her eyes wide, looking at Wang Di's hands. In the cave, Mingting was awakened from her dream. She had been dreaming of eating KFC and hamburgers, but suddenly felt her body being pressed and woke up in pain. And Mingting's large, watery eyes looked in amazement at the hands that Wang Di had placed on her. After a moment, Mingting cried out in grievance, Wang Di, you big bad guy, do you want to die? Do you believe I will beat you up? Sorry, my mistake, my mistake. Wang Di retracted his hands, explaining it was a mistake. A mistake. I'm so angry. I was sleeping well, and suddenly. And Mingting was too angry, panting heavily. Zhao Shui quickly said, Sister and Mingting, you misunderstood Brother Wang. He meant to sit up to look outside, but ended up pressing on you accidentally. Woo, I don't care, you have to compensate me. And Mingting insisted. Fine, I will compensate you. If you don't want it anymore, you can give it to me, and I will get you a new one later, Wang Di said. And Mingting almost spat blood. Sister and Mengting, please don't be angry. Without Brother Wang, we would have been bitten to death by wolves last night. Zhao Shui continued. Wolves. And Mengting quickly turned to look outside, afraid that the wolf pack was still there. Huh, where's the wolf pack? After discovering that the outside was empty, and Mengting was very curious, wondering if she had seen it wrong. Wang Di spoke in a somewhat suppressed voice. Zhao Shui just told me that the wolf pack hurriedly left last night. Haha, great. We are safe now. And Mengting was very happy and excited, as if she had forgotten about Wang Di's earlier incident. However, compared to the wolf pack, that incident was nothing. Don't celebrate too early. The wolf pack's sudden departure must mean that something more dangerous is approaching. It's likely that a more ferocious beast has appeared in this area, which is why the wolves left in a hurry, Wang Di said seriously. What should we do then? And Mengting's mood became heavy. The wolf pack was already formidable. If something even more terrifying appeared, wouldn't their situation be even more dangerous? Wang Di remained silent for a moment and said, while the wolf pack has left and that more ferocious beast hasn't arrived, yet we should quickly move the food frying pan and fresh water into the cave. Okay, and Mengting nodded in agreement. Wang Di pushed aside the stone slab and led the two women out of the cave. The air outside felt refreshing. The three hurriedly moved all the wolf meat, fresh water frying pan, and wood from the wooden rack outside into the cave. However, there was not much fresh water, enough for only half a day at most, and they had to conserve it. Fresh water was crucial if they didn't have a few days' worth of reserves and faced a situation like last night. With a beast guarding outside for days, they would surely die of thirst. Wang Di held an empty bamboo tube and said to the two, I will go get fresh water. You wait for me in the cave. That's too dangerous. You shouldn't go, they both replied anxiously. No matter how dangerous it is, I must go, Wang Di said seriously. The two fell silent. They knew the importance of fresh water. The little water they had stored was only enough for half a day, and without sufficient fresh water their survival was at risk. Let's go with you, and Mengting said. Zhao Shui also said, let's go together and bring back more fresh water. No, Wang Di shook his head. I cannot take you with me. If we encounter danger, you two would be a liability. If I take both of you with me and we encounter danger, it would be hard to protect you. But if I go alone, I can retreat safely even if I face danger. Then you have to be careful, and Mengting instructed. Brother Wang, you must pay attention to safety. Zhao Shui also said, her anxious gaze fixed on Wang Di. In the cave, Wang Di looked at the two of them carefully, his expression serious. Why are you looking at us like that? And Mengting asked. Wang Di said seriously, if I go out to get fresh water and something happens, you two must unite and help each other. It doesn't matter if I die, but you must live well. Woo! Zhao Shui suddenly cried, feeling very sad. I don't want anything to happen to you. You must protect yourself well. Why are you saying such ominous things? And Mengting's eyes turned red as well, for the forest was truly too dangerous, and she feared something would happen to Wang Di. Unexpectedly, the emotional effect was so strong. One beautiful woman cried, while the other felt moved to tears. I'm leaving. You two stay in the cave. Wang Di left the cave, and after the two women closed the stone door, he quickly walked towards the small stream in the forest. Woo, Brother Wang, you must be safe. Watching Wang Di's departing figure, Zhao Shui cried, feeling touched. His earlier words made her very worried and fearful of losing this man. And Mengting also felt very sad watching Wang Di back as he left, silently praying for Buddha's protection. On the island, outside the forest, the two women watched Wang Di's figure from the cave. The gentle breeze and falling leaves. Wang Di's lonely figure walked slowly into the forest. Looking at Wang Di's back, the two were very worried and felt a pang in their hearts. As Wang Di gradually moved away, his figure slowly disappeared from the sight of the two women. Although the source of water was not far, it still required a 10-minute walk. Until Wang Di's figure vanished, the two continued to look in that direction, as if hoping to see Wang Di's figure reappear. Just when the two were feeling heartbroken and scared, they suddenly heard a scream from the forest. It was Wang Di's startled cry. Wang Di! And Mengting shouted anxiously. Brother Wang! Zhao Shui also shouted anxiously, then burst into tears, because Wang Di's sudden scream indicated he must have encountered danger or something terrible had happened. Wang Di! In the cave, and Mengting called out in pain, and then she cried. She felt very sad and scared, recalling how Wang Di had taken care of her after they were stranded on the island, and she had no chance to repay him. She felt heartbroken and pained. If Wang Di were still alive, if he hadn't died, she would definitely repay him. Sister and Mengting, do you think Brother Wang is in trouble? Should we go out and find him? Zhao Shui cried. No. And Mengting shook her head and said, Wang Di is very capable. He might not get into trouble. Let's wait a bit. If we can't wait for him, then we will think of another way. Okay. Zhao Shui nodded while crying, but the hearts of the two women were shattered at this moment. In their ears, Wang Di's scream echoed time and again. At this moment, in the forest, a black bear looked angrily at Wang Di. Both man and bear were locked in a standoff beneath a tree. When Wang Di had just entered the forest, this black bear suddenly lunged out from behind a large tree. The bear's sudden appearance startled Wang Di, causing him to scream uncontrollably. After all, black bears are terrifying, and anyone would scream upon encountering such a creature unexpectedly. Roar! The black bear erupted with a fierce aura, standing on its hind legs, its powerful paws raised towards Wang Di, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Anxiety. Pressure. Looking at this massive creature, Wang Di tried to remain calm and composed. He understood very well that the more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to maintain his composure. Fear would hinder his abilities. Roar! The black bear moved its heavy and powerful body, rushed towards Wang Di like a small mountain. In fear, a person often can unleash tremendous strength, especially someone with Wang Di's martial arts skills. Whoosh! Wang Di swiftly thrust his dagger into the black bear's belly with all his might, but the bear's tough skin and dense flesh were impervious to the blade. The black bear swiped down with a paw, striking Wang Di's dagger. The dagger slipped downward, causing Wang Di to lose his balance and nearly lunge toward the bear. In a moment of panic, he quickly rolled onto the ground, realizing that if he fell onto the bear, this terrifying creature would surely tear him apart. Roar! The black bear bent down all fours on the ground, charging forward like a fierce tiger. Bears can stand on two legs, as well as crawl on all fours. The black bear chased after the rolling Wang Di, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp teeth, intent on killing him. Wang Di understood why the wolf pack had suddenly left the night before a black bear had entered the area. Rolling on the ground was not effective, and Wang Di knew that no matter how fast he rolled, he couldn't outrun the black bear and would surely be bitten to death. Out! With a clang, Wang Di thrust his dagger into the bear's head while rolling, then used the momentum to slide quickly along the ground. With the force of his thrust, Wang Di slid far across the ground, and the bear's head was wounded. After sliding to a tree, Wang Di quickly grasped the trunk and leapt up, but the tree was small and likely to be broken by the furious black bear. Indeed, the black bear rushed over, violently shaking and striking the tree. The bear became enraged and violent. Wang Di swayed precariously in the tree, preparing to distance himself and lead the bear away. If he fled to the cave now, the bear's strength would surely collapse the stone walls. Just as the tree was about to break, Wang Di grabbed a branch and swiftly leaped to another tree. There were many trees in the forest, but some couldn't support his weight. Roar! The black bear let out a furious roar and quickly pursued him, as if it would not rest until it caught Wang Di. Wang Di utilized the terrain of the forest and his agile skills to gradually draw the bear farther away, ensuring the creature did not discover Mengting and Zhao Shui. Hopefully the two women would not come out, otherwise encountering wild beasts would be very dangerous. Roar! In the forest, the black bear clawed at the ground, relentlessly chasing Wang Di like a fierce tiger. If you want to eat me, you'd better see if you have the ability. Come on. Wang Di leaped down from a tree, quickly sprinting a dozen meters before swiftly climbing another tree. Fortunately, he was skilled in parkour, both in speed and climbing, or he would have surely been caught by the bear. But Wang Di had only one thought: to lead this creature away. About half an hour later, Wang Di escaped to a lush green forest filled with diverse vegetation, many resembling the leaves of phoenix trees. Phew! Wang Di stood under a red tree, panting heavily. Escaping from the big bear was no easy task. The forest had fallen silent. The bear must have not followed or lost patience and left. Where's this place? Wang Di carefully scanned his surroundings. Aside from the lush trees, there were only various unknown plants. This place felt very unfamiliar. In this primitive forest, there was not a single familiar spot. Alone in the woods, Wang Di felt a sudden wave of loneliness, a sense of isolation, far from humanity. Oh! Not far ahead, someone was moaning in pain. The sound was intermittent, and the person seemed to be in great agony, their voice feeble, as if they were on the brink of death. Wang Di followed the source of the sound. After passing a few trees, he saw blood everywhere on the ground. This person must have lost a lot of blood. Their injuries were undoubtedly severe, yet having spilled so much blood and still being alive was a testament to their resilience. The anguished voice came softly, and it sounded very familiar. Isn't that Shi Dalong's voice? This rascal is still alive. After being attacked by the wolf pack yesterday, he actually survived and made it here. I wonder if Shi Dahu and Jin Feng are dead, and whether Lu Xiaochuan is still alive. However, these people deserve to die. But it's somewhat regrettable for Lu Xiaochuan. However, Wang Di had no way to save him at that time, and besides, Lu Xiaochuan was not one of his allies, so there was no need to risk his life to save him. Wang Di continued forward and saw a man lying in pain under a rock. It was Shi Dalong. However, Shi Dalong was gravely injured, covered in wounds, one leg mangled beyond recognition, with a dozen gruesome injuries across his body. Even if he was still alive, he would only suffer for a few more days before dying in agony. Brother Wang Di, Upon seeing Wang Di, Shi Dalong was overjoyed, saying excitedly, "Brother Wang Di, thank heavens I actually see you. You must save me. Where are your brothers and Jin Feng and Lu Xiaochuan?" Wang Di asked. They. Shi Dalong trembled in fear and said, "They are all dead, killed by the wolf pack, and the only one who escaped." Oh, Wang Di casually nodded. "Brother, I beg you to save me. If you do, when we return, I'll give you 1 million. Shi Dalong pleaded, but secretly he thought that once he recovered, he would definitely kill Wang Di. Even if he couldn't do it on this deserted island, he would find someone to kill Wang Di when they returned to Sioux City. "You are already dead. There is no need to save you," Wang Di said coldly. "No," Shi Dalong exclaimed anxiously. "Brother Wang Di, am not dead, am still alive. You are too treacherous and cunning, never speaking the truth. No, I'm really not dead, am truly alive. If I were dead, how could I possibly be talking to you?" Shi Dalong frantically explained, insisting he was still alive and able to speak. "Just wait for death and peace." Wang Di turned to leave, letting this vile man fend for himself. Even if he was not dead, it was of no concern to Wang Di. Oh, let him die wherever he wished. "Grandpa, please save me," Shi Dalong pleaded desperately. But no matter how he begged, even calling out to his ancestors and father, Wang Di paid him no heed and continued walking away. Seeing Wang Di's departing figure, Shi Dalong cursed in despair. "Wang Di, you bastard, may you meet a terrible end. You stand by and watch me die. Oh, I truly regret the failure of my plan. If it had succeeded, I would have killed you long ago and taken in Mengting and Zhao Shui on this deserted island." Wang Di couldn't be bothered to look back, and there was no point in arguing with a dead man. Roar. A roar echoed in the forest. The big bear was closing in. Wang Di quickly hid in the dense foliage and moved swiftly. Shi Dalong was in danger now. Once the big bear arrived, it would surely bite him to death. However, this might be a blessing for Shi Dalong, as dying sooner would save him from suffering slowly from his severe injuries. Roar. The big bear spotted Shi Dalong and charged at him with a roar. "Ah, bear! Big bear!" Shi Dalong screamed in terror. "Get away! Don't come near! Big brother bear, my meat isn't tasty, though I haven't bathed in days, and am too smelly. Go eat Wang Di instead." Ah! Although Wang Di was far away, he could still hear the tragic screams coming from the forest behind him. Such screams were truly heart-wrenching. Wang Di discerned the direction and quickly ran towards the camp, fearing that the two women might encounter danger. If in Mengting and Zhao Shui left the cave to search for him, it would surely lead to trouble. Wang Di navigated the forest alone, moving swiftly, as he was greatly concerned for the two women. In the silent forest, he was a solitary traveler. Though the forest was difficult to traverse, it did not hinder Wang Di's pace. After a relentless journey, he finally returned to the camp. Beside the thatched hut at the cave's entrance, in Mengting and Zhao Shui were sobbing as they burned a large wooden stick. The two girls were crying deeply, likely shedding tears for themselves. Wang Di was somewhat moved. It was the first time in his life that two girls cried for him. However, he wondered why they were burning a large wooden stick. Did they take it for super incense? Wowa's sister in Mengting, is Wang Good dead? He clearly screamed at the water source just a moment ago, but we couldn't find him when we rushed there. "I don't know, my heart is very chaotic right now," and Mengting replied as she wiped her tears, feeling troubled. If Wang Di were dead, the two of them would not survive either and would surely perish here. Perhaps from this moment on, their countdown to life had already begun. "We went to the water source earlier and didn't see Wang Gu. Could he have been dragged away by a large beast?" Zhao Shui was crying heartbreakingly. Wang Di stood outside the camp in the forest, and after hearing the two women's conversation, he learned that they had gone to the water source, risking their lives to search for him. Thinking of their bravery, Wang Di felt even more touched, for they were courageous and loyal. "Zhao Shui, don't cry. Let's burn this wooden stick. It's large, and once one end ignites into charcoal, it will last for a long time. We can take this torch deeper into the forest to continue searching for Wang Di." And Mengting said, Zhao Shui nodded vigorously after wiping her tears. It turned out that the two of them were burning the large wooden stick to ignite one and turning it into a torch for their search. The power of the torch was stronger than that of the wooden stick. If they encountered a beast, as long as they had the torch in hand, the beast would be frightened by the searing heat. And Mengting was truly clever to come up with such a plan. "Hey beauties, I'm back." Wang Di stepped out of the forest holding his dagger, waving from the clearing. Wang Di. And Mengting was overjoyed, thinking she had misseen him. She rubbed her eyes and dropped the wooden stick. Upon seeing that Wang Di was still alive, she was ecstatic, celebrating as if she had been granted a second life. "Wang Good." Zhao Shui was equally excited, her eyes reddening as she ran over. "Wang Di." And Mengting also hurried over, resembling a joyful little girl. Wang Di stood in place, placing his dagger on the ground and opening his arms wide. According to the typical plot in dramas, when two beautiful women ran over, they would surely embrace him affectionately and tightly. And Mengting in her haste tripped over a stone, tumbling down and knocking Zhao Shui, who was ahead, to the ground. Lament. Wang Di was momentarily speechless. He had opened his arms waiting for the two to run over and give him a heartfelt embrace, but Mengting had unexpectedly stumbled. Wang Di, you knocked me down. And Mengting wiped her mouth, which was covered in dirt. Sister and Mengting, are you alright? Zhao Shui helped Mengting up. You're really useless, you fell while running away. Wang Di approached in disappointment. And Mengting retorted, if I hadn't seen you and gotten so excited would I have tripped? And yet you say I'm useless. Why didn't you just fall into my arms then? Wang Di asked. You wished. And Mengting rolled her eyes deliberately, but was in a good mood. Zhao Shui was also very happy, looking at Wang Di with a beaming smile. Whoosh whoosh. The cool breeze blew through the camp and leaves danced on the ground as the three stood in the camp, smiling at each other. Are you alright? And Mengting asked with a smile as the leaves fluttered around. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. If you don't believe me, feel my hand, it's still warm. Wang Di smiled. And Mengting recalled that night on the deserted island when Wang Di had said the same line, so she feigned anger and said, do you have no other lines? It's always this line. New lines are still in the imagination stage, Wang Di replied. And Mengting smirked, saying, but this line is quite good, as long as you're fine, we were scared to death just now thinking you. And Mengting couldn't continue, fearing what she might say. Wanga, why did you suddenly shout earlier? Zhao Shui asked. Because I suddenly encountered a black bear, but I lured it away. Wang Di omitted the incident with Shi Dalong, believing that the fewer people who knew about it the better. You are really amazing, being able to retreat unscathed after encountering a black bear. Zhao Shui looked at Wang Di with admiration, as if she wanted to see through him. After all, Wang Di was too powerful, the strongest man on this island. We need to leave this place and find a new place to live, Wang Di said, returning to the topic as he prepared to leave in search of a new residence. Wang Di intended to leave and find another place to live because this area was unsafe, having seen packs of wolves and black bears. Most importantly, this cave was not suitable for habitation, although it was several dozen square meters, the ceiling dripped water, and the interior was damp. The only livable space in the cave was about 2 square meters. After the appearance of these beasts, they could no longer stay in the thatched hut. If a large number of beasts appeared and they didn't discover it in time, they would undoubtedly perish. After a brief discussion, the three of them ate some wolf meat and then set off. And Mengting took the frying pan and some wolf meat, while Zhao Shui brought fresh water and several pounds of wolf meat. Wang Di took his dagger and some food, then set off with the 2 women. Wang Di, where are we going? And Mengting asked. Let's look for green mountains. Where there are green mountains, there are cliffs, and where there are cliffs, we can find caves. Wang Di replied. But we are moving away from the seaside. What if the rescue team comes and can't find us? And Mengting inquired. Wang Di stated, on this island there are traces of our charcoal and signs of life everywhere. If the rescue team arrives, they will definitely notice these clues, and upon realizing there are still survivors on the island, they will make every effort to search for us. Recalling the rescue team, Wang Di felt uncertain because so many days had passed without any sign of them, as if they had forgotten about him. Although he felt uncertain, Wang Di did not dare to discuss this matter with the 2 women, as morale was crucial. Ladies, let's set off. I will lead you to conquer this island, and then the world. Wang Di gripped his dagger, exuding the charisma of a swordsman. And Mengting scoffed. You don't even have a single soldier under you, yet you dare to call yourself this king. Do you think you are a mountain bandit? With my strength and bravery, I do not need a single soldier, while you 2 are merely decorative vases there for aesthetics beside me, Wang Di chuckled. Cough, cough. And Mengting coughed a few times and said, that's too much calling us ornamental vases. We have our uses too. The 3 chatted as they walked, heading towards the green mountains ahead. However, Wang Di remained cautious along the way, fearing encounters with black bears and wolf packs. After walking for an hour, the 3 saw a mountain range appear in front of them. The mountain range was undulating, majestic, and grand, stretching from east to west like a green dragon, seemingly dividing the island in 2. Wang Di had no idea how long this mountain range was, as the dense trees of the primitive forest obscured their view. The towering mountains and steep ridges loomed as the 3 walked beneath the mountain, moving along the cliff face. The deeper they ventured into the island, the higher the mountains became, from several dozen meters initially to over 100 meters now. Caw, caw. Strange calls echoed through the mountains, a sound that seemed eerie, as if there were monsters lurking, reminiscent of the mountains encountered by Tang Sung in Journey to the West when he faced the yellow-robed monster. Wang Di, there's someone ahead. As they reached the foot of a mountain, and Mengting suddenly pointed forward. Wang Di followed her gesture and saw a woman lying quietly on the rocks. The woman appeared to be around 7 meters tall, wearing white sports shoes, black jeans, and a white jacket. Let's go check it out. Wang Di quickened his pace, leading the 2 women to rush over. It was surprising to encounter a woman at the foot of this mountain, and he hoped she was still alive. Although the noise they made while running was significant, the woman remained still on the rock, seemingly lifeless. Wang Di jumped onto the stone, examined the woman, and then exclaimed, "Teacher Wang." This woman was their teacher Wang Qing, who had taught them financial knowledge for 4 years. Teacher Wang was an exemplary mentor who often looked after students from humble backgrounds, showing special concern for them. It was said that teacher Wang Qing lost her parents early in life and was raised by her grandmother. Having experienced many hardships, she understood the struggles of students from disadvantaged families and thus provided them with extra care. Wang Di had received much support from teacher Wang. What touched him the most was when teacher Wang had given him her meal card several times, saying he was a boy and needed to eat more because of his young and strong physique. Whenever he thought of these moments, Wang Di felt grateful towards her. "And Mengting Zhao Shui, come quickly. It's teacher Wang." Wang Di called out, "Teacher Wang, teacher Wang." The two girls dropped what they were holding and hurried over. "Teacher Wang, wake up." Wang Di half knelt on the stone and gently patted teacher Wang's shoulder, but he didn't dare to shake her, fearing she might have fallen from the cliff, which could lead to further injury if there were any fractures. Teacher Wang still showed no response. Wang Di extended his hand and gently placed it near her nose to see if she was still breathing. If teacher Wang was still alive, Wang Di would definitely try to save her. At the foot of the cliff, he tentatively checked her breath. And Mengting and Zhao Shui were equally anxious, fearing that teacher Wang Qing had died. "Wang Di, how is she?" And Mengting inquired cautiously, dreading the worst news. Zhao Shui's heart raced, as well worried about hearing unfortunate news. "There's still breath, but it's very weak." Wang Di retracted his hand, then pointed to teacher Wang's lips, continuing, "Her lips are slightly black and her complexion is a bit abnormal. She must have ingested something toxic. Is the poisoning serious?" And Mengting asked. Knowing that teacher Wang still had breath made them both relieved, yet worried, as there were no medical facilities here. Wang Di did not answer in Mengting's question. He continued to examine teacher Wang, saying, "She has injuries, her right hand's fingers are scraped. She must have lost consciousness after ingesting something toxic and fallen off the cliff, grabbing the rock face with her right hand along the way, causing her fingers to be injured." The two girls quietly watched Wang Di, listening to his analysis. They were impressed by how thoroughly he analyzed the situation. Wang Di continued, "Her left leg is fractured, her body has multiple soft tissue injuries, and she's also poisoned. Teacher Wang's condition is quite serious. We just don't know how severe the internal injuries are." "How do we determine the severity of the internal injuries?" And Mengting asked. Wang Di replied, "We need to wait for teacher Wang to wake up, then press on her waist, abdomen, and lungs, among other areas, while she breathes. If she feels pain in any area while breathing, it indicates there is internal damage there." "Wang Ge, how do you know so much?" Zhao Shui admired Wang Di, her beautiful eyes gazing at him gently, as if she were a little fan marveling at a man who understood both medicine and martial arts. "Because the people in our village value martial arts. Everyone in the village comes from the same clan, and while passing down martial arts secrets for generations, they also impart some traditional Chinese medicine skills." Oh, Zhao Shui nodded slightly, but she was utterly in awe of Wang Di, feeling a deep admiration for him. And Mengting also looked at Wang Di with newfound respect, holding him in high regard, though she differed from Zhao Shui, a star who didn't show her feelings outwardly. "But teacher Wang's situation is very critical. Can you wake her up?" And Mengting asked. "I don't know, I can only try my best." Wang Di's expression was grave. He wasn't sure he could succeed and could only give it his all. Caw, caw, caw. The eerie calls in the mountains continued, sometimes close and sometimes far, as if coming from a distant place or right beside them. "Wang Di, what is that sound?" And Mengting trembled all over. The sound was too strange, something she had never heard before. Wang Di looked up and said, "That's the sound of the old crow." "Old crow." The two girls shook their heads, slightly indicating they had never heard of it. Wang Di continued, "The old crow is the crow. There's a saying in our southwestern rural areas, when the old crow caws, someone will die. What does that mean?" And Mengting felt scared, anxiously looking around. Zhao Shui was also somewhat frightened, nervously glancing at the surrounding valley. "It means that where there are dead bodies, old crows will appear, because they like to feast on corpses. It's likely that after the shipwreck, many deceased were washed up on the island by the tides, and the old crows fed on the bodies, hence the calls." Wang Di's voice was heavy at the foot of the cliff. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves at the base of the cliff. The two girls immediately felt more anxious, looking around in fear. There were several hundred people on that cruise ship, with so many casualties, and with the recent super tides, it's normal for many corpses to be on this island. "Don't overreact." Wang Di's suppressed voice gradually came through. Thinking of those who had perished, he felt heartbroken and pained, as so many families would be shattered. Children are treasures in their parents' hearts. Without them, how many families would fall apart? "This place feels strange and frightening," Zhao Shui said, fearfully looking around, instinctively drawing closer. Wang Di, you need to think of a way to save Teacher Wang, then we should look for a place to stay. It's very dangerous to stay outdoors if there are no caves to shelter us from wild animal attacks. And Mengting was well aware that without a cave for shelter they would be in great danger if wolves and black bears appeared. You all take care of Teacher Wang here. I will go to the nearby forest to look for herbs, a stretcher, and some branches and vines. Wang Di is preparing to find herbs to detoxify Teacher Wang and treat her injuries. As for the branches and vines, they are to stabilize the injured areas to prevent further harm during movement. Wang Di, you should go quickly and return soon, but be very careful and don't stray too far. And Mengting anxiously scanned the surroundings, fearing that if Wang Di went too far, wild beasts might suddenly appear. Without Wang Di's protection, their chances of survival were slim. You stay up high and absolutely do not come down from this rock. Also look for some wood around to light a fire. Wang Di handed 2 sturdy sticks to the 2 girls, left them a lighter, and quickly departed with his dagger. In the forest, Wang Di gripped his dagger, anxiously searching for medicinal herbs. In fact, the woods were filled with herbs, though most people just did not recognize them. The mountains and forests of the Divine Land contained thousands, if not more, varieties of herbs. Wang Di found some sanyun grass, gentian roots, and other herbs that could detoxify. Teacher Wang Qing was not severely poisoned, as her lips were only slightly darkened. Therefore, these ordinary herbs should be effective. If the poisoning were severe, the herbs would be less effective. After finding the herbs, Wang Di cut some strong and tough vines and gathered a few branches before quickly returning. He dared not delay, fearing that Mengting and Zhao Shui might encounter danger. At the cliff's edge, Mengting and Zhao Shui sat on the rocks above, carefully protecting Teacher Wang Qing. The 2 girls were very tense, as if they were on a cloud. Without Wang Di, they felt restless. Under the rock was a fire pit, and the 2 lit the fire to prevent a beast attack. Sister and Mengting, do you think Brother Wang can save Teacher Wang? Zhao Shui asked. I hope so. And Mengting sighed, feeling that survival on this island was very difficult. If it weren't for Wang Di, they would have died long ago. Thinking of Wang Di, and Mengting felt a warmth in her heart and smiled slightly. Just as the 2 girls were anxious, they saw Wang Di returning. In the nearby forest, Wang Di came back, dusty, holding herbs and his dagger. Wang Di, you're back. And Mengting exclaimed with joy, standing up. Although Wang Di had only been gone for less than an hour, it felt like an eternity to her, and it was very hard to bear. Zhao Shui also smiled. When she saw Wang Di, she felt particularly safe and secure, as if a powerful man were always holding her in his arms, protecting her at all times. Have you all been anxious waiting? Did you miss me? Wang Di walked over with a smile. We, Zhao Shui, wanted to say we missed you, but she was too shy and kept her head down. Yes, we missed you. We can't do without you. What's wrong? Lu Fu was quite frank. All right, good. If there's love, it should be expressed. I like this personality of yours. Wang Di praised. And Mengting rolled her eyes and suddenly coughed up, blood falling from the rock. How is Teacher Wang's condition? Wang Di asked. It's the same as before, and Mengting replied. Wang Di walked to the bottom of the rock, picked up a frying pan, and said, Zhao Shui, bring the fresh water. We will first make medicine for Teacher Wang, and then prepare something to eat here. After traveling for a long time, all 3 were hungry. Brother Wang, the fresh water is almost gone. I estimate that after making the medicine, there will only be enough for us to drink once. Zhao Shui said. First make the medicine. The remaining fresh water should be saved for Teacher Wang. We will wait until we find a water source to drink. Wang Di decided to temporarily use no fresh water for himself, giving it all to Teacher Wang Qing. Although this primitive forest was not short of fresh water, it was useless if they could not find a source. Okay, I understand. Zhao Shui nodded, indicating that she understood. And Mengting climbed down the rock, looked at the herbs, and asked Wang Di, are these herbs effective? That night you had a high fever and almost died. I used herbs to cure you, Wang Di said. Humph. And Mengting snorted coldly, saying, what do you mean by almost dying? That description is too unpleasant. Can't you use a nicer word? You all prepare stones to build a stone stove. I will clean the herbs. Wang Di said. All right. And Mengting led Zhao Shui to move stones and prepare to build a stone stove. Wang Di washed the herbs, but since fresh water was scarce, he tried to conserve it as much as possible, only using a bit of fresh water to clean the roots if they were dirty. Before washing, Wang Di would first wipe off the dirt to save fresh water. After everything was done, and Mengting and the other girl also built the stove. The stove was simple, just a few stones piled up. Wang Di poured fresh water into the frying pan and then added the herbs. I hope these herbs will be useful, otherwise Teacher Wang Qing is in great danger. Brother Wang, you are tired. You should rest first. I will roast some wolf meat for you. Zhao Shui smiled. Wang Di nodded slightly, then sat on a rock to rest. It was now afternoon and the sun was gradually setting, but they had yet to find a cave to shelter in. If they could not find a cave before dark without a place to shield them from the wind and rain or to protect against beasts, they would be in great danger. Sigh. Wang Di sighed. Now there was an additional teacher, Wang Qing, and she was injured and unconscious, which was very troublesome. Caw, caw. The call of an old crow echoed overhead. Wang Di wiped his sweat, shook his head, and looked up at the cliff, feeling somewhat annoyed upon hearing the old crow's call. And Mengting and Zhao Shui squatted on the ground roasting wolf meat. About half an hour later the wolf meat was ready, and the medicine was also brewed. Wang Di lowered the frying pan, waiting for it to cool before giving it to teacher Wang Qing. The three sat at the cliff's base eating, and after they were full, the medicinal soup was no longer hot. Wang Di stood up and said, "Let's feed teacher Wang the medicine first, then prepare the stretcher to carry her forward. We must find a cave before dark. I feel uneasy in my heart." And Mengting and the other girls were also somewhat anxious. Since such a powerful man as Wang Di felt uneasy, it seemed that this area was dangerous. Especially when they thought of the old crow's calls above the cliff, they became even more restless. After Wang Di brewed the soup medicine and Mengting personally fed teacher Wang Qing. Her movements were very careful, fearing that she might hurt teacher Wang Qing. Teacher Wang Qing was unconscious, her lips darkened, one foot fractured, and her body suffered multiple soft tissue injuries. I hope these herbs will be effective, otherwise Wang Di would be at a loss. Wang Di, what should we do now? After feeding the medicine, and Mengting asked. Zhao Shui also looked at Wang Di. Caw, caw. From above the cliff, the eerie calls of the old crows echoed again, their cries chilling and somewhat mournful. There must be many corpses on the island near the sea, otherwise the old crows would not linger. Wang Di used branches and vines to stabilize teacher Wang's fractured foot, then prepared a stretcher, saying, "Let's carry teacher Wang Qing and continue moving. I hope we can find a cave to dwell in before dark, otherwise it will be very dangerous." Originally, according to the plan, we would definitely find a cave before dark, but now with an injured person, it is very difficult. All right, I will help you carry the stretcher, and Zhao Shui will be responsible for carrying the food and the frying pan. And Mengting said, "Can you manage?" Wang Di was somewhat worried. Teacher Wang Qing probably weighed around 100 pounds, and carrying the stretcher along the cliff would be challenging for Mengting. "Even if I can't handle it, I must persist. We can't just leave teacher Wang behind, can we?" Lu Fu raised her hands, letting her beautiful dark hair fall behind her shoulders, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to carry from the back. "You lift from the front. The road along the cliff is difficult to navigate, especially uphill, so the back of the stretcher is the heaviest," Wang Di said. "All right." And Mengting moved to the front of the stretcher, preparing to lift it. "Sister and Mengting, let me do it. You carry the items, and I'll lift teacher Wang Qing," Zhao Shui suggested. "You little one, step aside. I'm stronger than you." And Mengting wanted to take care of Zhao Shui and couldn't bear to let her lift the stretcher. "If you get tired, just tell me." Wang Di lifted the back of the stretcher, while Mengting took the front, the two of them struggling to walk along the mountain path. Since they were mostly going uphill, the gravity leaned backward with Wang Di bearing most of the weight. However, being a man, he shouldered a bit more effort. It was challenging for Mengting to walk while carrying a person, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Zhao Shui followed behind, watching Mengting with concern, but she also had to carry 30 to 40 pounds of wolf meat along with a frying pan and a saber, so her burden was not light either. The wind rose and the clouds surged. Below the cliff, Wang Di and Lu Fu lifted teacher Wang Qing, making their way up the cliff while carefully observing their surroundings, hoping to find a cave soon. However, even if they found a cave, they would also need to look for a water source. And Mengting gritted her teeth walking on the uneven mountain path. Wang Di, walking behind, said, "Superstar beauty, I've noticed you're even tougher than men. Once we leave the island, you can come back to the countryside with me. Oh, I have over 10 acres of land back home, and I'll leave it all for you to farm." Wang Di, do you want to make me laugh to death? Just keep quiet. If I accidentally trip and cause teacher Wang to get injured again, you'll have to take responsibility, and Mengting replied. And Mengting, you did well. In my heart, you are no longer a vase, but a tough woman. To pass the time, Wang Di intentionally brought up topics. And Mengting angrily retorted, "You infuriate me the moment you speak. You should just stop talking, otherwise I might faint from anger." On the rugged mountain path, amidst the bizarre rock formations below the cliff, the three of them moved slowly. They had been walking for a long time without finding a cave, but despite their long journey, they hadn't actually covered much distance due to the slow pace of carrying a person. As time passed and Mengting grew increasingly fatigued, her steps slowing significantly. Zhao Shui was also exhausted, bearing the heavy burden of wolf meat, as well as holding a frying pan and a saber. The three of them were parched, having run out of fresh water long ago. Wang Di felt both tired and thirsty, with a dry throat that felt as if it were on fire. It was easy to imagine that the two women were even more exhausted. However, Wang Di was gratified to see that although the two women were tired, they persevered, without complaining or expressing fatigue. The sun had set. The red sun in the sky seemed to be falling off the cliff. This cliff was incredibly long. The mountains extended as far as the cliff. The three of them took several short breaks along the way, but they didn't dare rest for too long. Splash! After the sun set during dusk, the three heard the sound of flowing water beneath a cliff. Looking up, they saw a mountain spring trickling down the stone wall ahead. Great. The two placed teacher Wang Qing on the ground and excitedly ran over with Zhao Shui. Spring water. Spring water. Exhausted and thirsty, the three hurried over to collect some spring water from the stone wall and drank eagerly. Though they hadn't found the source, and the water was not very clean, they were too thirsty to care. After drinking, Wang Di felt refreshed and regained much of his strength. And Mengting sat on a rock to rest, struggling to lift her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, but her arm trembled violently. A gentle breeze blew, and Mengting sat on the stone, trembling all over, particularly her arms, which shook even more. She had tried several times to lift her hand to wipe the sweat, but her arms were too weak from holding the stretcher for so long. Seeing her trembling arms and body, Wang Di felt sympathetic. Brother Wang. Zhao Shui wanted to speak, but Wang Di's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Don't make a sound. The two women looked anxiously at Wang Di, noticing his serious and tense demeanor. Shoo. Below the cliff, the two women were about to speak, but Wang Di raised a finger to signal them to be quiet. The two were very anxious, knowing that Wang Di wouldn't be tense unless something was wrong. A gust of cold wind blew, and the two looked nervously around, but saw nothing. It was eerily quiet with no signs of danger. Step, step, step. Wang Di listened carefully, as if he could hear heavy footsteps, likely from some large beast, otherwise there wouldn't be such noise. An invisible sense of crisis loomed in their hearts. Quickly, let's leave, it's not safe here. Wang Di hurried over, preparing to leave with Lu Fu while carrying teacher Wang. Although Mengting and Zhao Shui were curious and frightened, they didn't dare ask many questions or speak out. They trusted Wang Di, feeling certain that something was about to appear nearby. The three of them moved quickly in a suppressed mood. And Mengting, exhausted, walked with trembling feet, but didn't dare delay, gritting her teeth and moving forward silently. In this tense atmosphere, the three continued walking for half an hour, thankfully, without any danger occurring. Ahead lay a bamboo grove, its environment very tranquil. The vibrant green bamboo swayed in the wind. Whoosh! The gusts of wind blew fiercely, causing the bamboo grove to rustle, with leaves fluttering in the breeze. The serene bamboo grove, the beautiful mountains, and the steep cliffs were ideal for seclusion, but unfortunately, they were in a precarious situation, leaving them with no mood to be hermits. Let's rest here for a moment, and also gather some bamboo tubes from the forest. Confirming it was temporarily safe, Wang Di decided to rest for a bit, since Mengting was too tired. Zhao Shui was also very tired, drenched in sweat. Phew! As soon as Mengting set the stretcher down, her body went limp and collapsed on the ground. Sister Mengting. Zhao Shui rushed over in concern, also weakly sitting next to Mengting. Are you all right? Wang Di quickly approached, worriedly looking at Mengting, seeing her trembling all over with her face flushed from exhaustion. People tremble when extremely fatigued, especially their legs and arms. And Mengting had never been this exhausted before, and she truly couldn't bear it any longer if she had exceeded her limits. Teacher Wang was still unconscious, but her darkened lips gradually returned to normal, and her complexion improved, indicating that the poison had likely been neutralized. I'm fine, don't worry about me. And Mengting tried to lift her hand to wipe the sweat, but her arm shook violently, lacking strength. Zhao Shui felt heartbroken and wanted to wipe the sweat from Mengting, but her own arms were also weak from carrying things. Wang Di gently used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from Mengting. Thank you, Mengting said gratefully. Don't speak, just lie down and rest for a while, Wang Di advised with concern. And Mengting lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Wang Di felt somewhat troubled. Continuing like this wasn't a solution and would wear them out. Wang Di, why were you so tense just now? And Mengting asked while lying on the ground. I'll tell you later. Wang Di didn't want to tell the two women about the heavy footsteps he had heard earlier, fearing they would worry unnecessarily and think of unclean things. And Mengting didn't press further, perhaps because she wasn't in the mood. You two rest here for a bit. I'll go look for bamboo tubes in the forest. Bamboo tubes are more useful than hollow tree trunks. Wang Di said. All right, don't stray too far. And Mengting replied, weakly, lacking even the energy to speak. Wang Di turned and entered the bamboo grove. Unexpectedly, a bamboo grove existed here at all. Yet bamboo tubes were indeed far more practical than hollow wooden ones, though logs cut at the nodes could hold water. They occasionally leaked and imparted an unpleasant taste. Bamboo tubes never leaked and doubled as bowls, cups, and more. The grove held many mature bamboos, some thick as 2 chi in girth, others slender at half a chi. These bamboos were vital to Wang Di. Drawing his saber, he felled 2 large culms and several smaller ones, intending the larger for water storage, the smaller as eating bowls. After nesting the small tubes inside the large one, Wang Di lifted the bundle and stepped out of the grove. Crack, crack. His boots crunched over layers of fallen leaves while bamboo fronds whispered softly overhead. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly Wang Di heard movement nearby. Glancing back, he saw a 1-meter-long green snake gliding slowly across the leaf litter. It was a bamboo pit viper, commonly called the bamboo green snake, a highly venomous serpent. As the viper slithered quietly into the distance, Wang Di turned away from the grove, and Meng Ting and Zhao Shui lay sprawled just beyond its edge, too exhausted even to rise. When Wang Di reached them and Meng Ting struggled upright, bracing her palms against the earth. "Let's keep moving. Find a cave." "You're spent. You can't go on. I fear you'll collapse from exhaustion," Wang Di said. "You're the one who's done for. This young lady is far from finished. I haven't even begun to exert myself. When I truly unleash my strength, even I am afraid of it." Though utterly drained, and Meng Ting refused to yield in words. "Our celebrity star is an iron-willed woman, but I'm the one who's exhausted. So tonight we'll sleep in the bamboo grove." "Haha, you've admitted your limits." Wang Di, unwilling to spar verbally with Meng Ting, conceded defeat without protest. "Since we won't find a cave, what if wild beasts appear tonight while we rest here?" And Meng Ting asked, her voice tinged with concern. "That's not your burden to bear." With those words, Wang Di turned and vanished into the woods to gather firewood. Flames would deter predators through the night. The sun sank low, casting its amber afterglow serenely over the bamboo grove. Bathed in that tranquil light, the hushed grove shimmered with quiet beauty. Especially lovely were the two young women resting beyond its edge, calm, graceful, serene. The scene unfolded like a classical poem, golden twilight spilling over the silent grove, delicate green stalks framing in Meng Ting as she sat wearied upon the earth. A breeze stirred the leaves, her lustrous hair drifted gently in the air. Though fatigue shadowed her features, her beauty remained undimmed. Leaving the two women behind, Wang Di scoured the nearby forest, where bamboo mingled with broadleaf trees, for firewood. He dared not stray far. After collecting 2 bundles of dry timber, he threaded a sturdy branch through them and hoisted the load onto his shoulder to return. Yet he paused abruptly. On a wild chestnut tree grew clusters of pure white mushrooms. In southwestern dialects, such trees were called Mao Li, distinguishing them from cultivated chestnuts. These were untamed native specimens. Mushrooms growing on wild chestnut trees were safe to eat. Wang Di had gathered them many times before. Setting down his firewood, he removed his outer robe, carefully gathered the fungi into its folds, and walked back with a quiet smile. Day faded. Night rose. A slender crescent moon ascended above the bamboo grove, its silvery radiance spilling softly across the land. Beyond the grove, the two young women kept vigil beside teacher Wang Qing, who lay unconscious on a stretcher. Glancing repeatedly toward the woods, and seeing no sign of Wang Di, they grew increasingly anxious, hearts unsettled. Just as Meng Ting and Zhao Shui trembled with worry, Wang Di appeared. Moonlight dappled the forest path as he strode back, shoulders bearing the weight of firewood. "Wang Di, you're finally back. You nearly drove us mad with worry." And Meng Ting's face lit up in radiant relief, a sense of safety flooding her like a lost girl suddenly reunited with kin. "Miss me?" Wang Di approached, smiling gently. And Meng Ting said nothing, but she would never forget this moment. Years later, she would still recall that night. Their terror and despair pierced by the sight of him emerging from moonlit woods, a man of unwavering duty and quiet strength. "Guess what I've brought you?" Wang Di set the firewood down and unfurled his robe. "Ah, mushrooms. Wild mushrooms. Fortune smiled upon me. I found them and gathered them for you. Tonight we feast on wolf meat stewed with mushrooms." Wang Di cleaned the fungi and meat, while Meng Ting and Zhao Shui kindled the fire, each playing their part with quiet efficiency. Teacher Wang Qing remained motionless on the stretcher, deeply unconscious. No one knew when she might awaken, though tomorrow at the latest seemed likely. Time flowed onward, second by measured second. Half an hour later, the flat-bottomed pot rested atop the stone hearth. The three sat silently around the flames, waiting. Yet Wang Di kept watch, eyes scanning the darkness, fearing sudden attack. Fire deterred beasts, yes, but only as a frail barrier. Most wild beasts feared fire. Little tigers or black bears would charge regardless of flame. Wang Di draped his robe over teacher Wang Qing, shielding her from the chill, lest she fall ill. And Meng Ting sat by the fire, her trembling hands resting limply on her knees, silent, withdrawn. Zhao Shui too bore heavy thoughts, speaking not a word. Pop! Snap! The fire crackled steadily. An eerie stillness settled over the trio. Pale moonlight washed over Meng Ting's face, her ethereal beauty luminous, her skin like flawless jade, exquisite and serene. At last the mushroom and wolf stew simmered to perfection. Wang Di retrieved 3 bamboo tubes, larger than ordinary household rice bowls, each capacious and sturdy. 1 tube per person. Chopsticks were unnecessary. Twigs served perfectly. After the meal, Wang Di and the 2 women rested briefly by the fire before preparing to sleep. "You two rest first. I'll stand watch for the first half of the night. You'll take the second. Zhao Shui and I will share the watch. You rest instead." Only full rest restores true strength, and Mengting replied. Sleeping exposed in the open is perilous. I trust neither of you alone to guard us. I insist both stay awake together. Rest now, quickly. Wang Di spoke with grave solemnity. Seeing his seriousness, and Mengting nodded in reluctant agreement. Knowing well how vulnerable open ground made them, beasts could emerge from any direction, and a single sentinel stood no chance. Then we'll sleep now. And Mengting and Zhao Shui laid down beside the fire, and within 2 minutes deep slumber claimed them both. The night was profoundly still, profoundly lonely, profoundly cold. Wang Di sat alone by the fire, guardian to the 3 sleeping souls. Drifting bamboo leaves brushed past, he rose, saber in hand, scanning the shadows, vigilant, unblinking. Under the hush of moonlight, he kept solitary watch over the dark hours, and suddenly recalled a verse through centuries vast: who shares this path with me? Unexpectedly poetic, he thought, and shook his head with a faint wry smile. Mother! A soft whisper pierced the silence. Wang Di looked down, and Mengting murmured in her sleep. She lay curled on the earth, teeth gently grinding as she whispered, Mother, I miss you so much. I'm so tired, so very tired. I couldn't lift Teacher Wang, yet I couldn't abandon her. Mother! Her dream words floated into the still night, then dissolved like mist on the gentle breeze, as her breathing deepened into peaceful slumber. Hearing her tender, weary confession, Wang Di felt both a pang of tenderness and a quiet, aching sorrow. The big star surprisingly called out for her mother in her sleep, but thinking of her ramblings, Wang Di couldn't bear it. However, on this island, everyone has to contribute. Only through effort can one survive. Rustle, rustle. Under the moonlight, rustling sounds emerged from the forest. Wang Di held his saber, looking towards the bamboo grove, where he saw bamboo leaves slowly floating up. It was just the wind stirring the leaves. I hope nothing happens tonight. Oh, I hope tonight is safe. Wang Di walked over to Teacher Wang, feeding her some clear water from a bamboo tube. Teacher Wang Qing's complexion returned to normal, her lips no longer dark. It seemed her poison had been completely cleared. It was only a matter of time before she regained consciousness, and she should wake up tomorrow. The fire wasn't burning brightly enough, so Wang Di picked up some wood and added it to the fire, then sat by the flames, keeping a vigil around him. Time slowly passed. He didn't know how long it had been, only that the moon was gradually moving over the mountain peak. It should be late into the night. And Mengting woke up, rubbed her eyes, and asked, What time is it? You woke up? Oh, why not sleep a bit longer? Wang Di smiled as he walked over. After waiting half the night, finally someone spoke a few words, and he felt like he was about to be driven mad. In truth, humans fear loneliness the most. They fear it more than any animal. I've had enough sleep, and we need to take turns letting you rest. And Mengting stretched her body. You were talking in your sleep just now. Really? Under the moonlight, and Mengting's bright gaze looked at Wang Di. Her eyes were beautiful and clear like the bright moon shining upon a clear pond. Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to you? Wang Di replied. So what did I say in my dream? And Mengting asked. You called out for your mother in your dream. Wang Di smiled and said. And Mengting rolled her eyes. Perhaps it was quite embarrassing for her, being an adult, yet still calling for her mother in her dreams. And you also said that surviving on the deserted island was very difficult. You encountered a handsome and responsible man, and during your time together you fell for him and wanted to marry him. Wang Di continued. It seems that it is you who talks in your sleep, Namiha. And Mengting laughed happily, revealing her white teeth, which were beautiful and neatly arranged. Even if you really wanted to marry me, I wouldn't accept it. After all, your skin is so thick. Wang Di shook his head. Is my skin really that thick? Lu Fu pinched her own cheek and tugged at it. After spending time together these days, she found it easier and more casual to talk with Wang Di, perhaps because they had become familiar with each other. Brother Wang's sister and Mengting, what are you two talking about? Zhao Shui also sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. We aren't talking about anything. You all continue to rest. They'll keep watch a bit longer. Worst case, he'll sleep in tomorrow. No way. And Mengting shook her head seriously. We haven't found a cave to live in. Even if we find one tomorrow, there will be many tasks to do, so we can't waste time. You should go rest. All right, then I'll go rest. You all remember to take care of Teacher Wang. Be sure to keep a good watch and absolutely don't doze off. Wang Di felt very tired and prepared to rest. Although he wanted to chat with the two women under the moonlight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't worry, we will be careful and will definitely take good care of Teacher Wang. And Mengting was aware of the dangers of the jungle, so she dared not be careless. Wang Di handed her the saber, reminding the two of them to pay attention to safety before lying down by the fire to sleep. And Mengting and Zhao Shui checked on Teacher Wang, then sat back to back by the fire, one facing west and the other facing east, chatting while keeping watch. Sitting back to back, the two could use the moonlight and firelight to observe their surroundings from all angles without blind spots. Wang Di had just laid down when he fell asleep, and Mengting and Zhao Shui spoke in low voices, afraid of disturbing Wang Di's rest. Sister and Mengting, when do you think the rescue team will arrive? Zhao Shui quietly inquired. I don't know either, but we should avoid discussing this topic as the more we talk about it, the more anxious we become. And Mingting shook her head. She didn't want to discuss the rescue team issue. The more one cared about something, the more talking about it would lead to unease. However, with Brother Wang here, we shouldn't have a problem surviving for now, Zhao Shui said. And Mingting nodded, then looked at the sleeping Wang Di beside her and smiled warmly to herself. Caw, caw. In the night sky, the eerie cawing of a crow suddenly rang out, causing the two women to tense up and look up at the night sky, gripping their wooden sticks and sabers tightly. On this tranquil night, outside the bamboo forest, Wang Di slept soundly as he was too exhausted from the day, hence he had no dreams tonight. The next day, when Wang Di woke up, the sun had already risen. The fiery red sunlight was almost over the bamboo grove. It was likely around 10 in the morning. The warm sunlight shone upon the bamboo forest, which resembled a beautiful and serene sea of green. You're awake. After waking up, Wang Di heard in Mingting's familiar voice. Brother Wang, you finally woke up, Zhao Shui's gentle voice came. Wang Di turned around to see the bright eyes of the two women watching him, and to his surprise, teacher Wang Qing had also sat up, smiling kindly at him. Teacher Wang. Wang Di was overjoyed and quickly sat up as lying on the ground was too disrespectful. Xiaofeng, thank you for saving me. After I woke up, Xiao Ting and Xiao Shui told me that you saved me. Thank you, all my dear students. Wang Qing smiled as she looked at Wang Di and Mengting and Zhao Shui. Teacher Wang, you don't need to be polite. How are you feeling? Wang Di asked. I feel much better, thank you for saving me. I owe you all a bow of gratitude. Teacher Wang Qing sat on the stretcher and bowed in thanks. Teacher Wang, you don't need to be polite. You often took care of me while we were at school, taking care of us poor students, so it is only right for me to repay you. Wang Di quickly returned the gesture. When they were in school, teacher Wang Qing indeed cared a lot for students like them, often helping him. Wang Di remembered how she had lent him her meal card multiple times. Whenever he thought of these things, he felt grateful and would never forget. Xiaofeng, Xiao Ting, Xiao Shui, you have all suffered. Wang Qing looked at the three of them. In her eyes, her students were like her children. In fact, teacher Wang Qing was not much older than Wang Di, and the others probably around 10 years older. And Mengting and Zhao Shui smiled slightly. Wang Qing was also their teacher. Although the three were not in the same class as Wang Di, teacher Wang Qing taught 3 classes, so she happened to be their teacher as well. Teacher Wang, how did you get poisoned and injured? Wang Di asked. Sigh. Teacher Wang Qing sighed and said with a hint of melancholy, after the cruise ship incident, I thought I was doomed. But when I woke up, I found myself lying on the beach. I survived in the forest for a few days, enduring a lot of suffering. However, yesterday, I ate some mushrooms, and somehow I woke up to find you all. From teacher Wang Qing's narration, Wang Di finally understood the whole story. Teacher Wang accidentally consumed wild mushrooms, resulting in mental confusion and slight poisoning, which made her unaware of walking near the cliff, leading her to fall. Recently, there had been frequent news reports about people going insane after eating mushrooms. One man wandered on the road for several hours before being discovered by traffic police and sent home. Thank heaven and earth, I am so lucky to have met you all, otherwise I would have surely died. Teacher Wang Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude once again. How is your breathing, teacher Wang? Wang Di asked. It's okay. Wang Qing nodded, indicating that everything was fine. You should press down on your abdomen, lungs, and heart with one hand, and take a few breaths while pressing each part. Wang Qing followed Wang Di's instructions, first pressing on her abdomen and taking deep breaths. After finding nothing unusual, she pressed on other areas one by one, taking deep breaths each time. Wang Di and the others watched her intently, fearing her reaction. After a few minutes, Wang Qing slightly shook her head and said, I feel okay, although there is a vague pain, it is not very noticeable. Teacher Wang, you are lucky. Falling from the cliff didn't harm you. You probably got caught on a branch midway and then landed on your feet. That's why apart from one broken foot, your other injuries are not serious, Wang Di joked. This is called good people receiving good rewards. Teacher Wang has a kind heart, so of course nothing will happen to her, and Mengting smiled. Indeed, teacher Wang is a good person, and heaven won't let her come to harm, Zhao Shui added with a smile. Seeing Wang Di and the others laughing together, Wang Qing also smiled warmly. She felt much more at ease with her classmates around, as they could help each other while waiting for rescue. Let's make something to eat now and continue on our way. We must find a cave. Wang Di stood up, his worried gaze fixed on the mountain range. If they couldn't find a suitable cave to stay in, their situation would be very dangerous, with threats lurking at any moment. I've woken up, you don't need to carry me anymore. I just saw that Xiaoting's hand is all red and swollen. Wang Qing was deeply moved and felt a pang of sorrow. She thought about how Wang Di and Mengting had carried her over the mountains yesterday, and she felt extremely guilty for burdening them. Teacher Wang, you have a broken foot and can't walk, Wang Di said. I still have another foot that can walk. Oh, just get me a stick and it'll be fine. Wang Qing's expression turned serious. She didn't want to be a burden to her students any longer. Wang Qing was very determined and serious. She refused to let in Mengting and Wang Di continue carrying her, as she couldn't bear to see them suffer more. Furthermore, Mengting's hand was swollen from overexertion yesterday, and her arms were still trembling. Wang Di glanced at Mengting's hand, which was indeed red and swollen, due to prolonged carrying of the stretcher yesterday causing poor blood circulation. Moreover, Mengting still felt weak and even experienced slight tremors when she lifted her arm. For someone who hadn't worked hard before, sudden overexertion could lead to weakness and tremors for days. After we finish eating, you can get me a bamboo stick to use as a cane. I'll walk by myself. If you don't listen to me, then I won't move, Wang Qing stated seriously, having made up her mind. All right, teacher. After we finish breakfast, I'll get you a bamboo stick for a cane. Wang Di agreed, helplessly, knowing he had no other choice, especially since Mengting was indeed exhausted. The group sat by the fire preparing food, and Mengting took out the wild mushrooms that were left over from yesterday and planned to continue stewing the wolf meat. Wild mushrooms. Upon seeing the mushrooms, Wang Qing exclaimed nervously, Xiaofeng shouting, how can you still dare to eat mushrooms? Teacher, don't worry. These mushrooms are non-toxic. We ate them yesterday, and I know about mushrooms, Wang Di replied with a smile. Oh, Wang Qing sighed with relief. As long as they weren't poisonous, everything would be fine. If they were toxic, it would be a disaster for everyone. The sun was rising, about to rise above the bamboo forest. Outside the lush green bamboo forest, the group sat on the open ground cooking. After about half an hour, the mushroom and wolf meat stew was finally ready. After this meal, they would have no food left, as the wolf meat could not be eaten anymore. The wolf meat had not been cured with sea salt and had not been smoked properly, so it could not be preserved for long and was beginning to spoil. Wang Di, this wolf meat can only be eaten for this meal, as it is about to spoil, and Mengting said, her expression heavy with worry. After this meal, they would have to worry about food again. I will think of a way. Wang Di nodded, slightly acknowledging her concern. Zhao Shui divided the mushroom and wolf meat stew into 4 bamboo tubes, handing one of the tubes to Wang Qing, saying, Teacher Wang, this is yours. That's too much, or I can't eat that much. Wang Qing shook her head as she looked at the bamboo tube filled with mushrooms and wolf meat. Teacher Wang, you are injured and need to eat more, Zhao Shui insisted, as she personally handed the bamboo tubes to Wang Di and Mengting, keeping the smallest portion for herself. Wang Di observed all of this. Wang Qing used wooden chopsticks to pick up the wild mushrooms and wolf meat, saying, Xiaofeng, you are a boy and expend the most energy. You should eat more. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I've had enough to eat. Wang Di smiled, and then stood up and walked aside. The group enjoyed a harmonious meal outside the bamboo forest, chatting and eating together. This time without deceit, and working together to overcome difficulties was truly wonderful. Wang Di detested scheming and plotting like the Jin Feng and Shi Dalong brothers, who loved to scheme. After finishing their meal, Wang Di prepared to go into the bamboo forest to cut bamboo, looking for a suitable piece to make a cane for teacher Wang Qing. Xiaofeng, thank you for your hard work. Wang Qing expressed her gratitude as she saw Wang Di heading towards the bamboo forest. Wang Di and Mengting also wanted to speak, but Wang Di suddenly became tense, slowly raising one hand to signal them to be quiet and alert. Upon seeing Wang Di's serious demeanor, the 3 of them immediately tensed up, anxiously looking around, as they knew that danger must be approaching, otherwise Wang Di wouldn't be so anxious. Roar! Roar! From a nearby grove, a deep, resonant growl echoed, powerful, yet muffled. The 3 of them also heard the sound, looking fearfully towards the forest ahead. Wang Di, what is that sound? And Mengting asked, trembling. Zhao Shui was also scared, her face turning red. She had a weak heart, and her heartbeat would quicken under stimulation. It's coming, Wang Di said in a suppressed but icy tone. What is it? And Mengting asked, confused. A black bear, Wang Di replied. The 3 of them trembled involuntarily, for black bears were formidable and ferocious. If they encountered a black bear in the wild, there was almost no chance of escape. Suddenly, a large shadow rushed out from the grove. It was the black bear, the same one from yesterday. The towering black bear stood on its hind legs and ran towards them like a gorilla. It must have been hungry and wanted to eat humans. Ah! Zhao Shui screamed in terror upon seeing the black bear charging at them. And Mengting and teacher Wang Qing were also horrified, as the presence of the bear brought a suffocating aura of death, as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. Xiaofeng shouting, Xiaoshui, you all run quickly and don't worry about me. I can't move and don't want to hold you back, Wang Qing urged, panic and fear mingling in her voice. No, Wang Di shook his head slightly. Teacher, we won't leave you behind. Hurry and go, don't worry about me. You are still young. Even if I die here, it doesn't matter. But your lives are just beginning. You haven't started families or had descendants yet. Wang Qing pushed and Mengting, urging them to leave quickly. And Mengting, Zhao Shui, help teacher Wang up and leave at once. Today I shall slay this bear. And Wang Di stood beneath the bamboo grove, slowly gripping his saber, his icy gaze locked upon the black bear charging toward him. There was no retreat. Roar! From beyond the woods, the massive black bear thundered forward, perhaps still enraged by yesterday's wound inflicted by Wang Di, driven now by hunger and vengeance, intent on devouring them all. Hurry, get Teacher Wang away. And Wang Di gripped his saber, eyes fixed coldly on the bear. He had no path to fall back upon. In Wang Di, and Mengting spoke urgently, her voice trembling with fear, can you truly defeat this beast? What do you think? Wang Di asked. Nan Mengting fell silent. Words failed her. In her heart, she was certain he stood no chance against the bear. If I lose, we all die. If I win, the bear dies, Wang Di declared. And go now. Hurry. Wang Qing spoke anxiously. I'm injured. I can't run. I won't drag you down. Besides, I'm already a mother. Even death holds no terror for me. But you are still young, unwed, full of life ahead. Take Teacher Wang into the bamboo grove. Seek the thickest, densest stands for cover. Wang Di commanded sharply. He dared not let them flee across open ground burdened by an injured comrade. They would never outrun the beast. This grove was luxuriant, thick with Mao bamboo. Some patches held over a dozen slender stalks within a single square meter. Such density made pursuit nearly impossible for the bear. Its massive, cumbersome frame could not weave through tightly packed stalks. Though the bear possessed immense strength, its movement would inevitably falter once it plunged into the dense bamboo thicket. And Wang Di, be careful. And Mengting and Zhao Shui each took one of Teacher Wang Qing's arms and turned into the grove, heading straight for the most impenetrable thickets, where countless slender Mao bamboos grew in tight, tangled profusion. Once the three had squeezed deep into the dense bamboo thicket, they watched the clearing outside with bated breath. Brother Wang, you must. Zhao Shui began, urgency sharpening her voice. But in Mengting seized her arm, her expression grave. Say nothing. Don't distract Wang Di, not even a whisper. Zhao Shui dared not speak, nor even glance forward. Teacher Wang Qing clenched her fists, silently praying for Wang Di's deliverance. Yet deep down she believed it impossible. The bear was too mighty. Wang Di stood no chance. At the thought of her students falling beneath its claws, tears spilled unbidden. And Mengting too gripped her fists until her knuckles whitened, trembling as she stared outward, terrified for Wang Di's life. And just then, the bear burst from the forest's edge. Roar! Roar! The great black bear reared upright, charging forward with earth-shaking fury, its approach unleashing a wave of savage, suffocating aura. Terror, power, suffocation. As the beast drew near, Wang Di felt crushing pressure bear down upon him. In, out. In he struck without hesitation. His saber lunged forward, piercing the bear's chest with lethal precision. Roar! The bear thrust forth its massive paw and blocked the saber's tip. Its palm, thick-skinned and calloused, deflected the blade entirely. And roar! Having parried the strike, the bear pressed forward, towering as tall as a grown man when upright, its explosive strength undeniable. And up. Whoosh! Just as the bear closed in, Wang Di leapt, his hand seizing a bamboo stalk, lifting him 2 meters above the ground. And crack! The bear's swipe shattered the stalk outright. As his body began descending, Wang Di hooked his foot around another stalk, gripped it with his left hand, kept his right hand firm on the saber, and hung suspended still 2 meters aloft. Roar! 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 Enraged, the bear pounded the stalks relentlessly. Wherever Wang Di perched, it followed, striking with brute force. Wang Di moved with the grace of a swallow, the agility of a jungle monkey, leaping effortlessly from stalk to stalk, until he entered a different sector of the grove. Here the bamboo stood sparser, but far sturdier, their trunks thick and towering, unlike the densely packed, slender Mao bamboo where the others hid. The bear barreled into the grove, smashing through stalk after stalk, but its momentum faltered amid the upright columns. Its movements repeatedly impeded, its ferocity diminished compared to open terrain. Beast, die in Nas. The bear entered the grove. Wang Di roared, bending a thick bamboo stalk low with sheer force. Snap! Snap! The stalk bowed violently under his weight, then recoiled upward with sudden whip-like speed. Wang Di coiled his legs around it, gripped it with his left hand, raised his saber high with his right, and drove it downward like a thunderbolt, striking the bear's skull with devastating force. Clang! The blade struck the bear's skull. A sharp metallic ring echoed, but failed to pierce the bone. Yet it bit deep, drawing blood inches into the thick hide. Roar! Blinded by rage, the bear raised its paw to crush Wang Di. Yet at that very instant, Wang Di pressed the blade's tip against its skull and shoved upward. The bent stalk snapped back, launching him skyward. Roar! The bear's blow struck empty air. Then, roaring anew, it seized the stalk with both paws and shook it violently. Its raw strength proved overwhelming. Wang Di tumbled headlong to the earth. Ah! Wang Di, watch out! In from the dense thicket nearby, and Mengting paled, her face stricken with terror. In Wang Qing and Zhao Shui stood frozen, jaws slack, certain Wang Di's fate was sealed. Their hearts hammered, convinced Wang Di faced certain doom, now sprawled helplessly upon the ground. In Wang Di, Nin Mengting cried out, voice breaking with fear, and with profound gratitude, for he fought the beast not for himself, but for them. Brother Wang, In Zhao Shui wept openly, tears streaming down her cheeks. In Xiao Ting Xiao Shui, go now? Leave me. This Mao bamboo may slow the bear, but it cannot stop it, only delay its advance. Teacher Wang Qing urged them to flee, refusing to become their anchor in death. In Teacher Wang, we will never abandon you. Nin Mengting shook her head fiercely. She would never forsake her teacher. Go, hurry before it's too late. In Wang Qing pleaded, desperation sharpening her voice, even reaching to push them away. In Big Sister and Mengting, Teacher Wang, look, over there. Zhao Shui suddenly gasped, pointing wide-eyed with astonishment. They lifted their eyes and saw Wang Di rise again. And more, when they beheld his extraordinary martial prowess, disbelief washed over them. None had imagined he was a master swordsman. At that moment Wang Di spun, a whirlwind kick arcing through the air, his right hand gripping the saber like a legendary swordsman before mortal combat. His posture was rigid, his gaze glacial, his expression carved from stone. Roar! The bear charged again, yet this time wary from prior wounds it dropped to all fours. Upright the bear moved sluggishly, its bulk unwieldy, but on all fours its speed surged, its ferocity magnified tenfold. Whoosh! Through the grove rushed the jet-black bear, a tempest of shadow radiating terrifying power like a speeding compact truck. Just as the bear bore down upon him, Wang Di vaulted skyward, then twisted midair in a flawless somersault. And swish, swish, swish. His saber traced a perfect 360-degree arc, striking the bear's broad back again and again in rapid succession. Slash, slash, slash. Deep gory wounds opened across the bear's back. Blood gushed freely. And roar. The beast bellowed in agony, its fury now unchained, its wrath absolute. Wang Di landed lightly, already behind the bear. And the beast whirled with feral swiftness, lunging like a tiger. And Wang Di retreated, swiftly, deliberately, until his back met a spotted bamboo stalk. He seized it firmly. Whoosh! The big bear rushed forward like a fierce tiger, but at the same time Wang Di seized the bamboo and swiftly spun through the air akin to a parallel Ferris wheel. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the big bear's attack missed, slamming into another bamboo. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Di nimbly circled behind and continued to deliver several horizontal slashes, leaving more wounds on the bear's back, blood gushing. The bear, agitated and furious, perhaps sensing that Wang Di was not easy to deal with, charged forward, aiming to bite in Mengting and the others to death. And Mengting and Zhao Shui helped Teacher Wang and continued to retreat into the dense bamboo forest. Roar! After the big bear charged ahead, it was blocked by the dense bamboo. While these bamboos could not stop it, the density of the mozo bamboo in this area was overwhelming. In this area, the big bear moved slowly, much like an adult entering a tangle of vines. Wang Di swiftly leaped up, grasping the top of a bamboo stalk, then used gravity to bend the bamboo, and appeared behind the big bear once more. He swung the saber in his hand, delivering several strikes to the bear's back, the final thrust penetrating deeply. Roar! The big bear, furious, attempted to turn around and bite Wang Di. Bang! Wang Di kicked the bear hard on its back, then used the rebound of the bamboo to spring several meters into the air. Roar, roar, roar. The big bear bared its teeth and roared, slapping its paws against its chest, its blood-red eyes glaring at the three in the dense bamboo, then attempted to charge again. Beast die. Whoosh. Wang Di swiftly jumped down from the bamboo. Huh. With a fierce roar, he struck down with his knees onto the bear's shoulder, dropping from a height, combined with his own weight and force, estimating the impact to be like 1,000 pounds. Roar. The big bear instantly shrank in size as Wang Di gripped his saber tightly and forcefully stabbed at the bear's nape, blood spraying forth as the big bear collapsed, its back pierced, dying on the spot. Phew. Wang Di took a deep breath, finally having taken down this giant creature. It had been a close call. Wang Di, Brother Wang, Xiaofeng. In the dense bamboo forest, in Mengting and the others were thrilled, not expecting Wang Di to be so powerful as to kill the big bear. Wang Di, you are incredible. And Mengting rushed over in excitement. When she approached, Wang Di simply said, "Why the fuss? Stay calm." And Mengting was unexpectedly taken aback. She had originally rushed over in excitement, but Wang's calm demeanor only made her like him more. In truth, while Wang Di appeared calm on the surface, inside, he was quite anxious. He had no choice but to battle the big bear. Brother Wang, Xiaofeng. Zhao Shui supported Teacher Wang Qing as they approached, both smiling brightly. Zhao Shui helped Teacher Wang Qing walk slowly. Both were excited, but even more surprised, having thought Wang Di was doomed, but he turned out to be so skilled. Xiaofeng, how did you learn martial arts? Teacher Wang Qing asked. Wang Di replied, Teacher, the people in our village value martial arts. I have practiced since I was young. Incredible, simply incredible, Teacher Wang Qing said, shaking her head in disbelief. Wang Di continued, actually this is nothing anyone who practices diligently can achieve it. For instance, those parkour experts can also maneuver around animals using the terrain. Some individuals skilled in martial arts and adept at parkour are indeed quite agile, which is astonishing in the eyes of ordinary people. Xiaofeng, I truly didn't expect you to be this capable. Back in school, those little tyrants often bullied you, yet you bore it all. Wang Qing said. In the past, some local bullies with powerful families often picked on students from outside. In ordinary universities, there is a distinction between students based on their backgrounds. For instance, students from influential families in the city can be quite arrogant because they are local. Conversely, students from humble backgrounds often face bullying as they come from far and wide, thousands of miles from home. Wang Di said, teacher, in society, many issues cannot be resolved by brute force. Besides, my family is quite poor. I don't want to worry my parents or cause them trouble. Teacher Wang Qing nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. Brother Wang, we have food now. The wolf meat from last time is about to spoil. Zhao Shui exclaimed excitedly. The wolf meat from last time could not be preserved for long without being salted or properly smoked. Wang Di pulled out his saber, wiping the blood off the blade, and said, let's go. Go. And Mingting was surprised. Aren't you going to take the bear meat? I've heard bear paws are delicacies. Wang Di replied. This large bear is too heavy for us to carry. Let's first find a cave, and once we do, we can return to the bamboo forest to process the black bear and take it back. That makes sense. And Mingting agreed with Wang Di. They needed to find a cave to stay in first before dealing with the bear meat. If they didn't find a cave, dragging a bear or carrying bear meat around would be exhausting. Let's leave here first, continue along the mountain, and we must find a cave today. Once we find it, we can deal with the bear then. What if a wild beast appears and eats the bear meat? Zhao Shui asked anxiously. Wang Di shook his head, saying, that won't happen for now, because the areas where the black bear has passed will leave behind scents of feces and urine. Thus no animals will approach here for half a day, and the animals won't know the bear is dead. Let's all follow Xiaofeng's plan. We should first find a cave to stay and then come back to take the black bear meat. Teacher Wang Qing agreed. Wang Di cut down 3 bamboo stalks, giving one to Teacher Wang Qing as a walking stick and the other 2 to Zhao Shui and in Mingting. He sharpened one end of each bamboo stalk and said, these bamboos can serve as walking sticks and as self-defense weapons. The sharpened end can kill small animals. Thank you. The 3 received the bamboo. Wang Di left the bamboo forest, walking along the bottom of the cliff. Teacher Wang Qing leaned on the bamboo, limping as she walked, while in Mingting and Zhao Shui supported her on each side, trying to alleviate her burden. Tap, tap, tap. In the silent canyon below, the sound of their footsteps occasionally echoed. And Mingting walked behind, watching Wang Di's back in front of her. Her gaze was a bit dazed. The stones on the cliff were riddled with holes, severely weathered. When the fresh breeze blew, the numerous holes emitted a buzzing sound, while below the cliff, oddly shaped stones protruded from the earth, creating a desolate landscape. Wang Di, walking ahead, asked, you guys in the back, have you been secretly looking at my back? You're overthinking it. How could we look at your back? Zhao Shui and I aren't infatuated. And Mingting retorted angrily. Wang Di nodded slightly, saying, a handsome guy's back is indeed worth a few glances. And Mingting felt like she could spit blood. Did Wang Di not hear her words? Hee, you little. Teacher Wang Qing chuckled, intending to say something, but found the term awkward. However, and Mingting secretly smiled, glancing at Wang Di's back. Amidst the bizarre stones and desolate scenery, his figure gave them a sense of security. It seemed that even if the sky were to fall, Wang Di would be there to support them. And Mingting smiled warmly and silently thought, Wang Di, thank you for taking care of us. I will never forget you. Even after leaving this place, she would not forget the care and protection Wang Di provided during their days on the deserted island. The group walked along the cliff, but still could not find a cave. Wang Di felt a bit anxious. If they couldn't find a cave, resting in the open would be very dangerous, especially at night. Teacher Wang Qing was injured and had a fractured foot, making it difficult for her to walk with a bamboo pole. However, to avoid worrying Wang Di and the others, she pretended to be strong, always wearing a smile and chatting cheerfully. In truth, she wanted to use her cheerful demeanor to mask her pain and discomfort. Ahead lay another forest, marking the end of the mountain range. This mountain range came to an end here. Looking at the end of the mountain range, and Mingting said with disappointment, Wang Di, this is the end of the mountain range, yet we still haven't found a cave. What should we do? Zhao Shui also looked disappointed. Wang Di held his dagger, gazing at the half-circular mountain at the end of the range, feeling too disheartened to speak. Hee. Seeing the 3 were disheartened, Wang Qing smiled and said, students, don't be discouraged. If necessary, we can continue down the other side of the mountain range. I believe we will definitely find a cave. Thank you for your comfort, teacher. And Mingting expressed her gratitude, knowing that Wang Qing was also in pain, yet still offered encouragement. Xiao Feng, don't lose heart. Let's continue down the other side of the cliff. I believe we will find a cave, Wang Qing smiled. Teacher, let's take a break as you are injured and cannot walk for long, Wang Di suggested. I'm fine, I still have energy. See, I can stand even without a cane, Wang Qing said, throwing down the bamboo in her hand and smiling to show she was okay. Wang Di bent down to pick up the bamboo and handed it to Wang Qing, saying, Teacher, let's continue searching for the cave. That is only right. Wang Qing smiled. Wang Di led the three, turning around the half-circular end of the mountain and continuing to search along the other side of the cliff. The stillness of the cliff and the lush green forest provided a sense of coolness. A gentle breeze blew, and in the thicket beside the cliff, countless green trees swayed. The wind was a bit chilly. Wang Di looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds gathering. Wang Gu, is it going to rain? Zhao Shui asked. It might rain. Wang Di was troubled. If it rained, it would be dangerous without a place to shield from the wind and rain, especially if a downpour occurred, making it hard to breathe. Amidst the cool breeze, Wang Di continued forward with the three. The scenery here was quite nice, with green mountains and forests. The sound of rushing water could be heard. Not far ahead, they heard the sound of flowing spring water. After walking for a few minutes, they saw a winding small river flowing gently along the cliff. The terrain here was relatively wide, and there were not many stones ahead. Wang Di looked up and was filled with joy. A cave. In his excitement, Wang Di blurted out. The three looked up and saw that not far ahead there indeed was a cave at the base of the cliff. The cliff was about dozens of meters high, with a dark entrance about 2 to 3 meters off the ground. The entrance was not very large, about 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, just right for them. However, they wondered if the cave was suitable for living. If it was, they would settle here. Let's hurry and take a look. Wang Di walked over quickly, and the three followed behind him. Hee. Zhao Shui smiled happily and said, if this cave is suitable for us to live in, it would be a perfect place, because there is a forest and a river nearby, making it very convenient to fetch water. Yes. And Mengting also revealed a radiant smile and said, Wang Di, let's not be too picky. Even if this cave isn't very suitable for living, we can make do with it, because the terrain here is excellent and very close to the water source. Wang Di nodded slightly, indicating he understood. The group arrived at the base of the cave. The entrance was about 2 meters off the ground and needed to be climbed up. However, the height was just right, and they could pile stones to form steps, making it difficult for wild beasts to reach them. You all wait for me down here. I will go up to take a look, Wang Di said. Okay, be careful, and Mengting urged. Wang Di quickly jumped up. Just as he stood at the cave entrance, something suddenly flew out from inside. Oh! Caught off guard, Wang Di was startled and stepped back, almost falling from the cave entrance. He anxiously performed a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. Oh! Zhao Shui and the others were also startled, surprised that something had jumped out of the cave. Meow. After landing, a wild cat with greenish eyes looked at Wang Di and the others. It had grayish-white fur and was slightly larger than a domestic cat. Get lost. Wang Di was quite annoyed. That damn wild cat nearly caused him to fall from the cave entrance. The wild cat quickly ran away, disappearing into the nearby forest. Wang Di didn't bother to chase it. There was no meat on a wild cat anyway. Wang Di, are you okay? And Mengting asked. I'm fine, you all wait here. I will go up to take a look. Wang Di continued to leap up to see what the cave was like. Wang Di jumped into the cave, preparing to see if it was suitable for living. Even if it wasn't suitable, they would have to find a way to live here, because caves were so hard to find. Moreover, the terrain here was excellent, with open space, a cave, and a water source. This was a small cave, approximately 60 square meters. The cave was quite dry, and the ground was relatively flat. Additionally, there were 3 natural stone slabs inside, which could serve as stone beds. As long as they laid down some straw, they could use them as beds. Since the cave was not very large, the lighting was quite good. Not bad, not bad. After observing for a moment, Wang Di nodded in satisfaction. Wang Di, how is it? And Mengting and the others stood below, anxiously looking up at him. This cave is good, it can be lived in. That's great, and Mengting said with a smile. Wang Qing sat on a rock to rest. She didn't want to stand any longer. You all can come up to take a look, Wang Di invited. Okay. And Mengting reached out her hand, wanting Wang Di to pull her up, but at that moment a sudden rumble of thunder echoed in the deep mountains. Boom. Crack. Oh. And Mengting was startled by the thunder and hurriedly retracted her hand. The sudden thunder from the deep mountains surprised them. Wang Di looked up and saw that the sky was overcast, likely indicating rain was coming. And Mengting, Zhao Shui, you two go collect dry grass and wood from the nearby forest and bring everything into the cave. I will move stones to build a door. If it rains, the wood and dry grass in the mountains will get wet and be hard to ignite. Besides, they can't sleep on the hard stone, can they? And Mengting nodded. She didn't have time to check the cave first. Since Wang Di said it was fine, it must be fine. Don't wander too far. Stay near the edge of the forest. It's dangerous otherwise. I understand, and Mengting nodded in acknowledgement. The edge of the nearby forest was not far, just a few meters from the cave entrance. Moreover, since this place was deserted, there were plenty of wood and dry grass around. Zhao Shui, let's go. And Mingting turned and left with Zhao Shui. Teacher, you are injured. Please rest easy. Wang Di jumped down from the cave, quickly moving stones to create a step at the cave entrance, which was over 2 meters high, making it inconvenient for the girls to enter and exit. However, the steps should not be too wide, lest wild beasts be able to climb up. They only needed to be wide enough for them to walk. Wang Di worked quickly, and in less than half an hour he laid down steps at the cave entrance. Then he began to move stones to block the cave's large entrance, leaving a small opening of 1 meter high and half a meter wide, which although small was sufficient for them to pass through. Moreover, a smaller stone door for the cave would be more advantageous as a stone slab, once closed they would not fear even if wild beasts approached. Not far away at the edge of the forest in Mengting, and Zhao Shui quickly collected wood and dry grass. Wang Qing sat on a stone, watching her 3 students busily work with concern. She felt guilty and self-reproachful. As a teacher, she should be taking care of them, yet here, they were taking care of her. Wang Di and the others were sweating profusely, but they dared not rest as they were racing against time. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder echoed in the deep mountains, and the clouds in the sky grew thicker and darker. Whoosh, whoosh. A cool breeze blew continuously, causing the dry grass on the open ground to sway and the nearby trees to shake. After 2 or 3 hours of busy work, Wang Di finally finished constructing the stone door, while Mengting and Zhao Shui had also gathered enough wood and dry grass. They laid the dry grass on 3 stone slabs, which were natural stone plates. The wood was neatly stacked against the stone wall of the cave. Wang Di helped teacher Wang into the cave, allowing her to sit on the stone bed. You all have worked hard. Wang Qing sat in the cave, seeing the 3 of them drenched in sweat, and she felt heartbroken. It's what we should do. Wang Di wiped his sweat and smiled. And Mengting and Zhao Shui sat on another stone bed, feeling quite cheerful, as if they had found a sense of home, because this cave was just so suitable for living. Hee Wang Di, this cave is really nice, dry and flat, as if it was specially arranged for us. And Mengting said with a smile. Wang Di stood at the cave entrance looking outside through the stone gaps. Considering they would need to start a fire inside, he left several small gaps, but they were not large, just enough to reach out a hand. Splash. Outside the cave, countless white raindrops fell like pearls. Wang Di quietly watched outside, his voice subdued as he said, "It's raining, we're in trouble." "What trouble?" And Mengting asked curiously. It was just rain, what trouble could there be? If they hadn't found the cave, it would indeed be problematic, but now that they had found shelter from the wind and rain was no big deal. "It's raining, we're in trouble." Wang Di quietly watched outside from the cave entrance. Splash. Pitter-patter. Countless rain droplets fell like pearls, densely and fiercely. "Wang Di, how can we be in trouble?" And Mengting asked. Wang Di remained silent, his worried gaze fixed on the downpour in the deep mountains, feeling very melancholic. This rain came too suddenly. This rain also came at the wrong time. Watching the torrential downpour, Wang Di's mood seemed to grow even more melancholic. "Speak." And Mengting urged impatiently. Wang Di really was something. He only spoke halfway, making her anxious. Wang Di's voice came filled with worry. "After it rains, the scent of the black bear's droppings in that area will be washed away. If any wild beasts appear in the bamboo forest, the black bear meat will be eaten, making it very difficult for us to obtain food." And Mengting also became a little anxious, as this was a significant matter. Having just killed a black bear, she wanted to eat braised bear paws. How could they let wild beasts eat it? Moreover, if the black bear was eaten, it would be very difficult for them to obtain food. Before dying, the scent of the black bear's droppings left in that area would deter other wild beasts, preventing them from approaching. But once washed away by rain, if those wild beasts happened upon the dead black bear, their food would be gone. "What should we do?" And Mengting asked. Wang Di glanced outside and said, "We must brave the rain and go to the bamboo forest to dissect the black bear meat and bring it back." Previously, they had intended to take the black bear meat with them, but not knowing how long it would take to find the cave, they decided to leave the black bear in place to lighten their burden. "Xiaofeng, going out in this storm is too dangerous. Why don't we wait until the rain stops before we go?" Teacher Wang Qing said anxiously, as it was too dangerous. Wang Di's voice was low as he replied, "This rain will likely last a long time, probably until tomorrow morning, and we cannot wait that long." "Then let's wait until the rain lessens before we go," Wang Qing said. "That's all we can do." Wang Di sat on the stone bed with his dagger, while Zhao Shui squatted on the ground, making a fire. She said, "Brother Wang, I will go with you once the rain lightens." "I'd rather go with Wang Di. I'm stronger than you," and Mengting said. "Sister and Mengting, let me go. You stay here to take care of Teacher Wang." Zhao Shui protested. "You both don't need to go. I can go alone." Wang Di looked outside and decided to go alone. In the rain, it was very dangerous. If he took in Mengting or Zhao Shui with him, he would have to take care of them. Wang Di, "But the black bear meat is too heavy for you to carry alone," and Mengting said. "I'll carry as much as I can. With my ability, bringing back 100 pounds of black bear meat won't be a problem." Besides, while the black bear is heavy, most of it is bone. Oh, I'll try to only bring back the meat, Wang Di said. And Meng Ting did not reply, but she felt a pang of sadness as it was always Wang Di who took care of them. Splash, splash. The rain continued to pour outside, and the light was dim as it was now afternoon, and it wouldn't be long before dusk, and then darkness. About half an hour later, the rain outside gradually lessened, but the raindrops were still falling. The rain has lightened. Wang Di stood up with his dagger, saying, "You two take good care of Teacher Wang. Once I go out, close the stone door of the cave. If any wild beasts appear, use bamboo sticks to stab them from outside. With the stone wall for protection, you should be safe in the cave." Wang Di and Meng Ting seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, perhaps unsure of what to say, or perhaps feeling that saying anything was useless. "Xiaofeng, don't go. We can manage with less food. It's too dangerous for you to go now," Teacher Wang Qing said. Zhao Shui also said, "Brother Wang, it's raining and the mountain roads must be slippery and dangerous. You shouldn't go. We can just go without food. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. Remember my words, take good care of Teacher Wang Qing, and if any wild beasts come, stab them with bamboo from the inside." After leaving this remark, Wang Di took his dagger and walked out of the cave. Splash. Raindrops fell on him instantly, soaking his clothes. Whoosh, whoosh. Chilly winds blew in, and he felt cold in his drenched clothes. Step, step. In the wind and rain, Wang Di walked quickly toward the location of the bamboo forest, which was quite far away, estimated to take about an hour. On the way back, due to carrying things, it would take at least an hour and a half, making the round trip 2 to 3 hours. Wang Di and Meng Ting stood under the stone wall, watching Wang Di's figure disappearing into the wind and rain, her heart aching to the point of tears. Wang Di was too tired and too weary, all for their sake. In her heart, Wang Di was a particularly brave man. Teacher Wang Qing managed to walk to the stone wall of the cave, peering through the cracks to see Wang Di's lonely figure quickly walking amidst the storm. "Wang Di, you must be careful for sure." And Meng Ting murmured to herself as Wang Di's silhouette grew fainter in their sight, gradually fading away. The rain poured down incessantly as Wang Di walked through the storm, hastily heading toward the bamboo grove. Walking from here to the bamboo grove would take at least an hour, and returning might take an hour and a half, as he would be carrying something back. Though it was raining, Wang Di had to go. If he delayed too long, or waited until tomorrow when the rain stopped, the bear meat would surely be consumed by other animals. Even if the bear meat wasn't eaten by other animals, it would spoil after nearly a day and night. Step by step, Wang Di's steps were heavy as he walked quickly in the rain. The dense raindrops fell from above him to his feet. Due to the rain, fog enveloped the path down the cliff, making it difficult to navigate. After about an hour, Wang Di finally arrived at the bamboo grove. In the wind and rain, the grove appeared hazy, exuding an ethereal beauty. The continuous rain, that lush green bamboo grove, seemed like a painting of bamboo in the storm. Every bamboo stalk, every bamboo leaf was adorned with water droplets. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, causing countless raindrops to fall rapidly from the bamboos and leaves. Wang Di shivered, feeling a bit cold, yet he continued to step into the grove. And Meng Ting had initially wanted to accompany him, but Wang Di refused as it was too dangerous in the storm. Wang Di wiped the droplets from his face and quickly entered the bamboo grove, where the black bear lay drenched. Wang Di's lips curled into a slight smile of relief, for the black bear was still there. How would he carry the bear meat back? It was impossible to carry the entire black bear back, as it weighed several hundred pounds. If he broke down the bear and discarded the bones, the meat would be quite scattered. Wang Di glanced around the bamboo, thought of a solution, and then chopped down a few large bamboos. He also found some vines to simply make a bamboo basket. However, he did not split the bamboos, for these formed bamboos would be very useful when brought back. Whoosh! Boom! Thunder roared and lightning flashed as the storm raged on. Wang Di crouched beside the bear, wielding his blade to chop off the bear's forepaws before quickly disassembling the bear meat. These forepaws could be brought back to make braised bear paws, but unfortunately he had no seasoning. Crackle, crackle. Boom. Amidst the dense rain and the sounds of thunder, Wang Di quietly crouched in the bamboo grove, carefully guarding his surroundings while dismantling the bear meat. Zheek. Suddenly Wang Di heard a strange noise beside him, and then a dark shadow darted swiftly towards him. The shadow moved as quickly as a panther in the bamboo grove. Whoosh! The shadow flashed by, and in a rush Wang Di slapped the ground with one hand to support his body, swiftly kicking upwards with both feet. Bang! It seemed he had kicked the thing in the abdomen, feeling it soft. The shadow was kicked away into the bamboo grove not far away. Wang Di quickly stood up, gripping his blade with one hand, and swiftly looking towards where the shadow had fallen. Whoosh! The dark figure instantly vanished into the bamboo grove. Due to the rain and poor visibility, Wang Di could not clearly see what the thing was. What kind of beast is this? Wang Di frowned as this creature's speed was astonishingly fast, appearing and disappearing without a trace. If he guessed correctly, the shadow was likely the same creature that appeared that night. On the second night, stranded on the deserted island, and Meng Ting had a severe fever, and Wang Di entered the forest to look for medicinal herbs. That night, he was also ambushed by the shadow, which was equally swift and aggressive. The shadow that had appeared earlier had the same attacking style and flexible movements as that night. Thunder continued to rumble and rain poured down as Wang Di, blade in hand, quietly listened to the surroundings in the bamboo grove. This creature was too dangerous. If an ordinary person encountered it, they would likely not survive. After confirming there was no danger, Wang Di continued to dismantle the black bear meat. After more than half an hour, he had processed over 100 pounds of bear meat, all flesh except for the 4 bear paws with no bones. After placing the meat in the bamboo basket, Wang Di shouldered it and began his arduous journey back. The bamboo basket likely weighed several dozen pounds since the bamboos were intact and unbroken. Wang Di planned to carry these bamboos back and also make bamboo tubes, as he would need more bamboo tubes now that he had bear meat. Cold winds blew continuously and the rain continued to fall as Wang Di trudged step by step along the path down the cliff. Though it was challenging and painful, he gritted his teeth and persevered, as in Meng Ting, Zhao Shui, and teacher Wang Qing all needed care. Fortunately, Wang Di came from a rural background. Not only had he practiced for over 10 years, but he had also been accustomed to carrying things since childhood. The ground was a bit slippery, so Wang Di used his blade as a walking stick, which not only alleviated the weight, but also served as a means of self-defense. Yet in this wind and rain, amidst the thunder and lightning, Wang Di felt very lonely. Humans fear loneliness the most as they are accustomed to living in groups. Hoping that in Meng Ting and the others were safe, Wang Di quickened his pace. Teacher Wang Qing sat on the stone bed, her anxious gaze peering through the cracks, nervously watching outside. And Meng Ting and Zhao Shui also looked outside with worry. The rain outside continued to pour, and the trees in the opposite grove were drenched and shrouded in mist. The forest in the rain was somewhat hazy and unclear. I wonder how long this rain will last, Wang Qing said with concern. What worries me most is Wang Gu. I wonder when he will return. It's raining outside, the mountain path is slippery, and he has to carry something. What if? Zhao Shui hesitated, unable to continue for fear. I regret not going with him just now. Oh, I should have insisted on accompanying him. And Meng Ting felt a sense of guilt for not insisting. She regretted not sticking to it earlier and felt she should have gone with Wang Di. You shouldn't worry, Wang Di will be fine because his skills are so formidable, nothing could possibly go wrong. Wang Qing comforted them, though secretly, she was even more worried and afraid. Sigh. And Meng Ting sighed, her voice filled with sorrow. It's getting dark. If Wang Di doesn't return soon, even if he has skills, it won't matter because there's no moonlight tonight. Stop talking. I want to cry, Zhao Shui said fearfully, her heart aching at the thought of Wang Di's current predicament. And Meng Ting also felt very heartbroken. She could imagine that Wang Di was surely bearing a heavy load walking in the storm, and it must be very difficult for him. Wang Di. Just as the two were very worried, Wang Qing suddenly looked outside and called out excitedly. And Meng Ting and Zhao Shui looked up excitedly and saw that familiar man returning through the wind and rain. It was none other than Wang Di. Wang Di was seen trudging forward through the storm, bearing a heavy load.